Chapter 1 Boom. What the hell? What is that noise? Chen awoke with a start, raising his head to gaze out the window. In the pitch black of night, the stillness in the air hinted at a lurking danger, as if an unknown beast was concealed within the darkness, instilling an unsettling anxiety. Damn it, another gunshot. Who knows what it is this time, gangs or criminals? I can't stand this godforsaken place for another day. With a sense of resignation, Chen turned over and buried himself in the blankets, praying that the dangers of the outside world would respect the sanctity of his cocoon, allowing him to pass the night in peace. After all, there was an important training camp for the upcoming season tomorrow, and his performance in the near future could very well determine his fate in the NBA. In a twist of fortune, Chen had struck gold, becoming one of the countless time travelers, arriving in the summer of 2016 in the land of the free, America, where he was selected by the Oklahoma City Thunder as a second-round pick. It was uncertain whether his previous lives' good deeds, often assisting elderly women across the street, had contributed to this stroke of luck. In this life, his original self was of average beginnings. A Chinese-American orphan raised by his grandfather, who owned a modestly modified Chinese restaurant in Dallas. He was not wealthy, but was fortunate enough to avoid living in the slums. With his notable physical talent among the common folk and the guidance of a good high school coach, he managed to make a name for himself, earning admission to the University of California, Berkeley, gaining attention as a teammate of Jaylen Brown. During his college years, he briefly basked in glory thanks to his exceptional shooting skills, yet foolishly opted to enter the draft alongside Brown, with predictable results. The scouting report on Chen, she noted his lack of qualities beyond shooting. However, leveraging his Chinese heritage and the presence of fellow compatriots Zhou Qi and Wang Zhilin, the latter of whom was drafted but did not remain in the NBA, he was selected 26th overall in the second round by the Denver Nuggets, who immediately traded him to Oklahoma City. The Thunder purchased the 56th pick, modeled after Daniel Hamilton. Subsequently, the Thunder signed Chen to a two-way contract, the rules for which were only introduced in the 2017-18 season, but the narrative necessitated an earlier implementation. He now had 45 days to prove himself with the Thunder, marking his greatest opportunity yet. Arriving alone in Oklahoma City, Chen, constrained by his meager finances, settled in a relatively remote area, renting a small room. The vicinity was rife with gangsters and societal misfits, where gunfire echoed through the night. Such disturbances were commonplace, leaving him too fearful to venture out during the day. Bang! The system activated, detecting the host's uncertain future and dispensing a beginner's reward, urging the host to seize the opportunity. Not again. Are these thugs relentless? Wait a minute. What the hell? A system? Damn, I knew it couldn't just be a plain transition. That would be impossibly hard. Why is it always a ding for others and a bang for me? Realizing the situation, Chen grinned widely. System. Let me see. The NBA chosen system has been activated for you. For every achievement or record you complete in the NBA as set by the system, corresponding rewards will be granted. The system has detected that the host's current level does not meet the minimum NBA standards. A newcomer reward has been sent. Please check. Quick, receive the rewards. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received 50 free attribute points. Congratulations. The host has received 3 random badges. Congratulations. The host has received a designated silver badges function. Similarly to enhancements in 2K, completing prerequisite actions can trigger them, temporarily boosting the holder's abilities. For instance, catch and shoot, which increases shooting accuracy immediately after receiving the ball. Damn, this is exhilarating. The host panel is now available for reference. Host, Chen. Physical attributes. Height 196 centimeters, wingspan 208 centimeters, weight 88 kilograms. Attribute panel. Mid-range 75, 3.70 free throw 80. Ball handling 55, passing 60, driving 45. On-ball defense 50, help defense 55, rebounding 45. Strength 45, speed 55, stamina 60. Block 30, steal 40, finishing 45. Vertical 70, endurance 70. Badges none. Evaluation. Even Shaquille O'Neal's grandma could outperform you. You can't even swing a towel throughout the game. That's quite the insult. Chen stared at the final evaluation, left speechless. Good news, there's plenty of room for improvement. System, let's get those badges activated. Random badge selection in progress. Congratulations, the host has received the badge. Catch and shoot silver. Congratulations, the host has received the badge. Quick release silver. Congratulations, the host has received the badge. Corner 3 specialist bronze. Quite targeted, huh? You little rascal, is this pseudo-randomness? Select the designated silver badge. You may choose one from the following silver badges. Step Back Master Difficult Shot King, Adaptation Master Needle Threader Trickster, Clutch Shooter, Sniper, Unlimited Range, Mid-Range King, 3-Point Specialist, Off-Ball Movement Spot-Up Shooter, Ankle Breaker Ball Handling Master. I want them all. Command invalid, please make a selection promptly. Damn, it's so tempting. As a seasoned 2K expert from his previous life, Chen understood the significance of these badges. He felt as anxious as a eunuch in a brothel, scratching his head in frustration. After careful consideration of his position, with a height of 196 centimeters, it was evident that in normal circumstances, he could only transition from point guard to small forward with the exception of Josh Hart. The Thunder, led by Russell Westbrook in his prime, clearly needed 3-and-D players rather than a ball-dominant core. Moreover, the system had hinted quite obviously that securing a place on the team from a 3-and-D perspective was paramount. System, off-ball movement. Congratulations, the host has received the badge. Off-ball movement silver. After thorough contemplation, Chen resolved to prioritize becoming a shooter, gradually developing his skills from that foundation. From here on out, it's all up to my own efforts. Chen clenched his fists. System, allocate points. Please select attributes and points to allocate. With only 50 points, I must use them wisely. I should focus on stamina, speed, and strength training. I might be able to improve further. First, let's max out the 3-point shooting to 100, then boost on-ball defense to 70. Point allocation complete. The system encourages the host to practice diligently and swiftly adapt to new abilities. We wish you a prosperous future. You're quite nice, aren't you? Suddenly endowed with a system, Chen felt a surge of hope for the future. Wait, it's 3 a.m. Damn, I need to get to sleep quickly. With anxiety replaced by excitement, Chen ultimately tossed and turned in bed for quite a while before finally drifting off. With dark circles under his eyes, he arrived early at the gym. Beginning his individual ball handling training, he needed to adapt to his newly acquired abilities as swiftly as possible in preparation for the upcoming performance. If he could catch the eye of the coaching staff, securing a guaranteed contract would be a significant step toward establishing himself. After practicing for a couple of hours, the rest of the team gradually entered the gym, ready to commence a new day of work. Everyone gathered around, called a middle-aged white man with a shaped fringe. A new season is upon us, and I hope each of you can refocus on your work. I will now outline today's training agenda. Billy Donovan lacked the mood for idle chatter with the players. With the announcement of Kevin Durant signing a 2-year, $54.3 million contract with the Warriors this past summer, joining the team that had defeated them in the playoffs with a record of 73 wins and 9 losses, the Thunder found themselves as the biggest losers. Fans furiously burned Durant's jerseys, posting their outrage online. Yet, the outcome was evidently irreversible. Donovan felt immense pressure. The departure of the star player, leaving no trade assets behind, had dealt a significant blow to the team, transforming them from championship contenders to a squad struggling to even reach the playoffs. As head coach, he was understandably on edge. "Chris, it's your turn to step in." As an assistant coach called out Chen Zai's English name, he jogged onto the court, replacing Cameron Payne, and began today's scrimmage. A yellow-skinned player? Coach Donovan took note of the newcomer for the first time. This year's 56th pick, Sam bought the rights from the Nuggets. Here are his stats. An assistant promptly handed over Chen Zai's data report. After all, the head coach had little time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Is his physical talent decent, yet his shooting ability limited? How poor is his defense? What does Sam think? Donovan gazed incredulously at the documents, for the first time questioning Presti's judgment. As the general manager of the team, have you considered the Eastern market? Let's observe for now. If all else fails, we can assign him to the G League. After all, it's merely a two-way contract. Donovan was reluctant to expend excessive energy on such trivial matters. Swish! On the court, Chen had no time for contemplation. Thanks to a clever cut, he found an opening, and the ball handler, Victor Oladipo, immediately delivered the ball from his hands. What followed was a clean, unchallenged three-pointer. Great shot. While retreating on defense, Oladipo extended his hand for a high five. Immaculate. Victor trusts me to make the pass, he'll return the favor with an assist. Chen was aware that this was not the moment for modesty, and he unabashedly began to boast. Of course, if the opportunity in front of you is sufficiently favorable. Oladipo shrugged, having just joined the Thunder this summer. He did not mind the friendly demeanor of this newcomer with yellow skin. During the subsequent training, Chen exhibited remarkable enthusiasm in his movements and defense. With the aid of his off-ball movement and shooting badges, coupled with a three-point attribute that had reached 100, he made 5 consecutive three-pointers, finally capturing the head coach's attention. Steve, this crisp three-point shooting is more accurate than anticipated. He smiled at his assistant coach. Everyone has their moments today, might just be a lucky day for him. He didn't show this kind of performance in the summer league, the assistant replied. Perhaps, but those off-ball movements were impressive. He really created space. Donovan's face lit up with appreciation. He favored intelligent players. During the timeout, "Hey, Anthony, what on earth are you doing? Your defense is abysmal, utterly disgraceful. Are your eyes even on Chris? How many open shots have there been already?" While pleased with Chen's eyes movement, Donovan expressed his dissatisfaction with his defender, Anthony Morrow, as he approached the sideline to emphasize his point. Enhance your defensive intensity, apply pressure on Chris. Are you a rookie? Do I need to teach you this? Understood, coach. With Donovan chastising him in front of his peers, Morrow felt somewhat embarrassed, responding quietly as he prepared to increase the intensity against this yellow-skinned rookie when he returned to the court. As the scrimmage resumed, Chen could clearly sense the pressure from Morrow. He began to ramp up his intensity off the ball, employing subtle tactics and physicality that made Chen's movements increasingly challenging. Hey, damn it. Chen was not one to back down during their next encounter. He eagerly engaged with Morrow, then promptly fell to the ground. Beep. The referee blew the whistle for an off-ball foul. Smart move, this young man shows promise. Donovan smiled from the sidelines. He knows how to leverage his disadvantages into advantages. The inherent perception of his poor defense led the referee to misinterpret Anthony's actions. The assistant coach chimed in, astonished. This young man may not be as hopeless as the scouting report suggested. Let's keep a close eye on him, hopefully. He'll surprise us further. Perhaps Sam has indeed found a gem. After a long day of training, Chen returned to his rented accommodation. Lying on his bed, he gathered his thoughts. Damn, I'm exhausted. Training all day is draining. They train like this for an entire season. Who can withstand that? No wonder AI refuses to practice. I finally understand him. He sat up and rubbed his slightly sore muscles. System. Online. You previously mentioned how to earn rewards? The host earns corresponding rewards for each achievement or record completed in the NBA as per system settings. Now, the basic objectives are outlined. Score 10 points in your first NBA preseason game reward. 1 random bronze badge. Gain playing time in your first NBA regular season game reward. 1 free attribute point. For the first time in the NBA regular season, achieving 5 points rewards. 3 free attribute points. For the first time achieving a double in any statistical category in the NBA, the reward is 1 random silver badge. For the first time playing over 20 minutes in the NBA and winning, the reward is 2 random bronze badges and 3 free attribute points. No, just 1 badge with 3 points. What insult. If the neighbors see this, they might think I can't afford to play. Give me 100 points. Please, host, hold it in at this barber shop. Damn it. Forget it. The road ahead is long and arduous. Let us focus on training first and grab those preseason badges. Chen clenched his fist and turned to pick up his phone. Beep, beep. Hello, old man. It's me, Xiaoxi. How are you over there? Have you eaten? Did you sleep well last night? The elderly man expressed his concern immediately upon recognizing the caller. Old man, don't worry. I'm doing just fine. I just finished training and got home. The coaching staff can't stop praising your grandson. Cherish the last moments of running the shop. Soon, your grandson will be making $1 million a year and bring you to Oklahoma to live the good life. You little rascal, quite the confidence you have. Take care of yourself. Don't overexert. Health is the foundation of revolution. If it really gets tough, come back to Dallas. I still have some savings. You could take over this shop. It should be enough to support your family. You can rest easy. I'm not bragging. Anyway, words are just words. Wait a bit and watch the games. Ha. Chen rubbed his nose. All right, I want to keep you. I haven't eaten yet. Just want to call and let you know I'm safe. Now I'm off the cook. Okay. Go ahead. Beep, beep. The elderly man in a small diner in Dallas hung up the phone. Sighing, this kid only brings good news. Just like his father, he turned to look at the family photo on the table, took off his glasses, and wiped them. Xiao Luo, if you're watching from above, please take good care of this child. Losing his parents at such a young age, he has suffered so much. He should have had enough of that by now. That I hope he stays safe and sound in the future. As one ages, one tends to ramble. He spoke to the photo, repeating the same sentiments. Dingling, at that moment, a young Chinese couple pushed the door open and walked in. Hello? Are you still open? We're still open. What would you like to eat? The old man put his glasses back on. We do like a dish of stir-fried chives with eggs, sweet and sour ribs, and a braised eggplant, please. The man glanced at the menu and ordered a few home-style dishes. Sir, we were recommended by fellow countrymen. We want the taste of home, so please don't serve us that American-style food. All right, the old man tied on an apron. Rest assured, it will definitely taste like home. If it weren't for Americans not being accustomed to it, who would bother making that? Time flew, and before long, it was October 4th when the team arrived in Madrid, Spain, preparing to kick off the first preseason game of the season. The Thunder against Real Madrid. Accompanying the team to the venue, Chen eagerly warmed up, yearning to accomplish the task set by the system in this game. Over the past 8 days, thanks to his outstanding three-point performance, Chen learned through communication with the coaching staff that they were quite pleased with his play, and he was on the active roster for this game, ready to take the court at any moment. This was undoubtedly good news. Although it was merely a preseason game, the team clearly did not place much importance on it, focusing more on training their potential rookies. Unfortunately, Real Madrid posed significant challenges for the Thunder, leading to Chen only substituting for Alex Caruso in the third quarter. Having not yet earned the team's trust, he played merely 3 minutes, managing to score a single open three-pointer through positioning. The game extended into overtime, and ultimately, Real Madrid triumphed with a score of 142-137. Unfortunately, just 2 days later, in the second preseason game against Barcelona, Chen successfully earned playing time in the second quarter, making the most of his limited 13 minutes on the court, shooting 4 out of 5 and scoring 12 points with 1 rebound, achieving his first victory in his career. Back on the plane, Chen eagerly sought out the system. System, hurry! Open the box. Currently extracting random badges. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the badge. Death grip, bronze, oh my gosh. Whoa. Chen excitedly punched the air upon seeing the badge. I am rich. I'm rich. Let us see who says I only have 3 and no D now. Chris, after you return, visit the manager's office. Mr. Presti is looking for you. Paul Davis, a member of the uniform team, walked by and glanced at Chen puzzled by his excitement, and then relayed what seemed to be good news. Oh, okay. Double happiness. It's likely a contract offer. Chen happily put on his headphones, preparing to listen to the already downloaded audio collection of Good D Gang's crosstalk as a perfect bedtime audio. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, sir. Davis said you were looking for me. Chen entered the office. Indeed, young man. I have a contract here. Take a look and see if you have any objections. Presti smiled at the handsome young man before him. You probably don't have an agent yet? No, I haven't found one yet. Chen replied while quickly glancing at the contract in his hands. 2 years for $1.1 million, with a team option in the second year. A very realistic low offer. However, it was still somewhat acceptable, considering it was almost a gamble relative to his current performance. Although this might just be a trivial gamble for the Thunder, this is a fully guaranteed contract for the first year. I believe you wouldn't refuse it, young man. I have high hopes for you. Presti understood Chen's current situation. Of course, it's an honor to be regarded highly by you. No one would question your vision in this league. Regardless, this somewhat represented a foothold in the league, marking Chen's first step in the NBA, leaving him with no choice but to accept. Work hard, and I believe you will soon need an agent. Presti joked with a smile, frequently attending the training sessions to observe the team. In his view, Chen had high emotional intelligence and got along well with his teammates, showing great enthusiasm on the court. even to the point of being somewhat fierce. Unfortunately, in competitive sports, strength is everything, and he hoped Chen would seize the opportunity to remain with an NBA-level team, believing it would greatly benefit his growth. Clearly, even Presti did not have a very optimistic view of Chen-Shi's future. After all, he was still just an ordinary person, lacking the so-called heavenly I rumored about him, if he truly had such abilities. He would not have let Harden go for a mere few million. Hey, Chris, come over to my house for dinner tonight, Russell Westbrook said as Chen-Shi returned to the training facility. I'd be happy to. I just didn't know what to eat tonight. Chen-Shi naturally wouldn't refuse an invitation from the team's star player. Moreover, Westbrook was well known for his good nature and personality off the court. In the evening, Chen-Shi rode in Westbrook's Ferrari F12, arriving at his home. Damn, is this what a supercar feels like? This is amazing. Chen-Shi genuinely envied the all-star player with financial capabilities. Oh, you like it? Let us make a deal. If you get promoted to the starting lineup, I'll gift you a car. Really, Godfather? Westbrook chuckled while joking with Chen-Shi. His special attention toward Chen-Shi stemmed from their recent interactions. After training every day, he often saw this young man putting in extra work. Who wouldn't like a diligent person, especially someone who is already hard-working? This past summer, Westbrook was deeply hurt by Durant's betrayal. But thankfully, with his strong core, he quickly recovered. This year, he aimed to demonstrate through his performance that the Thunder remained a strong team, even without Durant, that he wanted to show Durant that his choice was a mistake. Basketball is not a one-man game. Westbrook naturally understood that even the great Kobe needed help from players like Gasol, Artest, and Odom. Thus, he was consciously scouting for potential teammates, hoping to help them improve. At that moment, Chen-Shi happened to catch his eye. After a brief exchange, it became evident that this young man unexpectedly resonated with him. He possessed a refreshing confidence and openness, distinct from the other Asian individuals he had encountered, and demonstrated a remarkable ability to gauge the nuances of conversation. The rapport they shared made Westbrook feel at ease, and he had no qualms about offering this new little brother some encouragement. Wow, when are we going to select the lineup? By the time the car arrives, I'll surely be in the starting position, Chen-Shi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Forget it, I seriously doubt you can outshine Victor. Westbrook unhesitatingly doused Chen-Shi's enthusiasm with cold water. Why does it have to be Victor? Why can't it be you who gets pushed out of the starting lineup? Chen-Shi retorted playfully. You should probably ponder such matters while you're sleeping, rookie. The two exchanged laughter as they entered Westbrook's luxurious abode, and on October 12th, the Thunder faced off against the Dallas Mavericks. The once mighty German tank, now 38, appeared to be waning, while the 28-year-old blue sports car was in its prime. The Mavericks' desolation was palpable. Darren Williams, for years Westbrook Sr., had not been the same since leaving the Jazz, no longer the formidable player who once dined, slept, and competed against Paul. Though he was quite impressive during his first 2 years with the Nets, his performance with the Mavericks had diminished significantly. As a heavy guard, he now struggled to keep pace with Westbrook. Fortunately, it was merely a preseason game, and Westbrook was substituted early. The Thunder's playmaker role transitioned to the young Oladipo, while Chen-Shi took the court, assuming the shooting guard position, facing off against the 32-year-old J. Barea. Notably, all three Maverick starters were born in 1984, including Bogut, with both Darren and Barea sharing the same birthday of June 26th. An intriguing coincidence. The youngest player on the entire starting roster was the 1992-born Harrison Barnes. The sight of three 32-year-olds and one 38-year-old was somewhat disheartening. Meanwhile, the neighboring Spurs, often labeled as aging, had successfully identified their succession plan, whereas the Mavericks' new king appeared to be a distant prospect. Despite having arrived in 2018 faced with the weary Mavericks, Chen-Shi showed no mercy, dashing along the three-point line in search of opportunities during his limited playing time, leveraging his exceptional three-point shooting and shooting badges. He scored 15 points on 5 of 7 shooting, while also showcasing his defensive prowess against Mavericks backup guard Devin Harris, leaving the spectators, including Donovan, impressed. As time progressed, the Thunder secured victories against the Timberwolves, Nuggets, and Mavericks, concluding the 16-17 preseason with 3 consecutive wins. Chen-Shi's outstanding performance, averaging 18 minutes per game with 15.3 points, 1.3 rebounds, 0.6 assists, and 1 steal, successfully garnered the coaching staff's favor. Unsurprisingly, on October 25th, His name appeared on the roster released by the team. Chris, it seems you are one step closer to a Ferrari. Westbrook sent a congratulatory text that day. That's why I said we should have gone for the selection that day. Chen, she replied joyfully, then turned to the kitchen to prepare himself a celebratory meal. Suddenly, a segment of a Chinese song reached his ears. Chen, she answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? Hello. I speak with Chris Chen. A man's voice resonated on the line. Yes, what can I do for you? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Darren Moon, and I am a professional agent. As far as I know, you have yet to sign with an agent. Correct? The man's tone exuded confidence that, you have some time. Perhaps we could discuss further. Indeed, I do not have an agent. Chen Shi, still transitioning from an ordinary life, had forgotten that he was now an NBA player earning hundreds of thousands of dollars annually before tax. Even marginal players are still part of the NBA. A thin camel is still larger than a horse, which makes them worthy of some professional agent's attention. Moreover, being of Chinese descent, there exists potential to tap into the Chinese market. Are you currently in Oklahoma? Of course, sir. Please provide me with an address. Would it be convenient for me to visit tomorrow? All right, tomorrow it is. Chen Shi shared his address before hanging up, unsure of the reliability of this agent. However, with no other agents reaching out, it was worth exploring. Agents could assist in alleviating numerous mundane tasks, albeit for a fee, akin to a personal concierge. Without one, communication with the team and negotiations with businesses for endorsements would require his direct involvement, which could be somewhat bothersome. As Chen Shi contemplated these matters, he continued preparing his meal. Today's menu: spicy beef, stir-fry rice, an occasional home-cooked dish, not a daily occurrence. He typically maintains a regimen of nutritious meals for his physique. The next day, Darren Moon arrived at Chen Shi's residence. Forgive my candor, but your address is rather secluded. It took some effort to navigate here, yet I am relieved to have arrived on time. That a well-dressed, middle-aged man entered with a smile. UVE reminded me, I should prepare to relocate soon, as this place is rather far from the arena. If we successfully finalize our agreement, I will take care of such minor details. Allow me to briefly outline how I can assist you. Without immediately finalizing a contract, Chen Shi, while satisfied with Moon's demeanor, was reluctant to make a hasty decision based solely on one meeting, especially since he was now in the position of authority. Given that he had already signed a guaranteed contract, it was unlikely he would secure endorsements in the short term, thus diminishing his immediate need for an agent. After all, as the saying goes, trust is built over time. That if only I could find a beautiful female agent, he mused that on October 27th, the Thunder faced the Philadelphia 76ers. Arriving early at the Wells Fargo Center, the Thunder engaged in warm-ups with enthusiasm. The 76ers were not a formidable team, and everyone hoped to commence the regular season with a resounding victory. That on September 30th, the 76ers announced that the 2016 first overall pick, Ben Simmons, had sprained his ankle during training. X-rays and MRI results revealed a fracture of the fifth metatarsal in Simmons' right foot, with an uncertain return date. In recent seasons, the 76ers have been plagued by a cycle of frequent injuries among rookies. In 2013, they acquired Nerlens Noel, the sixth overall pick, through a trade, but he missed his entire rookie season due to a knee injury. In 2014, they selected Joel Embiid third overall, only for him to sit out 2 consecutive seasons due to injuries. In 2015, they again picked third, selecting Jahlil Okafor, who was sidelined early in the season due to a right knee injury. This year, the nightmare had befallen Simmons that a metatarsal fracture is a common sports injury, typically requiring 6 to 8 weeks for full recovery, meaning Simmons would undoubtedly miss the season's opener. Plagued by injuries, the 76ers' only reliance now lay with Joel Embiid, who was set to make his regular season debut. With hopes that he would perform to the level the team expected of him, the anticipation grew as the game approached. As the match was about to commence, the starting lineups for both teams were announced. The Thunder's starting lineup consisted of Russell Westbrook, Victor Oladipo, Steven Adams, Domantas Sabonis, and Andre Roberson. The 76ers' starting lineup included Joel Embiid, Robert Covington, Gerald Henderson, Dario Saric, and Sergio Rodriguez. However, the Thunder's roster was somewhat lackluster. None of the starters were proficient shooters, with Oladipo barely qualifying as one. Andre Roberson stood out among them, excelling in defense but lacking offensive capabilities that met NBA standards. Those who have witnessed the Thunder's performance are well aware of the team's offensive struggles, characterized by a tendency for players to travel even when unguarded and a lack of finesse in finishing at the rim. Much of their scoring relies on fast breaks or cuts to the basket for dunks. Of course, if we were to consider his potential, little Sabonis does possess considerable talent, but he still has a long way to go in the 2016 league. Deploying such a lineup with 5 players reluctant to shoot is undoubtedly a step against the prevailing trends. The team's spacing has deteriorated to an extreme degree, making it hard to fathom that this very team reached the Western Conference Finals last season, managing to push the 73-win Warriors to a challenging 3-1 deficit. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. From the outset, the Thunder found themselves in a scoring drought, facing a 76ers team with poor defensive discipline. Westbrook attempted to orchestrate the offense by facilitating his teammates. However, the inability to capitalize on successive opportunities caused Coach Donovan to furrow his brow in concern. Conversely, the 76ers seized the chance to execute 2 fast breaks, establishing a 5-0 lead at this juncture. Westbrook could no longer contain himself. He stepped up at the top of the arc for an isolation play, deftly maneuvering past Rodriguez for a mid-range jumper that finally put points on the board for his team, avoiding a humiliating goose egg. Yet the offensive woes persisted. Aside from Westbrook, no one else could score. Without shooting threats or perimeter strategies, the Thunder relied solely on Westbrook's individual brilliance and a plethora of screens and cuts to the basket. Regrettably, the starting players on this day failed to maintain even a semblance of finishing efficiency around the rim. Following Embiid's successful turnaround jumper from the free throw line, the score stood at 2-10. After Westbrook's drive to the basket was swatted away by Embiid, Coach Donovan could no longer bear to watch and called for a timeout. "Chris, get ready to enter," Donovan instructed, signaling for Chen to replace Oladipo. Steven set a screen for Chris along the baseline, ensuring he has adequate space to shoot when he arrives at the corner. Donovan was no fool. Why not utilize a shooter? Adding another spacing option on the court could create additional opportunities for Westbrook at the rim, rather than facing a defense where at least 3 opponents were camped out waiting to swat away Thunder players. "Wow, what do we have here? An Asian player," exclaimed Hubie Brown from the commentary booth, as he observed Chen donning the Thunder's number 3 jersey and stepping onto the court. "I had no idea Oklahoma had signed an Asian player, and so early in the rotation. Is he their secret weapon?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, humorously expressing his skepticism regarding the Asian player's capabilities. "Oh, let me see. This is a Chinese-American, the 56th pick this year," Hubie continued, scrutinizing his notes. "But a shooter? It seems Donovan has recognized the team's issues and hopes to improve spacing. Let us wish him luck." Without time to dwell on the commentary's jests, Chen, filled with excitement as he stepped onto the court for the first time in the regular season, had just received a system notification, signifying he had achieved another milestone. Although the reward amounted to a meager 1 attribute point, even the smallest gains count. System, allocated to perimeter defense. Acknowledged, allocation complete. Save it? What a joke. I can't hoard a single point. This little mouse will never amount to anything. Chen chuckled as he glanced at his attributes. Chen's attributes read: physical gifts, height 196 cm, wingspan 208 cm, weight 88 kilograms. Attribute panel, mid-range 76, 3.100, free throws 55, ball handling 60, passing 45, drive 45, on-ball defense 71, help defense 55, rebounding 45, strength 48, speed 58, stamina 62, blocking 30, stealing 40, finishing at the rim 70 badges. Catch and shoot, silver. Quick draw, silver. Corner specialist, bronze. Off-ball movement, silver. Clamps, bronze. Evaluation, lacking in all aspects except for 3-point shooting. Is your goal to become Novak? Thanks to recent extensive training, a few of Chen's statistics saw slight improvements alongside the system's allocations. What are you grinning about? Focus, the game has started. Westbrook passed by, giving Chen a playful pat. "Laughing as I inch closer to a Ferrari." Chen responded with a grin, then sprinted to his position. Beep! The whistle blew, and the game resumed, with the Thunder in possession. Westbrook passed the ball to Sabonis and immediately ran to receive it back, driving to the basket behind Sabonis' screen. The 76ers quickly collapsed their defense. with Embiid lurking in the paint, effectively closing off Westbrook's lane. However, this time was different. With a flick of his wrist, Westbrook passed the ball to the corner. There awaited Chen, who had circled around Adams' off-ball screen to the left corner. Finding himself completely unguarded due to the 76ers' defensive collapse, with a simple adjustment, he leaped and shot in one fluid motion. Swish, 3. On his way back on defense, he exchanged a light high-five with Westbrook. "Good shot, rookie. You want to be a rookie much longer, huh?" Westbrook exclaimed, evidently exhilarated. The game continued, and the 76ers, after simple ball movement, found Embiid at the free throw line for a shot, but this time he could not maintain his rhythm. Westbrook snatched the rebound and executed a long pass to Roberson, who easily added 2 more points, making the score 7-10.76ers. Head coach Brett Brown, known for his background as a Spurs assistant, was visibly frustrated with his team's lack of defensive discipline. Although the team faced no pressure to perform this season, he certainly felt the weight of his own career as performance affecting his future opportunities. In the NBA, coaching changes occur every season, and few can boast a tenure as lengthy as Popovich's. Fortunately, the sound of his furious shouts had some effect, instilling a sense of urgency in the 76ers players. They demonstrated remarkable patience in their next offensive possession, executing a series of movements that ultimately led to an opportunity for Covington, who scored on a layup. The Thunder mounted another offensive attempt. Westbrook held the ball at the arc after a screen from Sabonis. He took a shot that missed, but Adams grabbed a rebound and passed it back to Westbrook, this time with Chen setting screen. Westbrook surged toward the free throw line while Chen, utilizing Roberson's off-ball screen, once again found himself open. The ball met him perfectly. Swish, another three-pointer. 10-12. Donovan nodded in approval from the sidelines. Chen had seized both of his opportunities, significantly enhancing his impact on the court. With an additional perimeter scoring option, Westbrook's drives became even more threatening, diversifying the team's offensive choices. Sure enough, the quick-witted Westbrook soon made another steal and drove to the basket, intentionally opting for a finish from the left side. Rodriguez, stationed in the left corner, hesitated to collapse on Westbrook, allowing him an easy finish. The score was now tied at 12 after Chen's entry. The Thunder unleashed a 10-2 offensive surge, prompting Coach Brett Brown to call a timeout in desperation. Wow. The Thunder have executed an astonishing offensive display, penetrating the 76ers defense, exclaimed commentator Hubie Brown. This young Chinese player has successfully capitalized on his opportunities, hitting consecutive three-pointers that revealed vulnerabilities in the 76ers defense, prompting them to hesitate in their aggressive double teams on Westbrook. It appears that the series of moves orchestrated by the Thunder this summer might not have been a complete failure after all. Ha ha ha! I need you to double team decisively. Collapse the defense. What are you afraid of? Can that 56 pick really shoot us down? Just 2 3-pointers. He can't keep making them. Brett Brown bellowed at his players. The Thunder's primary threat has always been Westbrook. They couldn't contain him when Durant was present. Without Durant, how could they still falter? Wouldn't that make Durant's departure seem in vain? Stay focused. Adhere to my strategy. 1 or 2 3-pointers won't alter the outcome. Rejuvenated, the 76ers returned to the court, ready to implement their coach's directives. However, the ensuing events left them utterly astonished. Wow, that's the 5th 3-pointer. The 76ers appeared bewildered, allowing Chen to gain several open shots. It is quite difficult not to question the coaching prowess of Brett Brown. Chen's 3-point shooting prowess, reaching a staggering rating of 100. Along with his array of shooting badges, has undeniably taken a toll on the 76ers' defensive strategy. Bravo, Chris. That's the spirit. Light them up. Russell Westbrook exuberantly rushed over to chest bump Chen, while Chen scored 15 points in a single quarter. He also racked up 4 assists. What thrilled him even more was that, despite the team trailing 2-10 at the beginning, they managed to explode against the 76ers, transforming the score to 27-15 before the first quarter ended. An exhilarating comeback. Damn it, can someone tell me where this yellow-skin number 3 emerged from? Why is he so accurate? Did he steal Ray Allen's or Klay Thompson's shooting package? The 76ers fans on the sidelines were apoplectic, as if they had swallowed something foul. They had anticipated that with the acquisition of Ben Simmons, the successor to Magic Johnson, coupled with the return of a healthy Joel Embiid, they would achieve great things. But the stark contrast between reality and fantasy was unbearable for them. Although Simmons was sidelined due to injury, the 76ers' performance was evidently unsatisfactory. Even the KD-less Thunder could score against us 25-5. This team is utterly abysmal. The noise from the sidelines inevitably affected the players on the court. Embiid covered his face with a towel, but had expected this game to be his stage, only to find himself serving as a stepping stone for that diminutive number 3, enabling his rise to fame while marking himself with the pillar of shame. Damn it, we need to change our strategy. That Chris Chen is indeed quite accurate. Rodriguez, it's up to you to take on that kid. Apply pressure to prevent him from receiving the ball, while the others maintain normal rotations and keep an eye on weak side help defense. Sever the connection between Westbrook and Chen completely. I refuse to believe that number 3 can still initiate an offensive play. Brett Brown regretted his earlier decisions. He had bet wrong, and Chen nearly shot them to oblivion. Not until the conclusion of the first quarter did he fully awaken to the realization that Chen was not merely having a lucky streak, but indeed possessed that level of shooting talent, prompting him to hastily devise a new defensive strategy. The new plan proved effective, successfully limiting Chen's ability to receive the ball in the second quarter, even when he managed to receive a couple of passes. The shot opportunities were far from ideal, leaving the currently inept Chen with no choice but to pass the ball out again. The strategy was sound, but regrettably, it was implemented too late. The early substitution of Oladipo had him bursting with energy, and in the second quarter he wreaked havoc, effortlessly scoring from mid-range and three-point territory, penetrating the 76ers' defense once more. Ultimately, the 76ers suffered a significant defeat, losing the game 87-108, bitterly swallowing the fruit of failure. In this match, Westbrook played for 36 minutes, achieving a near triple-double with 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 15 assists, leading the team to a triumphant start. Chen played for 23 minutes, shooting 7 of 11, with 6 of 9 from three-point range, and 2 of 2 from the free throw line, amassing 22 points, including a remarkable 5 of 6 from beyond the arc in a single quarter, which also shattered the NBA rookie record for three-pointers in a single quarter. I'm just making this up. I couldn't find out who holds this record or how many they made. So let us pretend it doesn't exist. But he successfully etched a bold stroke on the canvas of his career milestones. After the game, unexpectedly, Chen found himself facing a reporter for an interview. "Hello, Chen, I am Zhou Lingen," a reporter from Tencent Sports, said a delicately featured, gracefully built female journalist, fluent in English, as she approached Chen. "Hello, I am Chen. Wow, your Chinese is excellent." "Yes, although I'm American. My family has communicated in Chinese since my childhood, so it can be considered my mother tongue." "That's wonderful. I will interview you in Chinese then." Zhou Lingen smiled, as a rookie coming off the bench in your debut, scoring 22 points. How do you feel? What contributed to your success? "Of course, I am extremely excited. I never expected to achieve such a high score that I merely followed the coach's arrangements, adhered to the tactics, and did my best to seize every shooting opportunity. That's all." While Chen was engaged in the interview, he remained oblivious to the impending danger. Westbrook hastily concluded his interview, requested a cup of ice water from the staff on the sidelines, and then stealthily snuck up behind Chen, dumping the water over his head. "What the hell?" Chen jolted, suddenly alert. "Damn it, Russell!" Chen shouted at the retreating Westbrook, but evidently there was no way to chase him down and give him a good kick. He could only helplessly utter a threat before turning back to continue the interview. "You two seem to have a great relationship," remarked Zhou Lingen. "Of course, he is a very kind person. During my time at the Thunder, he has helped me immensely." Back in the locker room, taking advantage of the changing time, Donovan briefly shared his thoughts on the day's performance. "Well done, gentlemen. We've secured a triumphant start to the season. I must emphasize that it's largely thanks to Russell's contributions. Every minute he spent on the court was a boon to the team. He is undoubtedly an exceptional leader, and I hope you can maintain your enthusiasm. Stay active and continue to contribute your energy to the team." Donovan pointed with a smile at the Thunder's current leader. At the same time, we should also applaud Chris for his outstanding performance. He seized every opportunity and helped the team weather the most challenging moments, scoring 22 points, which is an indispensable contribution to our victory today. And of course, we must acknowledge Victor, Steven, and Andre, all of whom performed remarkably. Let us give ourselves a round of applause for our impressive displays. The players erupted in enthusiastic applause. No one dislikes victory. The atmosphere within the Thunder was reassuring, devoid of any melodramatic conflicts. Just a group of pure professional basketball athletes. As the nascent season commenced, everyone's focus was solely on winning, driven by a fervent desire for victory that spurred them to run on the court. The following day, the plane flew back to Oklahoma, where they would face the Phoenix Suns at home a day later. Upon landing, Chen returned home early. Detection indicates that the host has completed multiple achievements and rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on achieving the task of scoring 5 points in your first NBA regular season game. You have received a reward of 3 free attribute points. Congratulations on achieving the task of recording a double-digit statistic for the first time in the NBA. You have received a reward of a random silver badge. Congratulations on achieving the task of playing over 20 minutes in your first NBA game and winning. You have received a reward of 2 random bronze badges and 3 free attribute points. Detection indicates that the host has successfully surpassed the first series of records, achieving the milestone, Rookie on the Road, and has received a reward of 5 free attribute points and 1 random silver badge. The second series of record indicators is now being issued. First time achieving double-digit statistics in a regular season game. Reward, 10 free attribute points. First time scoring 30 points in a regular season game. Reward, 3 random bronze badges and 1 bronze badge upgrade token. First time receiving the Player of the Week award. Reward, 10 free attribute points and 1 random silver badge. First time receiving the Player of the Month award. Reward, 15 free attribute points and 1 random gold badge. First time receiving the Rookie of the Month award. Reward, 10 free attribute points and 1 random bronze badge. Receiving the Rookie of the Year award. Reward, 15 free attribute points and 1 random silver badge. Total career points surpassing 500. Reward, 5 free attribute points and 1 designated bronze badge. Total career points surpassing 1,000. Reward, 5 free attribute points and 1 designated silver badge. Total career points surpassing 5,000. Reward, 10 free attribute points and 1 designated silver badge. Total career points surpassing 10,000. Reward, 15 free attribute points and 1 designated silver badge. Selected for the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Reward, 10 free attribute points and 1 bronze badge upgrade token. First time winning the All-Star 3-point contest. Reward, 1 random shooting badge, silver, and 1 bronze badge upgrade token. First time winning the All-Star Slam Dunk contest. Reward, 1 random finishing badge, silver, and 1 bronze badge upgrade token. First time winning the All-Star Skills Challenge. Reward, 1 random playmaking badge, silver, and 1 bronze badge upgrade token. First time selected for the All-Star Game. Reward, 20 free attribute points. Point 1 for the home team. Gio, oh yeah. The badge promotion device likely holds its literal meaning. After processing the information, Chen soared with excitement, bouncing around the room. System, allocate 9 points to defense and 2 points to speed. The points allocation was completed, enhancing the host defensive attribute to 80. The points allocation was completed, elevating the host speed attribute to 60. Extracting badge. The system announced, proceeding to draw random badges. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the badge. Precision shooter, silvered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the badge. Defensive expert, bronze. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the badge. Step 1 master, bronze. The allocation of points and the equipping of badges have been completed. The system advises the host to practice diligently to swiftly adapt to these abilities. Wondrous indeed, your splendid system. Chen felt an exhilarating itch of excitement. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm off to play street ball. Chen gathered his things, picked up the ball from the corner of the room, and walked toward the door. He had learned that a street ball court was just 2 kilometers away, and tonight he would experience what it meant to chase that basketball dream. The new Lin Madness? The youthful 56 pick made a dazzling debut, scoring 22 points. An astounding display of scoring explosiveness, hitting 5 consecutive three-pointers in a single quarter. Presti's remarkable eye for talent. The last time a gem was found from such a low draft position was in San Antonio. In just 1 game, Chen, she captivated the Oklahoma media to the extent that some abstract commentators began to make outrageous claims. KD must be regretting his departure. We have a new hope. Chris is better than you. Of course, it was only the media in Oklahoma City that was so fervent, while other teams clearly scoffed at such hype. How could a player, so blatantly left open by tactics, receive such praise after merely one game? It was truly laughable. Just look at how Chris performed after the 76ers adjusted their defensive strategy in the following 3 quarters. He is merely an Asian player with decent shooting skills. He pales in comparison to Jeremy, let alone KD. The media in Oklahoma must have been delirious to make such embarrassing statements. Philadelphia's media, of course, would not indulge them, adhering to the spirit of "we lost, but you didn't," and engaging in a war of words from afar. Amidst the smoke of this media battle, a day passed in the blink of an eye. On October 29th at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, the Thunder faced off against the Phoenix Suns. Devin Booker, the 13th pick of 2015, ranked behind LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Kevin Durant, has become the 4th youngest player in NBA history to score 1,000 points, embodying the hope of rebuilding for this team. Last season, Earl Watson was thrust into the interim head coach role during a crisis, and this season he gained the management support to become the Suns' new head coach. Coupled with the Suns' acquisition of 2 top 10 draft picks, 19-year-old forwards Dragan Bender and Marquise Chris, along with the nurturing of young talents like the towering Ryan, the current roster is brimming with potential. In the new season, Watson not only hopes for Eric Bledsoe and Brandon Knight to overcome their injury woes and ensure their presence, but also wishes for veterans Dudley and Chandler to leverage their experience to support the growth of the young forwards. As the arena DJ vibrantly announced the players, the Thunder's roster entered the court one by one. However, as a substitute, since she did not enjoy such treatment, he obediently stood aside, watching as the star player entertained the audience with his signature roar. It was hard not to marvel at the exaggerated team cohesion in Oklahoma City. Although it is a small market, the atmosphere is electric. This is merely the regular season. One can only imagine how spectacular the blue ocean of fans will be during the playoffs. The Chesapeake Energy Arena may very well deserve the title of one of the league's most intimidating home courts. The Suns' starting lineup consisted of Devin Booker, T.J. Warren, Eric Bledsoe, Jared Dudley, and Tyson Chandler, a lineup that, at first glance, seems rather mediocre. Booker and Warren are still young, while the 34-year-old veteran has entered the twilight of his career, far from his prime. As the whistle blew, the game officially commenced. Though aging, the veteran is still capable of impressive feats, easily leaping past Adams to gain possession. Bledsoe brought the ball up the court and organized the offense, but an ill-timed pass nearly resulted in a steal from Westbrook. Fortunately, he managed to retain possession and pass to Booker, who capitalized on Westbrook's misstep to sink a 3-pointer. Turning back, Westbrook's attempt to drive the lane failed, allowing the Suns to counterattack, with Booker hitting a mid-range jumper. Luckily, Oladipo's fast break drew a foul from Warren, who converted both free throws to stabilize the situation. The Suns attacked again, with Bledsoe opting to lob the ball to the position Booker. Booker, back to Westbrook, attempted to back him down, but after a couple of confrontations, he lost his position and had a pass to Chandler at the top of the key, who was subsequently stripped by Roberson. A fast break opportunity. Roberson and Adams raced down the court, but Roberson's classic drive to the rim failed, resulting in another turnover, a nightly ritual for the Thunder. Both teams initially tried to implement their strategies, but neither seemed effective. The Thunder's offensive threat was lacking, and Booker struggled against the robust Westbrook. However, the Suns quickly found a solution. T.J. Warren deftly sidestepped Roberson and drove to the basket, finishing with a layup amid contact. Warren's speed left Roberson trailing. Following another missed shot by the Thunder, Dudley capitalized on Sabonis' lack of defense to hit a 3-pointer from the arc, bringing the score to 10-2 to once again a familiar start. However, Coach Donovan did not call upon Chen, choosing instead to continue trusting Oladipo. Oladipo did not disappoint, quickly nailing a turnaround jumper. Yet Warren responded immediately with a mid-range shot of his own. The team's offense stagnated, and Westbrook attempted to orchestrate the play. Yet aside from Oladipo, no one else could provide a response. 7 minutes into the game, the team found themselves trailing 25-12, a deficit of 13 points. Donovan called for a timeout. "Guys, be patient. We still have plenty of time. Don't rush your shots, but look for the right opportunities. After a brief reminder to his players, Donovan substituted Chen for Westbrook, attempting to explore a different lineup combination. However, the Suns were not the 76ers. Their defense was not extreme, and Oladipo's driving threat was clearly not on par with Westbrook. Throughout the first quarter, Chen struggled to find comfortable opportunities, only managing a rushed shot as the 24-second clock was about to expire, which missed the mark. The dazzling debut of the 56th pick from the last game was unable to continue its magic in this one. On the commentary panel, Kenny Smith remarked to Mike Fratello, "It's evident that the Suns have reviewed the Thunder's game footage, assigning Bledsoe to closely guard Chen. He had ample opportunities to shoot and lacks other ball handling skills. Ultimately, he is too one-dimensional. Donovan perhaps placed too much faith in this rookie of Asian descent, as his entrance did not alter the course of the game as the second quarter commenced. Chen returned alongside Westbrook. Donovan had not lost faith in him due to a momentary setback, which was a positive sign. However, he also recognized that some changes were necessary, that you're still in the game, kid." Booker, feeling buoyant from his team's substantial lead, taunted Chen as he approached. "If I were your coach, I'd keep you glued to the bench. Who would expect a guard who can only shoot open threes? Sour radish, don't eat it." Chen retorted dismissively, choosing not to engage further in banter, and instead resorted to a well-known American insult. Booker's face visibly darkened. "Your mouth is as bad as your skills." Chen had no time for further exchanges with Booker. He pushed past him and sprinted toward the baseline as the game began. Yet, Booker was unwilling to let him off the hook, closely pursuing him while continuing his verbal jabs. Chen received the ball using Roberson's screen. But the screen was insufficient, allowing Booker to easily navigate around it and once again close in on Chen. "You yellow-skinned kid, you won T-score on me. With your dribbling skills, a little pressure, and you'll be lost." "Rookie." Chen ignored Booker's trash talk. Entering a triple threat position, his thoughts focused on the newly acquired badges. His breaking attribute was still too low. He could only rely on the badges. Chen observed Booker's steadfast footwork, which had not wavered, but rather advanced closer. He resolved without hesitation. After executing a powerful drive, he swiftly took his first step, his bronze emblem shimmering in the upper right corner of his vision, instantly elevating his speed to an entirely new level. In a masterful move, Chen glided past Booker, creating a separation, and without a moment's pause, executed a sudden stop for a jump shot. The basketball danced upon the rim a few times before gracefully settling into the net. "Getting past you is as effortless as my grandmother crossing the road at dawn." This classic taunt floated lightly into Booker's ears, igniting a fire of indignation within him. "FK. It's just luck this time. How dare you?" Booker, flustered, approached Chen and gave him a shove. Cunning and seasoned, Chen certainly seized this opportunity, collapsing to the floor with a calculated flourish, even managing to exert a slight force with his foot, propelling himself 2 meters away. It was a classic falling goose maneuver. The referee's whistle pierced the air as players from both sides quickly converged. "Damn it, he's acting. Can't you see how obvious it is?" Booker, his eyes ablaze, attempted to reason with the referee, but was promptly pulled back by Bledsoe. The referee had already issued a stern warning with his gaze. Any further provocation would result in a technical foul. Meanwhile, Chen grasped Westbrook's pant leg. "Help me up first, though, come on. If I don't pull him up, he'll definitely rush to confront Booker." Westbrook retorted, agitated, "Don't worry, I won't come harm." Chen reassured, calming Westbrook's evident agitation before striding toward the sidelines that a foul was called on Booker for pushing, granting possession to the Thunder. Wow. Booker and Chen are in a verbal spat. I wonder what they are saying? Booker looks utterly furious. Kenny Smith observed the chaotic scene on the court. Chen deftly maneuvered past Booker, sinking a mid-range jumper that seemed to irk Booker, who had just been thoroughly outplayed. Mike Fratello commented on the recent exchange, noting, "It appears Chen isn't merely a sharpshooter. Haha." However, he still concluded the play with a shot, but the speed and stride of that drive were indeed unexpected. I am now even more eager for the rest of the game. Yet, the one to respond to that anticipation was not Chen, but rather Russell Westbrook, seemingly incensed by his little brother being knocked down. Westbrook was determined to unleash his fury as the game resumed. He charged into the Suns' paint with an explosive drive, executing his signature C-shaped axe dunk with ferocity, wreaking havoc on the rim. Upon landing, he let out a roar towards the fans behind the baseline, declaring his dominance over the arena. The hoop seemed to retort, "So, am I not your home court anymore?" There was no time to mourn for the rim, as the next to take the stage was the future triple-double king, MVP, two-time scoring champion, and three-time assist leader, Russell Westbrook, fully unleashed. In an instant, the feud between Chen and Booker became trivial. The Suns, despite their best efforts and Coach Dave Joerger's strategic maneuvers, found it impossible to contain this unleashed tiger. In the ensuing game, Westbrook showcased a blend of shooting and driving prowess, finishing with 50 points, 13 rebounds, and 12 assists, utterly decimating the Suns. Unbelievable. Russell Westbrook, a 50-point triple-double. He is the basketball deity of the night, Kenny Smith exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement and admiration. The new king of the Thunder had officially ascended. Let us cheer for him. An unparalleled performance. The most versatile player on this planet. Who can stop him? Truly astounding. Is he even human? A 50-point triple-double display. In no time, Westbrook's magnificent performance spread throughout the league. With media outlets brimming with praise, no one dared to utter a single negative word. What a pathetic display. As fervently as they praise him now, they will vilify him later. That's just how the media operates. After the game, Chen, having completed extra practice, sat in the locker room, observing the rampant glorification online. Reflecting on the future media narrative surrounding Westbrook, he couldn't help but sigh. Poor guy. I shall come to your rescue. Chris, are you heading back? At that moment, Oladipo entered. Yes, I need to head back early today. I have plans for tomorrow. Chen smiled at the man before him. The future Kobe had indeed earned his reputation. As Oladipo's extra training sessions, while not yet at their most intense, were already quite rigorous. Among those Chen knew, his dedication could only be described as legendary. After a quick shower, Chen returned to his home and pulled out his phone to review his statistics. Shooting 5 for 8, with 2 for 4 from beyond the arc, he recorded 12 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals. Although Westbrook's sudden explosion had limited his shot opportunities, his shooting percentage remained respectable. Additionally, thanks to his relentless defense and a lockdown defender badge, he had thoroughly vexed Booker. The thought of Booker's disgruntled expression made Chen grin widely. Despite Booker's 18 points on 6 for 25 shooting, including 1 for 9 from 3 and 5 for 7 from the line, his abysmal efficiency significantly harmed the team and was a major factor in the Suns' loss. Chen, Westbrook, and Oladipo had relentlessly applied pressure on Booker throughout the game, leaving him in discomfort. In contrast, T.J. Warren was highly efficient, making 13 of 18 shots, 1 of 2 from 3, and 3 of 4 from the line, scoring 30 points, making life difficult for Roberson and Ilyasova. Furthermore, Bledsoe's 0 for 7 from 3 was also a significant contribution to the Suns' woes. Look at you trying to show off. I'll make you miserable. Chen chuckled heartily while gazing at Booker's profile and his dismal statistics on his phone. Once my skills are perfected, you won't even be able to catch a whiff of my exhaust. Without waiting for a decision on a sports agent, Chen sought out a real estate agent online. Having just received his paycheck for the week, he found his wallet to be somewhat more comfortable, allowing him to prepare for a new rental. After all, no one wished to wake up early each day, wasting precious time commuting to work. After a day of searching, he finally settled on a target. Chen found an apartment close to the arena, facilitating his training routines. Rent in Oklahoma City was relatively affordable. At $700 per month for a one-bedroom with a kitchen and bathroom, that IT was within reasonable limits, as he was currently living alone and did not require an expansive space. Once I establish my reputation this year, the team should look to extend my contract early. Then I can sign a substantial deal and consider purchasing a nicer place. Chen brimmed with hope for the future. He had long coveted Westbrook's grand villa and was determined to acquire one of his own eventually. After glancing once more at the physical data listed by the system, he sighed. After moving, I still need to train. I cannot afford a pause. The road ahead is long as October's final day arrived. The Thunder prepared to host the challenge from the Los Angeles Lakers in the wake of Kobe's recent retirement. Lakers fans found themselves in a state of confusion. still searching for a suitable successor to help the storied franchise regain its former glory. The internal struggles within the Buss family, Lakers stakeholders, further complicated matters, as this summer, Jim Buss had locked in contract for 4 years and $64 million with Mozgov and 4 years and $72 million with Deng, significantly constraining the team's salary cap, merely to vex the incoming Genie Buss. Adding to the turmoil was the recent Leak-Gate incident, which resulted in the team's once promising rookie, D'Angelo Russell, becoming isolated by his teammates. The incident's victim, Nick Young, openly stated he would never forgive him. This atmosphere rendered the team's dynamic extremely toxic, leaving the Lakers' rebuilding efforts seemingly endless. Upon arriving at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, the Lakers quickly warmed up before retreating to the locker room to await the start of the game. Lakers starters included D'Angelo Russell, Julius Randle, Nick Young, Timofey Mozgov, and Luol Deng. Observing the Lakers lineup under the current circumstances, it could still be considered brimming with potential. Randle, Russell, Ingram, Clarkson, Zubac, and even Lou Williams could, in the future, be regarded as having made a name for themselves. However, at present, it could only be described as a complete mess. Luke Walton, who leaped from Warriors' assistant coach to head coach in April, had yet to demonstrate any remarkable coaching prowess. Perhaps it was indeed difficult to cook a meal without rice, but it was still a plausible excuse. Given the immense pressure that comes with coaching the Lakers, it is undoubtedly among the most formidable in the entire league. From the opening tip to the final buzzer, the Lakers' tumultuous off-court circumstances permeated the atmosphere, resulting in a one-sided contest from the very start. With the addition of Chen, the Thunder's offensive prowess during transitional phases saw a remarkable surge, further enhanced by a capable scoring big man on the bench, a damn fool, whom I shall find an opportunity to criticize. This led to a significant increase in the overall offensive efficiency of the Thunder. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 116-90, marking their third consecutive victory. Westbrook once again recorded a triple-double with 33 points, 11 rebounds, and 16 assists as he continues to carve out a new chapter in his illustrious career. Chen, shooting 9 for 14 from the field and 6 for 10 from beyond the arc, along with a perfect 2 for 2 from the free throw line, achieved his second career 20-point game, setting a personal best with 26 points. Following their third straight win, the Thunder enjoyed a 2-day respite before jetting off to Los Angeles to face the Clippers. Of course, while others took time to rest, Chen, on the other hand, could not afford such luxury. Despite having played 2 commendable games, he still found himself on the periphery of the league, with ample room for improvement. For 2 consecutive days, he immersed himself in the gym from dawn till dusk. The only companions he had were the basketball itself and Oladipo, who was training on the adjacent court. "Chris, care for a few rounds of one-on-one?" Oladipo inquired after finishing a shooting drill. "Next time for sure. Victor, I'm feeling a bit fatigued right now, and after resting, I still need to hit the gym for some strength training." Glancing at his still high ratings of 48 for driving and 50 for finishing at the rim, Chen decisively declined the invitation, knowing that merely possessing a bronze badge would not grant him any advantage against Oladipo. If he couldn't win in a one-on-one, what was the point of even playing? Oladipo looked at Chen with a hint of confusion. Usually so sociable, Chris seemed unusually withdrawn during practice. However, he chose not to comment further and returned to his training. That on November 2, the Thunder officially announced a trade with the 76ers, sending Ilyasova along with a first-round pick in exchange for Jeremy Grant. Ilyasova clearly did not fit into the Thunder's long-term vision, having played only 3 games for the team before being traded once more. A stark reminder that business is business. Let us warmly welcome our new talented forward. Grant had already arrived in Oklahoma City prior to the official announcement, indicating he was well aware of the impending trade. Following a brief welcome ceremony, the team quickly resumed practice. During the regular season, there is little time for sentimentality, as they were soon to embark on another away game. The Clippers, bolstered by the presence of Chris Paul, are undeniably a formidable team, especially with the likes of the White Howard Griffin and DeAndre Jordan, along with Crawford, attracting a plethora of fans to the Lob City. However, the team also features the enigmatic Doc Rivers, the coach who led the Celtics to a championship in 2008. With that roster, even a dog on the bench could win. His recent maneuvers with the Clippers have been rather perplexing. Doc Rivers serves as both head coach and president of basketball operations for the Clippers in the 14 to 15 season. When Rivers' son, Austin, joined the team, he averaged 7 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. Being a rookie, old Rivers only offered his son a 2-year, $6.4 million 1-1 contract. The following season, Austin appeared in 67 games, averaging 8.9 points, 1.9 rebounds, and 1.5 assists, showing slight improvement. Subsequently, Austin opted out of his contract. And on July 2, as free agency opened, Doc Rivers bestowed upon his son a lucrative 3-year, $35 million contract. Interestingly, prior to this, Austin had expressed a desire for a contract closer to the mid-level exception, around $8 million, yet his benevolent father granted him a deal nearing $12 million per year. Following the July 2 contract for Austin, on July 3 the Clippers reached an agreement with Wesley Johnson for a 3-year, $18 million deal, despite the fact that Johnson had averaged only 6.9 points and 3 rebounds the previous season. These 2 contract extensions took precedence over re-signing sixth-man Crawford. Additionally, due to a previous 5-year, $107 million extension that Paul had signed with the Clippers, set to expire in 2018, the Clippers had the opportunity to negotiate an early extension with Paul this summer. However, after Doc Rivers attempted to persuade Paul to take a pay cut to maintain salary cap flexibility, negotiations stalled. In 2018, when the Rockets reached the Western Conference Finals, Paul still held out for a 4-year, $160 million deal. So, it raises questions as to why the Clippers would prioritize extending their own son at such a high price during his tenure. After a series of questionable moves, one can't help but feel apprehensive about the future of the Clippers. Nevertheless, despite the lackluster transactions, the Clippers still boast a formidable roster, featuring Paul's impressive averages of 19.5 points and 10.0 assists, Griffin's 21.4 points and 8.4 rebounds, and Jordan's 12.7 points and 13.8 rebounds, making them anything but weak. Indeed, the Clippers, having recently defeated the Trailblazers, Jazz, and Suns, are riding a 3-game winning streak and are poised at home, awaiting the Thunder's arrival. That a victory over the Thunder would solidify their position at the top of the Western Conference for the time being. Consequently, the prevailing sentiment regarding the Thunder's ability to maintain their winning streak leans towards pessimism. Unexpectedly, the clash between the Thunder and the Clippers transformed into a defensive battle right from the outset. Both teams struggled with their shooting, as if the rims had been fitted with lids, refusing to accept any incoming shots. After the tip-off, Jordan leaped for the ball, passing it to Paul, who brought it to the arc, calling for a pick from Griffin, while Jordan set a screen for Redick. However, Paul's pass arrived before Redick had even made it to the spot, resulting in Redick having to sprint a few extra steps to catch the ball, which allowed Oladipo to successfully navigate around the screen and return to his position. Leaving no suitable shooting opportunities, Paul had to reset and orchestrate the play again. With Griffin setting another pick, this time for Sabonis, Paul executed a quick 2-step maneuver, skillfully evading Sabonis' defense and creating a shooting window. But unfortunately, his mid-range attempt fell short. Subsequently, Adams secured the rebound and passed to Westbrook, who initiated a fast break. Oladipo received a long pass, attempting a layup but was thwarted by the defense of Bamut, causing the shot to rattle out. Roberson followed closely behind, trying to secure a putback, which did not go in but drew a foul from Griffin that he made one of 2 free throws, allowing the Clippers to advance steadily. Upon settling into their half-court offense, Paul passed to the approaching Bamut, who quickly relayed it to Griffin. Griffin, holding the ball just a step inside the free throw line, awaited his teammates' movements before passing to the unguarded Paul, who attempted a 3-pointer but also missed. Westbrook grabbed the defensive rebound and swiftly pushed the tempo, driving hard into the lane. Jordan, sprinting back on defense, was unable to keep pace, allowing Westbrook to finish at the rim. The score stood at 3-0. Turning back to the original strategy, Paul again fed Redick, who, after receiving a screen, successfully drained a 3-pointer. The score was now tied at 3-3, revealing a stark contrast in the opening strategies of both teams. The Clippers preferred to establish their half-court game, leveraging the organizational strengths of Paul and Griffin. The Thunder are increasingly eager to penetrate the Clippers' defense through swift counterattacks, and similarly, it cannot be said that the tactics of both teams have not been executed. Rather, they falter at the final execution, leading to a stagnation in the score. The entirety of the first quarter unfolds in this oppressive atmosphere, leaving the Staples Center's fans somewhat disheartened. The gameplay is even less engaging than the cheerleaders during a timeout. As the second quarter commences with a score of 20-23, Westbrook enters the fray alongside Chen, who is joined by Grant, a recent addition to the Thunder, replacing Roberson. Meanwhile, Paul leads the Clippers' second unit into the transition phase. With possession of the ball, Westbrook approaches the arc, passing to Chen, who swiftly receives it back and drives towards the basket, while simultaneously positioning himself for a three-point shot at the arc. Westbrook's pass arrives promptly, and with a decisive motion, the three-pointer finds the net. Shaking off a slight pain in his right hand, he retreats to defend. Westbrook's passing style is powerful and forceful. If one is unprepared, it can easily lead to a turnover. Indeed, a noted flaw is that as the Clippers initiate their offense, Paul executes a pick and roll, exploiting the sluggish movement of the Thunder center to take a mid-range shot and score 2 points. Westbrook pushes for a fast break, but this time the Clippers transition back to defense with remarkable speed that he opts to pass to the smaller Sabonis, who attempts to post up against Paul. However, even with a slight misalignment on Paul's part, Sabonis fails to convert a mid-range shot after pivoting. Similarly, Paul's next small ball maneuver against a larger opponent also yields no results. The two all-star caliber point guards have yet to find their rhythm. Almost contagiously, Chunchi's shot also clangs off the rim. Fortunately, the newcomer Grant surprisingly maintains his scoring touch, consistently finding success under the basket and helping his team reclaim the lead in the second quarter. Now at 48-40, as the third quarter begins, a rookie with yellow skin. It is perplexing how you secured your contract. Poor child, your lack of talent is glaringly evident. Perhaps it would be best for you to exit the NBA before further embarrassment. After 6 minutes into the third quarter, Chunchi steps onto the court, immediately receiving a barrage of trash talk from Redick, who certainly boldly asserted this in the presence of CP3. With the referee and Russell not far off, I firmly believe they would be willing to testify on my behalf. The moment Chunchi uttered these words, a tempest of controversy ensued. It is often said that the more one lacks something, the more one emphasizes it. In a nation where racial discrimination runs rampant, it is precisely the issue that cannot be brought to light. Chunchi seized the moment, ascending to the moral high ground, and then delivered a sharp kick to Redick's behind, branding him with the label of a racist. Hey, still want mess with me? If this doesn't suffice, my friend, I can unleash an arsenal of accusations, including environmentalism, vegetarianism, Walmart shopping bags, homosexuality, gender dysphoria, animal rights, and even an adoration for artificial intelligence that I won't let you off easily. As Redick's racist remarks came to light, the media swiftly turned their ire upon him, eager to distance themselves from the stigma he bore, even if the discrimination was not directed at black individuals, but rather at Asians. Meanwhile, Redick found himself besieged by a multitude of reporters that he is a lunatic. Did you see that? Chris and Blake couldn't even restrain him. He is an outright violent offender. A reporter confronted Redick, stating that Chris had just revealed he had made racially charged comments and verbally attacked his deceased mother. Asking if this was true, well-informed journalists received first-hand information from the adjacent locker room via their phones that Redick, who was meticulously weaving a narrative to incriminate Chunchi, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. This was bad. He hadn't even finished concocting his story and was already losing ground. I was just caught up in the heat of the moment and didn't pay attention to my choice of words. But he called me a dog and told me to go home and eat shit. So, you're admitting to having made such remarks? Redick had not completely lost his faculties. He realized he could likely not conceal the truth any longer and had no choice but to concede. After all, there were far too many witnesses on the court, any one of whom could expose him. Moreover, there was a distinct possibility that some good Samaritan might scrutinize the footage to decode his lip movements. As Redick stammered, failing to provide further explanations, an evident sign of his guilt, the cameras in the hands of the reporters sprang into action, promptly recording their initial drafts on their phones. Once the incident reached a conclusion, the league swiftly announced the penalties. Chunchi received an additional fine of $35,000 without a suspension, while Redick was fined $80,000. Clearly, the league wished to avoid associating itself with the stigma of supporting racism. Even if a significant portion of the league might indeed harbor such sentiments, I often engage in trash talk. It's part of the game, but I would never utter such odious remarks. I am genuinely astonished you would say something like that. It's shocking. Throughout our past interactions, I never heard anything of the sort. I'm at a loss for what has come over him. He even insulted someone's deceased mother. What a despicable individual. I believe my perception of Reddick needs to be revised. This was undoubtedly a grievous and reprehensible statement, and even in a fit of rage, it does not justify discrimination against Asians. We need him to stand up and apologize. That is what he should be doing right now. A wave of outrage ensued, with numerous media outlets, celebrities, and athletes voicing their opinions, flooding the internet with vehement denunciations of Reddick. Consequently, the following day, unable to withstand the pressure of public opinion, Reddick was compelled to release an apology video on social media. TSK, how reluctant he seemed. At that moment, Chen, seated in the Oracle Arena locker room amidst a back-to-back schedule, watched Reddick's video with a dismissive curl of his lip. Forget it, I won't waste my time on this clown. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about the $35,000 I have to pay. Damn, how much do I even earn in a year? I haven't even received my paycheck for a few weeks. And here I am, sending more away to, I'll cover the fine for you, kid. Westbrook strolled over, bare-chested. Is that true? My benefactor, Chen, ever eager for monetary gain, had often heard tales of benevolent team leaders or management helping players with their fines. But this was his first personal encounter. All right, if you truly appreciate my gesture, make sure to perform well tonight. We need to win this game. Westbrook's demeanor was slightly serious. Chen suddenly remembered that he was to meet his first love that evening, the very one who had dumped him. TSK, what a battlefield of emotions. Chen grinned. I promise to fulfill the task, sir. The Golden State Warriors, last season's disappointments, who had soared to a record-breaking 73 wins, surpassing the legendary 96 Bulls, found themselves in the finals with a commanding 3-1 lead, only to be thwarted by LeBron James and the Cleveland Cavaliers, who staged a remarkable comeback to snatch the championship away from them, thereby etching their names in the annals of disgrace. This season, the Warriors are determined to cleanse this stain, with the league's newly signed lucrative broadcasting contracts leading to a significant increase in the salary cap, and coupled with Stephen Curry's rookie contract, they successfully created a vast salary space for reinforcements. After successfully persuading Kevin Durant to join, the already formidable Warriors transformed into a super team that sent shivers down the spines of the entire league. This squad, dubbed the Super Warriors, featuring Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, and Zaza Pachulia, boasted a starting lineup with 4 All-Stars that was enough to instill fear. Moreover, the bench, which included quality players like Andre Iguodala and Sean Livingston, led the media to confidently declare before the season even began that the championship had already been decided. While Chen verbally committed to fulfilling his role, in reality, he might have been the one most aware of the Warriors' prowess. In the playoffs, they had not lost a single game in the Western Conference, and in the finals, they achieved a gentleman's sweep with a 4-1 victory. Looking back over the rounds, they faced formidable opponents, Trailblazers, Jazz, Spurs, and the Cavaliers led by the self-redemptive LeBron James, who had brought Cleveland its first-ever championship. It could be said that none of these teams were weak, yet none managed to pose a significant threat to the Warriors' overwhelming strength. In stark contrast, the Thunder found themselves at a disadvantage across the board, with the only player capable of matching up being the MVP Westbrook, who was enjoying the pinnacle of his career this season. The rest of the roster was outmatched, raising concerns about Westbrook's mental state post-game. He wished to reclaim his honor in front of his ex, but that hope seemed faint as the game was about to commence. Westbrook watched Kevin Durant emerge from the players' tunnel to the deafening cheers of the Warriors' home crowd, exchanging high-fives with his new teammates, and no one knew what thoughts raced through Westbrook's mind at that moment. Once inseparable, they had fought side by side, holding each other accountable, both vowing to hoist that elusive O'Brien trophy together. Yet they had parted ways that summer, with the man even failing to send a single message before leaving. Was it truly my presence that hindered your progress? The feeling of betrayal shattered Westbrook's psychological defenses. Perhaps for the first time in his career, he experienced self-doubt. I want to see. Am I really not strong enough? Unable to untangle his chaotic thoughts, Westbrook ultimately resolved to let his performance on the court speak for itself, to see if he truly paled in comparison to the youthful countenance across from him. As the game commenced, Adams won the tip-off. Unlike previous matches, Westbrook chose not to initiate the offense by organizing his teammates, but instead opted to unleash his full firepower right from the start. Utilizing a screen at the top of the arc, he accelerated past Thompson's defense, charging towards the basket. Faced with Pachulia's help defense, he took a powerful step and leapt, but unfortunately, he failed to convert the shot. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded, awarding him 2 free throws. After taking a deep breath, he calmly sank both shots before swiftly retreating on defense. The Warriors took possession, with Curry dribbling to the three-point line. Oladipo was already pressing tightly. He lobbed the ball to Green, who then dashed towards the baseline. Green, holding the ball at a 45-degree angle, took a dribble before passing it to Durant.KD, positioned beyond the arc. Faced off against Roberson. With his signature exaggerated double cross, he quickly rose for a jump shot, effortlessly sinking a long two-pointer, leaving Roberson helplessly standing with his hands on his hips. This was what one might call indiscriminate isolation. Standing at 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall, officially listed, though actually taller, with a wingspan of 2 meters and 28 centimeters, he effortlessly elevated for a jump shot right before you.I in the presence of a towering cylindrical figure. Who could possibly disrupt his shooting? As a lightweight forward, Roberson lacks the requisite strength to displace him from his sweet spot. The only recourse is to fervently hope for a moment of poor shooting or a decline in stamina over time. Once a formidable duo, they now face off, each securing the first points for their respective teams, perhaps driven by an underlying sense of rivalry. Westbrook charges forward once more, but this time confronted by the dual defense of Clay and Green. He wisely refrains from forcing the issue and instead delivers a pass to the weak side, where Oladipo awaits. Upon receiving the ball, Oladipo dribbles left, swiftly pivots, and executes a smooth fadeaway jumper, scoring. The Thunder, as always, play at a rapid pace, leading 4-2. In contrast, the Warriors remain unhurried, seemingly unaffected. Curry leisurely brings the ball up the court, handing it off to Green before accelerating into position. Utilizing Durant's screen, he navigates between Pachulia and Clay. Darting towards the right corner, Pachulia and Clay collapse to contain him. They effectively block Westbrook from the play. With the signature elevator door play, Curry effortlessly sinks a three-pointer, bringing the score to 4-5. After a missed mid-range shot from Sabonis, Green seizes the opportunity, pushing the ball up court quickly. Exploiting the Thunder's disorganization, he orchestrates a 4-on-3 situation, launching a long pass to Klay Thompson in the right corner. Klay catches, leaps, and releases a textbook shot, netting another three-pointer and extending the lead to 4-8. The Warriors' formidable lineup begins to reveal its strengths on offense. They boast 3 elite shooters and an orchestrating forward, ensuring that even if plays falter, Durant's indiscriminate scoring can bolster their offensive efficiency to unprecedented heights. Defensively, the DPOY-level prowess of Draymond Green allows him to guard positions 1 through 5, showcasing remarkable defensive versatility. Complemented by the peak performance of Clay and Durant, Steve Kerr need only consider how to conceal Curry from the opponent's defensive weaknesses. As time progresses, the Thunder's ineffective offense widens the gap between the two teams, prompting Donovan to recognize the need for change. With 8 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Chen and Grant replace Adams and Roberson. Both possess shooting capabilities, and with Sabonis assuming the center position, they form a small ball lineup of 4 guards and 1 big man. With possession, Westbrook holds the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left. After setting screen, Chen receives the pass and, facing the switch with Curry, accelerates past him, drawing Green's help defense. He quickly dishes the ball to Oladipo, who in turn finds Grant cutting to the basket for an easy layup. This patient offensive adjustment proves effective following the substitutions. Let us ponder how the Warriors will respond. Jeff Van Gundy's commentary reflects remarkable court awareness. The small ball lineup is indeed unexpected. The Thunder somehow managed to deploy such a configuration, but on a night when Westbrook and Oladipo are shooting well from the perimeter, this lineup could yield significant advantages, especially against less formidable teams. So, you're not particularly optimistic about the Thunder's ability to trouble the Warriors with this lineup, are you? Reggie Miller, seated nearby, instinctively adopts the role of the straight man. Indeed, this 5-out lineup is essentially a FA odd A. The only genuine shooter among them is Chen. Although his sample size is limited, having played only 5 regular season games, his three-point shooting record of 15 out of 26, a 57.6 success rate, is commendable. This year's 56th pick has already demonstrated impressive spatial control, leading me to assert that he is currently the best rookie, a testament to the Thunder management's remarkable foresight. Yet, what good is keen vision if one cannot retain talent? They share a knowing glance, unable to suppress laughter. Don't misunderstand. I am referring to James Harden, of course, considering that Durant departed as a free agent. Returning to the Warriors' offense, they initially resort to the classic green ball handling with Curry moving off the ball. However, upon noticing the Thunder's lineup changes, Chen, now matched up against the towering Durant, reluctantly finds himself in a challenging position as Green promptly passes to KD. Durant, with the ball at the three-point line, faces Chen, effortlessly employing a triple threat before rising for a jumper, completely disregarding the close defense. Fortunately for the Thunder, this attempt misses and Westbrook secures the rebound. Seeing the ball ricochet off the rim, Chen swiftly transitions into a fast break, spotting Westbrook's long outlet pass. With slight misjudgment, Chen jumps to catch the ball and barely stabilizes before Durant's defense closes in. Lacking time to drive to the basket, he opts for a quick mid-range jumper, the ball bouncing off the rim 3 times before obediently rolling into the net. Damn it, I just scored on Durant. Chen-Chi's elation is unmistakable as he transitions back on defense. Great shot, Chris. Westbrook approaches him for a high five. That's the spirit. Hold on, let's switch. I'll take Green. Chen-Chi, aware of the mismatch, promptly seeks to swap defensive assignments with Grant. What a joke, he's 12 inches taller than me, with a wingspan 20 inches longer. Even with a gold defensive badge, I might still struggle. Internally flustered, Chen-Chi approaches Green at 1.98 meters. Draymond is not an exceptional offensive threat, yet he is significantly more manageable than Durant. For Chen-Chi, simply maintaining focus on his assigned defender suffices as a commendable task until his defensive attributes are honed. However, this places the burden on Grant, who, despite a size advantage, still faces a considerable skill gap against Durant. Fortunately, Oladipo's shooting prowess proves advantageous, enabling the Thunder's small ball lineup to pose a threat. The two teams engage in a back-and-forth scoring frenzy, with the Thunder surprisingly holding their ground against the Warriors until midway through the second quarter. However, once Westbrook takes a breather, the pace slows dramatically with Samaj Kristen unable to keep up, resulting in defensive lapses that collapse the team's integrity. Donovan, with no choice, reinserts Adams and Roberson in place of Chen-Chi and Sabonis, leading the team into a particularly vulnerable phase of their rotation. Yet while the Thunder's small ball lineup concludes, the Warriors' depth remains intact. The newly introduced Iguodala shoulders the offensive burden alongside Livingston and Clay, orchestrating a 13-4 run within a mere 4 minutes, shattering the Thunder's momentum. Even when Donovan reverts to the small ball lineup in the third quarter, it proves futile. The inability to contain the Warriors' relentless offense is paramount, rendering any scoring efforts inconsequential. Ultimately, the Thunder succumbed to a 126-107 defeat against the Golden State Warriors, marking the end of their 4-game winning streak. The streak did not vanish, but rather transferred to the Warriors, had they not faced the season Spurs in their opening game while fine-tuning their lineup. The Warriors might have claimed a 5-game winning streak, positioning them as the top team in the West. Throughout the match, Westbrook recorded 23 points, 7 rebounds, and 10 assists on 7-4-15 shooting, while Durant shone with an efficient 39 points on 15-4-24 shooting. A stark contrast. Post-game, Westbrook declined interviews, hastily completing his routine before departing the arena for the hotel. Following a back-to-back, the team decided to return to Oklahoma the next day. Knock, knock. Chen-Chi rapped on Westbrook's door, contemplating that checking in on his condition might be prudent, even if he was not particularly fragile. "What's up, Chris? Didn't I tell you I'm not going?" "Going where?" "I'm here to check on you. Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine. I thought you were like them, coming to drag me to experience the nightlife in Golden State." "What?" "Damn it, they went to the club without inviting me." She turned to leave. "Stop being dramatic. It's good you're here. Join me for a drink." Westbrook firmly pulled Chen back. "Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly keep you company, but let me clarify beforehand. I am not gay." "Damn it. Sit down quietly. I've sent someone to fetch us some food, so just wait a moment." In the midst of their conversation, Westbrook presented Chen Shi with a new wine glass filled to the brim. The two empty bottles on the table clearly indicated that he had already consumed quite a bit as the drinks flowed. The conversation began to unfold. Chris, what do you think our record will be this year? I calculated this year we'll finish 6th in the West, face the Rockets in the first round, defeat the Spurs in the second, conquer the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals, and sweep the Cavaliers in the finals. Lifting the championship trophy. Do you take me for a fool? Tisic, believe it or not, you know nothing of the mysterious Eastern power. When will the possessor of such mysterious Eastern power be able to buy liquor for himself? Little brat. In America, one must be 21 to drink, at least in public. I'll be 20 soon. Ha. We're heading back to Oklahoma tomorrow. Let us go choose a car. Are you sure? As Chen Shi spoke, he pulled out his phone and activated the recorder. Say that again. Words alone are not enough. Let us keep some evidence. The two tacitly avoided mentioning Durant. All Chen Shi needed to know was that Westbrook was fine. Likewise, Westbrook merely required Chen Shi's concern to feel reassured. Sometimes, men don't need excessive comfort. A drink with a brother, a good sleep, and they can awaken as their powerful selves once more. The next day, after flying back to Oklahoma, Chen Shi caught a ride with Oladipo to the gym for extra practice. Although he had gained the coach's recognition and secured a stable spot in the rotation, he was acutely aware of his own foundational weaknesses. Presently, he had only become a vague 6th or 7th man on the team due to his spatial attributes rather than pure strength. To put it plainly, the Thunder's roster was lacking, with a shallow bench. Had he joined the Golden State Warriors, he might not even make the cut for the substitutes. Chen Shi still hoped to bridge those gaps through training, quickly enhancing his abilities to match his position and then achieve those damned record targets. Push harder. Let us outshine those all-stars. The promise made while growing up is so clear. Chen Shi answered the phone. It was Gue calling. Hey Chris, come down now. I'm waiting for you in the parking lot. If you don't hurry, the dealership will close. I'm on my way. I'm coming. He's really coming. Chen Shi felt elated. Who could remain indifferent at the thought of soon owning his very first supercar? A Ferrari. If every time I drink 2 cups with you and get a good sleep, I could earn a supercar. I'd be free every night. Feel free to call me anytime, darling. As soon as he sat in the passenger seat of Gue's car, Chen Shi immediately began to act foolishly. I never said it was a gift. You're not even a starter on the team yet, Chris. Westbrook shot a sidelong glance at the overly smug Chen Shi. If the day comes when the car arrives and you still haven't succeeded, I wouldn't mind adding another Ferrari to my garage. I know you wouldn't be so heartless. Russell, you're the most loyal and caring brother in the world. Who could refuse a generous and chivalrous wealthy brother? I've hung my brother out to dry for 3 days, and he still won't admit he's rich, damn. Bro, you smell amazing. Brimming with excitement, they arrived at the Ferrari dealership, where Westbrook had already arranged for a salesperson to be waiting. All Chen Shi needed to do was follow their service process step by step and choose his desired features. Classic bright red color, yellow calipers, LED carbon fiber steering wheel, carbon fiber racing wheels, carbon fiber front splitter, side splitters, electric seats, yellow stitching, embroidered logo, adjustable chassis, front and rear radars. Not holding back with Gue at all, he went for all the high-end options. After all, with a contract worth over $10 million a year, it was a piece of cake for Gue to get an F12. Chen Shi indulged himself thoroughly. Damn. 14 months. This is just ridiculous. After exiting the dealership, Chen Shi continued to complain about the long wait time from ordering to picking up the car. Newly ordered cars usually take this long to arrive. Since you don't have a ride at the moment, you can borrow one of my cars tonight. Westbrook generously offered, don't worry about your transportation difficulties. I'll cover it all. If you don't abandon me, I will thrive. Your language is truly perplexing. Perhaps you could teach me sometime? Hearing Chen Shi spout a few phrases he couldn't comprehend, Gue realized that he had started to flaunt his Chinese again. No problem. I'll teach you another day. You'll discover that Chinese is the coolest language in the world. Welcome to the Xiao Kuehua Chinese class. Kids struggle with their language skills. It's mostly a lost cause that on November 6th, the Thunder faced off against the Minnesota Timberwolves, led by the newly appointed Wolf King Karl Anthony Towns, with the old Wolf King KG just retired and a new one yet to rise. The Timberwolves fans remained hopeful for their team. Just look at this star-studded starting lineup. How many teams in the league can compare? Towns, Wiggins, Zach LaVine, Gorgie Dieng. And this year's 5th overall pick, Chris Dunn. 2 former number 1 picks, a dunk contest champion drafted at the 13th pick, plus a 5th overall pick. The Timberwolves have amassed a rich foundation through years of rebuilding. However, evidently, these promising rookies have not been able to easily showcase their potential. Since the start of the season, they've recorded just one win against the struggling Grizzlies. Their struggles continued as they were unexpectedly overwhelmed by the Thunder, who asserted their dominance. Towns was unable to hold his ground against the King of the Sea, while Dunn and LaVine couldn't keep up with Westbrook's explosiveness. Ironically, the only positional advantage lay with the least aggressive player on the court, Andrew Wiggins. The Timberwolves were trounced 27-15 right from the start, infuriating their coach, Thibodeau, who bellowed from the sidelines in dissatisfaction with both the team and the players as a staunch traditionalist. High-intensity defense held significant importance in Thibodeau's philosophy. Clearly, none of the players on the Timberwolves met his expectations. Wiggins was lethargic, Towns showed no desire to assist defensively, and LaVine and Dunn lacked the capability. Accustomed to Thibodeau's scowls, they returned to the court still doing their own thing. If it weren't for Thibodeau's decent health, he might have been driven to illness by his frustration. Benefiting from the Timberwolves' dismal defense, Chen, who had entered the game early, was able to score effortlessly in the first quarter, relying solely on his spot-up shooter badge. This made him lament the squandered potential of Thibodeau's defensive coaching prowess due to the team's lack of discipline. The match concluded without suspense, as the Thunder easily triumphed over the Timberwolves with a score of 120-96, a 24-point margin. Westbrook played just 26 minutes, achieving a double-double with 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 10 assists before being substituted out early. Chen also played for only 18 minutes, shooting 7 for 13, 5 for 9 from three-point range, accumulating 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. He then sat next to Gueye. Watching Donovan repeatedly attempt to substitute in pain, Kyle Singler, Nick Collison, and other third-string players, hoping to unearth another hidden gem like Chen to deepen the bench. However, it was evident that these unrefined talents failed to seize their opportunities. None met Donovan's expectations. Either their defense was lacking, their vision was poor, or their offensive choices were abysmal. Perhaps I was too greedy. This is the typical performance expected of rookies, Donovan sighed, watching as Payne aggressively drove to the basket, challenging the 6 feet 11 inches Towns, only to be met with a volleyball-sized rejection. He shook his head, glancing back at Chen, who was joking with Westbrook and Adams on the bench. Chris's maturity lay not only in his skills, but also in his mindset and basketball IQ. Perhaps this is what a rookie truly needs most. The next day, rising early, meaning 1:30 p.m., Chen drove the Porsche Cayenne he had borrowed from Gueye's garage to his Sam's Club in the city center. Friends, today is Tuesday. Let us experience authentic Mexican tacos. After parking, Chen didn't enter the mall, but rather went to a nearby Mexican restaurant. After placing his order, he pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and began documenting his delightful life. What day is today? Taco Tuesday. Gigagigagigagig. My friend has also managed to ride the wave of popularity. After savoring a delightful breakfast, Chen awaited the arrival of his appointed acquaintance, Darren Moon, the self-recommending agent. Upon meticulously comparing candidates from various agencies, he unexpectedly discovered that this agent, who had approached him first, demonstrated the utmost sincerity. Despite his prestigious academic background, he only required a mere 2.5 cut from the team's contract and a modest 10 for commercial endorsements, which undoubtedly meant he was foregoing substantial profits. Many renowned agents typically demand 4 and 20, with no knowledge of his character. It was only natural to choose the more genuine option, relying on time to reveal his true nature. After all, Chen lacked connections in this domain and recalled that Gueye had parted ways with his current agent years later. That fellow had insisted Gueye remain with the Lakers for the final year of his $48 million contract, during which Gueye had even received death threats. I am truly honored that you ultimately chose me in just a few days of absence. Your market value has significantly increased, which is truly remarkable. Darren Moon appeared exceedingly humble, especially as he stood before his first major client. Simultaneously, Chen felt a sense of pride in his discerning eye, believing that it would not be long before he qualified for negotiations regarding a new player contract with the Thunder. After all, it seemed unlikely that they would be foolish enough to think they could retain a high-quality shooter with a 57 three-point shooting rate on a non-guaranteed $550,000 contract for the second year. Immediately after signing the contract, Moon commenced his professional planning. Moreover, I believe we should capitalize on your Chinese heritage. I am confident that numerous Eastern endorsers will seek you out. As for endorsements, we can consider them. But let's keep the duration short. We can discuss the team contracts when they approach us. As I've only played 6 games so far, there's still ample time. Chen began to contemplate his financial prospects. Hearing your confidence puts me at ease. I will certainly not accept any contract offers exceeding 3 years. I believe that in 3 years, your market value will be extraordinarily impressive after a relatively pleasant exchange. The two parted ways in the parking lot, and Chen drove toward the arena. Having reviewed the statistic from the previous day, he noted that his ball control had risen to 58, indicating that his recent training had been quite effective. Chen relished the moments when, during periods of lower numerical performance, he could witness certain skills quietly improving over time. That sensation was utterly addictive. The visible enhancement of his abilities was the most captivating aspect. And no one could resist the thrill and satisfaction of watching those numbers grow. The Timberwolves posed little threat to the Thunder. However, the upcoming contest against the Miami Heat would undoubtedly present a more formidable challenge. Following Dwayne Wade's dissatisfaction with the team's offer and his subsequent decision to leave for Chicago, Chris Bosh, who was originally intended to be the centerpiece of the team, was forced to retire prematurely due to a blood clot that could have ended his career. Consequently, the current Miami Heat roster's highest salary belongs to Hassan Whiteside at $20 million. A figure reminiscent of 2016 that despite the team's ongoing issues, it is well known that Miami never resorts to tanking. Under the guidance of championship coach Pat Riley, the Heat have been infused with a culture of resilience and toughness, allowing them to remain on the fringes of the playoffs even during less favorable years, despite the loss of superstars LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. The clock struck 8 in the evening at the Chesapeake Energy Arena. The players took the court and the game commenced. The Heat, led by Goran Dragic, initiated a defensive battle against the Thunder, gradually increasing their defensive intensity, which proved challenging for the Thunder to adapt to. The Heat thrived on facing teams with poor three-point shooting, as they only needed to prevent their opponents from driving inside and then collapse their defense to contain the core players, effectively stifling the opposing offense. Donovan, clearly aware of his team's struggles, made a decisive move after 3 minutes of play with the score at 6-9, substituting Adams and Roberson for Chen and Grant. This marked the introduction of Coach Donovan's latest tactical innovation, a 5-out lineup. This formation had previously yielded positive results against the Warriors, and now the Thunder deployed it against the Heat's zone defense. Would this strategy prove effective against Miami? Let us wait and see. While the Heat's defense was impressive, their offensive shortcomings became glaringly evident. Neither Dragic, Winslow, nor West possessed the requisite skills to develop effective offensive plays, relying instead on basic positioning to attempt to create shooting opportunities. However, the Thunder's small ball lineup began to show its impact. Although the three-guard formation was smaller in stature, it provided the advantages of heightened mobility and the ability to pressure the Heat's slower perimeter players, forcing them into more difficult mid-range and three-point shots from beyond the foul line. After 3 unsuccessful pick-and-roll attempts, Dragic opted to lob the ball into the post, hoping for a finish from Whiteside. However, it was apparent that Whiteside lacked the capability to easily dominate the smaller Sabonis. After several unsuccessful attempts to shake off Sabonis, an exasperated Whiteside was forced to take a contested shot, which predictably resulted in a miss. In the transition, Westbrook pushed the ball up the court and passed it to the open Chen at a 45-degree angle. Seeing that West was still 2 steps away, Chen did not hesitate to rise and shoot a pull-up three-pointer. The ball arched gracefully through the air and swished through the net without even grazing the rim as the team switched sides. The Heat's offense once again faltered with Winslow's failed drive. After Sabonis secured the rebound, he passed to Oladipo, who executed a simple pick-and-roll at the top of the arc, creating another small window for Chen. Swish, another effortless three-pointer. Chen raised his right hand, signaling the three-point gesture to the cheering crowd, who responded with a thunderous roar. "I think the Heat need a timeout," Chen mused. "SPO must make some adjustments. They're allowing Chris far too easy of a shooting opportunity that if they do not change course, they may find themselves in a situation akin to that of the 76ers. Unexpectedly, the Filipino coach chose not to call a timeout immediately, instead opting to let the game continue. Perhaps he wanted to see his players make adjustments on their own. This might be his method of guiding their development. Sure enough, just 3 possessions later, it was clear that the Heat's defensive strategy had shifted. They remained in their zone but expanded their coverage, applying more pressure, which momentarily prevented Chen from receiving the ball. Yet the strength of the Thunder's 5-out lineup lay not in Chen or Sabonis hitting mid-range shots, but rather in how it optimized spacing and liberated Westbrook's offensive capabilities. The expanded defense inevitably opened up the interior, allowing Westbrook's explosive driving ability to exploit the Heat's weaknesses. With a swift move, Westbrook easily bypassed Dragic, and before Whiteside could rotate over, he took a jump shot, scoring effortlessly. This season, Westbrook's usage rate had surged dramatically. The team's circumstances compelled him to shoulder a significant offensive burden, and his stable and efficient mid-range shooting would greatly diversify his offensive arsenal. When Westbrook's incisive drives were complemented by his precise mid-range shooting, he became an offensive force comparable to a peak Dwayne Wade. Watching Westbrook unleash his full potential, SPO couldn't help but reminisce about the historical third-best shooting guard, once donning the Heat's number 3 jersey. Having grown accustomed to managing a fully developed team, he now observed his current players, not that they lacked effort. Indeed, they were the Jordans of their own narratives. However, in the NBA, sheer talent merely serves as a gateway to the league. After witnessing the likes of Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, Derrick Rose, and Kevin Durant, individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, how many have completely lost faith in the value of hard work, succumbing instead to despair and complacency? Back in the game, Hassan Whiteside found himself in dire straits. Unable to contain the diminutive number 0 from beyond the arc ironically, this player possessed an exceptional court vision. Whenever Whiteside attempted to assist defensively, it effectively liberated Sabonis. The white interior player, with his soft shooting touch, had an array of finishing moves from 3 to 8 feet away from the basket. Lacking defensive acumen, Whiteside repeatedly fell victim to Sabonis' feints, making it increasingly impossible for him to thwart the latter's scoring. A series of targeted plays exploited Whiteside's weaknesses, leaving him caught in a dilemma. Observing Whiteside's struggles and the continuous scoring against him, Spoelstra reluctantly called a timeout. "Listen, we need to adjust our strategy. We don't need to extend so far. Double-team Westbrook and let West guard Chen. The others can continue to collapse defensively, allowing Grant to be left open to improve our rim protection. Also, Hassan, refrain from jumping so easily. Stay close to Demantas and challenge him. That should suffice. I repeat, no jumping. Forget about your damn blocks." In the face of insufficient defensive resources, Spoelstra could only choose between 2 evils, hoping to avoid the deadly consequences. While Spoelstra devised his tactics, Donovan was not idle. With Westbrook's regular rotation time approaching, he opted to have Oladipo handle the ball, with Morrow taking the 2-guard spot and Chen moving to the 3, maintaining a 5-out strategy while implementing a few high ball screen plays. Although the Thunder's backcourt was plentiful, few offered significant tactical value. Morrow and Chen differed considerably. The ability to shoot 3-pointers and running a 3-point offense were 2 distinct matters. Shooters who couldn't provide tactical value were hardly different from non-spatial players. Chen's exceptional off-ball movement, combined with precise catch-and-shoot skills, made him far more compatible with the team's strategy than other shooters. In contrast, Payne and others were more accustomed to ball-dominant play, and regrettably, their efficiency paled in comparison to Westbrook and Oladipo as the game resumed. Let us observe what adjustments the coaches would implement. Upon returning to the court, Chen could distinctly feel Spoelstra's attention. Westbrook was clearly on a mission, closely shadowing him off the ball, with the occasional tug on his jersey significantly disrupting his movement. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he was substituted out, and the second-year player Josh Richardson quickly displayed his lack of defensive experience. Chen intentionally made several runs toward the sideline referee, immediately drawing a foul on Richardson for illegal defense. After a couple of instances, Richardson hesitated to guard him closely again. This easing of pressure liberated Chen, and by the time he exited the game with 7 minutes left in the second quarter, he had already netted 6 three-pointers. Spoelstra found himself at a loss. The challenge was not Chen's shooting, but rather the spatial value he brought, allowing Westbrook and Oladipo to penetrate the Heat's perimeter effortlessly. Once Chen left the court, the Thunder reverted to a team that thrived on defense and fast break transitions. When Westbrook could seamlessly adapt to two tactical strategies and switch effortlessly, the Thunder boasted the league's highest offensive efficiency. As the final buzzer sounded, the Thunder concluded the game with a score of 110-87, achieving a remarkable two-game winning streak. With a record of 6 wins and 1 loss, the Oklahoma City Thunder were simply astounding. Who could have anticipated that after losing Kevin Durant over the summer, they could still achieve such a record? We must acknowledge that Westbrook is genuinely challenging for the title of the league's strongest guard. As the Thunder's performance rivals that of the Golden State Warriors for the top spot in the Western Conference, truly remarkable. The Thunder's unexpectedly stellar performance ignited a flurry of praise online. Of course, accompanied by disparagement that don't make me laugh. What does the Thunder have to compare with the Warriors? Just that defender Westbrook. After all these years, can't you see his toxic essence? Among the 6-1 record. How many of the opponents were among the league's elite? Their only direct encounter with the Warriors ended in collapse within 2 quarters. I truly wonder what those individuals are bragging about. Is it the super team Warriors? Is it the 73-win runner-up Warriors? Are the critics struggling in life? Wasn't it LeBron who set the precedent for super teams? Are you referring to the LeBron who aimed to bring 7 championships to the Heat? LeBron has 3 Finals MVPs. What about Curry? Did he earn his Finals MVP through 8-point games? Kobe didn't earn a Finals MVP in his first 3 championships. Is it the Kobe who couldn't win a championship without a top-tier center? Even he surpasses some of those super team enthusiasts in terms of super teams. Who could outshine Kobe? Have you forgotten about the 2004 and 2012 super teams? Failing to win championships while forming super teams is laughable. Just a spark can escalate into a full-blown conflict. The atmosphere online is no different. Chen lay on the bench in the training room, scrolling through social media during his break. Don't pay attention to the noise online. That's my advice. Krista, I've seen too many people whose performance was affected by external opinions, the trainer whispered. Are you referring to that person named Kevin? Chen quipped. Well, he might be more easily swayed. The trainer shot Chen a glance. After that signing, Kevin Durant's name had become somewhat of a taboo in the Thunder locker room. Hey, what are you afraid of? It's just the 2 of us now. I'm the new guy this year. Let's build connections. However, there was some truth to the online chatter. We indeed hadn't faced any strong teams yet. Aside from the Warriors, the only other contender was the Clippers. Tomorrow we're up against the Raptors. They're no weak team. You need to be prepared. What am I afraid of? I'm just a role player. The outcome isn't in my hands, Chen replied cheerfully, still fixated on his phone. Don't let Russell hear that. Otherwise, you're in for it, him. Why would I fear him? A mere Russell. I could easily handle. All right, enough fooling around. Time's up. Let's move on to the next set. Don't. Why does this workout have to include such dreadful bench presses? Chen's previously smug expression was instantly replaced by one of agony. Time marched on, and on November 10th, the Thunder hosted the visiting Toronto Raptors, the Raptors who had battled through 3 rounds of Game 7s last season. Ultimately fell to LeBron James's Cavaliers, halting their journey in the Eastern Conference Finals. This year, with little change to their roster, the Garbage Brothers returned, determined to make a playoff push and seek revenge against James. Undoubtedly, this was a strong team, especially one centered around perimeter players, and it was time to test the Thunder's true capabilities. The team star, DeMar DeRozan, was once hailed as the last bastion of the classic shooting guard after Kobe's retirement. With low-post footwork, back-to-the-basket isolation, and turnaround jumpers, in the NBA of 2016, dominated by small forwards, it was challenging to find another traditional scoring guard like him. Aside from DeRozan, the Raptors' backcourt also featured the quality point guard Kyle Lowry, who was just named to the All-NBA third team last season. This veteran, who entered the league in 2006 at a modest height of 6 feet, managed to establish himself in a league filled with giants, thanks to his outstanding defense and playmaking ability. Additionally, the frontcourt welcomed this year's 9th overall pick, Jakob Poeltl, and the 27th pick, Pascal Siakam, both of whom possessed immense talent and untapped potential. The current Raptors balanced strength and future prospects so well that even the neighboring Lakers would be envious. As the game commenced, the Thunder won the tip-off. Westbrook brought the ball up court, passing it to Oladipo, who drove to the basket but was met by DeRozan's defense. He then returned the ball to Sabonis, who feigned a shot at the top of the arc. However, Siakam displayed a composure that belied his rookie status, unfazed by the feints before reluctantly opting to pass the ball back to Westbrook. Upon receiving the pass, Westbrook surged forward once more, drawing defenders before dishing the ball to Sabonis, whose mid-range shot fell short. Turning back, the Raptors initiated their offense, with DeRozan using Lowry's screen to receive the ball. Roberson, navigating the pick, made slight contact with Lowry. The seasoned veteran quickly assessed the referee's position and dramatically fell to the ground, successfully drawing a defensive foul from Roberson. The latter, somewhat bemused, noted how a mere tap had caused the fall, and he considered approaching the referee to discuss the call, but was pulled back by Westbrook. The Raptors attacked again, with Lowry lobbing the ball to DeRozan, who posted up against Roberson. Beep! The whistle blew again, but this time it was against DeRozan for an offensive foul. This exemplified the role of Andre Roberson, a player who averages merely 7 points per game if he remains a starter for an extended period. It is evident that he possesses a unique defensive prowess, as noted by commentator Hubie Brown. The Thunder resumed their offensive efforts, with Westbrook floating a pass to Adams, who engaged in a physical battle with Poeltl in the low post. After a couple of hard bumps, Adams quickly returned the ball to Westbrook upon noticing the defensive collapse, only for Westbrook's open three-pointer to miss the mark. The Raptors' defensive strategy was clearly targeted. Recognizing the Thunder's low shooting percentage and opting for a tighter defense, a method that many teams currently employ against Oklahoma City. This situation now posed a dilemma for Donovan. Should he once again consider bringing in Chris to provide spacing? After several games, observers have grown accustomed to Donovan's indecisiveness in critical moments. Unfortunately, the Thunder's starting lineup has struggled with shooting. Thus far this season, only Oladipo has managed to maintain a three-point shooting percentage above 35. Even Grant off the bench has only a 37 rate, while Chen's staggering 57 is somewhat incompatible with the Thunder's current dynamics. Ultimately, Coach Donovan opted to continue placing his faith in the starting lineup, which was undoubtedly a reasonable choice. After all, it's just a few possessions. Trusting in the player's ability to adjust is a fundamental responsibility of any head coach. A turnover from the Raptors led to a swift counter by the Thunder. With Westbrook effortlessly bypassing Lowry for an easy layup, the Raptors pressed onward, with DeRozan distributing the ball to Siakam, who effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper just inside the free throw line in terms of offensive capabilities. A big man with shooting skills invariably offers more versatility than a purely physical player, which is one of the reasons the Raptors moved Siakam into the starting lineup early on. Having lost Biyombo this season, the Raptors need to utilize the regular season to rapidly develop their two promising big men, ensuring they can provide matchup value come playoff time. Otherwise, they might struggle against teams like the Cavaliers, Bucks, or Pacers. After receiving an inbounds pass from Adams, Westbrook jogged the ball up court, using Sabonis' screen to step into mid-range territory, executing a smooth jumper for 2 points. His vertical leap remains intact, and his penetrating threat is still formidable. This season, he has developed a potent mid-range game, utilizing his elite first step to create separation, rendering defenders nearly unable to contest his jump shots. As time progressed, the game began to transition into its regular rotation phase. Chen adjusted his jersey hem and exchanged high fives with Adams as he exited the court, then made his way onto the floor. Having tasted success, Donovan increasingly favored this pseudo five-out lineup, as Chen's impressive shooting percentage consistently compelled opponents to expand their defensive coverage. Westbrook also showcased his ability to seamlessly transition between fast breaks and half-court setups, a skill that Adams somewhat lacked. Considering Roberson's recent improvement in three-point shooting, Donovan opted to prioritize resting Adams, preparing him to step in for Westbrook during the second quarter, while also ensuring the front court retained height and alleviating defensive pressure on Chen, allowing him to conserve energy for offensive pursuits. The NCAA champion coach, with his academic pedigree, had indeed demonstrated considerable acumen, having quickly grasped Chen's technical abilities and working diligently to help him maximize his strengths. Simultaneously, the Raptors introduced Powell and Nogueira, As the game transitioned into a battle of rotational lineups, the current Powell is not yet the sharpshooter who would dominate the corner threes in 2024. In his second year, merely securing a rotational spot signifies the coach's investment in his development. Lacking outstanding overall athleticism, he has had to rely on gradually improving ball handling skills and a decent shooting touch to carve out a niche in the league. With the Thunder in possession, Westbrook, having established himself in the half-court, handed the ball off to Sabonis, who initiated the offense while Westbrook quickly darted to the 45-degree angle to set a screen for Chen. A miscommunication in the Raptors' defense saw Lowry and Powell both collapse towards the perimeter Chen, allowing Sabonis to lob the ball to Westbrook for an alley-oop. Boom! A powerful dunk from Russell Westbrook. As the Raptors attempted to respond, Lowry executed a pick-and-roll with Siakam, driving into the mid-range area where his floater clanged off the rim twice before finally nestling into the net. Chen quickly inbound the ball, and Westbrook pushed it up court, elevating his leg, setting a screen, and accelerating past Powell in a mere 3 steps before smoothly executing a Euro step to evade Poeltl for a layup. Celebrating defensively, he performed a classic rocking baby gesture, igniting the home crowd into a frenzy as fans erupted in cheers for their star player. After the replay of the recent layup, the camera panned to Powell, the young number 24, whose face revealed sheer frustration as he recognized the vast chasm in skill and speed between himself and Westbrook that it was indeed impossible to keep pace. Westbrook's ball-handling speed outstripped Powell's even when off the ball. A truly absurd realization. Yet life must go on, and the game continues. There was no room for sentimentality. Powell refocused on the offense, actively moving to receive a pass from the bench's small forward, Patterson, at the 45-degree angle. Before he could shoot, Chen appeared once more, prompting Powell to pass, initiate a drive, and change direction. Smack! A sharp sound resonated as the ball vanished from Powell's grasp. Turning back, Chen executed a quick layup, and Westbrook instinctively took flight, delivering a two-handed reverse dunk, landing with a thunderous roar as he engaged with the fans. "Great defense, Chris. Just like that. Let's dominate them," he shouted, though the impact of the game had left a twinge of pain for Chen. With a deadpan expression, he glanced at his slightly reddened palm, realizing that if this continued throughout the game, he might well end up injured. This teammate's dunking strength was matched only by his enthusiasm for high fives, making it a trial to partner with Westbrook. "Does no one care about how I feel?" Powell lamented at midcourt, feeling utterly defeated. After 2 quick possessions, the opposing team had delivered 2 highlight reel dunks, both stemming from fast breaks following steals, and he had been unable to keep pace with either. Noticing Powell's dejection, Lowry dribbled over to offer gentle reassurance. "It's only 4 points. We can get them back." The experienced firecracker understood Powell's predicament well, recalling his own struggles against the likes of Rose and Paul, where pure talent had left him feeling thoroughly outmatched. This reality can be particularly challenging for young players to accept, as it forces them to acknowledge their inferiority, often significantly so, a harsh but inescapable truth. The best course of action was to redirect Powell's focus, encouraging him to execute some plays and ideally leveraging the team's success to alleviate his discontent. Providing some respite from the pain of inadequacy, of course. This was merely a temporary fix. Ultimately, the resolution would lie within Powell himself. As time passed, matured rookies would naturally reconcile with their circumstances. Life does not halt for anyone's misfortunes. The game presses on, and Lowry continues orchestrating the Raptors' offensive efforts. When the perimeter is tough, just drive inside. Lowry called for Patterson to set a screen, then made his way down the lane, delivering a precise bounce pass to Nogueira, who effortlessly completed the dunk. The Raptors remained unfazed by a couple of missed shots, with Kyle Lowry maintaining his composure, quickly identifying and exploiting the Thunder's defensive weaknesses. This exemplified the role of a seasoned veteran, understanding precisely what to do to stifle the opponent's momentum during their surge. Despite finding the Thunder's 5-out strategy exposing vulnerabilities in the paint, the Raptors remained undeterred. However, the height of Little Sa is a significant factor, and Nogueira lacks the ability to initiate his own offense. Therefore, Lowry must constantly rely on his penetration to threaten the defense, attempting to liberate Nogueira for scoring opportunities in the paint. Similarly, the Raptors struggled to effectively contain the Thunder's perimeter threats. The excellent combination of Westbrook and Chen, she has become a double-edged sword, and with Sabonis inheriting his father's exceptional playmaking skills, the Thunder continues to flourish offensively. For a time, neither side could effectively defend the other. This stalemate persisted until DeRozan re-entered the game. Faced with the tight defense of Chun-Shi, DeRozan displayed remarkable patience that he executed a probing step, initiating a move toward the low post, backing down, gauging the defender's positioning, executing a shoulder fake, and then spinning for a jump shot. His technique, seemingly honed through countless trials, left Chun-Shi struggling to contain him. Even with the aid of defensive badges, Chun-Shi could only manage to raise his arms for minimal interference. Yet the ball still swished smoothly through the net. The expression of helplessness shifted to Chun-Shi's face. His lack of vertical leap meant that even when he anticipated the shot's direction, he was unable to contest it in time. For a player of DeRozan's caliber, his fadeaway jumper relied solely on touch. Even if the defense was right in his face, it might prove futile. One would need to make contact with the ball to effectively defend against it. In the second quarter, DeRozan displayed his prowess, scoring consecutively. While the Thunder's offense stagnated due to Westbrook's absence, Audi's individual play was commendable, yet his finishing lacked the synergy of the Westbrook-Chun-Shi duo. And his passing ability was somewhat inferior, consequently affecting the offensive efficiency of Chun-Shi and Grant. Donovan, on the sidelines, had no effective strategies at his disposal. Ironically, the team's hopes rested on the newly acquired Oladipo, who appeared somewhat out of sync with the team's system. That on the defensive end, the absence of Roberson forced Chun-Shi to confront the opponent's most potent offensive weapon, and DeRozan's remarkable shooting touch led to consecutive failures in low-post defense. The Thunder found themselves in a tough battle, overly reliant on Westbrook. Fortunately, the struggle did not last long. After enduring the challenging transition phase, Westbrook returned to the court, rallying the team for a counterattack. Chun-Shi, seated on the bench, was out of breath. The high-paced intensity on both ends had taken its toll on him. The infernal system allocated points so sparingly, with upgrades taking half a year. When would he see improvement through his own efforts? Frustrated, he gulped down some Gatorade and slumped back in his chair, checking his stats. Shooting 4 for 6, he maintained his usual efficiency. Chris, with your free throws. UVE already scored 15 points, remarked Davis from the team staff, smiling that it's truly impressive. Your shooting percentage from the left corner at a 45-degree angle is an astonishing 73. That's amazing. Maintaining a low profile. He shrugged off the compliment. After a brief moment of reflection, Chun-Shi glanced at the series of tasks provided by the system. With less than 2 quarters played, if the Raptors did not alter their defensive strategy, would he have a chance to break the 30-point record? The thought of seizing such an opportunity invigorated him. Prompting him to sit up and gently massage his leg muscles. That off-ball movement was undeniably exhausting. Players like the masked hero were truly monstrous. As the third quarter commenced, Chun-Shi returned to the game, immediately utilizing Grant to execute a ghost cut for an easy layup. The Raptors' defense slightly expanded, revealing vulnerabilities in the paint, exacerbated by the inexperience of the two rookies. Following Siakam's missed mid-range shot, Chun-Shi surged forward, with Westbrook's pass arriving swiftly. Without hesitation, he launched a trailing three-pointer. The sound of the ball swishing through the net was delightful. As the final buzzer sounded, the game concluded, with the Thunder narrowly securing a 120-117 victory over the Raptors thanks to Westbrook's series of mid-range jumpers in the last minute, coupled with Lowry's missed buzzer beater. After a hurried exchange of handshakes and embraces with the opponents, Chun-Shi eagerly dashed back to the locker room. System, hurry. Upon detecting the host's achievement of scoring 30 points for the first time in a regular season game, the system rewarded him accordingly. Congratulations, you have received 3 random bronze badges and 1 badge upgrade token bronze. Open the box. The random badge extraction commenced. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the badge. Dribble specialist, bronze. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the badge. 3-point specialist, bronze. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the badge. Relentless finisher, bronze. Good. Quite satisfactory. The core badges for finishing at the rim and 3-point shooting have arrived. That I'm back in the game. Chun-Shi beamed at the 3 new badges. Use the badge upgrade token. Please choose the designated bronze badge for promotion. Considering the deficiencies in his driving attributes, Chun-Shi decided to enhance his badge levels to compensate. Confirm promotion of dribble specialist, bronze. Promotion completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the badge. Dribble specialist, silver. Nice. System, display the data panel. Let me take a good look. The attribute panel now displayed. Chen, physical attributes. Height 196 centimeters. Wingspan 208 cm. Weight 88 kg. Attribute panel. Mid-range shooting 78, 2. Three-point shooting 100. Free throw 60, 2. Passing 62, 2. Driving 50, 5. On-ball defense 81, 1. Help defense 56, 1. Rebounding 45. Strength 53, 5. Speed 64, 4. Stamina 67, 5. Blocking 30. Stealing 43, 2. Finishing at the rim 48, 3. Jumping 72, 2. Physical condition 70. Values in parentheses indicate training improvements. Badges. Catch and shoot, silver. Quick draw, silver. Corner specialist, bronze. Off-ball movement, silver. Relentless finisher, bronze. Spot-up shooter, silver. Lockdown defender, bronze. Dribble specialist, silver. Three-point specialist, bronze. Relentless finisher, bronze. Evaluation. An elite shooter, a second-tier defender, and a third-rate penetrator. I, the master, am willing to acknowledge your qualification to remain in the league. Haha, damn it. All this hard work hasn't gone to waste. Most of the lower attributes have improved quite rapidly. Chen gazed contentedly at the revamped panel, his spirits soaring as he headed to the shower. Meanwhile, Westbrook was being interviewed by reporters. Russell, congratulations on once again achieving a near triple-double with 36 points, 8 rebounds, and 10 assists. Did you consider grabbing a couple more rebounds to chase that triple-double? Of course not. The Raptors are a formidable team, and we must remain fully focused during our match against them. I had no time to concern myself with statistics on the court that I end this game. Aside from you, Chris and Chen also scored 32 points efficiently, hitting 8 three-pointers out of just 15 attempts. What are your thoughts on that? Chris is an exceptional shooter. I have never encountered anyone as accurate as him. I believe this is the reward for hard work. He and Victor are the most diligent players in our team, always arriving the earliest and leaving the latest during training and even practicing on their days off. I believe God has every reason to bless such diligent individuals. In comparison to Victor, do you think Chris has earned a starting position? We are a team, and our only desire is victory. No one cares about individual accolades. We follow the coach's arrangements. If winning means I have to come off the bench, I'm fine with that. In response to the reporter's provocation, Westbrook invoked the classic team-first philosophy. Essentially, the official statement must remain noble and virtuous. Russell, as of now, Chris is averaging 20.3 points, 1.8 rebounds, and 2.6 assists with a shooting percentage of 46 and a three-point percentage of 5.7. You believe Chris is the best rookie of this draft class? Absolutely. No one is better than my teammate. Chris is undoubtedly the best rookie of this draft class. I stand by that. The arena erupted in astonishment considering that Chen was merely a second-round pick. The 26th overall. This year's rookies included Embiid, who despite missing games due to injury, had shown impressive maturity in his third year of playing. Moreover, behind him looms the formidable presence of Brandon Ingram. Jaylen Brown, Jamal Murray, Buddy Hield, Malcolm Brogdon, and a host of other exceptional rookies. Westbrook's remarks have effectively alienated them all. Of course, he might not care in the slightest. The following day, Chen found himself cornered by several reporters at the entrance of the arena. Chris, we would like to ask you a few questions. What the heck? Where did you all come from? Chen exclaimed, startled. Are you all crazy? Camped out here this early? What questions do you have? I don't have much free time today. I have training later. What are your thoughts on Russell saying you're the best rookie this season? What do I think? I'll just sit back and watch that. I wholeheartedly support our team leader. My leader's words are always on point. So, you are admitting you share the same sentiment. If Russell believes I can do it, I'll reluctantly put in the effort, Chen shrugged. After yesterday's interview, Joel Embiid took to social media to state that he had never heard of Chris Chen, suggesting that Westbrook was merely seeking attention. What do you think about that? Embiid. Who asked that? Is he an NBA player? Several reporters perked up at this response. This was exactly the kind of material they sought. A statement that could ignite a firestorm of controversy. The starting center for the 76ers. Starting center? Rookie. Embiid has missed the previous 2 seasons due to injuries, so this year marks his rookie year. All right, then I wish him good health this year. Being a bit arrogant is perfectly fine. The title of Best Rookie carries a whopping 15 attribute points. It's important to note that as attributes increase, enhancing them through training becomes increasingly difficult due to a phenomenon known as a ceiling. Attribute points can help Chen transcend that ceiling. Their value is self-evident if the Emperor wants to compete. And Ingram wants to join in, then let us do this. Just a gentle reminder, this year marks the 3rd year of my career. Chen shrugged and ceased responding to reporters, turning to enter the arena. Time was of the essence. He needed to adapt to the enhancements brought by the new badges. Damn, Victor, you got here before me. On November 11th, the Thunder continued their home game, this time facing the Los Angeles Clippers, with whom they had recently developed a rivalry. Chun's verbal skirmish with Redick and Westbrook's confrontation with Griffin had both teams simmering with tension, determined to seize victory and demonstrate their superiority. Moreover, Chun's recent comments quickly spread across the media, igniting a fierce debate among fans, significantly raising the Thunder's profile. Before the game, Chen was once again approached by reporters. Chris, Embiid made another statement yesterday, calling you a clown in his eyes, claiming his only opponents are Jaylen Brown and Ingram. Are you dissatisfied with this? I'm no longer interested in his online ramblings, as far as I know. The 76ers currently hold a record of 1 win and 7 losses. Perhaps he should focus on how to assist his team instead of being labeled a statistical liability. Are you saying Embiid is merely a data-hungry liability? Of course not. Hey, as I graciously accept your interview, please don't take my words out of context. I'm just saying, maybe a clown? Oh my, if you truly encounter a clown in the future, don't shy away. Just make sure not to rest when you head to Denver. Chris, Jaylen Brown spoke on social media yesterday, expressing his recognition of your talent while cautioning you that he will soon catch up. Jaylen and I were college teammates, and we shared a strong bond and understanding on the court that I know how formidable he is. His recent struggles are merely temporary, and he will bounce back soon. When that happens, everyone will see that the strongest players from this draft class are the two of us. Chen, do you have confidence in defeating the Clippers in this match, given your previous rivalry with Redick? Do you wish to settle the score? I have great respect for the Clippers and their players. They are a strong team, with Paul and Griffin being particularly formidable. However, I firmly believe the Thunder are stronger, and I have immense confidence in my teammates and coach. As for Redick, sorry after he made those remarks, he will never earn my respect. From the very beginning, the match against the Clippers was charged with tension. Just 2 minutes into the game, Oladipo clashed with Redick due to physical contact, and 5 minutes later, Chen and Grant took to the court in a mere second round. Grant engaged in a heated exchange with DeAndre Jordan. The atmosphere was palpable. The referees rushed to separate the players, especially upon seeing Chen step forward. Noticing the referee's anxious expressions, Chen innocently glanced at the big screen, by all that is holy. He wasn't inherently violent. He merely intended to intervene, but was halted midway by his own teammates. This hardly seemed fair. Despite the referees tightening their calls, the emotions on both sides remained volatile. Nevertheless, one could only hope that the players would refocus on the game and not let external factors sway their emotions. With the game resuming, the Thunder regained possession, employing their usual tactics. Westbrook initiated a handoff to Adams at the top of the arc, subsequently executing a pick-and-roll with Chen, prompting Paul to switch on to Chen. Realizing the opportunity was limited, Adams refrained from forcing a pass to Westbrook, who was covered by Bamut, and instead handed the ball back to Chen to reset the play. Observing Paul before him, Chen decisively passed to the wing where Oladipo awaited. Oladipo drove straight to the basket, with Redick in pursuit. However, Oladipo executed a quick stop and a deft move, causing Redick to lunge past him, before taking a mid-range shot and easily scoring 2 points. Turning back, Paul executed his signature pick-and-roll with the center, employing a couple of swift changes of direction that left Adams disoriented, leading to Griffin's uncontested assault on the rim. Even now, Paul remained deserving of the title of the league's premier guard. The Thunder had no time to lament their defensive lapse. Chen quickly inbound the ball, and Westbrook pushed the fast break. Oladipo received the ball on the wing and attacked the rim. Bypassing Bamut before encountering DeAndre Jordan in the paint, he swiftly dished the ball out to Westbrook at the top, who passed it seamlessly to Chen at a 45-degree angle. Chen faked a shot, causing Redick to leap, then surged towards the basket, exploiting his first step speed to dart into the Clippers' paint. With the ball in hand, he took 3 steps, executing a folded layup to evade Griffin's block. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, struck the rim a few times, and finally dropped into the net. That, oh my goodness, what did I just witness? Is that Chris's move? The commentator exclaimed in disbelief as the replay showcased the incredible moment. Goodness, an aerial glide with a folded layup. While not particularly high, this certainly exceeds our expectations of Chen. Paul glanced at Chen in astonishment. He could do that. Why have I never seen it before? Chen clenched his fist. With a combination of a dodging finisher and a silver-level first-step master, he had managed to compensate for his base attribute deficiencies, thereby presenting a tangible threat near the basket. The game pressed on, with Paul continuing the pick-and-roll strategy. Observing Westbrook's attempt to catch up and Adams retreating, he confidently launched a shot from mid-range, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Adams swiftly secured the rebound and tossed it to Westbrook, who glanced at his fast-breaking teammates before executing a long pass to Grant, who was nearing the basket. Grant leapt for a thunderous dunk, but was met by the surging DeAndre Jordan, who swatted the ball away. The ball slammed off the backboard and bounced out, but Chen was quick to snag it, rising again to score as Jordan landed. Rivers called a timeout, intending to disrupt the Thunder's rhythm and prevent being swept away by their fast breaks. However, Rivers' adjustments did not yield significant results. Even though Paul deliberately slowed the pace, he could not halt the Thunder's relentless attacks on the rim. The team's defensive rotations were insufficiently executed as the game drew to a close. It was evident that a comeback was beyond reach, and they could only regretfully accept another defeat. The Thunder triumphed over the Clippers with a score of 112-103, marking their 4th consecutive victory. After the match, Chen once again faced an interview with domestic reporters. Chen, it is a pleasure to interview you. Do you have any words for Chinese fans? Please greet everyone on camera. Hello everyone, I am Chen. Today the Thunder secured another victory, and I scored 23 points once more. As a person of Chinese descent, achieving such results in the NBA is quite rare. Do you have any tips to share? Well, I don't have any special tricks. It's all about maintaining passion, putting in the effort, and integrating into the team that I believe that in the future, many basketball players far more talented than I will emerge from our country. Can I also mention that I have a system? In any case, I would like to ask, as a person of Chinese descent, would you be willing to return to your homeland to contribute to the basketball cause? If the country calls upon you for the Olympics, would you come back? I don't think my level is sufficient yet. Besides, didn't the Olympics just conclude this year? The next one is quite distant. And there might be some nationality issues to address that, of course. These are not insurmountable problems. If the country recognizes me, I certainly would not refuse the opportunity to return to the embrace of my homeland. Speaking too confidently invites scrutiny, while being too cautious may also draw criticism. Chen, caught in a web of careful wording, chose to speak ambiguously. Returning to Chinese citizenship would undoubtedly be a straightforward choice for Chen. And participating in the Olympics would be an obligation he could not shirk. However, he feared that demands would increase, potentially summoning him back for events like the World Championships or the Asian Cup. After all, isn't it obvious how Yao Ming sustained injuries? He himself can barely withstand injuries at a 70 capacity, so it's best to tread carefully. Meanwhile, Chen post-match interview was also being broadcast live on domestic platforms, leading to a flurry of comments online after viewers heard his remarks. Chen is so handsome. Please, calm down upstairs. TSK, he doesn't want to come back, so he doesn't have to. Why does he need to justify himself with so many reasons? Are you all right? When did he say he doesn't want to return? Don't those reasons exist? He merely stated them. He never said they couldn't be resolved. Here we go again, the dutiful son. Already getting flacked. It's tough. Just speaking a bit of truth makes one a dutiful son. Such labeling. Are you a fan of Moose? He is still an American citizen. Do some people think they have a right to judge? Do they really take him for a fool? Calm down, will you? Just because he is American, who knows if his ancestors were traitors? Let's not be absurd. His parents are American citizens, and he had no say in that. The fans of the Six Kings are indeed quite audacious. What? The perennial second-place dutiful son has also surfaced to voice his opinion. The reality is that where there are idols, fandoms emerge, and where fandoms exist, chaos often ensues. The comments on a video were akin to a barrel of gunpowder. easily ignited with a spark, leading to an uncontrollable explosion of controversy. Unbeknownst to Chen, who was oblivious to the online turmoil, he returned to the locker room after the interview, observing his teammates reveling in celebration. Typically, regular season games are not marked by exuberant celebrations, but given that this was the Clippers, the pent-up frustration from earlier was now an opportunity for revelry. Chen recorded a few playful videos of his teammates and shared them on his social media, captioned, "Sharing the joy of victory," riding the wave of recent popularity and his occasional bold statements online. He had already amassed over 1 million followers on Instagram. As Chen acclimated to his new role, the rationale behind the offensive distribution improved, leading to increased playing time. Point 1 could distinctly feel the growing trust from the coaching staff. The chemistry within the Thunder team blossomed harmoniously. With consecutive victories against the Magic and the Pistons, they boasted an impressive record of 10 wins and 1 loss at the season's outset, even surpassing the Warriors to claim the league's top spot. In a moment, the atmosphere was electric, and the winning fans flocked to the Thunder, raising their profile to rival the soaring popularity of the Cavaliers and the Warriors. No one anticipated that the Thunder, after losing Durant, would commence the season with such astonishing results, let alone ascend to the pinnacle of the Western Conference and the league itself. Russell Westbrook emerged as a remarkable player, averaging 28.6 points, 8.8 rebounds, and 10.4 assists per game, nearly achieving a triple-double average. This led us to question whether the Thunder's previous failures were truly his fault or if the issues lay elsewhere. The astonishing roster management by Coach Donovan proved his mettle this season. Even with a significantly weakened lineup, he successfully guided the team to remarkable heights, positioning himself as a strong candidate for Coach of the Year. The Thunder's management's vision is indeed beyond reproach. Their second-round pick at the 26th position, Chen, has already averaged 19.5 points, standing at the forefront of the 2016 rookie class, with an astonishing three-point shooting percentage of 54.6. His performance is nothing short of extraordinary. Even more striking is that his salary this season is merely $550,000. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world was lauding the Thunder, as if everything they did was flawless. However, the price of sitting atop the league was that they became the focus of scrutiny, treated as hypothetical adversaries to be studied by all teams. Simultaneously, the accolades began to influence the entire team adversely. Players became complacent, began to slack in training, and became ensnared in the intoxicating praise that surrounded them. Head coach Donovan astutely recognized the emerging issues. But simple reprimands proved ineffective. This is the terrifying power of the media. They control public opinion, and you can unknowingly be swayed by it, led like a puppet. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not persist for long. As the Thunder's benefactor soon arrived, James Harden, leading the Houston Rockets, delivered a heavy blow to the complacent Thunder. With a staggering performance of 41 points, 6 rebounds, and 12 assists, Harden decisively smacked the Thunder back to reality. The league's number one? Really? The Harden of today is no longer the Thunder's former Sixth-Man of the Year. He is now a formidable contender for the best shooting guard in the league following Kobe's retirement. Even in contention for the MVP title, proving that the Rockets' gamble had paid off. Any lapse in defensive focus would be ruthlessly punished by him, tearing through their defenses with ease. The Thunder evidently made a grave error. Throughout the game, Harden single-handedly dismantled the Thunder's backcourt. In contrast, Westbrook struggled, shooting only 6 of 18 for 16 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists, while Chen merely managed 4 of 11 for 13 points. 2 rebounds and 2 assists. D'Antoni could easily assign Ariza to defend him. With his height, long arms, and quickness, Ariza easily contained Chen, whose breakthrough ability was not yet fully developed. As the game moved into garbage time midway through the fourth quarter, Zhou Qi on the bench finally got his chance to play. In just 5 minutes, he recorded 2 points and 4 rebounds, fulfilling the expectations of some domestic fans, showcasing the potential of the future Great Demon King. Soon, other teams across the league began to emulate this strategy, attempting to use larger forwards to guard Chen. However, not every attempt proved effective. Sheer size alone was insufficient. Quick footwork was also necessary. Relying on his excellent off-ball movement and precise three-point shooting, Chen continued to deliver consistent offensive production in most scenarios. What truly impacted the Thunder was the ineffectiveness of their five-out lineup. A double-edged sword, with Oladipo and Grant's shooting declining, relying solely on Chen, Shi's scoring was evidently insufficient to maintain offensive spacing. Opponents began to selectively leave one player open to double-team and obstruct Chen Shi's movement, significantly diminishing the team's offensive efficiency. Simultaneously, the size disadvantage of the three-guard lineup also imposed pressure on the defensive end. Once the offense falters, it inevitably hampers the defense as well in the face of ineffectiveness from the five-out strategy. Donovan found himself at a loss for solutions, as the Thunder's roster ultimately lacked sufficient adaptability. Over the course of 2 weeks, although Westbrook and Chen Shi continued to exhibit impressive efficiency, the team's performance significantly declined, resulting in a record of 4 wins and 4 losses across 8 games, plummeting to 4th place in the Western Conference. The media, unsurprisingly, shifted their tone and began to unleash their criticisms upon the team and the coach. The facade of prosperity crumbled, revealing the Thunder's true capabilities to be rather limited. It became evident that this was still the same team that even KD could not elevate. Russell Westbrook once again found himself labeled as the king of empty stats, as no player on the team, aside from Chris, managed to score a three-pointer. The fact that such a team still exists in today's league speaks volumes about the Thunder's management. Negative commentary grew particularly harsh during the team's 3 consecutive away losses, and merely 4 defeats provoked a swift reaction from the rumor-hungry media. Should the team endure a further string of losses, one can only imagine how caustic the online discourse would become. Fortunately, following a resounding victory over the Wizards on November 30, thanks to Westbrook's stellar performance of 35 points, 11 rebounds, and 15 assists, the team was granted a 3-day respite. The subsequent announcement rejuvenated the team's atmosphere. Russell Westbrook, boasting an average of 31.6 points, 9.8 rebounds, and 12.1 assists, was named the Western Conference Player of the Month for November. Simultaneously, Chen Shi, with averages of 16.5 points, 1.8 rebounds, and 3.0 assists, outshone a host of promising rookies, earning the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Month. This meant that prior to their home game against the Pelicans, the team would bestow 2 awards upon these players, greatly boosting their morale before the match. Upon receiving the news, Chen Shi quickly noticed a system notification. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Rookie of the Month award for the first time, earning a reward of 10 free attribute points and 1 random bronze badge. Excellent, let us draw the badge. Flies rubbing hands together. JPG drawing a random badge. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the badge. Giant Slayer, bronze, enhances the host's layup success rate against taller defenders. Not bad, a useful badge for finishing at the rim at this stage. Chen Shi gazed at the newly acquired badge. He began to contemplate the future. It seemed imperative to intensify his training in driving to the basket. System, allocate all 10 free attribute points to driving. Allocation complete. The host's driving attribute has now risen to 65, 5 points from training. That a drop in the bucket. Indeed, Chen Shi sighed at the meager attribute increase. But fortunately, with the combination of Silver First Step and 2 finishing badges, he could still manage, especially with the Dodger and Giant Slayer badges, which should prevent him from becoming a master of getting blocked. Never mind, onward with training. If I don't put in the effort on the court now, I won't be noticed in the nightlife later. If I'm master ball handling now, I can enjoy myself in hotels later, and maybe even line up at Sister Joe's place back home. Crossed out. That evening, after training concluded, Chen Shi returned home to receive a call from Moon. Chris, I have a sponsorship opportunity that I think might be viable. Would you consider it? What sponsorship? It's from a Chinese sports brand, and what? They are willing to offer 2 years for $5 million. In contrast, brands like Li Ning, Nike, and Adidas are reluctant to sign short-term contracts. And their offers are far less appealing. I believe Anta is the most sincere among them. All right then, let us go with Anta. Supporting domestic products starts with me. Great, I'll bring the detailed contract documents tomorrow for you to review. If there are any modifications needed, I'll take them back for discussion. Okay, we have a game tomorrow, so come to the arena. The Thunder subsequently triumphed in back-to-back matches against the New Orleans Pelicans and the Atlanta Hawks, followed by a well-deserved 4-day mini-break. During this time, Chen Shi officially signed a sneaker endorsement deal with Anta, shooting several promotional posters and fulfilling the initial promotional obligations. thereby securing his first off-court income. After dealing with the mundane tasks, Chen took a rare day off to attend a party hosted by Westbrook at a luxurious mansion. Americans seem particularly fond of such gatherings, where a mix of familiar and unfamiliar faces converge to chat, drink, dance, and swim, with some even letting loose in a display of mutual attraction. I'm not going. Don't stop me. A virtuous person like me would never partake in such a terrible party. Encountering Roberson and others at the entrance, Chen feigned protest while already stepping into the villa. Holding a glass of liquor by the poolside, he observed a large group of his peers playfully splashing about in the water, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Just a month prior, he was a corporate drone, commuting between a dreary job, earning a meager $3,000 to $4,000 a month, living a life more exhausting than a dog. Let alone basketball. After graduation, he had barely played a handful of games a year, and over the years, his foundational skills had all but vanished, leading him toward becoming just another older player on the street courts. Yet now, he found himself a key rotation player on an NBA team, earning over $1 million a year, standing in a star player's mansion, reveling in the luxury. Dude, looking so forlorn at someone else's party is rather impolite. It has quite a buzzkill. I assent it. Chen turned around and gasped, damn, what has blinded my eyes? With high cheekbones, exquisite features, and sky-blue eyes akin to a master sculptor's creation, her brown hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, radiating an alluring sheen. Clad in a low-cut black dress adorned with white floral patterns, the thigh-high slit revealed long legs that seemed to glow. Most importantly, this stunning beauty exuded an air of propriety. Her presence commanding respect. I must have overeaten, as my mind begins to wander. Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, raising his glass. I thought you were coerced into coming here. The woman clinked her glass lightly against his and then took a delicate sip. She gestured toward a group of burly men dancing awkwardly to the music nearby. Veronica Wilson. That's my name. Chen, or you may call me Chris. I must admit, I'm somewhat out of my element. I rarely attend such parties that I've heard that you dedicate a significant amount of time to training. They say you are as disciplined as Kobe. Not quite as extreme as Kobe. I can't wake up at 4:30 in the morning. The previously shy Chen, who had been solitary in his past life, found himself reverting to bashful boyhood in the presence of a woman. Has anyone mentioned me to you? Of course. I inquired about you through Jeremy, the sharpshooter from Oklahoma. Who would want to know more? I'm also a Thunder fan. Besides, you look quite dashing. It's not just the straightforwardness that's powerful. It's the appeal of good looks that can cut through the noise. I hardly qualify as a sharpshooter. I merely do what I'm supposed on the court, nothing more. You seem quite different from your interview persona. I expected you to be, well, exceptionally confident. Ha ha, I am confident. Very confident. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. This player, already a household name in Oklahoma, appeared unexpectedly innocent, piquing her interest even further. It was hard to resist the temptation to transform such a big boy into her own little pet. Chen awoke, as usual, arriving at the gym for pre-practice training. Chris, you seem a bit distracted. Did you have too much fun at Russell's last night? The trainer keenly noticed Chen uncharacteristic demeanor, especially after he had missed 10 consecutive shots. Oh no, I got home quite early yesterday. Chen shook his head with a smile, refocusing his attention. Indeed, last night had been quite lively, as he had spent hours chatting with Veronica about everything under the sun. It is well known that men often find it difficult to say no to their admirers, especially when they are captivating beauties. Poor Tom was at the mercy of Chen, who was smitten at first sight with Veronica, their relationship warming rapidly despite it being their first encounter. After driving her home in his Porsche, they began exchanging calls early the next morning, discussing trivial matters that held little substance, yet he was reluctant to end the conversation. Alas, you have fallen into the throes of love. The trainer, picking up on snippets of their exchange, immediately began imparting his wisdom to Chen. Young man, seize the opportunity when it arises. Just go for it. Ask her out tonight. Tonight won't work. There's a game. Chen gave an exasperated glance at the trainer, who was standing there offering unsolicited advice that I came early to the gym to train, not to indulge in gossip. Especially not about my own romantic entanglements. Ha! All right. Let's continue. Next group, Three-pointer from the ARC evening descended. The Thunder prepared to face the Rockets once more. The players united in determination to redeem themselves from the humiliation inflicted by Harden in the previous match. They displayed remarkable discipline and fervor right from the start. Westbrook and Oladipo repeatedly penetrated the Rockets' relatively weak perimeter defense, delivering punishing blows to Capella's retreating defense. Westbrook and Oladipo shared similar technical traits, both relying on their drives to create space before opting for finishes near the basket or mid-range. Under optimal conditions, they were exceedingly difficult to contain, especially with Westbrook's exceptional court vision, allowing him to easily distribute the ball to open teammates when double-teamed. Even before Chen took the court, the Thunder had surged ahead, outscoring the Rockets 23-10, presenting a starkly different scenario compared to the previous match. Then, as Chen and Grant entered the game, the Thunder deployed their most efficient lineup, overwhelming the Rockets on both ends. Harden, whose shooting touch was absent today, was left to rely solely on drives and free throws to maintain the score difference. With no teammate stepping up, he found it impossible to close the gap, ultimately watching helplessly as the Thunder maintained a steady 10-point lead to secure the victory. After the game, Chen received an invitation from Westbrook. "Chris, want to hit the club with us? LeBron's picking up the tab." "Maybe next time, Russell. I have plans today. That girl from yesterday, good for you, kid." Westbrook immediately pieced together the reason, grinning mischievously at Chen. "No, I'm picking someone up. My grandfather has arrived in Oklahoma." "Oh, all right then." Kai's intuition proved correct. Veronica had indeed invited him out, but he had declined using the same excuse. His grandfather had truly come. The old man was quite pleased to see the progress Chen was making in his basketball career. Despite Chen's repeated invitations to dine together and stay with him in Oklahoma, the elder had declined, ultimately agreeing to visit for just a couple of days, stubbornly clinging to their small restaurant. He expressed reluctance to part with the loyal customers he had served for years. Chen drove his Kian to the Oklahoma City airport, a mere 6 kilometers from downtown, parked, and went to the terminal to await his arrival. Fortunately, the game schedule between the Thunder and the Rockets was quite favorable, starting at 4:30 in the afternoon, around 5:30 in China, and concluding just after 8, leaving ample time. After a short wait in the terminal, Chen spotted the elderly gentleman, slowly wheeling a small suitcase as he emerged from the terminal. Chen quickly jogged over to take the suitcase from his grandfather's hands. "Xiao, you arrived early? Didn't you say there was a game today?" The old man, lacking any understanding of basketball and not being a fan, had only learned the basics because of his grandson's profession, believing that entering the NBA meant becoming a millionaire, a notion that seemed far-fetched. "The game ended early today, so I thought I'd come pick you up. That I told you. No need to pick me up. At my age, I've been to countless places. How could I possibly get lost?" The old man chuckled, eyeing his now much sturdier grandson. "When your grandmother and I first came to America, we couldn't even speak English properly, yet we managed to settle down here. How old was I back then? Now look how much time has passed." Yes, you were the most impressive," Chen said, as if coaxing a child, while guiding the old man toward the parking lot, having absorbed the memories of his predecessor. Chen felt a profound respect and affection for the man who had raised him. "Look, a Porsche Cayenne. What do you think? Isn't it better looking than your old Nissan?" "Oh, come on. That Nissan has served me for over a decade. It's practically the same age as you. Now you're turning your nose up at it? Who was it that used to fight me for the steering wheel back in the day?" You were something else. What kind of good person lets a child take the wheel? I still shudder at the thought of it. What is there to fear? The brakes are right under my foot. Get in. I'll take you to the hotel." "What hotel? I'll just stay with you." "Oh, come on. I rented a one-bedroom apartment just to save money. How can you stay there? Trust me. Let us go to a hotel for the night. Tomorrow, I'll take you around the city and the arena, and the day after, I have another game. After you watch that, you can leave. How does that sound? You're just making excuses. Didn't you say you earn hundreds of thousands a year? Can't even afford a decent place? America isn't like back home. Buying a house isn't that expensive here. Renting is ultimately someone else's property. The ingrained Chinese instinct to own property was unwavering. They say it's hundreds of thousands. But that's before tax. This isn't Texas, where you can avoid a lot of taxes. Plus, I earn a weekly salary, so I don't have that much cash on hand. So you're still bragging? Do you want to close the shop and move here? I've already paid 6 months' rent on that apartment. Moving now would be a waste. This is called being frugal. Besides, I just signed a contract for an endorsement. The money hasn't come in yet, but the contract is signed. All right. If you want to move here, I can take out a loan to buy a bigger place. Forget about loans. Who has money to burn? Just focus on playing ball for now. Save up your money don't be like those Americans, spending frivolously without a thought for budgeting that we Chinese believe in saving for a rainy day. Understood. Hey, I read in the news that you might be able to play back in China. Don't listen to the media's wild speculations. My current level is still quite far from that. Besides, returning would be troublesome. I do need to sort out my nationality first. This is partly my fault. When I came here, I had no green card and faced many obstacles until I finally got it. Yet it didn't help much that I learned that nationality isn't everything. In Dallas, they call it racial discrimination. Those white folks sure put on a show. The old man looked resigned, reflecting on how he had once clashed with his family and fled abroad, only to spend most of his life regretting in his youth. He had acted impulsively, influenced by a bunch of literary types, believing in the myth of a land of freedom. Nonsense, a land of capital, perhaps. Without money, no one respects you. That I've missed my chance. Just remember, if you ever get the opportunity, seize it, reclaim your nationality, so you can return home in your old age. That would truly be a homecoming. There may still be opportunities. Don't dwell on the negatives. I brought you here to have fun. Thinking about troublesome matters won't help your longevity. You still want to see your great-grandchildren? Chen, she jested. There should be opportunities. If the national team is willing to assist, even a fraction of Kyle Lee's Chinese heritage would suffice. And as a bona fide Chinese, it shouldn't be an issue. Ha ha ha. Good. After settling the elderly man, Chen, she returned to his residence, lying on the bed, reflecting on his thoughts. Now that the children have grown and the pressure has lessened, the elderly no longer need to be consumed with the pursuit of wealth, and thus begin to reminisce about the past. Initially, these memories are laden with regret, filled with unspoken sentiments about the family discord that should never have escalated. If only they had sat down for a calm discussion, it would not have been such a significant issue. Yet, prideful and obstinate, they refused to yield. The consequence of this stubbornness led to hardships abroad, facing the unfamiliarity of a new land. And it was in the dire moments, when his wife fell gravely ill and finances were scant, that the pangs of regret truly struck home. He then began imparting a series of life lessons to Chen Shi, hoping that his grandson would not mirror his own impetuousness and would instead learn to ponder before acting. Naturally, Chen Shi nodded in agreement. The elderly man's earnest counsel was imbued with the weight of personal regrets. The past is immutable, and all Chen Shi could do was strive harder, earn more, and ensure that he could provide for the elder, alleviating any lingering regrets in his later years. Ideally, if an opportunity arose, he would take him back to their homeland to revisit their roots. On December 11, the Thunder triumphed resoundingly over the rebuilding Celtics, who were powerless against the Thunder's onslaught, conceding defeat by halftime. Westbrook once again achieved a quintessential triple-double of 37 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, leading his team to victory. Jaylen Brown came off the bench for 17 minutes, contributing 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist with commendable efficiency. After the game, Brown embraced Chen Shi. Exchanging pleasantries for an extended period, he expressed astonishment at Chen Shi's recent performances while feeling somewhat disheartened by his own output, which fell far short of the expectations set before entering the league. Chen Shi, in a light-hearted manner, offered him comfort, assuring him not to worry about the hefty salary he would earn in the coming year. The team had its own development strategy for its prized draft pick. Subsequent events would indeed validate the effectiveness of this strategy, considering that he was a 2024 Iguodala Award winner. Who could dare to declare him a failure? Due to the Celtics having back-to-back games ahead, Chen Shi did not insist on keeping Brown for dinner, merely suggesting they could catch up again when he next visited Boston. The following day, he took the elder for a tour around the arena, showcasing his usual training routines. The elder had certainly endured his share of hardships, yet he was indifferent to the sophistication of the equipment or the quality of the team's roster. His sole concern was for his grandson. Gazing at the towering figure before him, the elder's eyes brimmed with memories of the little boy from over a decade ago, who had barely reached his thigh and could touch his head without effort. How had time flown by so swiftly? Observing the robust muscles that now adorned Chen Shi's physique, The elder could hardly fathom the amount of dedication and toil required to attain such a form. Even with a limited understanding of basketball, he recognized that it was a sport predominantly ruled by other ethnicities, and there were so few individuals of Asian descent within the NBA. He pondered the immense effort his grandson must exert to carve out a place within it. "Ah, it's all good. Exercising is beneficial for health, that I am quite strong now, with excellent immunity." Chen jovially displayed his biceps to his grandfather. "You've grown up and developed your own opinions." The elder remarked, "But I hope you don't overexert yourself. Moderation is key to you're already earning well. Save some money, and when you feel tired, retiring wouldn't be such a bad option." "Huh, all right, if I ever feel exhausted, I'll retire and come help you at the shop. That won't do. Your clumsiness might ruin my kitchen. Ha ha ha." In the evening, after dinner, Chen bid farewell to the elder in the parking lot. As he watched an aircraft streak across the fiery sky at sunset, he felt a twinge of melancholy as he saw his grandfather gradually fade into the distance. Returning to his car, he took out his phone that he still needed to request a ticket for Veronica for the home game on the 17th against the Suns. Although the past few days had been centered around his grandfather, Chen had not forgotten to reach out to the proactive beauty. "Oh dear, I have fallen in love." He chuckled to himself, sending a text to the team's assistant manager before starting the car and slowly driving towards home. To his surprise, the back-to-back visits to Portland and Utah ended in consecutive defeats, leaving the entire Thunder team with a pent-up frustration seeking release. In the game against the Trail Blazers, the sharpshooting squad annihilated them with a staggering 67 shooting accuracy. One could hardly expect even the greatest teams to prevail against such a performance. Meanwhile, the altitude of Salt Lake City at 1,300 meters left Chen, visiting for the first time, grappling with mild altitude sickness, compounded by the disarray of Audi and Little Sa. Even Westbrook's 37 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists were insufficient to turn the tide. On the 16th, after deplaning, everyone returned to their respective homes. However, for Chen, it was the first time he experienced the luxury of being picked up from the airport. Veronica had been waiting there for quite some time. "Chris, how have you been?" she inquired, dressed in a white cashmere sweater beneath a khaki coat, her neck adorned with a black and gray striped scarf, and clad in shorts paired with thigh-high stockings. Her eyes reflecting genuine concern. It was evident she was aware of the Thunder's recent struggles during their away games. "What could possibly be wrong?" "I am doing splendidly. There's an old Chinese saying, victory and defeat are commonplace in military affairs. It's merely a minor issue." The moment he laid eyes on her, Chen found himself captivated, momentarily forgetting the trivialities of wins and losses in the games. Were they even important? Not in the slightest. "Glad to hear that. Shall we head out? It's a bit chilly here." Let us go. "Who told you to dress so lightly? Aren't your legs cold?" Women truly are perplexing. It is merely polite to compliment a lady on her beauty when she is elegantly dressed, and there's no need for excessive curiosity. Veronica shot Chen an exasperated glance before linking her arm with his as they strolled towards the parking lot. As their time together increased and their conversations deepened, Veronica began to see through Chen facade. He was not the shy boy he initially appeared to be. Rather, he was playfully teasing and flirtatious once comfortable, and she found this endearing. Once they settled into the car, the atmosphere began to warm. And unable to withstand Veronica's affectionate gaze any longer, Chen started the engine, steering towards a renowned restaurant. Their itinerary for the day was already packed, and time was of the essence. However, Veronica showed no intention of halting her playful banter. "Having made me wait so long, I should collect some interest." She playfully caressed his face and thigh, prompting Chen to suspect that had he not been driving, he might have been devoured alive. The intensity in her eyes was palpable that he pressed the accelerator, speeding towards their destination. In the Thunder's management office, Presti and Donovan sat across from each other in their leather chairs. "Billy, do you think Chris has the potential to replace Victor?" Presti inquired earnestly, anticipating a satisfactory response from the head coach. Currently, there remains a significant gap between Chris and Victor. However, as the head coach, if I had to choose, I would still opt for Chris. Donovan reflected before sharing his thoughts. Just over a month ago, Chris was a late second-round pick who couldn't even get onto the court. Considering his rapid development as a rookie, I find myself quite eager to see what his future holds. As he spoke, Donovan pulled out a set of statistics that a month ago, Chen's shooting distribution was limited to three-point attempts, relying solely on off-ball movement for catch-and-shoot opportunities. Achieving a shooting percentage of 60.2 weeks later, the shooting distribution began to shift towards mid-range attempts, with a scant few of the rim, boasting an impressive effective field goal percentage of 54 and a three-point shooting percentage of 57. Recent statistics, however, reveal that shots taken at the rim have surpassed mid-range attempts, leading to an increased effective field goal percentage of 62, while the three-point shooting percentage has dipped to 55. That's similarly, in terms of defensive efficiency, there's been a noticeable improvement within a mere 6 weeks. After reviewing the data, Presti felt even more resolute in his convictions. With Westbrook on the roster, a tanking strategy was out of the question. Wasting Westbrook's prime would surely provoke ire from the fans in Oklahoma City, compounded by a crowded backcourt and a lack of depth on the wings, if Chen could seamlessly step into Oladipo's role and deliver sufficient output. Oladipo, as a valuable asset, could be traded for a talented wing player, significantly enhancing the team's roster balance. Although the idea of a trade was on his mind, it remained just that, a thought, since the team's performance had been commendable, negating any pressing need to pursue a trade. Presti was merely preparing for contingencies. Suddenly, he realized that this year might indeed lead to the playoffs, and perhaps they wouldn't finish at the bottom of the standings. Thus, he began to observe the team's unexpected developments that Westbrook's extraordinary performances, coupled with Chen's scoring off the bench, were the two focal points of his attention. Consequently, the notion of bolstering the roster emerged. The Thunder still had a salary cap space of $20 million before approaching the luxury tax threshold, well within the owner's financial comfort. If Oladipo were to be the centerpiece of a trade, and if they agreed to absorb a burdensome contract or add some additional assets, it was entirely plausible to acquire a capable wing player. Pairing that player with Westbrook and Chen on the perimeter would undoubtedly yield a positive impact on the team's competitiveness. At the very least, they could no longer afford to lose so embarrassingly. Presti reminisced about the season's opening matchup against the Warriors. Durant's departure had subjected Presti to public scorn, and it was impossible to claim that he felt no resentment. In Chen's modest studio apartment, a small single bed bore the weight of burdens it was never meant to carry. Birth. Damn it, birth! What an infuriating predicament. I'm just a 1.6 by 2.0 single bed. Chen groggily opened his bleary eyes, and upon lowering his gaze, he encountered the alluring figure of Justice pressed against his chest. The tall and remarkably flexible Veronica lay sprawled atop him like a frog, explaining his recent struggle for breath. Glancing up at the ceiling, he contemplated a moment of reflection, but instinctively, he lowered his head once more. Lowering his gaze was as much an act of elevation. Following his instincts, Chen ceased to remain as placid as he had been in slumber. Accompanied by a soft hum, the beauty in his arms gradually awakened. Chris, good morning. Morning. They exchanged smiles, and Veronica once again nestled her head against his robust chest. Family, who understands? I truly like this point. One cannot deny the allure of an athlete's physique. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he reached out to caress the man's waist, feeling the distinct muscles beneath the skin. Irresistibly captivating. Could Chen withstand such provocation? A lightning-fast 5-hit combo. After the sun had risen significantly, Chen ambled toward the kitchen, humming a tune as he prepared breakfast. As an athlete with an immense training regimen, 5 meals a day seemed insufficient. Having awoken late today, he needed to make up for it. Delicious. Chris, you've gained another 10 points in my heart. Veronica savored Chen's culinary skills that a man who can cook truly possesses charisma. I learned from my grandfather. My skills in Western cuisine are rather average. I feared you might not enjoy it, so I didn't prepare Chinese food that I'll give a try next time. Once you're accustomed to it, you might come to like it. Chinese cuisine? I eagerly anticipated. All right, I'll go buy some ingredients later, and you'll witness the charm of a culinary tradition that has flourished for 5,000 years. Chen was thoroughly exhilarated at the Chesapeake Energy Arena. The Thunder players were warming up with shooting drills. Westbrook approached with a playful smirk. Chris, I knew it. You two must be involved. Guagua displayed a knowing expression that only men could understand. Having spotted Veronica sitting at the sidelines, and you still haven't properly thanked me for inviting you to that party at my place. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. How about this? I'll fill up your little truck with gas as a token of gratitude. Is that your idea of gratitude? If you take it away, how will I get it back? Guagua, well aware of Chincy's unscrupulous nature, was not easily deceived. This kid had already set his sights on his truck during their last encounter in the garage, and his intentions were all too clear. It seemed prudent to avoid flaunting his vehicle in front of him in the future. Perhaps he should drive the Hummer to the arena instead. Of course, Guagua underestimated Chincy's audacity. Hummer or truck, I want them both. As the game was about to commence, Chincy hastily returned to the bench after exchanging a few words with Veronica. The Thunder, back on their home turf, were determined not to continue their losing streak. Westbrook opened the game with fervor, relentlessly attacking the Suns' interior defense. The aging champion could no longer muster his former efficient rim protection. The youthful Aquaman frequently received Westbrook's interior passes, making scoring at the rim exceedingly effortless once defenders' attention was diverted. In contrast, the Suns lacked the firepower they had previously displayed. T.J. Warren's magic had vanished, and they relied solely on Booker's sporadic mid-range shots, which proved insufficient. By the time Chincy entered the game, the Thunder had established a commanding 19-8 lead, ahead by 11 points. Long time no see. Little Booker, Chincy teased, playfully targeting Booker's psyche from the moment he stepped onto the court. This young shooting guard, drafted 13th overall, clearly lacked the mental fortitude to rival his more seasoned counterparts, making him susceptible to emotional fluctuations, an impediment to his growth. Chincy couldn't resist the urge to taunt him further, provoking him into seeking the ball and attempting to overpower this audacious pest. At 1.98 meters, Booker enjoyed a slight advantage in size and physicality against Chincy, who stood at 1.96 meters. However, Chincy's exceptional defense and mature grasp of the game left Booker floundering. Damn it, get your filthy hands off me. Finally, Booker could no longer contain his frustration, shoving Chincy's hand away from his waist. Chincy, having frequently studied the footage of certain Spurs legend, feigned innocence, gazing at the furious yet helpless Booker. The referee quickly intervened to separate the two. Despite his desire to unleash more scathing remarks, Booker was restrained by Bledsoe. Stay calm, Devin. Think of Redick. This guy is no pushover and could easily retaliate. Am I supposed to be afraid of him? Booker retorted defiantly, yet he instinctively followed Bledsoe's lead, opting for a tactical retreat. TSK, learn to be clever, have you? You're making progress. Chincy smirked as he watched Booker back away, while simultaneously remaining vigilant of P.J. Tucker and Dudley, who appeared eager to join the fray as the game resumed. The Suns altered their strategy, employing high pick-and-rolls to allow Booker to evade Chincy and go one-on-one against Oladipo. Although Oladipo's defense was commendable, he ultimately fell short in terms of size, allowing Booker to score 2 consecutive mid-range jumpers over him. Ding! Donovan opted to call a timeout, realizing he needed to adjust his defensive approach. The switching defense was ineffective, and chasing Booker would grant him too much shooting space in that moment. A suitable defensive adjustment eluded him. Then let us substitute. Donovan decided to reintroduce the combination of Westbrook and Chincy, as both could effectively contain Booker's offensive prowess, allowing for seamless switches on the perimeter. Especially in the context of today's collective underperformance of the Suns, stifling Booker is tantamount to strangling the team's primary offensive outlet. Why synchronizing the rotations of Westbrook and Booker. The Thunder, boasting an additional efficient scorer in a defensive matchup, gained a considerable advantage. Upon his return to the court, Westbrook immediately showcased his immense impact at both ends, executing a series of pick-and-roll plays with Steven Adams that dismantled the Suns within just 4.5 minutes, unleashing a devastating 16-2 scoring surge that extinguished any suspense in the game. Ultimately, the Suns succumbed once more to the Thunder with a score of 98-116, and Booker, visibly displeased, retreated into the players' tunnel. The young shooting guard harbored dissatisfaction with the team's management in his heart. Damn it, without Russell, what could that yellow-skinned kid possibly flaunt? He is merely a role player who depends on his teammates to draw defensive attention. While he sought solace and self-reassurance to alleviate his inner turmoil, he could not shake the profound sense of helplessness. The Suns' record this season stands at a dismal 7 wins and 18 losses, languishing at the bottom of the league, a burden that weighs heavily on him. Although the Team's strategy entails a deliberate tanking for reconstruction, for a proud second-year rookie, this tarnishes his burgeoning career. Since entering the league in 2015, Booker has only managed to secure a mere 30 victories. The prolonged experience of defeat is undoubtedly a heavy blow to a rising star with immense potential. Of course, Steven Adams was indifferent to Booker's thoughts. Fresh off a 23-point game and a victory, he was far more concerned about what to indulge in for a late-night snack, perhaps some fries at the dock. Following their streak-ending triumph, the Thunder players were in high spirits, and after a brief celebration in the locker room, they began to disperse, eager to enjoy a night out, having moved on to new affections. Adams unhesitatingly declined an invitation from his former flame, opting instead to seek out Veronica. Guan, please stop calling me. I fear my sister might misunderstand. On December 19th, the Thunder once again welcomed an opponent from Atlanta to their home court. Under the guidance of Mike Budenholzer, the Hawks adhered to their tradition. The roster was filled with many competent players, yet none could truly be deemed a superstar. The closest was the once dominant Dwight Howard, signed in July, who unfortunately was absent from the active roster due to shoulder discomfort. The Hawks played a disciplined and patient style, consistently maintaining respectable records, yet they lacked the excellence to advance far in the playoffs. The team as cornerstone, Paul Millsap, now in his 11th season, has steadily provided averages of 15 points, 3 assists, and 7 rebounds since his 5th season, demonstrating remarkable consistency, though he has not shown significant improvement, indicating he may have reached his developmental ceiling. The starting point guard, the 17th pick of the 2013 draft, Dennis S.C. Charter, possesses a well-rounded skill set, fitting the mold of a competent rotational player. Hawks players seem to embody this notion of adequacy. They are all very capable, yet merely average, which might explain the team's perennial mediocrity. As the game commenced, the Hawks took an unexpected yet logical lead. Initiating a series of pick-and-rolls at the arc after drawing defensive shifts, they adeptly swung the ball to Kyle Korver, who executed a smooth finish off a screen. The strategy was both simplistic and effective. Their disciplined transition defense effectively curtailed the Thunder's fast breaks, leaving them momentarily at a loss. In the end, they relied heavily on Westbrook's individual prowess to maintain the score. Fortunately for the Thunder, Westbrook's mid-range shooting was on point today, keeping the score within a manageable range. Perhaps Sam was right. Donovan's mindset transcended the confines of a single game, contemplating the team's future. Victor Oladipo, who shares a similar playstyle but operates several tiers below Westbrook, may indeed not fit the current Thunder framework. However, this is only a temporary assessment. He believes that the diligent Oladipo will enjoy a bright future, yet Westbrook may not have the patience to wait. Wasting the prime of a player like Westbrook is undeniably an act of squandering talent. 8 minutes into the first quarter, Chen entered the game, facing off against his predecessor, the swingman Kyle Korver, who had entered the NBA in 2003, leveraging his exquisite shooting skills to carve out a niche in the league. Unlike Korver, who, as a Caucasian, lacked athleticism and defensive prowess, Chen, benefiting from his exceptional abilities, has quickly developed above-average defensive skills. This season, Chen's defensive efficiency has reached an impressive 105.6, placing him among the elite in the league. For context, Westbrook stands at 104, Kawhi Leonard at 102, and Green at 99. Coupled with his outstanding off-ball capabilities and remarkable three-point shooting accuracy, he has already attained the status of a top-tier 3 and D player. Moreover, at just 19.5 years old, and with a modest contract of $550,000, he represents an extraordinary asset. The only drawback is that his contract spans merely 2 years, with the second year being a team option, which necessitates that the team initiate contract negotiations before the second year concludes. This limitation effectively curtails the team's ability to leverage Chen's exceptional value to bolster their roster. However, if the contract offered is insufficient, they risk losing this precious gem unearthed from a low draft position. Over the past month, Presti has received numerous inquiries regarding Chen, with numerous teams vying to trade for him. Yet, with a premeditated strategy, Presti has firmly stated that Chen is not for sale while subtly probing the team's valuation of their key forward. Setting aside the management's maneuvering for the moment, the focus shifts back to the game as the Thunder regain possession. Chen continues to execute the well-practiced off-ball screen tactics with Westbrook, stepping beyond the arc for an effortless shot. Playing alongside a peak Westbrook offers the undeniable advantage of attracting defensive attention, thereby facilitating offensive opportunities for teammates. Back to the Hawks' offense. SC Char, Dur, and Thabo Sefolosha engaged in a high pick-and-roll. However, upon encountering Roberson's strong inside defense, they opted to swing the ball to Korver at the left 45-degree angle for a shot. Yet, Chen closely trailed him, and with plenty of time remaining, Korver chose to pass the ball back to Bazemore to reset the offense. Just as the basketball left Korver's hands, Westbrook emerged like a bolt of lightning, snatching the ball and racing towards the front court. The Hawks scrambled to transition back on defense, but no one could keep pace with the astonishingly swift Westbrook. Boom! Westbrook executed a signature C-shaped tomahawk dunk, igniting the Thunder's rhythm. SC Charter brought the ball back up, momentarily hesitating. After a series of ineffective passes, the Hawks ultimately fed the ball to Millsap in the low post, resulting in a missed shot. Westbrook secured the defensive rebound and quickly pushed the ball up the court. Seeing no promising fast break opportunities, he opted to set up in the half court, reinitiating the pick and roll with Chen. After deftly maneuvering past his defender and facing Sefolosha, he created space with a Sam Gold-style hesitation, followed by a delicate floater that added 2 more points to the scoreboard. Once Westbrook entered scoring mode, halting him became a formidable challenge, especially in the absence of a proficient interior defender. Budenholzer reluctantly called a timeout, hoping to disrupt the Thunder's momentum, as he had no viable strategy to contain Westbrook. The clock ticked down 100 seconds before the game resumed. The Hawks' stagnant offense continued to struggle in finding a proper avenue for attack. And after an extended rotation, SC Char ended the possession with a contested shot from beyond the ARC as the ball clanged off the rim. Chen gathered the rebound and promptly dished it to Westbrook, who surged forward to Budenholzer's dismay. Westbrook's shooting touch remained unscathed. If anything, it seemed to have improved. With a swift acceleration, he blew past Bazemore and sank a mid-range jumper. Unable to score and incapable of defending, the Hawks found themselves in dire straits. When a team finds itself in such a predicament, it is often at moments like these that a leader must rise and showcase their star quality. Regrettably, the Hawks lacked such a figure that moment. Budenholzer found himself missing Howard, who, despite lacking finesse, could have provided crucial scoring during critical junctures to stabilize the team. His exceptional rim protection and extensive defensive range would undoubtedly have posed a significant challenge for Westbrook. Although it may not necessarily enable the team to retaliate, at least it provides the capital for strategic maneuvering. Regrettably, Howard was not even present on the sidelines, having failed to accompany the team to Oklahoma City for this match. The beleaguered Hawks could only watch helplessly as Westbrook relentlessly carved them apart, scoring 49 points, grabbing 11 rebounds, and dishing out 13 assists, a veritable behemoth of a triple-double in the past 2 months. Westbrook's performance has been unparalleled across the entire league. Aside from his neighbor, James Harden, no one has been able to compare. As of December 20, Westbrook was averaging 32.4 points, 9.7 rebounds, and 11.4 assists, leading the team to a commendable 21 wins and 8 losses, placing them second in the Western Conference, far ahead of most of his competitors in the MVP race. Only James Harden, his childhood companion, follows closely behind with 29.9 points, 8.1 rebounds, and 11.2 assists as his team. Boasting a record of 20 wins and 8 losses, sits just half a game behind the Thunder in third place. In this moment, it leaves one somewhat dazed, coupled with the Warriors, who hold the first position in the West. The once trio of Thunder stars can now be likened to a constellation scattered across the sky, each leading their respective teams in the top 3 of the Western Conference, becoming a celebrated tale in its own right. This paradoxical relationship with the Thunder evokes both admiration and frustration, keen insight coupled with poor execution. As time marches on, December draws to a close. The Thunder, in their final games of the month, surged forward, triumphing over the Celtics and Timberwolves, achieving a streak of 5 consecutive victories, closely tailing the Warriors and alternating with the Spurs for the second position in the West in a fleeting moment. The league's criticism of Durant escalated to unprecedented levels. The night they defeated the Timberwolves was December 25, Christmas Day in America, one of the less publicized holiday matchups, which the Thunder effortlessly dominated early on. After the game, Chen, having finished, remained alone in the arena, opting to continue his training post-match. With teammates and girlfriend returning to their families, he, of course, had no Christmas to celebrate, so he thought it best to practice. The sounds of dribbling and shooting reverberated through the empty arena as Chen unconsciously repeated various movements. Catch and shoot, crossover into a sudden stop, and jump shot, a layup with a pump fake, and a step-back jumper. He reveled in the solitude of the empty gym, savoring the joy of solitary basketball and the exhilarating sensation of self-improvement. Ultimately, it is only passion that serves as the everlasting drive. On that brightly lit Christmas night, Chen trained until nearly midnight before driving home. Upon entering, he unexpectedly discovered a lovely woman lying asleep on the drab, monochromatic sofa in the crowded room. "Nika?" Chen approached and gently shook her. Chris, you're back. Didn't you say you were going to spend the day with your parents?" After dinner with them, I sneaked out to surprise you." "Where have you been? You returned so late that I fell asleep waiting." Chen looked at his drowsy girlfriend. Speechless, I didn't celebrate Christmas, so I spent the time practicing at the gym. "If you were waiting for me, why didn't you just call?" "Wouldn't that ruin the surprise?" She retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. "Quick, before the night is over, let us have a drink. I brought red wine that my dad bought." She pointed to the glasses on the table, indulging in a fond glance at the childlike Nika. Chen poured the wine into a decanter. "Go wash your face first. Look at you. Your eyes can barely stay open." Carry me." All right. Chen picked up Veronica and headed to the bathroom. "Chris, you're so sweet." The woman murmured as her eyes began to flutter. As Christmas gradually slipped away, people returned to their routines. Little did anyone know, beneath the surface of the Thunder's success, management had begun clandestine discussions with the Bulls and Pacers. Presti sought to trade for the star forwards of these underperforming teams, Paul George or Jimmy Butler. Despite having Wade and Butler, the Bulls were struggling this season with a record of only 15 wins and 17 losses, barely holding the 9th spot in the Eastern Conference, a disappointing outcome. After trading away injury-plagued Derrick Rose and Pau Gasol last season, they had high hopes for Wade's arrival and Butler's ascendance. But it seemed they were faring worse than the previous season. Wade, after all, had aged, and his already troubled knee injuries prevented him from being the once explosive Flash. His scoring methods now heavily relied on off-ball movement, low-post footwork, and close-range floaters, while his ability to finish at the rim had significantly declined. Meanwhile, Butler, despite having more ball-handling responsibilities this season, had not seen a substantial increase in productivity, failing to meet the team's expectations. As a defensive-minded forward, his singular scoring ability and lack of offensive stability rendered him unsuitable as the primary core around which to build a team. Compounding this, the Bulls faced underlying conflicts, with Rajon Rondo becoming a disruptive presence despite his hefty contract of $14 million, significantly affecting the locker room stability. Although the season was still in its early stages, the Bulls management had already begun contemplating a rebuild. Coincidentally, the Pacers found themselves in a similar predicament. Once capable of challenging LeBron in the Eastern Conference Finals, they now struggled on the playoff fringes for several consecutive years, with their best performance being a first-round Game 7 loss to the Raptors last year. This season, their record stood at a mere 14 wins and 18 losses, even worse than that of the Bulls. Additionally, Paul George, who had once touted himself as a top-3 small forward in the East, had grown discontent with the management's repeated trades and the limited support from his teammates, expressing intentions to leave. Should George depart, the Pacers, lacking promising young talent, would inevitably need to embrace a rebuild strategy, either through a poor season to secure a higher draft pick or by trading for a promising rookie capable of carrying the team. Fortuitously, the Thunder had just what they needed. Negotiations were quietly underway behind the scenes while the games continued on the surface. Whether it was the weather's influence or simply a lapse in judgment, Chen fell ill, taking several days off from the team and missing the last 3 games of December. The Thunder, missing a crucial spacing element, narrowly defeated the Heat, but subsequently lost to the Grizzlies and Clippers, finishing December with 1 win and 2 losses. During this time, the All-Star voting for 2017 commenced. Notably, this year's All-Star voting underwent significant reform, reducing the fans' influence from 100 to 50. The remaining 50 was split between media and player votes. each accounting for 25. This change was clearly aimed at preventing past occurrences, such as Yao Ming displacing Shaquille O'Neal in his rookie season, and simultaneously protecting standout players who may lack market appeal. The new voting regulations also curtailed the influence of Chinese fans, making it unlikely for a rookie to leap directly into the all-star starting lineup, as Yao had done in the past. Moreover, currently, the only Chinese player in the league was Zhou Qi, who was sidelined with the Rockets, while Jeremy Lin and Chen were both Chinese Americans. Lin Shihao struggles even to speak Chinese fluently. Naturally, the locals cannot muster much enthusiasm. After all, Yao Ming still possesses a modicum of strength, whereas Zhou Qi might need to step away from the water cooler for a while. Unsurprisingly, Chen, for his part, harbors little expectation of making the All-Star game this year. He simply wonders if he might receive an invitation to the three-point contest. If fortune smiles upon him, perhaps he could accomplish the task of the contest. Of course, it is still rather premature to ponder such things, as the All-Star event is more than 2 months away. Although Christmas is merely around the corner, New Year's Day still awaits celebration. Having secured leave from the team well in advance, Chen boarded a flight to Dallas, opting to sit out the game against the Bucks on the 2ND, and would instead directly join his team in Charlotte on the 4th. Upon arriving in Dallas on the 31SD, Chen found himself with a full 4 days to assist the elder. During the bustling New Year period, Chen returned just in time, without even placing his luggage down. He was immediately conscripted by his grandfather to serve as a temporary waiter. Moreover, given Chen-Shi's currently respectable fame, the recognition from 2 patrons only drew in even more customers. Reluctantly, Chen-Shi activated his service mode, taking orders, posing for photos, and signing autographs, darting about and working up quite a sweat. Alas, had he known he would return to such chaos, he might have reconsidered. It wasn't until 10:30 at night, after the restaurant closed, that Chen-Shi finally concluded his labors and collapsed into a small chair behind the cash register, questioning the very essence of life. This was more exhausting than playing a full game. Returning on New Year's Day, where do you intend to go now? Have you grown wings? His grandfather chuckled, watching his grandson with a twinkle in his eye, and handed him a drink. You know, when your father was young. He had to study while helping me work. And look at you, just one evening, and you're already worn out, truly useless to— Oh, come now, Grandpa, without me, how would your little diner attract so many patrons? They are all here because of my fans. You know, I've been running this place for years. I have loyal customers aplenty. Who cares about your few fans? The old man immediately bristled, puffing out his cheeks in indignation. Look at you, fans indeed. You're just full of yourself. I'll teach you a lesson today. Chen-Shi fell silent, too intimidated to respond. Who understands the plight of family? Soon I'll be 20, and yet I'm still threatened with force at home. This is utterly absurd. Ignoring Chen-Shi's grumbling in the corner, the elder swiftly tidied up the last bit of cleanliness in the restaurant before heading to the kitchen to bring out 2 bowls of noodles. Offering one to Chen-Shi that— You've loved this since you were a child. Every year during the new year, when I asked what you wanted to eat, you'd always crave this savory pickled vegetable and shredded pork noodle dish. Little rascal, you just have no luck. As the elder reminisced, he pulled out a family photo and placed it on the table. Chen-Shi remained silent, quietly enjoying his noodles, content to be a listener at this moment. The elder rambled on, recalling various memories until he noticed Chen-Shi had finished his last bite and ushered him back to his room, taking care of the dishes himself. Over the course of 4 days, Chen-Shi seemingly returned to his former life, spending his time scrolling through his phone and social media, while also assisting in the restaurant, hardly making it to the nearby basketball courts on the afternoon of the 4th. Chen-Shi boarded a plane once more to reunite with his team. That evening, they were set to face the Hornets. Having missed 4 consecutive games, Chen-Shi knew he must not take his return lightly. However, upon arriving in Charlotte and participating in team practice, he discovered that his teammates appeared to be somewhat out of sorts. After subtly inquiring, he learned that trade rumors had begun circulating within the team. It seemed that Victor was the centerpiece of the discussions, though the specifics of the trade remained unclear. Grant, who had a good rapport with Chen-Shi, shared the gossip with him during a break. With no confirmed targets, but the rumor mill churning, unease spread among the players. Wasn't it just last month that Victor signed a 4-year contract with the team? Although Chen-Shi understood that Oladipo wouldn't be with the Thunder for long. That was a matter for the next season, wasn't it? This year, George hadn't yet suffered the final blow, being swept 4-0 in the first round by LeBron's Cavaliers, so there shouldn't be a significant inclination to leave. Could this be the butterfly effect of my arrival? That shouldn't be possible. What does the Pacer situation have to do with me? Did the team see hope for this season and begin reinforcing early? If it truly involves Paul George, wouldn't that put little Sabonis at risk too? After all, acquiring George would require more than just Oladipo. He is undoubtedly one of the strongest small forwards in the league. Chen glanced at Oladipo, who was practicing shooting not far away. Surely, being at the center of such rumors must be quite uncomfortable. The game against the Hornets proved to be rather straightforward, as they were quickly outmatched from the start. Aside from Westbrook and Chen, no one else on the team seemed to be in form, with Oladipo delivering a dismal shooting performance of 4 for 18. Even with Westbrook's impressive triple-double of 33 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, it was still insufficient to turn the tide. The still-peak French Pippen, Nicolas Batum, and Kemba Walker seized the opportunity to unleash their offensive prowess against the Thunder, ultimately securing a commanding 123-104 victory, further adding to the Thunder's woes. After the game, the Thunder rushed to the airport, as they were set to face the Rockets in a back-to-back match the following day. Congratulations to the hosts for achieving the milestone of surpassing 500 career points. Rewards have now been issued. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 5 free attribute points and 1 designated bronze badge. On board the plane, Chen once again heard the melodious chime of the system notification. I almost forgot about this task. How splendid. Please select the attribute points to allocate. Breakthrough. Point allocation completed. The host's breakthrough attribute has risen to 72, originally 65, with 2 points gained from training. Excellent. Let us continue. So, the designated bronze badge, right? I'll take an ankle breaker. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the badge. Ankle breaker bronze. Nice. With a breakthrough of 72 and a bronze ankle breaker. Along with a silver first step, wouldn't it be a breeze to get past offenders from now on? Chen donned his eye mask and began to indulge in fantasies of dazzling opponents on the court. Having long desired to outmaneuver Irving and take on the role of James CBA. After arriving in Houston, the team hurried to their hotel for some much-needed rest. After all, they were all tall players, and the cramped quarters of the plane made for restless sleep. However, Oladipo found it impossible to slumber. Shortly after disembarking, he received a call from his agent. Victor, you've been traded. A simple statement that nearly shattered Oladipo's composure. Where to? Chicago. All right, I understand. The man hung up, his head drooping in disappointment. Knocking gently, Chen opened the door, greeted by the sight of Oladipo entering with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Victor? Chris, I've been traded. Oladipo's voice quivered slightly. What? So soon? I apologize. I only recently heard the trade rumors myself, but I didn't expect Chen. She fell at a loss, unsure how to comfort his distressed friend. Business is just business. I know that. Oladipo seemed to have already come to terms with the situation. Victor, don't be disheartened. This simply means you're not in the team as plans, but it doesn't reflect on your worth. Chen endeavored to find the right words that it's all right, Chris. I understand that I won't let this get me down. I'll work even harder. You needn't console me. Ahaha. I knew it. Your spirit is incredibly strong. I just wanted to say goodbye, as I'll be heading to Chicago soon. Chicago? Chen exclaimed, surprised. It seemed it wasn't George after all. Yes, Chicago. My agent informed me that the team traded me for Jimmy Butler. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Best of luck, Chen. We'll always be friends, right? Of course, Victor. We always will be. Chen stepped forward to embrace Oladipo. Let us continue to strive together. Victor, I look forward to seeing you at the All-Star game. It won't be long that Audie's tone is remarkably resolute. And no matter how much he claims to be unfazed, one can only surmise that a lingering sense of dissatisfaction resides within him. Enduring consecutive trades with the Magic and the Thunder within a single year would inevitably instill a degree of resentment in anyone. Audie's departure was abrupt, or rather, the trade itself was unexpected. On January 5, 2017, the Thunder sent Victor Oladipo and demanded Sabonis to the Bulls in exchange for Jimmy Butler and Doug McDermott. From a transactional standpoint, it could be deemed mutually beneficial. The Thunder bolstered their wing and secured a shooter, while the Bulls acquired promising rookies. likely setting the stage for further maneuvers, including the anticipated disposal of Dwayne Wade and Rajon Rondo's contracts. Initiating a rebuilding phase, Butler and McDermott did not land in Houston. Instead, they proceeded directly to Oklahoma City, where they would partake in team practices following their medical evaluations, set to compete against the Nuggets on the 7th. The Thunder, having lost two pivotal rotation players, were expected to struggle against the surging Rockets. Yet, an unexpected eruption from Russell Westbrook, and Chen snatched victory from the grasp of James Harden. Chen played for 39 minutes, achieving a career high of 35 points with 13 field goals from 20 attempts, including 6 of 11 from beyond the arc and 3 of 4 from the free throw line. Westbrook, in 41 minutes, scored 49 points with a shooting line of 16 for 34, including 8 of 15 from three-point range and 9 of 11 from the charity stripe, while also contributing 8 rebounds and 10 assists. Together, they amassed 84 points, while their counterpart, James Harden, had an unexpectedly subdued performance, scoring merely 26 points on 6 for 16 shooting, resulting in another defeat for the Rockets. After the match, it was a rare opportunity for Chen to meet with Westbrook and engage in conversation with Harden, the future premier shooting guard of the league, discussing aspects of Houston's nightlife culture. Chen has always held a fondness for high-scoring players, with Harden being one of them, and given his own humorous disposition, they quickly bonded, sharing laughs and camaraderie. Following an enjoyable evening in Houston, they returned to Oklahoma City the next day. Upon entering the gym, Chen spotted a man clad in a gray practice jersey, engaged in his daily training regimen with a trainer. This was Jimmy Butler, a player humorously dubbed the illegitimate son of Michael Jordan, recently deemed by the Bulls as lacking the requisite talent to emerge as a foundational player for the franchise. Thus traded to the Thunder, no one could have anticipated that this individual would eventually lead the formidable Bucks and Celtics through years of struggle in the playoffs, even orchestrating one of the rare 8-over-1 upsets in NBA history. Guiding his team to the finals. Of course, Butler's personality may not possess the same affability as Paul George. He harbors a certain edge. According to the original trajectory, he was traded to the Timberwolves after the season, creating turmoil within the team due to his discontent with Andrew Wiggins and Karl-Anthony Towns' lackadaisical attitude toward training and competition, which he perceived as a squandering of talent. That he famously declared, "I am not the most talented player on the team." Who is? It's Towns. Who is favored by God? It's Wiggins. But who is the hardest worker? It's me. Subsequently, he dominated a scrimmage against the starters with the bench, leading to a definitive rift with the Timberwolves. After a stint with the 76ers, he finally found himself in the Heat, under the guidance of a commendable coach like Eric Spoelstra, and attained the coveted role of leader. Even so, he would occasionally clash with Spoelstra during games. While it remains uncertain whether his later attitude changed, Butler seems to have shed any notions of superiority, at least in terms of diligence. He should resonate well with Chen and the recently departed Audi. Following a brief introduction and ice-breaking, the two newcomers from the Bulls seamlessly integrated into team practices. Donovan is keen to swiftly guide the team back on track. The recent performance has been somewhat dismal. Had it not been for Westbrook's explosive performances, they might have faced a series of significant defeats. After completing the daily training regimen, Chen routinely stayed behind for additional practice. Unexpectedly, Butler was also present. "Chris, let's go one-on-one." "Hold on. Let me finish this set." Chen, having made considerable strides in his ball handling, felt a surge of confidence. After completing his last set of three-point shots, he approached Butler's half of the court. "Do you practice extra every day?" Butler wiped the sweat from his brow and approached out of course. Success never has shortcuts. If you wish to ascend higher in this league, you must invest even more effort. "That makes a lot of sense." Butler nodded in agreement, then signaled for Chen to take the first shot. 3 attempts. "Sounds good." In a classic American one-on-one, the objective was to conclude within 3 dribbles. Chen initiated with the ball, adopting a triple threat stance, lowering his center of gravity as he surveyed the towering figure before him. Given Chen defensive prowess rated at 80, Butler's defensive skills likely exceeded 90. Coupled with his larger physique, making the matchup challenging. A simple feint yielded no results, prompting Chen to launch a clean, elevated three-pointer. Swish, successfully made. Upon receiving the ball again, Chen discerned that Butler had edged forward. A quick in-and-out dribble led to a lateral step, followed by another clean three-pointer. Good shot, Butler acknowledged, tossing the ball back. 21 points, right? Okay. After regaining possession, Butler resumed his original stance, but with a noticeably heightened intensity. Arms extended, hovering near the threshold of physical contact. Chen maneuvered the ball to evade Butler's outstretched arms, executing a powerful drive towards the paint. Butler matched his pace, applying physical pressure. Chen halted, pulling the ball back beneath his legs for a shooting feint. However, unable to shake Butler, he turned and attempted a fadeaway, which unfortunately did not find the mark. Now, it was Butler's turn to attack. Receiving the ball, he launched a quick three-pointer. Swish, Chen retrieved the basketball and sent it back once more. Another three-pointer ensued, but this time, Chen anticipated the shot and managed to interfere. Duong, a turnover occurred. Holding the ball, Chen stepped back, then swiftly changed direction to drive left. Butler maintained a tight defensive stance. Abruptly halting, he pivoted, leaped, and executed a finesse layup that gracefully settled into the net. Nice shot. Even as a defender, Butler couldn't help but applaud the artistry of the basket. Such is the essence of a true basketball enthusiast. He playfully patted Chen on the back, beginning to recognize the potential in this younger player. Diligent and persistent, with solid fundamentals, it was hard to believe that this was merely a rookie, particularly a second-round selection. Clearly, the scouts had overlooked something significant. The two continued their training until nightfall, hastily freshening up before exiting the gym together. "Jimmy, shall we grab a bite?" "Sure, I could use a better understanding of Oklahoma City's vibe." Butler, impressed by Chen, accepted the invitation. "Come on, I know a place with excellent barbecue." Quality protein, after a hearty meal and driving Butler back to his newly rented apartment. Chen returned home. The first order of business was to turn on the air conditioning, followed by indulging in a long, relaxing hot bath. Immersed in the tub, he lamented the constraints of capitalism. Having paid such exorbitant rent, how could the bathtub be so small? Once the contract expired, negotiations with the Thunder for an extension would soon follow. However, even with a renewed contract, the funds wouldn't be immediately accessible. Substantial expenses would still rely on endorsement income. Chen pondered the inflow and outflow of his modest savings. Should he consider investing? Though now seemed a bit late for Bitcoin and the like. Perhaps he could consult Mun about stocks. It seemed that pinnacle was established in 2015, and its current scale must be considerable. Yet, even if he missed the opportunity, it mattered little. He was the chosen one. A celestial being, equipped with a system. Perhaps one day he would amass wealth akin to that of Zhang and Danzi, contemplating the prospects of wealth while alleviating the fatigue of the body. I then return to my bed and drift into slumber. Only seasoned corporate drones understand the profound happiness of being able to enjoy a consistent sleep schedule every day. The following day, the Thunder faced the challenge of the Nuggets on their home court. This marks the Thunder's first game post-trade, and spectators are eager to witness the caliber of the strengthened Thunder team. Prior to the match, the Nuggets official media announced that their starting center, Nikola Jokic, would not participate due to hip tightness, leaving one individual somewhat disappointed, as he wished to see the current iteration of teacher Jokic before he became overly formidable. As the game commenced, the Thunder unveiled a brand-new starting lineup. Westbrook, Chen, Butler, Sabonis, and Adams formed a well-balanced squad as the regular starters. In contrast, the Nuggets lineup appeared significantly weaker, featuring Will Barton, Danilo Gallinari, Nurkic, Daryl Arthur, and Emmanuel Mudiay, lacking the star power of Jokic, rendering their roster seemingly dim. The future star Mudiay, the 7th overall pick this year, remained on the bench, biding his time. The absence of comparison brings no harm. The 7th overall pick sits on the bench, while our 56th pick takes the starting role. How splendid. The opening tip was won by Adams, and Westbrook brought the ball past half court. He gestured for Sabonis to set a pick and subsequently deliver a bounce pass to the rolling Sabonis. Turning to face the approaching defender, he opted not to shoot, instead tossing the ball to the wing where Chen awaited. Upon receiving the pass, Chen executed a triple threat stance, forcing Barton, who attempted to close in, to retreat. He then feigned a jump shot, effortlessly shaking off Barton, and drove straight to the basket. As he leaped, he executed a spin move in midair, releasing the ball just before landing. Wow, a stunning 360 layup! Chen commenced his dazzling display right from the start. After landing, he staggered a couple of steps to regain his balance and turned to sprint back toward his own half, met with thunderous applause. Chen spotted numerous fans adorned in Thunder jerseys with the number 3, vociferously cheering for his remarkable basket. Now, this is the essence of a superstar. Exhilarating. Nuggets head coach Mike Malone, observing Chen from the sidelines, felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing he possessed an exceptionally capable rookie who continued to improve, despite being merely the 56th pick, earning only $550,000 a year. Presti, you are truly a despicable figure. The Nuggets' offense was far from fluid. They encountered immediate difficulties against the perimeter defense formed by Westbrook, Chen, and Butler. While it may not constitute an impregnable fortress, it was at least formidable enough to prevent any easy shots. In terms of one-on-one defense, both Chen and Westbrook were already at a high level, and with Butler's exceptional defensive skills added to the mix, the Nuggets struggled to establish any rhythm, often unable to secure a steady dribble. After receiving a difficult pass from Barton, the sniper attempted to orchestrate the offense from the free throw line, waiting for teammates to position themselves. After a considerable delay, he finally found Mudiay, who had slipped behind Westbrook, promptly passing the ball to him. Mudiay cut toward the basket and finished with a layup. 2-2 as the Thunder attacked. Chen utilized Butler's screen to shake off his defender, receiving the ball and immediately shooting. Upon seeing the shining silver reception badge light up, Chen confidently turned and walked back to the backcourt. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net was crystal clear, and coupled with Chen-Shi's movements, it ignited the arena into a cacophony of cheers, as if the very roof might be lifted. Absolute confidence. Chris had entered scoring mode. My goodness, this was a scene reminiscent of what one would only witness with Steven. Westbrook charged over and playfully shoved Chen-Shi. Black Brothers' celebratory defense was indeed quite vigorous. One almost feared he might sustain an injury. Chen-Shi maintained an expressionless facade, internally wiping away tears. Oh. The pain, the agony was real. The Nuggets attempted to mount another offense, but this time, a pass between the two guards was intercepted by Westbrook, who launched a long pass to Butler, who had already entered the Nuggets' three-point line. Bam! A thunderous one-handed slam dunk sealed the play. 7-2. Ding. Coach Malone immediately called for his first timeout, needing to stifle the Thunder's momentum lest they be overwhelmed. Chen-Shi, seated on the bench, took a sip of Gatorade. Glancing over at the opposing half, Tizk, what a scene! Malone's frustration was palpable, nearly spitting his words at Barton. Although it is common for coaches to express their displeasure vocally from the sidelines, being directly berated in such a manner is uncomfortable for anyone. The game resumed swiftly, and Chen-Shi was surprised to find the defender now facing him was Mudiay, the rookie. Malone certainly had guts, directly substituting in the newcomer. While he had scolded Barton, it was Mudiay who was benched. Impressive. With possession of the ball, rookie Mudiay approached the arc, managing to maintain control against Westbrook's tight defense, demonstrating solid fundamentals. At least better than the recently benched player. Chen-Shi stood with his hands on his hips, scrutinizing the 7th overall pick who was 49 spots ahead of him. Gallinari set a screen, allowing Murray to create space from Westbrook before taking a mid-range jumper that found its mark. Back to the Thunder's possession, Westbrook drove to the basket, easily finishing with a right-handed layup amidst the contact. Murray crossed his arms, and Malone looked resigned. There was little expectation for a 1.93-meter rookie guard to effectively defend against the peak Westbrook. It was a fool's errand. The only hope lay in Murray's offensive contributions to help the team regain footing. However, the current Thunder team was not solely reliant on Westbrook. Both Chen-Shi and Butler provided consistent offensive output, rendering the Nuggets' efforts insufficient to keep pace. When Donovan replaced Adams with Grant just 6 minutes into the first quarter, deploying a pseudo 5-out lineup, the Thunder unleashed a 19-4 scoring run, with Malone's 2 timeouts failing to halt the decline. As the second quarter devolved into a training exercise, Donovan continually experimented with different lineups, seeking the right combinations for cohesive rotations. After all, with Chen-Shi elevated to the starting role, the firepower from the bench had diminished significantly if faced with a team boasting a strong bench unit. They would have to rely on Westbrook and Butler alternating leadership to stabilize the situation, following a comfortable victory over the Nuggets. the Thunder seemed to have regained their rhythm. Chen-Shi's return, coupled with Butler's addition and the starting lineup's overwhelming dominance over the Nuggets, prompted a re-evaluation of the team by the public. Charles, do you believe the current Thunder are worthy challengers to the Warriors? During a basketball program on TV, Kenny Smith posed this question to Barkley. To be honest, the Thunder have surprised me this year. They almost lost Durant for nothing, and it was hard to believe that the remaining players could perform at such a high level. Yet now, no one can ignore them, except the Warriors. So, do you think they still lack the qualification to challenge the Golden State Warriors? Of course, let us take a look at that damned Warriors team. Who do they have? Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant. Goodness, just those two account for 3 MVPs. And their Defensive Player of the Year, Draymond Green, along with Elite 3 and D player Klay Thompson. They even had Iguodala coming off the bench. What a luxurious lineup. Indeed, this year's Golden State Warriors are a historically great team that I have no intention of disrespecting the Thunder, but they can at best be seen as a playoff team right now. Whereas this Warriors team is worthy of comparison to the great dynasties of history. No. They still fall short compared to dynasty teams. Shaquille O'Neal could no longer remain silent. Ian Shaq, you must admit, the current Golden State team is not guaranteed to lose to that Lakers team. You think Pachulia can defend against me? Do you think Grant can contain KD? The two individuals once again engaged in a classic verbal duel, seemingly relishing the opportunity to berate their despised adversary, all while enjoying impressive viewership ratings. Following the trade, the Thunder exhibited an unexpectedly remarkable chemistry, while the team's overall offensive efficiency saw a slight uptick. Their defensive prowess experienced a substantial enhancement, largely attributable to Butler's arrival. His exceptional support defense fortified the second line, collaborating with Chen-Shi and Westbrook to uphold the entire perimeter defensive framework of the team. With Roberson now relegated to the bench, the defensive configuration of the substitutes also received a significant upgrade. After a brief period of acclimatization, the team swiftly regained its momentum, dispatching the Bulls, Grizzlies, Timberwolves, Kings, and Clippers with ease. Notably, following the match against the Bulls, due to scheduling constraints, there was little opportunity for Chen-Shi to converse with Audi. However, it appears he has been firmly established as the new cornerstone of the team. A commendable development indeed. This season, there are no further games scheduled in Chicago, and Chen-Shi intends to rally Audi during the offseason to persist in their rigorous training regime as dedicated brothers. With a streak of 7 consecutive victories, the Thunder surged with astonishing momentum, reclaiming the 3rd spot in the Western Conference, with only the Spurs and Warriors ahead of them. On January 18th, the Thunder were set to face the Golden State Warriors in a highly anticipated clash. Stirring great excitement, Kenny Smith was thoroughly prepared for the impending showdown. The moment had arrived to scrutinize your recent proclamations, Charles. The Thunder's winning streak had led many to perceive Barkley's assertions as somewhat exaggerated. It was widely believed that, even if they were not quite on par with the Warriors, they should at least be considered of similar caliber. Time would undoubtedly vindicate my sagacity. Naturally, Barkley would not concede at such a moment. Regardless of the outcome, he had already crafted a well-rehearsed rebuttal. A seasoned individual learns to prepare for multiple contingencies, a lesson Sir Charles had gleaned from past missteps. Despite the Warriors being hailed as the league's strongest team, Barkley would not soften his stance. Firmly convinced of the Warriors' minimal chances of defeat, as the referee's whistle sounded, this confrontation between Western powerhouses commenced in earnest. After Adams secured the jump ball, Westbrook advanced to the arc, contemplating the formidable Klay Thompson before ultimately passing to Chen-Shi. Donovan's pregame strategy mandated that whoever faced Curry would take the ball to the hoop, irrespective of efficiency, with the intention of exhausting his stamina. As the core of the Warriors, Curry's defense, while not poor, certainly could not be deemed exceptional. Engaging him on both ends would significantly impact the Warriors' entire framework. Receiving the ball from Westbrook, Chen-Shi faced Curry without hesitation, initiating an explosive drive to the right. Curry promptly matched his pace, engaging in physical contestation. The moment they made contact, Chen-Shi skillfully pulled the ball back through his legs, subtly nudging Curry aside to create space. Feigning a shot, Curry quickly pivoted a contest, but Chen-Shi refrained from shooting, instead executing a deft sidestep to the right. This time, Curry could not recover in time, leaving him exposed as Green rushed to provide help defense. Not wishing to challenge the formidable defensive player of the year, Chen promptly passed to the wide-open Sabonis, who effortlessly converted a close-range jump shot. As the Warriors initiated their offensive, Durant and his teammates had developed a strong rapport after half a season of collaboration. Green handled the ball, while Curry and Clay executed a cross movement. KD received the ball, drawing Butler's defense before swiftly passing to an already positioned Clay in the corner. Observing the obstruction caused by Pachulia, Chen shot Clay a displeased glance. Damn it, that dirty player almost knocked him over just moments ago. However, there was no time for grievances. Chen quickly sprinted back to the front court, receiving a pass from Westbrook and once again confronting Curry. Noticing Curry's heightened vigilance, Chen opted for a direct pull-up shot after a probing dribble. The bronze-hued three-point badge shimmered as the ball swished through the net. As the Warriors attacked again, Durant executed a side isolation against Butler, who was significantly shorter, opting for a pull-up shot. However, Butler, with his vast experience, leaped early, providing just enough interference to catch Durant off guard, causing him to adjust his shot, which clanged off the rim. Adams secured position against Pachulia, and Westbrook leapt high to snatch the rebound, quickly pushing the tempo on the fast break. Without waiting for the defense to settle, in a 4-on-4 scenario, Westbrook spotted Curry, who had been forced into his path, and without hesitation, surged toward the basket, converting a reverse layup amid contact. Wow. The Thunder's opening onslaught was exceptionally fierce, Kenny Smith exclaimed, eager for Barkley to hear. This is just the beginning, Kenny. You're overly excited. The Thunder start is clearly targeted. We can see they're focusing on Steph and Curry, taking on whoever faces him. Chen has already gone at Stephen twice, showcasing remarkable performance. Yes, it is evident that Donovan devised a plan beforehand, that we eagerly await whether the Warriors will adjust their defensive strategy. The game continued, and the Warriors showed little concern for their initial setbacks. Their formidable prowess instilled ample confidence. They once again fed the ball to KD, who opted for a driving play, using his lengthy strides to create separation from Butler, stopping at mid-range for a smooth jumper. As Chen inbound the ball, Westbrook advanced cautiously, surveying the well-structured Warriors formation before passing back to Chen. The moment Chen received the ball, Curry closed in on him, while Green stealthily shifted a few steps behind, positioning himself for better help defense. Without any signal from the coach, the Warriors instinctively adjusted, with the presence of Draymond allowing them to prioritize defending against Chen's drives rather than his shots. However, Chen remained unfazed. If they aimed to contain him, so be it. The strategic objective was to exhaust Curry first. Their tight defense played right into his hands, continuing to attack, leveraging his enhanced driving ability combined with Curry's deliberate concession. Chen once more maneuvered past Curry. Green's help came even quicker this time, nearly arriving as Chen bypassed Curry. With no time to shift the ball, Chen pressed forward, retreating slightly after the initial contact. Green shadowed him closely, and the space for retreat was limited. Yet as they neared the baseline, Chen took off, releasing a shot with confidence. Fortuitously, the badge for corner three-point shooting illuminated just in time. Chen exhaled in relief and turned to jog back on defense. Damn it, next time, I'll shoot right away. This peaked Draymond's lateral movement is no joke. As Chen reflected, the arena had grown somewhat quiet. The fans indifferent after all. On the opposite side in the third position, there is a bug with the height of an inside player. Durant effortlessly completed a jump shot, securing 2 points during the Thunder's offensive play. Chen opted to initiate a pick and roll, drawing Curry into Westbrook's path. Humph, as if I didn't have teammates too. You have Green, I have my own turtle. After Westbrook navigated the screen and faced Curry, he accelerated to push through the defense, driving straight to the basket. Green quickly collapsed on defense, but Westbrook simultaneously passed the ball to Adams, and as Zaza attempted to cover for small ball Sabonis. The rim stood wide open before the Sea King, but he easily put the ball in, allowing the Thunder to maintain their lead. The back-and-forth nature of the game continued, and at the 8-minute mark of the first quarter, Donovan substituted Chen and Westbrook, bringing in Butler, who had been less involved offensively in the first half, to lead the bench. Meanwhile, the Warriors replaced Curry and Draymond with Iguodala and Livingston, with KD continuing to lead the transition. However, during this stretch, The Thunder failed to keep up their offensive momentum. Apart from a three-pointer from McDermott, the rest of the bench failed to score, relying solely on Butler's efforts, which paled in comparison to the firepower of KD, Iguodala, and Livingston. After Butler left the court, the Thunder nearly fell apart. The depth of the bench was indeed lacking. Barkley pointed out the issues plaguing the Thunder, which is one of the reasons I support the Warriors. Few teams possess the resources to relegate a player of Iguodala's caliber to the bench. Only the Warriors and the Spurs would be why the time Chen and Westbrook returned to the court. The initial 7-point lead had transformed into an 8-point deficit, and Chen felt the familiar helplessness reminiscent of the 2 years battling the Warriors. But such is life. If one cannot resist, one must simply enjoy it. On the bright side, there were still 8 points to chase after. Damn it. Upon Westbrook and Chen's return, the Thunder's offense visibly improved. Although Butler was still resting, Robertson was at least able to fill in defensively. After a grueling 1.5 quarters, they managed to close the gap to 3 points. Yet as soon as the two guards stepped off, the gap widened again. Donovan, resigned, had no choice but to maximize Chen and Westbrook's playtime. This extended until the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, with Chen having only rested for 2 minutes and Westbrook having taken just one brief outing. It's hard to believe this is merely a regular season game. As of now, the Thunder's 3 perimeter players have already logged 111 minutes on the court, averaging 37 minutes each, with 5 minutes remaining in the game. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems they won't be stepping off the court again. This means that the Thunder's trio is set to exceed 40 minutes of playing time each. Following Chen's elevation to the starting lineup, the Thunder's firepower has indeed seen an upgrade. However, the unfortunate trade-off has been a decline in bench depth, which will be a significant constraint on the Thunder's future. We cannot expect them to log over 40 minutes every game. In contrast, the Warriors players have maintained a healthy distribution of playing time. While the Thunder's strategy of exhausting Curry's stamina has seemingly backfired, leading to more severe fatigue issues. Panting heavily, Chen leaned on his knee, watching Westbrook step up to the free throw line yet again. Damn it, these two are like reincarnated serfs, truly Iron Men. My stamina is nearly depleted. After Westbrook made his second free throw, he wiped the sweat from his brow, and Chen struggled to straighten his back as he sprinted back down the court. The Warriors' offense showed no signs of waning, consistently maintaining a steady rhythm, even exploding early in the third quarter to stretch the lead to 14 points. Fortunately, the Thunder clawed their way back with continuous drives to the basket from Butler and Westbrook. However, in a moment of distraction, Klay once again created separation with his movement, cutting to the basket. And this time Chen couldn't keep up. It felt as though his legs were weighed down with lead, leaving him helplessly watching as Klay scored easily. Donovan called for a timeout. In the final 5 minutes, Chen was substituted out to recuperate, with Grant taking his place. However, just a few minutes of rest allowed the Warriors to once again find their rhythm. Durant's consecutive three-pointers widened the gap back to 9 points. Lacking crucial outside shooting support, the Thunder struggled against aggressive interior double teams, resulting in a significant drop in efficiency. Both Grant and Robertson had poor shooting percentages, failing to provide any assistance. "Chris, how are you feeling?" Donovan glanced at Chen on the bench, somewhat helpless. If he could, he would prefer not to wear down his starters, especially Chen, whose stamina was clearly not on par with Westbrook's. "I'm good, coach. I can go in any time," Chen replied, standing up and taking a deep breath. "All right, get ready to enter the game." Once again, we see Chen prepare to return to the scorer's table, waiting for a dead ball opportunity. And it's truly astonishing that he has only rested for 2.5 minutes, counting the timeout. The Thunder's desperation for victory is commendable, showcasing an admirable desire to win. Yet sometimes, reality is as such. Mere belief is insufficient. Barkley continued to pour cold water on their hopes, as Curry deflected Grant's pass out of bounds. Chen re-entered the game with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. Thunder possession resumed. Sabonis stood at the sideline to inbound, and Westbrook received the ball at midcourt before advancing. Chen began to move again, using Butler's screen to receive the ball at a 45-degree angle. Faced with Klay, he executed a jab step before quickly rising for a jump shot. Fortunately, despite Klay's significant contest, the shot went in .112 to .117 this moment. Chen was no longer willing to frequently resort to screens and seek out Curry for opportunities as he had in the first half. That was simply too exhausting, and his current stamina could not support such efforts. However, given the favorable shooting touch today, his quick pull-up shot proved quite effective. Curry patted Clay on the back. "This kid is quite accurate." "Not as accurate as me," Clay replied, refusing to agree. "An 0-1 on this planet is more accurate than the two of us." Such confidence from the Buddha himself. Returning to the front court, the Splash brothers executed a brilliant play, utilizing their exceptional chemistry to successfully mislead Westbrook's defense, allowing Curry to shoot a three-pointer with ease. 112 to 120. Turning back, Westbrook's sudden mid-range jumper also found its mark, leading to an exhilarating exchange of scores. Until the final minute, the score remained locked at a 6-point difference, increasingly tilting the situation against the Thunder. After receiving the ball, Chen found himself with no space to maneuver, as Clay was practically glued to him. A quick drive after the catch failed to shake off the defense, as Pete Clay's lateral movement posed immense pressure. Reluctantly, he passed back to Westbrook, who, from beyond the arc, raised for a shot. Swish! Westbrook's crucial shot was on target, narrowing the gap to 3 points. Curry controlled the ball as he approached the logo, managing the clock with the intention of scoring the final basket to secure the game. Chen swallowed hard, watching Curry, his heart racing. This felt like the first time this season facing such a critical moment. Even the Warriors might be experiencing something similar for the first time as the shot clock dwindled from 24 seconds to 10. Curry made his move that he swiftly penetrated, with Clay blocking Westbrook. Chen switched to defend against Curry. After a series of dribbles to find his rhythm, Curry suddenly exploded toward Chen's left side, then immediately stepped back for a quick three-point shot. Chen quickly adjusted, leaping forward in an attempt to contest the shot. However, Curry's release was too rapid, and he failed to touch the ball. Swish! The basketball swished through the net, extending the lead back to 6 points with only 28 seconds left on the clock. A dire situation. "Damn it, I knew he was going to shoot a three." Chen clenched his fist, filled with frustration. Westbrook stepped forward to console him. "That it's all right, Chris. The game isn't over. We still have a chance. I'll get us back." Chen met Westbrook's gaze, each word carefully articulated. With no timeouts left, Butler quickly inbound the ball, and within 3 seconds, Westbrook advanced to the front court. Facing Clay, he executed a rapid drive, spotting Green and quickly distributing the ball from the left side at a 45-degree angle. Chen positioned himself perfectly, receiving the pass and elevating for the shot. Curry rushed forward to contest. He released the shot. As Chen leaned in, watching Curry soar towards him, he crafted a moment of contact in midair, executing a deft pull-up, beep, swish. The three-pointer is good, and there's a chance for an additional free throw. Holy smokes, that's utterly insane. And one. Westbrook charged forward, colliding fiercely with Chen, while Butler swiftly followed, shoving Chen back 3 meters. The Thunder teammates erupted with excitement. Curry spat out the half of his mouthguard, hands on his hips, gazing at the big screen with a self-deprecating smile. What atrocious defense. And no matter, we're still in the lead. And it's our ball. Green approached and patted him on the shoulder. Besides, this rookie surely won make the free throw. A.S. Chen stepped to the free throw line in the last 20 seconds of the game. He faced the thunderous jeers of the Warriors fans. Taking 3 deep breaths to calm himself, he tapped the ball, raised his arm, flicked the ball, and pressed his wrist. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. Green, 123 to 125. Curry continued to manage the clock, the Thunder opting not to foul immediately, instead attempting to defend this possession. Under Chun's relentless pressure, Curry passed the ball to Durant. Upon receiving the pass, KD retreated, extending the play to run down the clock. With time slipping away, Butler rushed forward in a futile attempt to commit a foul. Yet KD continued to backpedal, seeking to waste more time. Bang! Russell. Westbrook intercepted Durant. The one who knows KD best is his brother from 7 years. Having planned the steal, Westbrook dashed towards the front court, with Clay hot on his heels, ready to pull him down should he attempt a layup. 2 steady points are better than nothing. As Westbrook prepared to take off, Clay firmly grasped him, almost lifting Clay a few inches off the ground. Westbrook was ultimately brought down, the basketball losing support and rolling out of bounds. Frustrated for failing to convert the and one, Westbrook approached the free throw line to make matters worse. He missed his first attempt. The collective sigh of relief washed over the Warriors. Westbrook's expression darkened during the timeout. He exchanged a knowing glance with Aquaman, who nodded in understanding. For the second attempt, he adjusted his breathing and readied himself. Standing nearby, Durant, who knew Westbrook well, immediately sensed something was off at the sight of his shooting motion. Yet before he could shout a warning to his teammates, Adams jumped, snatching the deliberately missed long rebound. Damn it. Stop him. The noise on the court grew chaotic. Adams quickly tossed the ball to Westbrook. Now standing beyond the three-point line, Westbrook prepared to shoot, but KD's long arms were already in his face. However, this time Westbrook was not alone. He dodged in the air, passing the ball to the opposite side. There stood Chen, already in shooting form. Receiving the pass, he leapt and released, executing a flawless shooting motion as he faced the approaching defender, the game winner. Chen, he has slain the Golden State Warriors. The commentator leaped from the technical table, shouting hoarsely in excitement. The young man on the court maintained his follow-through, right hand raised high, wrist gently flexed, facing the incredulous expressions of the Warriors players. FK. You are too amazing. Butler, closest to Chen, surged forward and embraced him tightly. Soon followed by a throng of teammates, a delightful melee ensued. After a great effort to extricate himself from the jubilant crowd, Chen stood at the center of the court. Fist raised high, proclaiming to the world, a new star is rising. You were fantastic, truly impressive. I look forward to our next encounter. Curry approached, sharing a gentle embrace with Chen. Thank you. I too eagerly await your visit to Oklahoma City. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was less amicable on the other side. Not a single Thunder player approached Durant to exchange pleasantries. They simply celebrated their victory and gradually made their way to the tunnel. No one knew what Durant was feeling at that moment. He silently gazed toward the Thunder's direction before turning away, heading towards the Warriors' locker room. From the moment he made that decision, he understood that his ties with the Thunder had come to an end, and he was aware of the potential criticism he would face. Yet, none of it mattered. Time would reveal to the world whether his choice was right or wrong. The O'Brien Trophy would once again illuminate his career, Durant firmly believed. After the game, Chen experienced the treatment of a star for the first time, surrounded by a throng of reporters. Chris, you shot 13 of 21, efficiently scoring 39 points, and sank 2 crucial three-pointers in the final moments, including a game winner. What are your feelings right now? I'm exhilarated, truly happy. Did you anticipate that Westbrook would pass you the ball in those last moments? Yes, not just me. We were all ready to shoot. It just happened to be my turn today. You're being too modest. You have the highest three-point shooting percentage on the team. Surely you must be the primary option. No, Russell is always the first choice. But as you saw, KD was defending well, so he opted to pass. Speaking of KD, what are your thoughts on the former Thunder player? I respect him. He has an MVP. What can I say? Chen looked at the female reporter, bewildered, thinking, do you take me for a fool, trying to trap me like this? All right, do you consider yourself the second core of the team now? My salary this year is $550,000, while Russell's is $6 million. Who do you think is the core? Damn it. These reporters at Oracle Arena have ulterior motives. I should take my leave. After hastily answering a few more questions, Chen turned to the players' tunnel. As he stepped into the locker room, he was met with a splash of ice water. Wet tea. Chen yelped, jumping in shock, shrinking back, cursing the tradition. Who invented this absurd post-game cooling-off ritual? Crazy. The atmosphere within the Thunder remained vibrant. The thrill of victory enveloped everyone, lost in celebration. In addition to Chen-Chi's 39 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, Westbrook added 30 points, 13 rebounds, and 15 assists, while Butler contributed 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. The newly formed Thunder Big Three combined for 90 points to secure the win, whereas the Warriors saw Durant's 40 points and 12 rebounds alongside Curry's 22 points and 8 assists, while Green added 10 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists. Clay's performance, however, was lackluster, with only 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists, significantly contributing to the team's defeat. The next match was scheduled for the 23rd against the Jazz. To help the players acclimate to the high altitude, the team flew to Utah 5 days in advance. During this time, the players were granted ample opportunity to rest, a minor perk amidst a 6-game road trip. In the hotel in Salt Lake City, Chen, rare in allowing himself a day off, lay in bed, observing the fervor of fans online. The Warriors, having given their all, faced a stunning defeat. Undoubtedly, this was big news and a much-needed morale booster. Marking the first time this season, they were defeated head-on while fielding their entire roster. After last season's failure, the Golden State Warriors, leveraging their formidable strength, had consistently employed slight rotations to maintain team health. Even so, they remained securely perched at the top of the Western Conference, unassailable by any team, leaving many opponents thoroughly outmatched. The Thunder's victory undoubtedly bolstered the confidence of their rivals. The Splash Brothers weren't so invincible after all. Look, they were slain by a rookie next door. Damn it, I won against the Warriors based on skill, not luck. These damn marketing accounts. Chen, infuriated by a few articles that intentionally belittled him, felt a surge of anger, itching to log onto his main account and confront them. However, I fear that they might derive pleasure from it, allowing them to feast on the flow of attention, a fate more unbearable than self-destruction. I turned to several domestic short video platforms. How I long for barbecue delights. How I yearn for hot pot. Regret washed over me after viewing. Typically, such indulgences are seldom within reach, yet now, as I scroll through, I'm besieged by images of food. While I find myself gradually gaining weight, my diet severely restricted. Damn it, I can't even enjoy a whole fried chicken to satiate my cravings. That's utterly frustrating. Never mind, I might as well head to the basketball court. Tossing and turning in bed, utterly unproductive, I ultimately resolved to return to the court. In my second visit to Salt Lake City, I had finally begun to acclimatize to the rigors of high-altitude exertion. Yet the impact lingered, especially given my still subpar physical metrics. In the game against the Jazz, I shot 7 for 16, scoring 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists, a performance rather lackluster compared to my usual standards. Fortunately, both Westbrook and Butler excelled, combining for 55 points to secure victory for the team. The advantage of having 2 seasoned players gradually became evident as the game progressed, even if one player struggled. As long as 2 maintained their usual performance, the Thunder could manage to stabilize the situation. It was only against more formidable opponents, such as the Golden State Warriors, San Antonio Spurs, Cleveland Cavaliers, and Houston Rockets, top-tier teams in the league, that all 3 needed to perform exceptionally for any possibility of success. However, life is not always smooth sailing. Much like no team can sustain a winning streak indefinitely. On January 25, the Thunder faced off against the New Orleans Pelicans, where former number 1 draft pick Anthony Davis unexpectedly erupted. Once merely deemed a member of the Empty Stats Brigade, on that night, he seemed possessed by greatness, dominating offensively against Sabonis and Adams, and defensively sending Westbrook and me 3 staggering blocks. He amassed an astonishing 46 points, 15 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, leading his team to victory and ending the Thunder's winning streak. But on January 26, having just suffered a crushing defeat, the Thunder finally returned home to Oklahoma City after a grueling 6-game road trip. Although a back-to-back matchup against the Mavericks awaited, playing on home turf undoubtedly felt more comfortable. The rebuilding Mavericks posed no significant threat, easily dispatched by the Thunder, with Harris Barnes leading the team and scoring with 31 points. However, the Mavericks' asking price was exorbitant, and General Manager Presti ultimately opted to walk away, as they absurdly sought to exchange Barnes for Sabonis and myself. What a ridiculous proposition! If that were the case, they would have completed their rebuild, leaving me with nothing to play for. Aside from Barnes, no other player on the Mavericks managed to score in double figures, while all 5 Thunder starters exceeded that mark, making it nearly impossible for us to lose. I contributed 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. Butler had 16 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. Westbrook scored 24 points, with 8 rebounds and 9 assists. Adams added 10 points and 9 rebounds, while Sabonis chipped in with 12 points and 7 rebounds. Everyone found success, and we all celebrated our victory. Following our triumph over the Mavericks, we were granted 2 days of rest, during which I took the opportunity to recuperate in bed. On January 29, the Thunder traveled to Cleveland. Here I am. Upon landing, I began to feel overwhelmed with excitement at the airport. Everywhere I looked, there were posters of LeBron. As I strolled, I couldn't help but notice that this small city is most renowned for that blue man. With 3 championships, 3 finals MVPs for MVPs, 10 All-NBA first-team selections, 2 second-team selections, 5 all-defensive first-team nods, 1 second-team selection, 1 scoring title, and 12 All-Star appearances, LeBron James has truly amassed an incredible array of accolades. Recently leading the Cavaliers to their first championship, he can undoubtedly be regarded as the premier player in the league in terms of honors. He could even challenge Jordan's legacy if he manages to secure 3 more championships. Chris, are you a fan of LeBron? Of course, it's well known that my favorite player is the King. My excitement was palpable. I thought you were his fan. Given your enthusiasm, no, you know I'm all about appearances. I glanced seriously at Sabonis. What about Russell, the King? Demandas exclaimed, prompting Sabonis to quickly cover his mouth. I raised my hand, signaling $5.50, and if I see a cent less, I'm reporting you. Yes, I understand. Sabonis shot me a disapproving look. This opportunistic guy always seeks to extort whenever possible. I should be known better than to provoke him. On a more serious note, I wasn't entirely joking earlier. I genuinely acknowledge LeBron's prowess. However, whether I like him is another matter. I prefer players with more aesthetically pleasing skills. Not only do you criticize his looks, but you also disparage his techniques. I did not. That's preposterous. Don't take my words out of context. If the media gets wind of this, I'll be finished. $50. The swift retribution is upon us. Amidst laughter, we boarded the bus headed for Cleveland. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The Cavaliers, boasting the trio of LeBron, Irving, and Love, held a record of 31 wins and 14 losses thus far this season. As the defending champions, they found themselves somewhat unfortunate to face the Warriors, particularly given their salary cap constraints, with several hefty contracts weighing them down, especially the hefty contract of Tristan Thompson, averaging 8.1 points and 9.2 rebounds this season, which locks the Cavaliers' salary cap tightly. Consider that even Irving only earns $20 million this season. My thoughts returned to the arena as the game was about to commence. The tip-off between the King and the Prince. The Cavaliers secured possession, with Irving bringing the ball up, utilizing Thompson's screen, swiftly maneuvering past defenders, and exploiting the Thunder's switch to isolate Adams. After a series of crossovers that shifted the King's center of gravity, he executed a rapid drive past Adams and, facing Sabonis' help defense, took off from the baseline, finishing with a deft layup a quintessential Kyrie Irving play, blending ball and body in a manner that rendered the highly challenging move appear effortless. The Cavaliers' transition defense was swift. Seeing no viable fast break opportunity, Westbrook opted to steady the pace, guiding the ball up the court and orchestrating the interior movement. Sabonis set a screen, but the Cavaliers chose not to switch, with Shumpert attempting to navigate the pick to chase Westbrook. However, Westbrook, having read the defense, instantly accelerated towards the Cavaliers' basket, leaving Thompson unable to recover in time, as Westbrook soared to the rim. 2-2, the first scores for both teams were the handiwork of their respective all-star point guards. Tonight, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse truly shines as a stage for stars, showcasing no fewer than 5 all-stars. A commentator remarked that, in today's league, the collaboration among superstars has become increasingly prevalent, delivering a visual spectacle that captivates audiences. The Cavaliers mounted another attack, and Irving again opted for the pick and roll. This time, Westbrook deftly navigated the screen. Realizing the driving lane was not optimal, Irving opted to return the ball to LeBron. Upon receiving the pass at the arc, LeBron sized up Butler, hesitated momentarily, then unleashed a bald eagle's cold arrow, a rising three-pointer. Bang! The unmistakable clanking of iron signaled that LeBron's shooting touch was far from stellar this evening. After Adams secured the rebound, he swiftly passed to Butler, who, after receiving the ball, charged towards the basket. However, upon spotting the rapidly returning LeBron, he opted to slow his pace. Just as LeBron resumed his position, Butler had already passed the ball to the trailing Westbrook, who charged towards the hoop, effortlessly finishing with a layup that a strong three-point attempt following a set play, if missed, could easily result in a swift transition opportunity for the opposing team, especially against teams like the Thunder, who frequently push for fast breaks. One cannot afford to squander opportunities that are presented on a silver platter. The LeBron James, regaining possession, orchestrated the play from the top, utilizing a screen from TT to charge towards the paint. Adams, perceiving the threat, retreated like a soldier preparing to guard the rim. Yet with a sweeping motion of his hand, the veteran James found Kevin Love in the corner, who caught the ball and released a shot with precision. The three-pointer sinking effortlessly. Since joining the Cavaliers, Kevin Love has undergone a remarkable transformation into a space-oriented big man, drawing comparisons to Chris Bosh. The Thunder's offense faltered amidst Westbrook's errant shots, only to be met with a swift counterattack from the Cavaliers. LeBron, a formidable presence at 6 feet 9 inches and weighing around 250 pounds, sprinted with the agility of a guard, a truly intimidating sight. Chen, witnessing the king of the court execute a powerful dunk from such proximity for the first time, could not help but admire the spectacle. LeBron's prowess in this regard was indeed captivating, as the Thunder regrouped for their offense. Chen moved up to receive the ball, while Westbrook attempted to slip into a ghost position, poised for a backdoor cut. Confronted with Irving, Chen suppressed his instinct to drive and opted to pass the ball to Butler on the other side. Butler, facing off against LeBron, attempted a strong move towards the mid-range but found himself stymied, as the veteran refused to grant him any more space. After 2 unsuccessful shot fakes that failed to disrupt LeBron's balance, Butler returned the ball to Chen. The offense had stagnated, necessitating a jolt of momentum. Without hesitation, Chen caught the ball and leaped for a pull-up jumper. Swish! Oh ho ho! Chen exclaimed, thrilled as he sprinted back on defense, having just scored over Irving. The latter, lacking the physical prowess to contest the shot effectively, found himself a step too slow. The teams exchanged baskets in a back-and-forth contest. The Thunder struggled to contain LeBron, while the Cavaliers found it equally challenging to defend Westbrook. Chen was fortunate, as Irving at this moment did not exhibit the defensive tenacity reminiscent of his later years with the Mavericks, making things considerably easier for him. Conversely, Butler faced a more daunting challenge, often matched up against LeBron, resulting in a noticeable decline in efficiency on both ends of the court. Surprisingly, as the game transitioned into a more fluid phase, the Thunder began to gain the upper hand, aware that the starting lineup was at a disadvantage. Donovan opted to have Butler lead the bench against the Cavaliers' reserves, effectively staggering LeBron's playing time. This decision significantly elevated the intensity of the bench unit, featuring Butler, Roberson, and Grant, while the Cavaliers' bench lacked reliable scoring options aside from Korver, who had recently been acquired from the Hawks. By the end of the first quarter, the Thunder had capitalized on their advantage during the transition phase, leveling the score at 28-28 on the Cavaliers' bench. Coach Tyronn Lue pondered the situation. Should he extend LeBron's minutes? Surely, he could handle it. With both LeBron and Irving off the court, the Cavaliers struggled to identify a primary ball handler, as LeBron's mere presence filled the court with confidence. However, the head coach had myriad considerations to weigh as the game resumed. Chen was taken aback to see a re-energized LeBron back on the floor. What the hell? I sent this 2017. Why does he look like 2018 LeBron? Did he start ramping up his minutes a year early? Did he somehow foresee Irving's departure this season and prepared LeBron for it? With possession for the Cavaliers, LeBron bulldozed his way past Roberson, effortlessly scoring against the Thunder's lone remaining bench center, Jeffrey Lovenji, with a seamless move reminiscent of a mounted archer. At the beginning of the second quarter, Chen, now responsible for the bench unit, felt the weight of pressure mounting. Arriving at the top of the arc, he received a handoff from Payne and, exploiting the Cavaliers' defensive switches, found himself face-to-face with Korver, an old acquaintance, with a deceptive shot fake. Chen shifted Korver's balance, then swiftly drove past him, executing a behind-the-back dribble that triggered the ankle breaker badge. In his eagerness to recover, Korver lost his footing and stumbled backward, leaving Chen wide open for a jump shot. LeBron observed the young player's familiar movement, suddenly reminded of a former teammate clad in the iconic red number 3 jersey. That legendary figure, known as the King of the League, had once displayed a similar finesse in a memorable highlight. As LeBron returned to the front court, he steadied himself, receiving a pass from the ball handler, Feldman, orchestrating the play. After 14 years in the league, LeBron had mastered the art of conserving energy while effectively directing the flow of the game. Korver executed 3 consecutive off-ball screens, all of which Chen managed to navigate, leading to Korver's frustrated fourth shot, which was promptly contested and missed. "Damn, this kid is relentless," Korver grumbled in retreat. Overheard by LeBron, "Don't rush it. Just be patient." LeBron offered a brief reassurance. He pondered how best to address the defensive challenge, deciding to target that number 3 once again. Receiving another pass from Payne, Chen faced off against the Cavaliers' backup point guard. Feldman did a simple jab step left Feldman off balance, allowing Chen to sidestep into an open three-pointer, effortlessly adding 3 points to the scoreboard. It was evident that the Cavaliers' backcourt was ill-equipped to handle Chen. They were far too vulnerable to his deceptive maneuvers, the commentators, observing from the sidelines, remarked wryly about the situation. Turning back to LeBron, Chen called for a screen, positioning himself in front of the towering figure. Faced with LeBron, who weighed in at a hefty 240 pounds, Chen expression turned serious. Despite having undergone weight training recently, he still tipped the scales at a mere 200 pounds. Rapid weight gain could jeopardize his shooting touch. And Chen was determined to keep his most potent weapon sharp. Though at an undeniable disadvantage, he could not simply concede the lane. Chen bravely stepped forward to obstruct LeBron's path. The seasoned player, recognizing an opportunity, charged forward without hesitation. Chen followed closely, yet LeBron's physicality pushed him aside, allowing the latter to finish with ease. "Damn it. This is infuriating," Chen grumbled as he received the inbounds pass from Lovenji, slowly making his way up the court, only to find LeBron waiting to switch onto him. "Does he really think I'm intimidated?" Chen thought defiantly. He initiated his offensive move against LeBron, employing a series of between-the-legs dribbles to find his rhythm. Spotting a slight shift in LeBron's left foot, he seized the moment to burst toward the right, executing a wide pullback before darting left once more. Minimizing contact was key to Chen's strategy. Any physical confrontation could compromise his agility and execution. In a flash, Chen stepped into the lane, executing a Sam God dribble, yanking the ball back before swiftly retreating and launching a shot. Swish answer ball. Amazing. The Thunder's number 3 prodigy had just delivered a response to LeBron. Grateful for his excellent shooting touch that night, Chen retreated, clasping his hands together in a moment of gratitude, bowing slightly in a light-hearted gesture. Cleveland fans mistook this for some form of Eastern celebration, and after witnessing Chen's bold retort to LeBron, they responded with boos. LeBron, however, remained unfazed by the exchange, steadily advancing up the court. He understood that such shots were not something that young player could replicate consistently. It was far too demanding physically. If Chen dared to adopt that approach regularly, LeBron would welcome the opportunity. After once again targeting Chen, LeBron effortlessly penetrated, executing a smooth layup that eluded the help defense, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Chen's expression soured, not from being outplayed, but rather from the frustration of being physically overpowered. Those relying on brute strength were indeed a nuisance. Upon sprinting back to the Cavaliers' half, he immediately reached out for the ball. "Damn it, I absolutely must retaliate." With the ball in hand, he executed a series of swift crossovers. Yet this time, James was unfazed, even stepping forward provocatively, clearly indicating that he would concede no space for a shot. Initiating a crossover step, he charged aggressively to the left. After 2 strides, his left shoulder brushed against James's chest in a slight confrontation. Mentally prepared, he leveraged the contact to pivot back with a significant step to the left, performing a feigned shot that caused the closely following James to lose his balance. Following this, he executed a smooth up-and-under layup, scoring 2 points. As he completed the layup, he was knocked to the ground by the incoming Channing Frye, prompting Chen to rise and, in a fit of rage, slapped the base of the hoop while bellowing at the spectators along the baseline. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air. And 1. After being lifted by Roberson, Chen glanced towards the audience, raised his right hand, and flexed his bicep, inciting a chorus of boos. Donovan wasted no time, seizing the opportunity presented by the free throw to reintroduce Westbrook. Although Chen had played exceptionally well in the preceding plays, the exertion was considerable, and he required someone to share the burden. After taking a deep breath, he effortlessly sank the free throw, exchanging a light high-five with Westbrook as they retreated to the backcourt. The duel between Chen and James reached its conclusion, as the next player to enter the fray was was the well-rested and energetic Russell Westbrook, witnessing Westbrook score 3 consecutive baskets against Felder. He orchestrated a play that enabled Chen to connect with a three-pointer, prompting Tyronn Lue to hurriedly substitute in Irving and Love, continuing to rely heavily on his starters. Relying solely on James was proving insufficient to maintain the scoring gap. A lineup adjustment was imperative. Taking advantage of the moment, Donovan reintroduced Butler and Sabonis, replacing Roberson and Luau, while retaining Grant, thus maximizing the team's spatial attributes. The remaining moments of the second quarter unfolded as a back-and-forth offensive battle, with both sides unable to contain their opponent's key players, resorting to offense to uphold the score differential. By the end of the second quarter, the score stood at 66-59, but allowing the opponent to amass 66 points in the first half posed a significant challenge for Cleveland. Should the second half unfold similarly, victory would likely slip further from their grasp. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, in the studio of Penguin Sports, the commentators, having just concluded a commercial for a certain brand, began their analysis of the game. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, after witnessing the first half, we can easily draw a conclusion. Both teams are clearly exploiting their opponent's weaknesses relentlessly, remarked a well-known commentator. The Thunder are relying on their outside shooting, with Westbrook's penetration forcing you to tighten your defense against Irving, which consequently opens up space for Chen and others like Grant and Butler. The Cavaliers, too, are leveraging James's prowess to overpower your forward defense, asserting dominance over anyone who steps in his path. Regardless of whether it's Butler, Roberson, or Grant, it matters not. They cannot contain him. However, what is the reason for the Thunder's lead at present? Another commentator interjected coolly, highlighting the game's pivotal moments. Coach Donovan's timing with substitutions has been impeccable. Observe Westbrook's entry coinciding with Irving and Love's absence, swiftly extending the lead by a full 10 points. That's quite critical. The second commentator, maintaining a calm demeanor, added, "Of course, we must commend our overseas compatriot, Chen, for his crucial performance at the start of the second quarter. Without him, James would have undoubtedly widened the score gap." Indeed, it has been a thrilling exchange, with Chen-Chi's display being nothing short of star-worthy, bold and assertive, responding to James's challenge with tenacity. As the saying goes, the fearless young calf knows no fear of the tiger. Yet, a 7-point margin is far from secure. Should the second half continue in this manner, the game may very well reach a critical juncture. This is where the true mettle of the stars will be tested. The Cavaliers boast 2 superstars with immense composure under pressure, which could prove decisive in determining the outcome of the match. That said, the Thunder are not without their own strengths. Consider Westbrook's history of game winners. Just days ago, Chen delivered a clutch three-pointer over Klay Thompson at the Oracle Arena. It is difficult to assert he won't once again deliver in a pivotal moment, as the commentators analyzed. The live chat exploded with activity, the rhythm of excitement taking flight. LeBron James. Go, Cavs champions. Chen is phenomenal. Watching him go toe-to-toe with old LeBron has me exhilarated. It's got to be my boy Westbrook. He has already notched 28 triple-doubles this season. I feel another one coming today. Fool. What is Chen even worth? Look at those 2 plays. LeBron sent him flying 5 meters away, and he still thinks he is matching up? Brownie is like that. Westbrook is just a stat patter, right? Where's Durant to be seen putting up those numbers? Does he score? Is he even scoring on LeBron? What do you mean by matching up? 8 points in 45 minutes counts as a duel. Big guts. If you don't need your brain, you can donate it. Westbrook's consecutive double-doubles showcase strength, while Westbrook's triple-doubles are merely padding stats. Classic, I don't want a champion without an FMVP. Trader Durant. Where's he even getting the ball? Fool, it's still better than some FMVP being outperformed by a bench player. Watch out. Brownie's signature move, seeking the void. If I say 2 more words, I'll turn into a Kobe fan. .73. Win total runner-up. What a disgrace, and there are still fans. That said, Chen-Chi's moves in those plays were truly impressive. A flurry of comments flew across the screen, filled with a mix of ecstatic praise and derision, celebrating Chen-Chi's stellar performances against the Warriors and Cavaliers. Unbeknownst to him, he had successfully garnered a legion of fans. Back at the Paycom Center, the Thunder returned to the court, continuing to practice their shooting in hopes of maintaining their rhythm. Chen stood at center court, gazing at the surrounding audience and the posters of James and others, before glancing up to behold the championship banner proudly displaying. NBA champions, Cleveland Cavaliers, 2015-2016 season. Ah, how enviable it is, though not without its controversies. The championship is undeniably legitimate. In the end, people will only remember the names of the champions. We can achieve this too, remarked Westbrook, joining him in admiring the coveted banner that every NBA player dreams of. Ambition flickered in their eyes. Indeed, we will, Chen affirmed, unwilling to dampen his spirits. As long as he continued to progress steadily, he believed it was well within reach. However, it appeared that the greatest challenge remained the Warriors. The Cavaliers still fell short. Chen smiled at AS rivals. They could truly feel the pressure the Cavaliers exerted. Compared to the Warriors, it was still lacking that, in terms of tactical systems and roster depth, they could not measure up to the Warriors. Relying solely on the individual prowess of the Big Three, their loss in the finals was not unjust. It was a matter of pure strength. As the whistle sounded, the second half of the game commenced anew. Chen continued to rest at the outset of the third quarter to conserve his strength, while the Thunder, led by Westbrook and Butler, valiantly faced off against the formidable trio. The teams exchanged scores in a back-and-forth manner, and it was evident that James was amplifying his organizational role in this quarter, with the Cavaliers' offense primarily culminating through Irving and Korver. Regrettably, Irving's shooting touch from beyond the arc was not up to par in this match, and Korver struggled to maintain his output, finding it difficult to make an impact once Robertson marked him closely. Consequently, the team's offensive efforts became heavily reliant on Irving's drives and Love's perimeter shooting. In contrast, the Thunder's shooting was surprisingly effective in the second half, with the exception of Westbrook, as even Robertson managed to sink 2 3-pointers, bombarding the Cavaliers and leaving them scrambling as a result. During the time Chen was off the court, the Cavaliers not only failed to narrow the gap, but also found themselves trailing by a few more points, allowing Chen additional time to rest. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Chen re-entered the game, and the score had reached 88-74, a substantial 14-point deficit. As the Thunder launched their attack, Westbrook resorted to his familiar tactics, initiating a pick-and-roll with Korver, forcefully penetrating the lane and dishing out to Adams, who effortlessly executed a dunk. There are myriad methods of offense, yet astute players often prioritize a select few strategies that yield the highest efficiency for repeated use. In tactical choices before being countered, efficiency remains the paramount criterion. As long as Korver is on the court, he represents a glaring weakness that the Thunder will undoubtedly exploit. Of course, with Westbrook in play, not even the defense-oriented Shumpert could be expected to perform significantly better. The Cavaliers had no alternative but to seek responses on the offensive end. However, facing James's targeted approach, Chen opted to withdraw and not switch defensively, betting on James's shooting from the perimeter. After all, he had yet to make a three-pointer, making it a gamble worth taking. James, noticing Chen retreat, continued to pursue Irving, while Butler quickly caught up. Hesitating, he chose not to attempt a three-pointer, but rather passed the ball back to Irving. Upon receiving the pass, Irving faced Chen, swiftly stepped back, and launched a powerful drive to the left, taking advantage of Chen Chi's delayed response to execute a sudden jump shot. Alas, the Divine seemed to lose its potency tonight, as Kyrie Irving had yet to regain his shooting rhythm, an occurrence that was decidedly rare. For the Thunder, however, this was undoubtedly fortuitous. Adams secured a defensive rebound and quickly passed to Westbrook, who initiated a rapid counterattack, slicing through the Cavaliers' defense and soaring for a powerful two-handed dunk. The exaggerated speed of his advance was such that he had already landed while Korver was just breaching the three-point line. In the next possession, James recognized the gravity of the situation and decisively opted for an offensive play, charging from the three-point line to the basket and converting a tough layup amidst contact. Unfortunately, a mere 2 points felt like a drop in the bucket. The Thunder's firepower remained undiminished, while the Cavaliers struggled to keep pace. As the third quarter concluded, a breathless James surveyed the scoreboard, which read 99-82, his expression grave. Meanwhile, Chen exited the court with a smile, high-fiving his teammates before sitting back down, watching the replay of a spectacular play on the big screen, James's audacious drive into the lane, overcoming 3 defenders to score an and one. Truly impressive. yet his teammates were undeniably lacking in support. Irving had been nearly lost throughout the game, shooting a dismal 2 for 11 from the perimeter. While Love managed only 4 for 9 in such circumstances, there was little anyone could do as the game advanced into the fourth quarter. Tyronn Lue maximized the minutes of the Big Three, reinstating the starters right from the outset. The Thunder, on the other hand, were led by Chen and Butler, with Westbrook resting on the sidelines. James opened the quarter with unrelenting aggression, repeatedly attacking the paint and demonstrating his resolve to close the gap. After Butler was called for 2 quick fouls, he became hesitant to engage in high-intensity confrontations, further elevating James's threat on the drive. Fortunately, Chen and Sabonis responded by sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers. Maintaining the scoreline as time elapsed, the score showed no signs of closing, and the situation appeared increasingly dire for the Cavaliers. James, now at the top of the arc, took a deep breath and decided against his previous reckless drives, opting instead for a clean pull-up three-pointer. Swish, James's three-pointer. What a brilliant shot. This showcased the adjustment capabilities of a superstar. Despite struggling all night, he managed to find his shooting touch at the most crucial juncture. In transition, he seized another opportunity, intercepting Payne's pass and racing back to the frontcourt for a trailing three-pointer, banking it in 0.6 consecutive points. LeBron James. The Cavaliers were not ready to concede, nor was James prepared to give in. Oh no, it appeared that the veteran was gearing up for a comeback. Chen sensed the imminent threat that on the next offensive play, he quickly moved to receive the ball, facing Shumpert, an athletic and defensive-minded guard. After a probing step, he opted for a pull-up another three. Chris Chen stabilizes the situation. He was not about to let the Cavaliers pull the suspense back into the game easily. In the following possession, Chen-Chi's aggressive defense on Shumpert drew a foul, prompting Donovan to reintroduce Westbrook to the game, opting for a more conservative approach. Upon Westbrook's return, the Thunder's offense gained a reliable anchor, even as Irving struggled to find his rhythm. Despite James's resurgence, it proved inconsequential. Ultimately, the score settled at 130-117, with the Thunder triumphantly defeating the Cavaliers. Chen finished with 31 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists on 11 of 21 shooting, including 6 of 13 from beyond the arc and a perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line. Westbrook contributed 30 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists, while Butler added 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. The Thunder's big 3 combined for 80 points. Conversely, for the Cavaliers, James scored 39 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists on 15 of 26 shooting, with Irving contributing 17 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists, and Love adding 21 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. The trio amassed a total of 77 points. Disappointed by the loss, LeBron clearly bore a heavy heart as he hurried back to the locker room. In contrast, Irving approached Chen to exchange a few words, commending his outstanding performance and swapping contact information. Likewise, Love, as a former college teammate, engaged in casual conversation with Westbrook. After a brief post-game interview, Chen returned to the locker room, observing his teammates in a state of indignation. Upon inquiring, he discovered that the All-Star starting lineup had been announced, and, astonishingly, Westbrook had not made the cut. What? How could this even happen? Chen gazed at the list handed to him by a teammate. Bemused, the Eastern Conference lineup consisted of Kyrie Irving, DeMar DeRozan, LeBron James, Paul George, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, while the Western Conference included Stephen Curry, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Kevin Durant, and Anthony Davis. Despite a decline in performance, Curry remained a formidable contender, averaging 24.6 points and 6.1 assists, leading the Warriors to the best record in the league, thus securing his 4th consecutive All-Star selection. In fan voting, Curry amassed 1,848,121 votes, ranking first among Western backcourt players, while placing 3rd in media voting with just 6 votes, and similarly 3rd among players with 63 votes. Harden, averaging 28.9 points, 11.6 assists, and 8.3 rebounds this season, even registered 13 triple-doubles, including 4 with over 40 points, solidifying his position as the Rockets stood 3rd in the Western Conference. Thus, Harden made his 5th consecutive All-Star appearance, his 3rd as a starter. In fan voting, he received 1,771,375 votes, while earning 91 votes in media voting and 149 votes from players. Ranking second among the Western backcourt, at first glance, the statistics appeared unremarkable, but when juxtaposing Westbrook's numbers, the controversy became evident. This season, he averaged 30.6 points, 10.4 assists, and 10.6 rebounds in fan voting. Westbrook secured 1,575,865 votes, placing third among Western guards, while ranking first in both player voting with 167 votes and media voting with 93 votes. The discrepancy was glaring, regardless of statistics or player and media votes. Westbrook had been overshadowed by Curry, ultimately falling short in fan popularity voting. According to the NBA's calculation method, the final rankings and vote totals bore no relation. Only the players' standings in the three categories mattered. This was clearly illustrated in the contest among Curry, Harden, and Westbrook for a starting position that Curry's fan votes placed him in the first position, while both player and media votes ranked him third, resulting in a composite score of 2, calculated as 1,133. Similarly, Harden and Westbrook also concluded with a score of 2, tying with him to 8 this juncture. The fan voting tally became decisive. Those who garnered significant votes from the fans would ultimately prevail. Glancing at the discontent etched on the face of Guigui beside him, Chen sighed. "It's all right, Russell. It's merely a matter of an all-star starting spot. Nothing to fret over. Let us put in more effort and secure this year's MVP, and then this starting lineup will become a mere joke. Rest assured, though, I am displeased. I can accept it. I'm genuinely grateful for our team's accomplishments this year and for having teammates like you." After a brief moment of calm, Guigui regained his composure, fire igniting in his eyes to be by the end of this season. "We will reclaim the respect that is rightfully ours. It is noteworthy that Butler has also been a victim, having been fully qualified to enter the All-Star starting lineup in the East. He now finds himself in the fiercely competitive West, where his statistics have suffered due to the team's system and tactical role, leading to his exclusion from this year's All-Star starting roster." The players, holding their breath, boarded the flight to San Antonio, where their second opponent in the grueling back-to-back series was the Spurs, a perennial powerhouse in the West. Fortunately, this was not a back-to-back game. Allowing the Thunder a day of respite, on January 31, the well-prepared Spurs dealt a crushing blow to the Thunder, thoroughly dismantling their pseudo-5-out lineup. A struggling Chen, she was mercilessly pressured by the relentless duo of Danny Green and Manu Ginobili, who thrived on players with distinct technical characteristics, both strengths and weaknesses. With a well-crafted defensive strategy, containing them proved to be quite effortless. Ultimately, Chen finished the game with a dismal 4 out of 12 shooting, hitting just 1 of 5 from beyond the arc, and converting 2 out of 2 free throws for a mere 11 points, marking a new career low for the season. Meanwhile, Leonard completely subdued Butler on both ends of the court, plunging the Thunder back into a scenario where Westbrook had to shoulder the burden alone. When Donovan opted to substitute Adams to create space, Popovich, having thoroughly analyzed the Thunder, promptly adjusted his strategy, allowing Westbrook to penetrate while leaving Sabonis open, thus maintaining the team's defensive rotation. Consequently, even if Westbrook passed the ball, the majority of options were not open shots, with only Sabonis finding decent shooting space. The pseudo-5-out strategy proved to be just that, pseudo. Although Sabonis possessed some shooting ability, it was evidently insufficient to sustain production while maintaining efficiency, with a combined 2 out of 9 from 3-point and long 2-point attempts. The data was undeniably subpar, allowing the Spurs to clamp down on Westbrook with even greater fervor on the offensive end. The Spurs frequently penetrated the Thunder's defenses with a formidable trio of Leonard, Aldridge, and Parker. Ultimately, the Thunder succumbed to a 90-102 defeat, concluding their road trip with 1 victory and 1 loss. Westbrook once again recorded a staggering 35 points, 11 rebounds, and 14 assists on February 1. The Thunder, playing back-to-back at home against the Bulls, experienced a resurgence, explosively dominating the game for 3 quarters. The Bulls, with only Oladipo and Wade remaining, were unable to withstand the Thunder's onslaught and capitulated early. Chen redeemed himself from the previous game's humiliation, delivering a powerful performance with 10 out of 17 shooting for 28 points. After the game, he brazenly approached Oladipo to suggest going out for dinner. The official All-Star reserve list was announced in the East. Isaiah Thomas, Kyle Lowry, Kemba Walker, John Wall, Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Love, and Paul Millsap were selected. While in the West, Russell Westbrook, Klay Thompson, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, DeMarcus Cousins, Marc Gasol, and DeAndre Jordan were chosen. Due to Butler's move to the West, Anthony, who should have missed out in the East, made his 10th appearance in the All-Star game, while Hayward from the West was regrettably edged out. The list of snubs did not end there. 12-time All-Star Dwayne Wade and 5-time All-Star LaMarcus Aldridge also faced exclusion this year. In addition to the traditional veteran stars, several other talented mid-career and younger players were also left out. Damian Lillard, the maestro of Rip City, once again found himself on the outside looking in, despite averaging 26.2 points, 4.8 rebounds, and 5.8 assists this season, making him the only player among the league's top 10 scorers to miss the All-Star selection. Similarly, the highly touted rookie Joel Embiid faced disappointment, averaging 19.8 points, 7.8 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and 2.5 blocks, all while playing merely 25.3 minutes per game with remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, Chen, a sensational rookie scorer, averaging 23.2 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 3.7 assists, had garnered over 300,000 votes, while Lin Shaheo received over 100,000 that year. However, in stark contrast to Westbrook, he fell short in the media and player voting metrics. The trio of disillusioned Thunder players had their respective disappointments. Though Chen was still selected for the All-Star Rookie Challenge, the leading scorer among this year's rookies, his average of 23.2 points left his contemporaries trailing far behind, eliciting admiration from fans who lamented the absence of heroes, allowing a newcomer to rise to fame. Following the dinner with Oladipo, Chen returned home, rubbed his hands together, and summoned the long-dormant system. System, let us get to work. Host detected has achieved the milestone. Career total points surpassed 1,000. Rewards dispatched. Host detected has achieved the milestone. Selected for the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Rewards dispatched. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. 5 free attribute points. 1 designated silver badge. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. 10 free attribute points. 1 badge upgrade token bronze. Let us allocate points. Deep blue allocation. Please select allocation attributes. Chen glanced at his meager attributes list, contemplated for a few seconds, and made his decision. With only 15 points, he allocated 11 points to breakthrough, achieving a pleasing number, and assigned the remaining 4 points to ball handling. Allocation complete. Host breakthrough attribute increased to 85, 72-11. Allocation complete. Host ball handling attribute increased to 70, improved to 66 through training. Alas, still far from sufficient. I'll have to rely on badges. Chen frowned as he observed the still lackluster statistics, though he was relieved that his badges were indeed quite impressive. Time to select badges. Let us go for the Shot Creator. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the badge. Shot Creator, Silver. Now let us upgrade the 3-point Specialist to Silver. Upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the badge. 3-point Specialist, Silver. Chen rubbed his hands, gazing at his panel, grinning like a fool. Chen, physical attributes. Height 196 cm, wingspan 208 cm, weight 91 kg. Attribute panel. Mid-range 79, +1. 3.100, free throw 70. Ball handling 63, +1. Breakthrough 85, on-ball defense 82, +1. Help defense 57, +1. Rebounding 45, strength 58, +5. Speed 66, +2. Stamina 70, +3. Block 30. Steal 45, +2. Finishing 60, +5. Vertical 75, +3. Physicality 70. The numbers in parentheses indicate training enhancements. Badges. Catch and shoot, Silver. Quick draw, Silver. Off-ball movement, Silver. Spot-up shooter, Silver. 3-point Specialist, Silver. First Step Master, Silver. Shot Creator, Silver. Giant Slayer, Bronze. Corner 3 Specialist, Bronze. Death Grip, Bronze. Perimeter Lockdown, Bronze. Ball Handler, Bronze. Clutch Finisher, Bronze. Evaluation. Superb shooting from beyond the arc, excellent breakthrough ability, and competent defense. Those skilled in the art of seamless basketball play, the exceptional puzzle pieces of championship teams, should bring their talents to Golden State. Chen has noticed that the enhancements gained through training are beginning to diminish gradually. The improvements in metrics, such as passing and mid-range shooting, are negligible at best. Only in terms of strength and speed, through systematic training, is he managing to maintain a commendable steady progress. Take it slowly. Take it slowly. This is merely the first year. It has already been quite a gratifying narrative. Hasn't he it? After a moment of self-consolation, he turned and headed toward the kitchen to prepare a meal. In a good mood today, he decided to indulge himself with an extra treat. The following evening, the Thunder faced the Grizzlies, an old rival boasting the formidable duo of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph. The Grizzlies have stood resilient in the league for many years, consistently demonstrating their competitiveness. Once orchestrating a remarkable upset over the Spurs that left an indelible mark on their history. However, in the present day, the aging Randolph has seen a significant decline in his performance. After starting only 5 games this season, he has been relegated to the bench by the coach. Every team has its own struggles. After all, the tip-off, Adams out-jumped Gasol, and Westbrook seized the ball, controlling it as he advanced to the frontcourt. Faced with Tony Allen, who had switched onto him defensively, he chose not to force the play, but instead passed the ball to Butler. Chandler Parsons, with his impressive physique, adeptly maneuvered through the defense, breaking through with a strong drive to finish at the rim, a winner in life. Parsons possesses the versatility to seamlessly play the small forward position, showcasing a respectable shooting ability and an aptitude for off-ball movement utilizing screens. Last summer, he secured a lucrative 4-year, $95 million contract with the Grizzlies. However, his performance has sharply declined since signing the contract, averaging merely 6.2 points, 1.6 assists, and 2.5 rebounds over 19.9 minutes per game, earning him a reputation as a disappointment. The Grizzlies owner must surely regret the decision, especially when considering that even the aging Vince Carter still averages 8 points and 3 rebounds. Meanwhile, the handsome and wealthy Parsons has seen his performance dwindle to an average of 6 points, turning the Grizzlies management into a laughingstock among their peers. Consequently, the team that should have bolstered its roster continues to rely on the aging Gasol and Conley to sustain their production in the Grizzlies' offense. Conley brought the ball up to the 45-degree angle, and once Gasol positioned himself, lobbed the ball into him. Gasol, holding the ball with his back to Adams, executed a shoulder fake, spun, and then, with a deft move, laid the ball in the basket. While not particularly elegant, the move proved effective, a skill that is gradually fading from the league. The emerging centers of the new era prefer to space the floor and create their own shots at the rim. This refers to you, big guy. Despite numerous issues, the Grizzlies still have a foundation as long as Gasol is present. Moreover, Conley is currently in an upward trajectory, promising a bright future as the Thunder initiated their offense. Chen received Westbrook's pass at the top of the arc facing Conley. He utilized Butler's screen to rise up for a jumper. Conley, already at a height disadvantage, was too late to contest, and Chen effortlessly sank the three-pointer. Basketball is undeniably a sport that favors those endowed with height. Regardless of strength in other areas, it remains a game primarily for the tall. Throughout the annals of league history, only a handful of players over 6 feet tall have made a significant impact. The inherent disadvantage of height is the hardest to overcome. Chen relished the feeling of dominating through height. It was reminiscent of the sensations experienced by legends like Tracy McGrady and Kevin Durant, where opponents couldn't even reach his wrist. It felt positively unfair. What a thrill! Another conundrum for the Grizzlies. How to deal with Chen. Standing at 196 centimeters, he shoots over Conley with ease, and his accuracy only complicates matters further. Should they switch Tony Allen onto him, the consequences could be dire, essentially handing Conley over to Westbrook, a veritable gift. Head coach David Fizdali anxiously rubbed his head on the sideline, feeling helpless. This is a dilemma that most teams face when contending with the Thunder. Their external resources are exceptionally robust, creating immense positional pressure on opponents. Each team has a limited pool of defensive resources. Focusing on one player leaves another unguarded, unless the team possesses a Pete Garnett or Duncan. Perimeter players need only stick close to them. Top-tier help defense is the bane of teams centered around perimeter play. However, in the current league, only the likes of an underperforming Anthony Davis and a past his prime Dwight Howard exhibit such help defense capabilities. Others, be it Green or Gobert, still fall short of that level. Alternatively, teams like the Spurs may boast elite perimeter defensive cores alongside several above-average defenders. Unfortunately, the Grizzlies lack such depth, leading to predictable outcomes on nights when the Thunder's perimeter shooting is on point. In both the first and final quarters, Chen drained 5 consecutive three-pointers, effectively dismantling the Grizzlies. By the end of the game, the Grizzlies never managed to reclaim the lead, with 5 minutes remaining. David Fizdali resignedly pulled his starters, signaling the end of the contest and conceding defeat. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 120-108, securing another victory on their home court. After the game, Chen returned to the locker room, wiped himself down, and prepared to put in extra practice. "Chris," came a call from behind. Turning, Chen saw Grant approaching. "What is up, Jeremy? I'm coming with you." "Oh, sure." Perhaps feeling a sense of urgency after being relegated to the bench and witnessing a dip in his statistics, Grant decided to join Chen for extra training. He had once dismissed the yellow-skinned shorter player's post-game workouts, only to now realize how far Chen had surpassed him. "Hey, wait for me, I'm going to," another voice chimed in. It was the rookie SGA, as a fellow rookie selected 11th overall in the same draft. SGA was also eager to improve. Unlike Grant, the team seemed to prioritize SGA's development, never considering sending him to the bench, even with limited resources in the paint. Unbeknownst to them, SGA was steadily carving out a significant role within the team. Nearing Adams' involvement, of course, Chen welcomed anyone willing to join him in training. Smiling at the two, possessing memories of the future, he knew both would achieve success in the league, signing lucrative contracts and reaching the pinnacle of their careers, especially SGA, who stood out among the offspring of stars with significant accomplishments. Come, I hereby declare the Thunder's newly formed trio of dedicated training brothers officially assembled. During the off-season, I'll call you two to train with Audi. The trio joyfully returned to the court, accompanied by a few beleaguered trainers. "You all seem to be having a great time. We still have to work overtime." While the journey was delightful, it was certainly not without its challenges. On February 5, the Thunder hosted the Trail Blazers in what was expected to be a straightforward victory. However, a grave turn of events unfolded when Westbrook, during a layup in the second quarter, leaped too high and collided with a defender, losing his balance midair and landing awkwardly. After a prolonged period on the ground, he was eventually assisted to his feet by Chen, following a brief examination by the team physician. Westbrook was escorted back to the tunnel, unable to return to the game for the time being. Fortunately, Chen managed to maintain his composure amidst the chaos, refraining from escalating the situation, but he did not shy away from delivering a few sharp words to the Trailblazers. "Resorting to such despicable tactics, you may lose the game, but don't lose your dignity." Amusingly, before he could finish, the referees rushed to push him away. Following the previous incident with Redick, Chen had become a focal point for the referees during such confrontational moments. The mere act of helping Westbrook had drawn their attention, and as he began to engage in verbal sparring, they quickly intervened to prevent further conflict. The proud Lillard could hardly tolerate such taunts. Even as McCollum attempted to restrain him, he continued to pursue Chen, hurling insults. "You think you can win with a rookie like you? Go home and find your mother." Chen refrained from saying anything further, merely casting a cold glance at Lillard before turning back to his half of the court. After Westbrook exited the game, Donovan opted not to substitute Payne, instead experimenting with Roberson, who joined Butler and Grant to form a 3-forward lineup. Following a successful technical free throw, the Trailblazers initiated their offense. A.S. Lillard dribbled toward him. Chen remained entirely focused, locking onto the diminutive player before him. The 3-forward formation extinguished Lillard's desire for a pick and roll. Blocking Chen, who stood at 196 cm in favor of the 203 cm Butler or the 201 cm Roberson, was clearly not a wise strategy. Thus, Lillard, confronting Chen, lowered his center of gravity to find his rhythm. Rookie, does he really think that playing a few good games makes him a superstar? As he deluded himself into thinking he holds significance, he is but a mere clown. As he dribbled, he spat out a few taunts. Yet Chen remained unresponsive, merely watching him. This only served to agitate Lillard further, igniting a surge of fury within him. He executed a change of direction, driving left, and as he sensed Chen Shi closing in, he performed a crossover beneath his legs, then swiftly shifted back to the left, following up with a sidestep to launch a shot. However, before he could complete his shooting motion, a shadow loomed over him. Familiar with Lillard's tendencies, Chen Shi anticipated a jump shot. Although he nearly faltered on the retreat, he fortunately leapt in time, successfully making contact with the ball, though there was an element of chance involved. It mattered little. With Butler and Roberson behind him, Chen Shi felt no fear of being outmaneuvered. Chris blocked Lillard. The home crowd erupted in cheers. Upon landing, Chen Shi received the ball from Roberson and advanced toward the front court. "Is that it? Your skills seem to pale in comparison to your mouth." As he passed Lillard, he casually remarked, the words drifting lightly into Lillard's ears, instantly inflating the latter's emotions once more. Returning to the front court, he sought out Roberson for a screen, bringing Lillard into the fray. With a series of swift between-the-legs dribbles to find his rhythm, he then abruptly surged forward, powering against Lillard, and as he stepped onto the free throw line's corner, executed a half-turn, swiftly bringing the ball back from between his legs, regaining speed, and shaking off the misjudged defense of Lillard to take a mid-range jumper that found its mark, a Kyrie Irving-style half-turn crossover. Chris moved like an elegant dancer. He toyed with Damian. Watching the ball swish through the net, Chen Shi quickly retreated on defense. Basketball is not merely about momentary gains or losses, nor is it a duel between two individuals. Exemplary defensive discipline is a hallmark of a formidable defensive team. Indeed, as they turned back, Lillard, striving to control his emotions, regained composure, passing the ball to C.J. McCollum, initiating a rapid movement. Utilizing his solid frame, he slipped out from the baseline into an open spot, receiving the ball and sinking a three-pointer. After Westbrook's departure, Chen Shi took on the role of point guard, yet he displayed no awareness of the position's responsibilities. Bringing the ball up himself, facing CJ, he executed an in-and-out dribble followed by a crossover to break left, creating a half-step advantage. With a casual spin, he completely shook off CJ, driving into the paint. In the face of the solid defender, executed a Euro step after gathering the ball, successfully maneuvering around him for a layup. The stark contrast between the Trail Blazers backcourt duo and that of the Thunder lies in the physicality and defensive prowess of the latter. While the Thunder's pair boast size and defensive capability, the Trail Blazers duo represents the team's defensive weak links. Although they excel in shooting, or perhaps Westbrook's shooting slightly diminishes the average, the Thunder's backcourt undoubtedly stands a tier or two above that of the Trail Blazers. The game continued, but Lillard found himself in a state of despair. Even without Westbrook, it seemed they could not overcome the Thunder. The burden of offensive creation rested squarely on Lillard and CJ's shoulders. Yet, as they faced relentless defensive attention from Chen Shi and Butler, the immense physical toll led to a decline in shooting touch. A vicious cycle began to form. The more they struggled to score, the more challenging their offense became. The harder it was to score, the greater the physical exhaustion. Meanwhile, the Thunder, capitalizing on their excellent defensive resources and the offensive development of Chen Shi and Butler, though lacking Westbrook's orchestration and appearing somewhat disorganized, still managed to execute their plays effectively. Both Chen Shi and Butler were not renowned for their passing skills. Their forte lay in driving and distributing the ball. However, the Trail Blazers' porous perimeter defense, compounded by the lackluster defensive contributions from bench player Allen Crabbe and limited forward resources, sealed their fate. Ultimately, the Trail Blazers succumbed to a significant defeat, 120-101, leaving their cousin to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat with no last-second heroics to salvage the situation. Assuming control of Westbrook's ball-handling duties, Chen Shi concluded the game with an impressive 27 shots, hitting 16, including 6 of 12 from beyond the arc, and sinking 3 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing a remarkable 41 points, setting a new career high, and leading the team to victory, thus closing the loop on his earlier bold proclamations. However, it was regrettable that the team's medical staff diagnosed Westbrook with a sprained left wrist, expected to sideline him for at least 2 to 3 weeks, a significant blow to the Thunder. The silver lining was that Westbrook's injury was not excessively severe, necessitating only a brief period of rest. The downside, however, was the uncertainty surrounding the team's performance over the next 2 weeks, particularly with challenging matchups against the Cavaliers and Warriors on the 9th and 11th, which seemed nearly insurmountable. Moreover, The prospect of missing the All-Star game due to injury cast a shadow of concern over Westbrook's participation in this year's festivities. The following day, the entire team flew to Indiana to face the Pacers on their home court, with Westbrook opting to remain behind for recovery. Thus, the mantle of leadership fell to Butler and Chen. Notably, both teams deployed somewhat unconventional lineups. The Thunder's starting five included Chen, Jimmy Butler, Andre Roberson, Domantas Sabonis, and Steven Adams, two centers and two forwards, with Butler and Sabonis likely possessing the highest playmaking capabilities. Meanwhile, the Pacers' starting lineup comprised Jeff Teague, Paul George, C.J. Miles, Lavoy Allen, and Miles Turner, one center and three forwards. Boasting impressive size, coaches Nate McMillan and Donovan found themselves in a strategic showdown, akin to a match between a hidden dragon and a phoenix chick. As the game commenced, Adams won the tip, and the temporarily displaced Chen, now at the point guard position, received the ball, slowly bringing it up the court before handing it off to Sabonis and beginning to move without the ball. Butler, receiving the pass, turned to face the Pacers star Paul George, hesitating momentarily before opting for Roberson's screen. Switching on to Miles, he then accelerated, driving aggressively to the basket, finishing with a contested layup. Lacking natural talent, he relied on sheer muscle, honing his physique for situations just like this, playing against someone shorter and lighter than himself. As the Pacers initiated their offense, Teague brought the ball up and passed it to George, one of the top three small forwards in the Eastern Conference. George lowered his center of gravity, dribbling in front of Roberson, rhythmically probing his opponent's defensive stance. To the slightest lapse in Roberson's focus, he exploded forward. However, after taking a step, he quickly pulled back, sprinting to the opposite side and easily creating space from Roberson before stopping on a dime for a jump shot that found its mark, standing at 206 centimeters with a wingspan of 211 centimeters. George's greatest asset lay in his versatility and technical proficiency, possessing above-average ball handling skills, exceptional off-ball movement, and impressive shooting, while his finishing at the rim was slightly lower. Nevertheless, his efficiency remained outstanding, and he boasted a commendable physique, capable of defending positions 2 through 4, while also excelling on the defensive end. In summary, he was exceptionally skilled. Previously, he had drawn the attention of Presti, yet the Pacers' asking price proved too steep, rendering the Thunder unable to pay, especially with the demand for both Sabonis and Chen, a price that seemed exorbitant. The Pacers held little hope for this trade. They were still aiming for a playoff run and lacked the necessary assets to part with a star player. Of course, if Presti were willing to be the unwitting benefactor, the Pacers would eagerly accept, exchanging 3 rising stars for a significant gain. Unfortunately, at that moment, Presti faced little pressure and, with other options available, was in no rush to seek out Westbrook's reinforcements. Regardless, Chen, along with Westbrook and Adams, are performing reasonably well, and he has ample time to gradually seek out quality forwards. Hence, this trade ultimately came to naught. Back to the game, the Thunder launched another offensive, with Chen taking the ball, facing Teague. With a feint shot that misled the defender, he drove past for a layup, engaging in a couple of physical encounters before executing a deliberate step-back jumper. Though unfortunately, it did not find its mark. Chen's mid-range shooting still leaves much to be desired. The Pacers initiated another attack, this time with Paul George isolating against Roberson, with the same rhythmic dribble. After a probing step forward, he successfully made Roberson retreat a step, and seizing the moment, George took the shot. Swish! A three-pointer found its target, bringing the score to 5-2 back on the offensive. Chen once again held the ball, confronting Teague. Damn, how can I not handle you? A mere 191 centimeters guard. Without unnecessary movements, he executed an exaggerated crossover, creating just enough space to swiftly drive left, then stopping at mid-range. With a shooting feint that deceived Turner, he gently tossed the ball upward. Boom! Adams' thunderous alley-oop dunk. Though the pass was not perfect, his basketball IQ was evident. Donovan nodded approvingly from the sidelines, increasingly satisfied with Chen. Passing skills can be honed over time, but basketball intelligence is a rare gift, wouldn't you agree? Wiseman, following Westbrook's injury, Donovan intentionally fielded a lineup of 4 forwards to experiment with Chen playmaking abilities. In retrospect, this decision appears sound. as Chen has demonstrated potential in organizing plays, needing only time to develop. Next year, Chen contract is a team option. In his third year without bird rights, the team can easily offer him a relatively modest contract to balance the salary cap. This also implies that should Chen continue to progress at this pace, the Thunder will be formidable championship contenders for the next 3 to 4 years. The Pacers launched another attack, with Butler switching on to George, opting not to force the play but instead passing to Miles. This led to Jeff Teague taking a layup after receiving a pass, which was disrupted by Adams and bounced out. Observing Sabonis instinctively box out, Chen couldn't help but chuckle, subsequently grabbing the rebound and pushing the ball up court. The Thunder center displayed fundamental skills by boxing out for the guards, arriving at the front court. He handed the ball to the advancing Sabonis, while Chen quickly dashed toward the baseline, deliberately slipping past Miles to draw defensive attention. Meanwhile, Roberson capitalized on the opportunity for a backdoor cut, receiving Sabonis' timely pass to finish with ease. 5-6. Chen has maintained an impressive 46.5 three-point shooting percentage this season, consistently posing a significant threat and attracting the opponent's focus, especially with his exceptional ability to combine off-ball movement. He can seamlessly switch between different modes of scoring that if the Thunder can leverage this effectively, it could invigorate the entire team's offense. They might even borrow from the Warriors' playbook to create a version of Curry-esque gravity. The game continued, yet the gap between the Pacers and Thunder gradually widened. George's efficiency declined under the relentless pressure from Butler and Roberson. However, Butler could fully unleash his offensive prowess, applying intense pressure on George defensively. In any case, during the first quarter, it was all about giving Chen the freedom to operate. Chen did not disappoint, scoring 14 points, grabbing 2 rebounds, and dishing out 3 assists on 6 of 9 shooting, leading the team to a commanding 27-19 lead over the Pacers. During the break, George glanced at the adjacent bench area, feeling a twinge of regret. As the focal point of trade rumors, he had indeed heard from his agent that the Thunder had previously discussed his value with the Pacers. At that time, he was reluctant to leave Indiana, harboring concerns about the Thunder's prospects post-Durant, even with Westbrook's phenomenal performance that season. Yet now, he had to admit that perhaps joining the Thunder back then might have been advantageous, especially witnessing Chen's astonishing performance on the court as a rookie. Reflecting on his own rookie season, George recalled averaging 7.8 points, 3.7 rebounds, and 1.1 assists while being a backup to Danny Granger. In contrast, Chen had already become a starter and a core player in his first year, averaging 23.2 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 3.7 assists, numbers that a decade ago would have been worthy of all-star consideration. With such a promising newcomer and the presence of superstar Russell Westbrook, the Thunder's future appeared far more promising than he had anticipated. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Indiana is quite nice. At least I don't have to move. After comforting himself, George took another sip of Gatorade. On the other side, the Thunder exuded camaraderie. Despite Westbrook's absence, the team maintained commendable competitiveness, a positive sign. Chen sat cheerfully on the bench, watching his teammates gradually take the court. Having played the entire first quarter, he could afford a bit of rest, considering he still needed to manage his stamina. Plus, he had already exerted himself for a quarter. So it was time for others to step up. When both Chen and Westbrook were on the court, Butler often took on the role of the defensive anchor, responsible for the dirty work. Yet when he led the team alone, he would liberate his offensive game, reminding opponents of his prowess as a 3-time All-Star and one of the league's elite small forwards, in contrast to Donovan's adept management. Pacers head coach Nate McMillan found himself somewhat at a loss. The team's offense was stifled, while their defense could only contain a few role players, faced with the challenge of dealing with Butler and Chen. He had no solid solutions and could only take a page from Tyronn Lue's playbook, extending George's minutes in hopes of finding a way back into the game. However, against the Thunder's wealth of forward resources, George was not invincible. After a strong first quarter, his efficiency started to dwindle. Just then, Chen re-entered the game, having had ample rest, and promptly hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, widening the score gap once again. For the Pacers, aside from George, the highest scorer was surprisingly Glenn Robinson III from the bench. Ultimately, the game concluded early, with the Thunder securing a convincing 104-91 victory over the Pacers in Indiana. Paul George faced relentless attention from the Thunder's forward lineup, resulting in a rapid decline in his shooting touch after scoring 13 points in the first quarter. He managed only 24 points on 9 of 23 shooting throughout the remainder of the game. Swallowing the bitter pill of defeat, the Thunder would enjoy a 2-day respite to recuperate before facing the formidable challenges posed by the Cavaliers and Warriors, the top teams from the Eastern and Western Conferences. Chen expressed, "I am feeling quite pressured." Upon returning to Oklahoma City the next day, there was no time to rest as he was whisked away by Moon for a new endorsement shoot. A well-known American home appliance brand had signed a 3-year deal worth $600K, which required only shooting commercials and participating in a couple of promotional events. Why not, after all? Meanwhile, despite the short contract, demonstrated sincere commitment, having already begun designing Chen's signature sneakers, and even sent a truckload of game shoes, much to Chen's satisfaction. After concluding the shoot in the afternoon, Chen drove home, where Veronica had been waiting in their room. Due to the recent hectic schedule, the two had not enjoyed quality time together for quite a while. Over time, relationships can become strained, a challenge many NBA players face. The constant travel across the country fragments time, with only the off-season allowing for meaningful reconnections. Fortunately, Veronica was utterly smitten with Chen. Handsome, talented, a great cook, and earning well. He was the complete package. After sweetly reassuring her, Chen donned an apron, eager to showcase the culinary prowess of a devoted husband. With a cheerful demeanor, Chen busied himself with the evening's preparations while humming a tune. Veronica sat at the dining table, resting her chin in her hands as she watched him dart around, momentarily entranced. How could such a perfect man exist? Wetting her lips, she asked, "Darling, is there anything I can help with?" Veronica wiped her mouth, rose from her seat, and approached with the intention of assisting Chen. You know how to wield a kitchen knife. Please help me chop those onions into fine pieces. Of course, darling. After a satisfying meal and drink, the two nestled on the couch, watching A. Smith ramble on television, relishing their rare moment of leisure. The American talk show host continued his incessant debate, proclaiming Jordan as the greatest of all time, while dismissing James as far from it. For Chen, it was merely a topic of casual entertainment. However, Veronica, a staunch Kobe supporter, indignantly remarked beside him that James had yet to surpass Kobe, let alone challenge Jordan. Chen remained non-committal, indifferent to the ongoing debate. After all, compared to Gejai, Jordan, James, and Kobe were all inconsequential. The reason for watching this program stemmed from their shared passion for basketball, a vital bond in their relationship. Yet, it seemed that this bond was on the verge of fraying. "This is dull. Let us do something else." Veronica nudged Chen chest with her shoulder. "Hey, come inside with me." At the sound of her words, Chen fatigue vanished as he scooped up the petite Veronica and made his way towards the bedroom. On February 9th, the Thunder faced off against the Cavaliers at home. Having lost Westbrook, the Thunder not only suffered a significant loss of firepower, but also the most reliable orchestrator. Confronted by the Rager, "You all right?" "I am injured. What kind of training is this?" Gue displayed a look of utter disbelief. "Setting aside the facts, do you not bear any responsibility at all? If you cannot handle it, then resort to formulas." "No, goodbye. I am heading home. Good luck, and please do not embarrass yourself in the next game. Do not break the hoop for others." It is a pity that after nearly half a year of verbal sparring with Chen, Gue has long ceased to be that once naive boy. He has transformed into someone formidable. Damn it, you are the least qualified to say that to me. At the very least, I do not break the timer. Chen watched as Lao walked out of the venue. Feeling utterly dejected, I have always been the one to annoy others. When did it become my turn to be the one annoyed? How could this be? Under the verbal pressure from Gue. Chen felt as if he had swallowed something nauseating, and he turned to glare at Grant. "Chris, I just remembered, I have something to attend to. My girlfriend seems to have asked me out for dinner today, so I will take my leave." The clever Jeremy turned on his heel and departed without a hint of hesitation. He glanced back at Little Saw, only to find the other half of the court devoid of anyone. This guy slipped away faster than Grant. Oh dear. What are they doing? I am not some team bully. Chen, feeling indignant, dribbled the ball with fervor, deciding to vent his frustrations on the hoop. "Let us practice some dunks today." A barely there dunk is still a dunk. On the evening of February 13th, the Thunder visited Washington to challenge the Wizards. Currently, the Wizards rank 6th in the Eastern Conference. Their record is decent, meeting the expectations of the management. John Wall, Bradley Beal, Markieff Morris, Otto Porter Jr., and Marcin Gortat. This starting lineup is quite reasonable. Wall, now in his 7th season, averages 23.1 points, 10.7 assists, and 4.2 rebounds this season, while Beal also averages 23.1 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 3.1 assists. Judging solely by statistics, the Wizards' backcourt duo seems comparable to that of the Trail Blazers with similar records. What? You say the Trail Blazers are only 8th in the West? Ah, then it's no big deal. However, this backcourt duo, lacking in defense, is indeed lacking. As the game commenced, Chen received the basketball from Adams and leisurely dribbled it into the front court, facing John Wall without attempting a strong play. Instead, he raised his hand to signal for Butler's screen, targeting Beal. Beal's defense is somewhat inferior compared to Wall's, although Wall is not exactly stellar either. In front of Beal, a simple drag step followed by a step-back jumper resulted in a smooth three-pointer. Chen's playing style has become increasingly straightforward. Meanwhile, the Wizards' offense is even simpler. Wall drives and dishes, or rather, if he can drive, he drives. If not, he passes. Against the Thunder's 4-forward lineup, such a strategy is evidently ineffective. The Thunder easily suppressed them with their relentless switching defense. Although the Thunder's performance was not significantly better than the chaotic play of the Wizards, at least their tactics were understandable. During Westbrook's absence, Chen-Chi's off-ball involvement has decreased considerably, while his on-ball play has increased. Only when his stamina waned did he pass the ball to Little Sa to organize, while he himself ran around off the ball. After 2.5 quarters, Chen-Chi slowly walked off the court, exchanging high-fives with Payne and Morrow as they passed by. Upon returning to his seat, he looked at the data displayed on the large screen and grinned widely. With 11 of 19 shooting, he scored 29 points, 6 rebounds, and 10 assists, a long-awaited double-double. Having achieved such splendid statistics, his mood was undeniably elevated. He could almost feel Gue's joy. Glancing at Wall across the court, who had 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists, but with a low efficiency of 7 of 21 shooting, the disparity was clear. TSK, but Wall is earning $17 million this year. Chen thought about his own wallet and suddenly felt that winning wasn't quite as gratifying. Becoming the star of a weak team, racking up stats without the pressure of performance, and earning a hefty salary. If only he were in a big city like New York, it would be even more exhilarating. Just look at his neighbor, Coach Gua, truly a winner in life. Surprisingly, after the game, Wall approached Chen for a jersey exchange, expressing his admiration for him. Wall truly is something. It brought tears to my eyes. After exchanging jerseys, they also swapped contact information, and Chen decided that he now had a favorite star to endorse in front of the media. Wall cheerfully suggested taking him to a nightclub later. Laughable. What does he think I am? I have a family, all right. The dazzling lights flickered in a kaleidoscope of colors, casting enchanting rays across the dance floor, forming mesmerizing patterns in the air. The pulsating music reverberated loudly, its strong rhythm compelling people to sway to the beat. The air was thick with the rich aromas of alcohol and cigarette smoke, intermingled with the scent of perfume. Men and women danced freely on the dance floor. Bodies pressed close together, lost in the rhythm of the music. The club's decor was lavish and chic, with enormous screens on the walls showcasing popular music videos, adding to the vibrant atmosphere. The bartenders behind the bar skillfully crafted various cocktails. Flames dancing in the glasses and eliciting cheers from the crowd. In the lounge area, some fashionably dressed patrons sat, either engaged in hushed conversations or watching the lively scene on the dance floor. In such an environment, people fully released their stress and enthusiasm, reveling in the excitement and pleasure that nightlife offered. In the private booth, the upstanding gentleman, Chen felt utterly restless as he watched his Wall. Beal, Grant, and others exchanged drinks and hurled trash talk at one another. The camaraderie among men sometimes forms quite effortlessly. A simple, "it's on me," can gather a band of brothers. As time passed, the group gradually succumbed to the effects of alcohol, leading to nonsensical chatter. Chen could not help but marvel at how lively the Americans were in their revelry. The world is indeed in decline, The integrity of humanity has faded. Chen strongly condemn the moral decay exhibited by these individuals. Truly appalling. By the way, I casually added the contact information of a few beautiful women at the table, but do not misunderstand, I merely wish to advise them not to tread down this irreversible path. Forcing the willing into prostitution and urging the prostitutes to reform, such has always been the unchanging male fascination. The following afternoon, Chen awoke, gazing at the hotel ceiling. After stretching lazily, he sluggishly got up and walked toward the bathroom. After a round of freshening up, he glanced at the assembly time and hurriedly called out to a few teammates next door, and they all rushed to the meeting point, as they had to fly back to Oklahoma today. On February 15th, the Thunder hosted the New York Knicks. The Knicks have always boasted a roster that appears stunning at first glance, and it remains so to this day. The third overall pick, Carmelo Anthony. The first overall pick in 2008, Derrick Rose. And the fourth pick in 2015, the unicorn Kristaps Porzingis. When these three are put together, their paper strength is undeniably formidable. However, their record currently stands at 12th in the Eastern Conference, which is rather disappointing that if we were to discuss the reasons, each of the three has their own issues. Melo has never been fond of defense. Now that he is older, he is even less inclined to defend. With the team's core forward failing to defend, one cannot expect the overall team defense to be particularly strong. Derrick Rose, acquired from the Bulls, has actually shown decent performance, with averages of 18 points, 4.4 assists, and 3.8 rebounds, and his attendance this year has been commendable. Yet, it is evident to the discerning that he is no longer the Derrick Rose of yore, the youngest MVP in history. Brimming with vitality. Now, plagued by injuries, his once mighty drives can no longer reach their former heights. The statistical increase on the surface conceals a decline in efficiency beneath. As for Porzingis, he has been performing admirably. Compared to last season's averages of 14.3 points and 7.3 rebounds, this season he boasts 18.1 points and 7.2 rebounds, managing to increase his scoring by 3.8 points with only 1.4 more shot attempts per game. He is steadily improving as the young unicorn gradually adapts to the league. Regrettably, the peak periods of the three have perfectly eluded one another. In today's trio, the old are aged, the injured are wounded, and the young are but mere children, rendering their combat effectiveness utterly dismal. As the game commenced, Porzingis leaped to seize possession, and Rose brought the ball into the front court, subsequently passing it to Carmelo for a one-on-one play. In a certain sense, the considerable ball dominance exhibited by Anthony, accompanied by his relatively inefficient responses, may be the most significant issue plaguing the Knicks at present. The arc's 45-degree angle, facing Roberson. Carmelo executed his signature triple threat stance before launching a jumper. His form was picturesque, yet alas, it clanged off the rim. Adams effectively boxed out Porzingis, and Butler secured the rebound, swiftly transitioning the ball to Chen. Upon arriving at the front court, Chen was struck with a tinge of nostalgia as he faced the diminutive point guard, who, despite being only 28, boasted a glorious history. However, this was not the moment for sentimentality. Chen centered his thoughts, understanding that the utmost respect for his opponent was to give his all. After all, what right did a rookie have to pity an MVP? Following a series of dribbles through his legs to find his rhythm, Chen executed a deceptive hesitation dribble, causing Rose's defense to falter slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly drove left and, with Rose's shadow still in pursuit, used his body to shield him. Observing this, Porzingis immediately stepped up to contest Chen's mid-range shot. Precisely aligning with Chen's intentions, he executed a bounce pass through Porzingis' legs, facilitating an easy layup for Adams, who converted with alacrity. The drawbacks of long legs were evident, as Chen's recent training regimen focused on a Luka Doncic-style offensive orchestration. However, this approach demanded exceptional court vision from the ball handler. Thus, Chen only occasionally managed to deliver impressive passes, but at least it diversified his arsenal. The Knicks initiated another offensive sequence, this time with Carmelo holding the ball. Attempting another three-pointer from the arc, which found its mark. One must admit, Carmelo has indeed honed this skill to a commendable level. Roberson was aware that a shot was highly probable, yet still fell prey to Carmelo's feigned movements, allowing him to create space. Inefficient, yet prolific, such has become the hallmark of Carmelo in the latter stages of his career. Grant him the ball, and he shall consistently respond with stable scoring. Chen brought the ball back to the front court and passed to little Sabonis, who, utilizing Butler's screen, glided toward the baseline. He then handed off to Chen, who faced Carmelo and quickly broke through. However, ultimately, he was outmatched physically. Butler, unable to overpower Carmelo, opted to return the ball to Chen on the wing. Chen received the pass and launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net, while Rose found himself ensnared by Roberson at the baseline. With a score of 5-3, all of the Knicks' initial offensive plays have been orchestrated by Anthony. Culminating in this drive that as a power forward, Anthony was fully capable of playing the 4 position, leveraging his bulk to push Roberson back to midcourt, where he executed a rapid, spinning layup to score. The moniker offensive kaleidoscope was not merely empty praise. However, the Thunder remained unperturbed, allowing Anthony, now 33, to exert himself as he pleased. The prospect of him sustaining a high-efficiency scoring spree of 40 or 50 points throughout the game was increasingly unrealistic, especially as his defensive contributions waned. On the next offensive possession, Chen continued to isolate against Rose, using a lightning-quick first step to evade his defender and attack the rim. This time, Porzingis hesitated, failing to provide timely help. And Chen effortlessly converted a layup. Perhaps sensing that the game had become somewhat tedious, Anthony refrained from demanding the ball. Rose set a pick and quickly released a mid-range jumper, making the score 7-7. The match proved more contentious than anticipated, and if this level of play persisted, it would remain tightly contested. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Aside from a few early shots, Anthony displayed a markedly low desire to score for the remainder of the game, neglecting his defensive duties and effectively playing as a clandestine operative, which allowed the Thunder to widen the gap. The synergy between Rose and Porzingis was commendable, yet it was of little consequence, as their leader's focus had long since departed from the game. Perhaps with the All-Star festivities approaching, Anthony simply wished to conclude the game early, return home, and prepare for a brief respite, followed by participation in the entertainment-centric All-Star game, before indulging in further relaxation. After all, the team had grown accustomed to losing this season, and Carmelo was indifferent to the outcome of a single match. The Thunder, naturally, welcomed this development, relishing the opportunity to secure an easy victory. Before any fool dared to provoke Carmelo into reigniting his competitive spirit, the Thunder seized a moment, riding a wave of offensive momentum into garbage time. Subsequently, both coaches, in unspoken agreement, substituted in their reserves, signaling the premature conclusion of the contest. After the game, Chen, seizing the chance before the Knicks players exited the court, approached Rose for a conversation. "Derek," Rose turned to face the youthful guard, "could I possibly exchange jerseys with you?" "I am a huge fan," Chen smiled, attempting to ingratiate himself. "Of course. It is a pleasure to meet you," Rose replied, ever humble and kind. After exchanging jerseys with his former idol, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Making plans to meet for dinner in New Orleans, Chen returned to the locker room, beaming with joy. Westbrook, observing the jersey in Chen's hands, felt a pang of envy. "You little rascal, you never asked for my jersey or autograph. Yet you claim to be my fan." He playfully ruffled the younger man's hair. "But you're right here in front of me. I've got the car. So what is missing? Just a jersey." Chen grinned mischievously at Westbrook. You know, Westbrook is often referred to as Little Rose, and unable to resist, Westbrook playfully tackled Chen, pinning him to a chair. "That'll show you, Little Rose." On February 18th, Chen, accompanied by Westbrook, disembarked from their flight in New Orleans. Although injury prevented him from playing, Westbrook still accompanied Chen to the venue, especially since his younger companion was set to participate in the All-Star Rising Stars Challenge, while Butler would arrive a day late due to business commitments. Having arrived at the venue early, Chen, lacking any desire for social engagements, dismissed the social butterfly Westbrook and wandered around with Nika. He felt somewhat disenchanted, as the system had yet to issue any tasks, such as achieving MVP in the Rising Stars Challenge, leaving him devoid of motivation. System, seizing the opportunity while in the restroom, Chen felt compelled to inquire, "Why is there such a vast gap in the requirements for my second series of achievements? Must I complete them to unlock new tasks? How long must I play to reach 10,000 points?" The current completion rate for the second series of achievement tasks stands at 615. The system will unlock the third series upon surpassing half of the achievements. So that's 8 then. That's manageable. Chen rubbed his hands together, counting the tasks that I'll put in some effort and see if I can snag a Player of the Week award. After all, with Westbrook resting, I'll have plenty of ball-handling opportunities. Plus, I should be a shoe-in for Rookie of the Year, though that won't be awarded until the playoffs, which feels like an eternity. Chen counted on his fingers. Feeling somewhat resigned, a little longer is fine. It's certainly easier than hitting 5,000 points at AS for the All-Star game. If I didn't team make it this year, I'll just have to wait until next year. Before the game, Chen participated in an interview with Chinese media, where Wei Ping Bryant, accompanied by his crew, approached him. Hello, Chen, would you like to say a few words to your fans in China? Nice to meet you, Coach Zhang. Hello everyone, I am Chen. Chen smiled at the camera. Chen, this is your first All-Star appearance. How does it feel? Pretty good. The atmosphere here is fantastic. Your first year as a rookie. Averaging 23.6 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 4.2 assists, something both Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian never achieved. What are your thoughts on this? Well, it mainly comes down to adaptation. Yao, and it likely needed a longer adjustment period when entering the league. But I came from the NCAA and had already experienced the American League's rhythm. So it has been a bit easier for me that you're too modest. The people are very hopeful for you and believe you could become the first Chinese player in NBA history. Oh, please don't elevate me. I have no basis for comparison with Yao. I believe you can do it, just as I believe in Yao back then. By the way, everyone is curious. Would you be interested in returning to China to play? I would be very eager to return to my homeland. As for playing, that's not solely up to me, that I can only say that if my country calls, I will answer without hesitation. Point 1 must refrain from speaking indiscriminately in front of the media. Chen endeavors to choose his words carefully, opting for the most pleasant expressions. Alas, it is unfortunate that Zhou Qi was not selected for the rookie game. Otherwise, you could have engaged in a delightful exchange. Indeed, that if you were to discover that the notorious Demon King is, in fact, a Polish spy, I wonder if you would still find it amusing. Chen harbored such thoughts privately, yet wore a fa ade of calm composure. Although I have not interacted much with Zhou Qi, I believe he will ultimately adapt to the NBA. He simply needs time. For now, it suffices to speak kindly and avoid offending anyone. After the interview, Chen approached the sidelines to greet a number of NBA stars, including Irving, Curry, Rose, and Wall. Please refer to me as the charming guard, the social butterfly of the All-Star weekend. The first event of the weekend was the Celebrity Game, which amusingly featured 2 domestic celebrities, the Canadian Electric Eel and the one and only Seth. The NBA has certainly demonstrated its knack for selecting individuals whose careers seem to decline at an astonishing rate. The game concluded swiftly, with the East triumphing over the West. Sein brother, despite an injury, managed to score 3 points, while Seth, in his inaugural appearance, recorded 2 points and 4 rebounds. The MVP award ultimately went to the Imitation Emperor, Brandon Armstrong. Notably, Sein brother even delivered a resounding block to Mavericks owner Mark Cuban. Following some entertainment segments, the All-Star Rookie Challenge commenced. Since 2015, the format has evolved to feature a team of American rookies and sophomores facing off against an international team composed of rookies and sophomores from other nations. Each team must include at least 3 rookies and 3 sophomores, as well as 4 guards for frontcourt players and 2 swingmen. Currently still holding American citizenship, Chen managed to secure a spot on the American team, displacing D'Angelo Russell. The rosters are as follows: American team: Chen, Devin Booker, Malcolm Brogdon, Marquise Chris, Brandon Ingram, Frank Kaminsky, Jahlil Okafor, Jonathan Simmons, Karl Anthony Towns, Miles Turner. World team: Alex Abrines, Dante Exum, Buddy Hield, Nikola Jokic, Guillermo Hernan Gomez, Jamal Murray, Trey Lyles, Kristaps Porzingis, Domantas Sabonis, Dario Saric. Teaming up with Booker in the backcourt was undeniably awkward. It was fortunate that the two managed to refrain from an altercation upon their meeting. Chen, lacking enthusiasm, discreetly signaled to coach Jalen Rose that he preferred minimal playing time. Jalen, who had come to coach merely as a formality, was indifferent to Chen's wishes. After all, there were plenty of eager rookies yearning for on-court opportunities, alleviating any concerns over player rotations. Thus, after a few lackluster three-point attempts at the outset, Chen withdrew to the sidelines to rest, seated in the ultra VIP section, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with those around him. After a brief stint in the third quarter, Chen exited the game, officially concluding his inaugural All-Star journey. Content to remain an observer henceforth in Chen's absence from the Rookie Challenge, the spotlight shifted to the formidable center Nikola Jokic, who paired with Porzingis to face off against Towns, showcasing a duel of unicorns. During the first half, Porzingis scored 18 points, eclipsing Towns. However, the focus shifted dramatically in the second half. As the world team fell behind, Murray rose to the occasion, delivering a series of long-range shots and penetrating drives. In the second half alone, Murray shot 10 of 14 from the field and 6 of 9 from beyond the arc, amassing an impressive 27 points. Ultimately, Murray concluded the game with 36 points and 11 assists, earning the MVP trophy with undeniable merit. The future core of the Nuggets is beginning to shine. After the first day's events, Chen returned to the hotel with Veronica in tow. "Darling, why did you only play for such a short time?" Veronica questioned, puzzled, as she defended Chen's honor. It because that black guy discriminated against you, not allowing you to play? Refrain from such remarks. One might accuse you of racism. Chen soothed her emotions that I specifically told Jalen Rose that I didn't wish to play. The Rookie Challenge lacks excitement. If my friends want to play, they should compete in the main All-Star game. No one can resist the urge to show off in front of a beautiful woman. Oh, I see. Then you must put in some effort. Next year, I'll come to rally votes for you and your friends that a woman in love sees only her partner. Let's not dwell on this. The night is long. Let us find something more enjoyable to do. Chen's mischievous hand quietly found its way to the slime, but oh, come on. It's still early. The girl in his arms quivered slightly, her alluring gaze a mix of resistance and invitation. Chen awoke late the next day, finally rousing himself as the sun reached its zenith in the afternoon. He took Veronica to explore the downtown area of New Orleans, acquiring an assortment of clothing and jewelry. With his recent endorsement fees, Chen now considered himself a minor nouveau riche. That evening, he dined with Rose and his nth girlfriend before heading to the All-Star venue. Although Rose is a quintessential representative of his race, his approach to relationships is rather unconventional. Having fathered a child in 2012, he remains unmarried, and according to his previous trajectory, he wouldn't wed until 2023, and notably, the mother of his children is not his current girlfriend, though one could argue she is. Having borne him 2 children, it cannot be said that this is solely a characteristic of African Americans. It seems prevalent among many Americans, with few waiting until marriage to have children. The second day of All-Star events included additional activities, a skills challenge, a 3-point contest, and a dunk contest, interspersed with some rather trivial mini-games. Chen was less than enthusiastic. Although he had obligations, he was not invited to participate. Together with Veronica, he meandered through the venue, engaging in basketball banter with acquaintances while observing the players striving valiantly on the court. The skills challenge commenced first, featuring 8 participants: Isaiah Thomas, Anthony Davis, Nikola Jokic, replacing Joel Embiid, Gordon Hayward, DeMarcus Cousins, John Wall, Devin Booker, and Kristaps Porzingis, competing in a bracket format, in the upper bracket. Wall versus Hayward, Thomas versus Booker. In the lower bracket, Porzingis versus Cousins, Jokic vs. Davis. Chen watched the obstacles on the court. He imagined how he would fare if he were to compete. He estimated he would likely achieve the lowest score, fully aware of his poor passing skills. However, given the relatively weak competition, perhaps he could sneak in a few 3-pointers. Indeed, the results reflected this. The first player to make a 3-pointer typically emerged victorious. Despite being the favorite, Thomas suffered an unfortunate mishap in the semifinals, leading to his elimination in the finals. Porzingis made a 3-pointer with precision, successfully defeating Hayward, marking the second consecutive year that an interior player claimed the Skills Challenge championship over guards. Following that, the 3-point contest took center stage. The participants were Klay Thompson, Warriors; Kyrie Irving, Cavaliers; Eric Gordon, Rockets; Nick Young, Lakers; Wesley Matthews, Mavericks; Kemba Walker, Hornets; CJ McCollum, Trailblazers; and Kyle Lowry, Raptors. Chen sat alongside Curry. Engrossed in conversation, "Chris, why didn't you participate in the 3-point contest?" "The same reason I didn't join the dunk contest. I wasn't invited." Observing the dejected expression on the young player's face, Chen couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Who do you think will win? I don't know. Maybe Clay, or perhaps Kyrie. It has to be Clay. Such confidence. Of course, I know my teammate best. He is a defending champion. The young player brimmed with confidence. Only for Clay to be eliminated in the first round with a mere 18 points, failing to defend his title. Chen stifled his laughter, casting a glance at the nearby Golden State representative. Ahem. Actually, I am inclined to favor Kemba. The young player, feeling somewhat embarrassed, swiftly switched allegiances. I recorded that. I'll send it to Clay later. I'll bet $5 on it. $50, $10, $40-5, and I need a bet. I heard you. As Clay exited the court, he shot a glare at the two young players. Damn it. I just lost a fortune. Chen's heart ached to the point of breathlessness. You've nearly had enough. Your theatrics surpass even those on the court. Nearby, Gue could no longer bear to watch, exclaiming, You rascal! Are you really flaunting your chemistry with this cherubic face right in front of me, as if I don't exist? Oh, Gue, you're here too. By the way, please refrain from calling me in the future. I fear Steven might misunderstand. Chen was still being self-deprecating, his fists clenched in determination. Russell Westbrook, a man who never held grudges, resolved to return the Ferrari first. Ultimately, Eric Gordon, Kyrie Irving, and Kemba Walker advanced to the finals in the championship match. Both Gordon and Irving scored 20 points, leading to an overtime. Gordon triumphed in overtime with 21 points, securing the title of the 17th three-point king. Round-faced Deng proved reliable once again. Following the conclusion of the three-point contest, the grand finale of the evening awaited. The dunk contest, the participants included DeAndre Jordan, Clippers, Aaron Gordon, Magic, Derrick Jones, Suns, and Glenn Robinson III, Pacers. The judges were the cinematic icon Dominique Wilkins, the glove Gary Payton, Admiral David Robinson, Chris Webber, and Alonzo Mourning. Chen continued to banter with Curry, stating, I believe they pale in comparison to you. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It's just that those individuals lack vision and refuse to invite me. Curry retorted, ever the jester. If it were truly up to you, why not just present the awards directly? You have great taste, exclaimed Zach LaVine from Golden State, giving Chen a knowing glance. The young man was quite astute. The dunk contest proceeded in an orderly fashion, featuring 4 participants who each had 2 attempts in the first round, subject to the judges' scoring. The maximum score for 2 dunks was 100 points, with a minimum of 60 points, and the 2 highest scores advanced to the finals. The finals would also consist of 2 dunks, with the higher cumulative score winning. The participant with the lower score in the first round would go first. First up was Little Jordan, whose initial dunk, a rather unremarkable leap over a table, failed to engage the legends in attendance, earning a mere 41 points. In stark contrast, Glenn Robinson's dunk, which involved leaping over 2 stacked individuals, was far more impressive. Although there was an element of squatting involved, the height was commendable, and the judges generously awarded him a perfect score of 50. Next was little Derrick Jones, who called upon 4 teammates from the Suns, intending to leap over all 4 in one go. However, this proved problematic, as the Suns were left without a starting lineup. Chen speculated mischievously from the sidelines. His first attempt failed. While he soared in the air, he failed to complete the dunk. On his second attempt, he played it safer, gently leveraging the shoulder of his first teammate to complete the leap. However, this cautious approach cost him a few points, and he ultimately scored only 45. Following him was the much-anticipated Aaron Gordon, last season's dunk contest runner-up, who had previously achieved 3 perfect scores but narrowly lost to the extraordinary Zach LaVine. Gordon sought to introduce something novel, bringing a drone onto the court with the intention of executing an alley-oop dunk. Unfortunately, his first attempt was unsuccessful as the ball slipped from his grasp. He succeeded on his second try, but this would undoubtedly impact his final score. 38 points. How low? Chen exclaimed, astonished. While he had 2 attempts, such a score seemed unjustifiably harsh. 3 8s and 2 7s. These judges clearly lacked the generosity shown to the likes of Uncle Wei, Manuel Doghead, offering not a single 9. The murmurs of disbelief filled the air as onlookers shared their astonishment. With a score of only 38, it was almost certain he would be eliminated. After the first round concluded, chaos ensued, with a flurry of dance performances from a troupe, followed by a rather vulgar display from the mascots. Somewhat distasteful, Chen commented. Witnessing the Rockets bear stripped down to nothing, he covered his eyes as it exited the stage. Though it was merely a costume, the performance bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. TSK, some seemed to don a costume while shedding their masks in truth. The second round commenced with Gordon taking the stage first. Determined to execute a high-difficulty move in hopes of achieving a perfect score and maintaining the suspense, he charged towards the basket, leaping for a 360-degree, behind-the-back dunk. The crowd erupted in cheers upon witnessing it. Yet he failed to convert, and regrettably, his subsequent 3 attempts were also unsuccessful, forcing him to leave the stage. The audience grew somewhat indifferent, their enthusiasm waning with each failed dunk. Gordon's final score was 72, leaving him to exit first, much to the dismay of those who had anticipated his success. Little Jordan followed, managing to succeed with a 270-degree, under-the-legs dunk after 2 attempts, earning a lackluster response from the crowd. Ultimately, his score of 43 points brought his total to 84, barely maintaining the suspense. The moment had finally come for Little Jones, who ignited the crowd's excitement. After Devin Booker bounced the ball off the backboard, Jones soared high, catching it mid-air for an under-the-legs dunk, successfully earning a flawless 50 points. "Wow, he can really jump," exclaimed Zach LaVine from Golden State and LaVine from Oklahoma City in unison, expressing their envy for his remarkable vertical leap. Next up was Robinson, who, benefiting from his earlier 50-point score, only needed to achieve over 35 points to secure his advancement. Thus, he opted for a relatively simpler dunk that he dribbled in, leaping for a 360-degree dunk while simultaneously performing a Jaylen Brown blindfold move reminiscent of 2024. Chen nearly burst into laughter at the sight. "Oh, I almost forgot, Brown was the one who came later." Ultimately, Robinson scored 41 points, advancing alongside Little Jones in the final showdown. Robinson faced off against Little Jones. Robinson, having scored lower, called upon his older brother, Paul George, to stand beneath the basket, lifting the ball above his head. "It was a classic air dunk." George remarked, "Indeed, this is my contribution." Unfortunately, it took him 3 attempts to successfully complete the dunk, which somewhat diminished its impact. The judges awarded him a score of 44 points. When it was Little Jones's turn, he also attempted an air dunk, enlisting a cheerleader, a mascot, and a spectator to join him. Although he couldn't match George's height, he surpassed Robinson in glide length and added an under-the-legs switch mid-air, showcasing exceptional difficulty. However, high difficulty alone does not guarantee success. Little Jones appeared to underestimate himself, failing twice before calling off the cheerleader and lowering the difficulty for another attempt, only to fail once more. The judges ultimately awarded him just 37 points, willingly forfeiting the advantage. Little Jones shook his head in disappointment from the sidelines. In the second dunk, the lower-scoring Little Jones continued. This time, he summoned a friend to stand just inside the free-throw line to bounce the ball to him. Little Jones sprinted from the three-point line, leaping from the free-throw line for an under-the-legs dunk. "This guy just loves under-the-legs dunks," Chen remarked, unable to suppress his commentary. Unfortunately, he missed on his first attempt, but succeeded on his second, earning a perfect score of 50 points. The judges surprisingly showed him favor, granting leniency for the high-difficulty attempt, a point of criticism directed at a certain Heat legend. The pressure then shifted back to Robinson, who needed at least 44 points to advance. Once again, he called upon his older brother Paul George, but this time he added the Pacers mascot and a cheerleader, creating a more complex version of Little Jones's first dunk, with a 3-step approach. He launched himself into the air, gliding smoothly and receiving the ball from George before executing a successful behind-the-back dunk. Although he didn't include the under-the-leg dunk, George's impressive height of 2 meters and 6 centimeters certainly added significant points to his performance. Furthermore, the move he executed was one that Little Jones had previously attempted, giving off an air of, "If you can't do it, let me teach you how to dunk." The referee awarded him a perfect score of 50. Ultimately, Little Robinson clinched the championship of this dunk contest by virtue of his overall lead in points out on the sidelines. Chen watched with a joyful expression as Robinson raised the trophy, surrounded by a throng of excited friends and family. Now, that is what we call dedication. Meanwhile, as Chiuya celebrated her wedding, he couldn't help but notice the commotion around him, as if he were surrounded by a flurry of feathers. The events of the All-Star weekend came to an official close, and after the festivities, Chen returned to the hotel with Veronica. With the lovely lady by his side, he felt it inappropriate to join that raucous crowd for the after-party. It is well known that Chen is regarded as a paragon of virtue in America. The next day, after the sun had risen high in the sky, Chen finally got out of bed. After a quick wash-up, he retrieved his phone and began to pass the time. With hours still to go until the evening's All-Star game, he had already explored the nearby attractions and cleared his schedule of tasks. Leaving him with little to do, he logged on to Twitter, where he perused the updates of various celebrities and athletes, thanks to the lively atmosphere of the recent All-Star game. After uploading a few recent photos, he slyly switched to his alternate account to stir up some playful banter in Booker's comment section. Quite a delightful endeavor. Chris, the one who holds no grudges, was the subject of his light-hearted jests. Switching back to his domestic account, he chuckled at the positive energy that filled his feed. Chen, completely absorbed in his scrolling, remained blissfully unaware that his companion had awoken and was grinning widely beside him. "Chris, it seems I have yet to satisfy your curiosity." Veronica's calm voice broke through his reverie, snapping him back to reality. "Ah, darling, I was merely searching for a new outfit for you. Just look at this one. It would look exquisite on you." Chen began to fervently make amends that, in short, it was yet another peaceful day that, in the evening. Chen arrived at the sidelines alongside Gugue, exchanging smiles and greetings with a host of all-stars. Familiar faces such as Curry, Irving, and Harden were met with casual compliments and well wishes. With Westbrook sidelined due to injury, the spot previously held by Gugue was taken by Coach Kerr's selection, the sharp-minded Lillard. The rosters were as follows: Eastern Conference starters: LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Giannis Antetokounmpo, DeMar DeRozan, Carmelo Anthony. Eastern Conference reserves: Isaiah Thomas, Kyle Lowry, Kemba Walker, John Wall, Paul George, Kevin Love, Paul Millsap. Western Conference starters: Stephen Curry, James Harden, Kevin Durant. Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis. Western Conference reserves: Damian Lillard, Klay Thompson, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, DeMarcus Cousins, Marc Gasol, DeAndre Jordan. The coaches were the young mastermind Stevens and Kerr. Intriguingly, during a pre-game interview, when asked who the best dunker was, Durant surprisingly named Russell Westbrook, a true event. It was curious to ponder what sentiments lay behind such an answer. Perhaps nostalgia for a past relationship or lingering guilt. Chen mused maliciously about Durant's motives. As the game commenced, the jump ball was contested between James and Davis. "I knew those two had something going on," Chen thought, observing their flirtatious exchanges from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Westbrook. Davis secured the tip-off, leading the West on the offensive as the home team. Davis wasted no time, backing down James for an easy turnaround shot. Moments later, DeRozan's drive was intercepted by Kawhi, who swiftly transitioned to a fast-break dunk for 2 points. In an all-star game, defense often takes a back seat, and DeRozan opted not to pursue. The ball was passed to James, who fed it to Giannis, who powered through Davis for a thunderous dunk. It was clear that the Western Stars were making an effort to set up Davis. A gesture of goodwill. Typically, the home team's All-Stars have a higher chance of winning the MVP award, a tacit understanding among players. However, the Western squad seemed more focused on camaraderie than individual accolades. On the other hand, Giannis, a first-time All-Star, entered the fray with fervor, igniting the crowd with a series of high-flying dunks. "Wow, that tomahawk dunk is something to envy," Chen thought, watching the talented athletes showcase their skills. Who wouldn't want to leap effortlessly and execute a windmill dunk? Thankfully, his height provided him with a different perspective. Guegue remained unfazed, confident in his own dunking abilities. Chris chimed in, "I don't think I've seen you dunk yet." "Me? I'm too good for that." "I don't need to dunk," he retorted. "Can't jump, can you?" "You're ridiculous. How could you tarnish my reputation with mere words?" "I'll sue you for defamation." It seemed he had struck a nerve. "At least I haven't systematically trained my jumping skills yet." "Well then, one day I'll take you to practice. I guarantee you'll master the windmill dunk within a month." "Really? I don't believe you. It's a training method my high school friend taught me." "Just wait and see." Actually, I'm not that eager. I really need to focus on improving my ball handling skills." "What nonsense. If it's something you can fix with a few drills, you want to waste time on leg training?" "Not a chance. I'll never train my legs." The game continued smoothly, devoid of foul shots, culminating in a 192-182 victory for the Western team, setting a new All-Star game record for total points at 374. During the match, Curry delivered a memorable moment. Faced with an aggressive drive from Giannis after a steal, he humorously dropped to the floor, covering his head, an entertaining display indeed. James, unusually energetic, showcased an array of long-range threes and spectacular dunks, making this one of the most thrilling All-Star games in recent years. Anthony Davis racked up an astounding 52 points and 10 rebounds, breaking the All-Star game single-game scoring record and becoming the first player in history to score over 50 points in the All-Star game. Durant added a triple-double with 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, becoming the fourth player to achieve such a feat in the All-Star game. Following the conclusion of the event, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver announced that the host, Anthony Davis, was named the MVP of the 17th All-Star game. With the festivities over, the 17th All-Star gathering came to a close. Chen boarded a flight back to Oklahoma. The regular season would resume on the 24th. With 2 days of rest before he returned to the team for training, Chen chose to remain at the arena, diligently honing his skills. Unfortunately, there was only one game left that week to be considered for Player of the Week. One must participate in at least 2 games, a frustrating reality. Time flew by amidst the intense training schedule, and before long, 3 days had passed as the regular season restarted. Players were once again thrust into a long and enduring schedule. The Thunder faced off against the Lakers, with Adams easily winning the tip-off. Chen took control of the ball, continuing his duties as point guard. Approaching the front court, he faced Russell, executing a swift change of direction that allowed him to drive to the basket. Russell, caught off guard by Chen's deceptive footwork, failed to keep pace, while Randall showed no intention of providing support, allowing Chen to score effortlessly as the Lakers mounted their offense. Russell lobbed the ball to Randall, who went one-on-one against Sabonis. With a series of spin moves, he maneuvered past Sabonis for an easy layup. Must be said that this group of promising young stars from the Lakers certainly had a solid offensive skill set. Once again, the Thunder attacked, with Chen employing similar tactics, executing a half-turn to evade Russell. As he capitalized on the space created by Russell's pursuit, he came to a quick stop and stepped back, creating a wide-open three-point shot, which for him was essentially a gift. Too easy. Too easy, Chris remarked as he effortlessly scored against Russell, feeling no hint of challenge. The commentator Mike Breen exclaimed in astonishment. Chris is simply a monster. His progress is visibly remarkable. If you have witnessed the majority of his games this season, you would acknowledge that this individual's rate of improvement is nothing short of extraterrestrial. The Lakers' offensive effort culminated in a missed three-pointer by Nick Young, and following Butler's rebound, he passed the ball back to Chen in the first quarter. The tireless and ever-dedicated player took on the role of a blue-collar worker. Evoking tears, truly, he moved me to tears. Chen received the ball and surveyed the Lakers' defense, which had yet to adjust. A spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes, with a series of dazzling dribbles. He executed a swift change of direction, leaving Russell behind, and as he faced the now-aware Randall, he leaped and executed a 360-degree twist in midair to evade Randall's block, culminating in a spectacular finish that lit up the arena with the activation of the elusive finisher badge. A move reminiscent of DeRozan and Wall's signature style, that a high-difficulty basket that instantly ignited the crowd, with a sea of fans clad in blue OKC shirts, fervently raising their support signs for Chen. Offering their utmost encouragement, Chen retreated on defense. He exchanged high-fives with the spectators at the sidelines. Destroy them. Chris, you are the new hope for Oklahoma. Together with Russell, let us seize that damn championship. Chen relished the home crowd's atmosphere. The Thunder fans, loyal and passionate, created a more vibrant environment than many arenas in larger cities. After playing the entire first quarter, Chen shot an impressive 9 for 12, amassing 23 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist, effectively leading the Thunder to a 31-20 lead over the Lakers by the end of the first quarter, as he gradually walked off the court and returned to the bench. He soaked in the cheers of the fans behind him. He adored this feeling. Chen. Suddenly, upon hearing a shout in Chinese, he turned to see 2 boys with similarly yellow skin seated not far from the players' tunnel. The moment the boys caught Chen-Shi's gaze, their excitement escalated. Chen-Shi, can I get your autograph? We came from China. Chen-Shi grinned at the fan, wearing his number 3 jersey, and without hesitation, he communicated with the staff. removed his sneakers, signed them, and tossed them to the two Chinese fans. Oh, wow. Each of them cheered as they caught a shoe. Sometimes, the desires of fans are surprisingly easy to satisfy. Shortly thereafter, the staff brought out another pair of shoes for Chen to change into. Though he played the Good Samaritan, he found himself running errands while ignoring the resentful glances from the other party. Chen took his time changing shoes, knowing he wouldn't be back on the court until the start of the second quarter. In the second quarter, the Thunder continued their offensive surge, liberating Butler, who scored 4 consecutive layups, exploiting the defense of Tarek Black. By the time Chen entered the game, the Thunder had already established a 16-point lead. What did it matter how many points they were ahead? Once on the court, he was determined to make an impact. After all, he was not a superstar earning tens of millions, but rather the lowest-paid player on the team. One could hardly label a rookie with a $550,000 salary as merely padding stats. He nearly struggled to get playing time. Upon entering, he drove aggressively towards Clarkson. Battling through Clarkson, Chen maneuvered to the basket, stopping momentarily before switching the ball back to his right hand with a behind-the-back dribble, finishing with a jump shot. This move, practiced extensively over the past few days, left both Clarkson and Zubac in the dust. Dressed casually on the bench, the fashionable turtle playfully snatched the towel from Payne's hands, waving it with abandon, embodying the spirit of the Atmosphere crew. So, are you stealing the towel-waving duties too? By halftime, the game had lost its suspense, as Chen single-handedly dismantled the Lakers with a combination of shooting and driving, scoring a career-high 35 points and extending the lead to 25 points. It seemed inconceivable that the Lakers would have any chance of winning in the second half. Chen remained on the bench, as Donovan opted to rest him, engaging in idle chatter with his teammate about whether they should go out for barbecue the next day. Under the 10-cent broadcast, the comments section was filled with playful jests. Shocking, Chen had a disagreement with the head coach and was benched in the second half. The banter continued. "You two look like fools. Can you even play? Just stand there laughing. You, who looks like a ninja turtle. What are you staring at? Come out and challenge me." Since Chen joined the Thunder, more fans from the distant east began to emerge, and the victorious atmosphere suffused the entire livestream, filled with laughter and cheer. Of course, it was also interspersed with the lamentations of die-hard Lakers fans. "Boss, we miss you. How can the Lakers survive without you?" As the final buzzer sounded, the Thunder triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 112-91, marking their first victory post-All-Star break. After the game, Chen sought out the two Chinese fans for photos and offered a few words of encouragement. Watching them leave in excitement filled him with a profound sense of achievement. Chen had indeed become a star. A day later, the Thunder prepared to host the New Orleans Pelicans. The Pelicans had recently completed a trade, spending a hefty sum to acquire DeMarcus Cousins from the Kings, forming a formidable duo with Anthony Davis. This towering pair not only possessed the size and rim protection, but also boasted shooting capabilities beyond the arc, complemented by the presence of Drew Holiday on the perimeter. This combination posed a significant challenge for a team like the Thunder. Before the game, the recently crowned All-Star MVP, Davis, approached Chen with a friendly greeting. The two had shared some interactions in New Orleans and were relatively familiar with one another. Surprisingly, Davis's words carried an undertone of recruitment, which Chen playfully deflected with a smile. After all, who would refuse a superstar scorer averaging 23 points per game for a salary of $550,000? If they could acquire Chen at a reasonable price to pair with Davis and Drew, the Pelicans roster could potentially rival that of the Warriors. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an offer? Unfortunately, Chen had his eyes wide open, fully aware that this duo's partnership would ultimately falter. Following the original trajectory, Cousins would suffer a devastating Achilles injury the following year, a setback that would irreparably alter the course of his career and spell the demise of the Pelicans' Twin Tower strategy. Additionally, the current Davis was not the future Lakers Davis. He was more accustomed to being the focal point of the offense. Just as Cousins was, this led to complications regarding ball distribution, a dilemma that even the eventual arrival of Chris Paul failed to resolve. Not even Coach Walton could foster a successful chemistry between the two, let alone the current setup with Drew at point guard. Without implying that Zhu Ge is inferior to Long in coaching, it is merely a matter of differing styles. As the game commenced, Aquaman seized the basketball from Cousins' grasp, and the Thunder launched their offense. Although he possessed impressive leaping ability, Cousins was still only 2 meters tall. On par with Davis, with Westbrook still sidelined, Chen took the reins to orchestrate the offense. While one might generously describe it as organizing the attack, Chen's current level of play left much to be desired. Lacking Westbrook's support, facing off against the Pelicans' perimeter defender Zhu, Chen felt a palpable pressure. Utilizing Roberson's screen, Chen accelerated past Solomon Hill, who failed to switch in time, making his way swiftly toward the basket. Davis's help defense was prompt, and confronted with those long, imposing arms, Chen was compelled to halt and attempt a mid-range shot, which regrettably clanged off the rim. The presence of exceptional defenders both inside and outside revitalized the Pelicans' entire defensive scheme. Returning to the Pelicans' offense, Davis, with the aid of small forward Hollis Thompson's pick, moved to the elbow to receive a pass from Holiday and effortlessly drained a mid-range jumper, scoring 2 points. After regaining control of the ball, Chen passed it to Butler, quickly circumvented Roberson, and returned along the baseline before repositioning himself. During this time, Butler drove past Thompson, reaching the midline before dishing the ball to the open Sabonis. Sabonis executed a shot fake that drew Davis's attention, then passed to the cutting Chen. Chen caught the ball and surged toward the basket, employing a Rondo-esque fake to create space against Cousins, smoothly converting a 2-point shot. With the score tied at 2-2, the Pelicans resumed their offensive efforts, and Davis once again advanced the ball. Facing Sabonis, he executed a drive, spun, and laid it in with fluidity. However, Sabonis' arm interfered, causing the ball to bounce off the rim. Observing the situation, Chen immediately sprinted down the court, and in the next moment, Butler retrieved the rebound and launched a long pass. However, Zhu and Holiday were both in pursuit. The quality of the pass forced Chen to leap to catch it. Upon landing, Zhu had already returned to his position. Without hesitation, Chen initiated another drive, but Holiday was tenacious in his defense, applying physical pressure that Chen's path was obstructed, necessitating a step back and a shot fake. Yet Zhu remained unfazed, sticking closely to Chen. Fortunately, Roberson, who had been trailing, came to Chen's aid. With the ball momentarily halted, Chen lofted it high, allowing Roberson to catch and complete the dunk in transition. Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. That relentless defense from Zhu was truly formidable. He resolved to be more decisive next time. On the next offensive series, Davis passed to Cousins, who received the ball with his back to Adams. After a series of deceptive moves, he successfully shifted Aquaman's balance and took advantage of Adams with a quick jump shot that found the net. Adams, unfazed by the score, collected the fallen ball and passed it back to Chen. Back at the arc, Chen sought to leverage Roberson's screen to target Hill. However, Holiday quickly navigated past the screener and closed in on Chen, resulting in a double team. Left with no choice, Chen passed to Roberson, who missed a wide-open three-pointer. Davis snatched the rebound and quickly initiated a counterattack. Yet Butler intercepted a long pass intended for the advancing Thompson, regaining control of the ball and driving once more. In a rush to transition, Thompson was unable to return in time, prompting Davis to position himself in front of Butler. Observing this, Chen passed to the open Sabonis. Faced with an unguarded basket, Sabonis did not hesitate and executed a soft floater before Cousins could recover, scoring. With the score at 6-4, the game had become tightly contested as both teams encountered difficulties on the offensive end. Feeling the pressure from Holiday's defense, Chen decided to relinquish ball control to Butler and began to engage in off-ball movement. Butler, now facing Thompson, found himself in a more favorable position, taking on the responsibility of creating offensive opportunities early in the first quarter. The Pelicans, meanwhile, methodically initiated their offense from the interior. Although their efficiency was decent, they struggled to close the gap as Adams and Sabonis' twin towers provided sufficient height. While the Pelicans' twin towers could score, it required considerable effort. As time progressed, the score fluctuated, with 8.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Butler, Roberson, and Adams were substituted for McDermott, Grant, and Payne. The Thunder's interior defense weakened significantly due to the loss of height, but fortunately, Davis also took a breather, replaced by Donatas Modigenes, a blue-collar center lacking in offensive prowess. Moreover, Holiday's exit immediately liberated Chen. Once Zhu left the court, Chen sprang to life, first facing the Pelicans' 183 cm backup guard, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers with ease, then driving past the newly switched at one more. assisting Grant for another string of mid-range shots, revitalizing the team's offense. This forced Alvin Gentry to call a timeout, reintroducing Holiday to bind their minutes together in an attempt to contain Chen. However, by this point, the Pelicans trailed by 7 points as the first quarter concluded. The Thunder led 35-28. The second quarter began with Butler assuming Chen's role, combining with McDermott to execute a fluid perimeter offense, which left Gentry in a quandary. Should he reinsert Zhu to address the perimeter defense? Thankfully, this dilemma was short-lived, as even with Zhu's return, he could not effectively contain Butler. Unlike Chen, Butler, robust and resilient, thrived in physical confrontations and skillfully utilized his body to find a shooting rhythm, an area in which Holiday was less adept. Although Butler was not yet the powerhouse he would become in 2022-2023, his capability to impose his will on Zhu was evident in fact, during the 2023 playoffs, Zhu had been thoroughly dominated. Fortunately for the Pelicans, Davis remained a formidable presence. His expansive help defense could still somewhat constrain Butler's scoring zone, forcing him to take less comfortable shots from the perimeter. Before long, Donovan discovered a solution. The re-entering Chen began to frequently execute pick-and-rolls with Butler, compelling Holiday to confront Butler while simultaneously freeing Chen for his offensive maneuvers. When Holiday opted to chase through the screen, Chen seized the opportunity to launch quick three-pointers, exploiting the timing mismatch. Following consecutive three-pointers, Zhu hesitated to pursue, yet could not double-team. Knowing Butler's perimeter shooting, while not particularly precise, had a chance of success when left open. Thus, the Thunder regained an advantage in perimeter matchups. Chen's efficiency against Hill surpassed even Butler's against Zhu, leading Gentry to scratch his head in frustration. By the end of the second quarter, the Thunder led 61-52 by 9 points. The second half continued in similar fashion, although Davis frequently overpowered Sabonis and Roberson in the paint. The Thunder consistently retaliated offensively, keeping the score within a 7 to 9 point range. Ultimately, with 2.5 minutes left in the game, Gentry conceded defeat. Recognizing the lack of hope for victory, he preferred to allow his twin tower some rest, as interior players cannot afford to exhaust their minutes like their perimeter counterparts. With larger-bodied players, excessive minutes significantly increase the risk of injury. For the sake of a single game, it was not worth the potential repercussions. Ultimately, the Thunder triumphed 120-114, securing their second consecutive victory. After the game, Davis approached Chen once more, exchanging contact information and suggesting they play games online together, a topic that had dominated their conversations in New Orleans. Chen was more than agreeable, having anticipated the upcoming mid-March launch of PUBG, and no longer would he need to struggle with finding a reliable accelerator. Additionally, alongside the victory came the delightful news that Westbrook will be making his return from injury for the next game against the Jazz. In the 7 games without Westbrook, Chen and Butler had managed a commendable 5-2 record, barely maintaining their position as the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. Now, with Westbrook's return, the Thunder were sounding the battle cry for the season's finale. One must commend Westbrook for his resilience. After merely 23 days of rest, he was back in action, a rarity in the league. Had this been a certain Raptors legend, he would likely have been sidelined for 3 to 5 months. 2 days hence, the Thunder will face the Jazz at their home court, marking the return of the King, as the arena DJ exuberantly announced. Westbrook swiftly dashed out of the players' tunnel, exchanging high-fives with his teammates who had already lined up. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch from the outset, with thunderous cheers celebrating the return of the beloved player. As the game commenced, this time the King was unable to leap over Gobert, resulting in the Jazz seizing the initial possession. Guard George Hill advanced the ball into the front court, and without a moment's hesitation, in the face of the formidable Westbrook, he passed to Hayward. This moment. The Jazz's star, Gordon Hayward, often referred to as the best white small forward, had not suffered significant injuries, still showcasing impressive physical talent coupled with above-average shooting skills. With an annual salary of merely $16 million, he could be regarded as a bargain. However, this player also possessed a hint of a con artist's nature. In 2017, he signed a colossal 4-year, $128 million contract with the Celtics, only to suffer a devastating injury in his first season. His performance plummeted in the second season, diminishing the Celtics' competitiveness. Yet he rebounded in his third year, averaging 17.5 points for 0.5 rebounds and 3.4 assists, subsequently opting out of his contract to sign a 4-year, $120 million deal with the Hornets, only to maintain high performance for a single year before his statistics began to decline again. By 2023, after being traded to the Thunder, he was averaging a mere 5.3 points while still commanding a $30 million annual salary. At that time, the Thunder was benefiting from a roster filled with rookie contracts, allowing them to absorb this expiring contract, alleviating their financial constraints while creating salary cap space for future strengthening of the team. Of course, the current Hayward still possessed talent. Confronting Roberson, he effortlessly utilized the screen to take a step back and launch a three-pointer, which found its mark. As the Thunder initiated their offense, Westbrook, reclaiming the reins of playmaking, drove directly at George Hill from beyond the arc, not known for his physical prowess. Hill was utterly outpaced by peak Westbrook, who breezed past him. Facing Gobert's long arms, Westbrook forced a layup, eliciting disbelief at the height he could achieve at just 193 centimeters tall. Chen, watching the performance unfold from the three-point line, appeared envious. During the defensive transition, Chen found himself matched up against Rodney Hood, who received Hill's pass and attempted to isolate Chen. Although Hood was a speedster, Chen was not intimidated and adeptly kept pace with Hood's aggressive drive. Observing this, Hood opted for a step-back jumper, but Chen managed to disrupt his shot. While Chen may not possess the same extraordinary gifts as others, his wingspan was commendable that he disrupted the shot, leading to an airborne rebound by the King, who swiftly passed to Butler for a fast break. Butler caught the ball, effortlessly took 3 steps, and executed a two-handed dunk. Chen mused, wondering if Butler was inspired by Rose, as he seemed to hang in the air for a moment. Chen's defense, Westbrook's long pass, and Butler's dunk showcased a seamless transition of offense and defense, igniting the arena once more. It was as if another bucket of hot oil had been poured onto an already roaring fire. Challenging the structural integrity of the Chesapeake Energy Arena's ceiling, as the Jazz attempted to regroup, it seemed the home crowd's energy had affected their mindset, leading to a turnover as they entered the front court. Chen, quick to react, intercepted Hill's pass intended for Hood and immediately sprinted toward the front court. Hood pursued closely, but Westbrook was even quicker. Before Hood could catch up, Westbrook had reached the free throw line. And Chen, understanding the play, tossed the ball to him. The King took off from just inside the free throw line, soaring for an emphatic dunk. The synergy between the dynamic duo from Oklahoma was palpable. Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder, recognizing the shift in momentum, promptly called a timeout. His years of coaching experience told him that the Thunder were on the rise, and without a timely pause, they could soon find themselves overwhelmed. Regrettably for Snyder, following the timeout, the Thunder's momentum did not wane. Westbrook, having held back for several days, unleashed his full force on the Jazz this evening. Hill's defense, while not poor among guards, proved insufficient against the King. Coupled with his sharp mid-range shooting, Westbrook left Gobert scrambling to keep up, unable to effectively adjust his defensive stance. As the first half concluded, the Thunder led the Jazz by 15 points, 66-51. Westbrook had amassed 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists by halftime, single-handedly dismantling the Jazz's backcourt without needing assistance from Chen or Butler. Hill, Hood, and Exum were all thoroughly outmatched. Hill, Westbrook called. Here. Hill replied that it seemed those who had concerns about Westbrook's return to form could finally breathe easy. This man remained as formidable as ever. Resigned, Snyder shifted his focus to the bench, recognizing that they were outmatched. If they couldn't win, perhaps they could use this opportunity to develop their reserves. Hoping to strike gold with a player like Chen. With this comforting thought, the Jazz pulled their starters just 5 minutes into the third quarter, signaling an early end to the contest. Donovan, seeing the situation, naturally followed suit, substituting out Westbrook and Chen, allowing Butler to stabilize the game for a few minutes while adding to his statistics, an acknowledgement of the sacrifices Butler had made since joining the Thunder. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Thunder securing a decisive victory over the Jazz, 118-101, including games prior to the All-Star break. The Thunder celebrated their 5th consecutive win. Westbrook recorded 36 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, while Chen contributed 17 points, 3 rebounds, and 6 assists, and Butler added 26 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. A commendable achievement indeed. Who could have anticipated such a performance from this Thunder team at the season's outset? It was truly astounding. On television, NBA commentator Hank Smith provided his insights. At the start of the season, ESPN had predicted the Thunder would secure only 45 victories. However, they had now achieved 46 wins against 16 losses, closely trailing the 52-8 Warriors and the 48-12 Spurs in the standings, sitting third in the West. One could not help but marvel at Westbrook's prowess. Yet it was widely acknowledged that at the season's start, few had anticipated the Thunder's acquisition of Butler, and even fewer had foreseen their ability to draft a second-gen Billy from a pool of second-round picks. Across the commentary table, Doris Burke offered her analysis. Yet the crux of the matter still rested on Westbrook's shoulders. This was his team, and to date he was averaging an astonishing 28.9 points, 11.2 rebounds, and 9.7 assists, nearly a triple-double average. This was nothing short of madness. While the entire league recognized Westbrook's strength, basketball remains a team sport. Smith argued that when comparing Westbrook to Chen, whose 22.8 points, 3.4 rebounds, and 5.1 assists were equally impressive, one must acknowledge that Chen was merely a rookie, a second-round pick. No less. I intend no disrespect, but history has yet to see a Chinese guard of such caliber. Not even Jeremy Lin achieved this. Even before entering the league, few believed he could make it. Indeed, Chen has been a delightful surprise. Yet his limited talent does not suggest he has reached the zenith of his potential. My assessment is that this is his peak period. He is just a rookie. He is still evolving, and his future holds boundless possibilities. The debate continued. Yet those watching from home lost interest, for no one wishes to see an ex thrive. Durant switched off the television, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through social media to ease his spirits. However, sometimes data can be a double-edged sword, and after a few minutes, he stumbled upon a flood of negative comments that KD must be regretting his decision. Had he stayed, the Thunder would be at the top of the league. Perhaps it was for the best. Had he remained, Westbrook might not have flourished. Just a traitor, unworthy of nostalgia. Glancing at the comments, he saw they were from OKC fans, which brought him solace. Durant was merely a clown. I believe that even after joining the Warriors, he won't secure a championship. The title belongs to LeBron. Durant, just a perennial number 2. I can scarcely fathom the might of a trio featuring KD, Butler, Chris, and Russell. Wake up. Had your KD stayed, where would the Thunder find the salary to sign Butler? The Thunder, as formidable as they are, they do not require that soft shooter, cupcakes, or perhaps it's better to obediently return home and drink bathwater. He can't even access the bathwater, and a 12-year championship belongs to the Heat. This is utterly hilarious. Black Widow has responded, stating that if KD wins a championship, she would give him a sip, although it's quite abstract, yet it's indeed a true matter. I can't stand it. The fiery-hearted Durant immediately switched to his alternate account and began a passionate exchange with netizens. On March 2, the Thunder arrived in Portland, facing the Trailblazers after a month, when enemies meet. The atmosphere is particularly charged, and from the very start, both teams exhibited palpable tension. Westbrook immediately faced off against Lillard, a clash of titans, and then Cousins was mercilessly bullied. There was no way around it. Cousins was at a disadvantage in height, weight, and strength. Westbrook, pressing against him in the low post, left Cousins utterly helpless. Even though Westbrook's back-to-basket skills weren't particularly noteworthy, his explosive jumping ability and sheer strength allowed him to dominate. Lillard was quickly dispatched, and his mid-range jump shot was nearly as open as a layup. On the offensive end, Lillard sought to retaliate, but a determined Westbrook showcased his high-level man-to-man defense, relentlessly shadowing Lillard and making Cousins' life miserable. This isn't an exaggeration. In his prime, Westbrook indeed dominated Lillard, at least during the regular season. In the playoffs, their head-to-head encounters also favored Westbrook, though that's a different narrative altogether. In the matchup against the Trailblazers, the Thunder held a distinct advantage. Furthermore, after his return from injury, Turtle's performance was astonishingly exceptional, making 4 out of 5 three-point attempts. One might as well believe he was Curry. Chen stood in the left corner, eyes wide as he watched Turtle pull up over Cousins, questioning if this guy had been possessed. As a devoted Turtle fan, I found it incredible. But then, Turtle proceeded to miss 2 consecutive three-point attempts. It was indeed Turtle, unaffected by any foul spirit, case closed. Observing the familiar signs of overexertion, Chen nodded. It wasn't necessarily overexertion. Perhaps Turtle simply felt he was on fire today and decided to shoot at will. The foundation of a strong player lies in their unwavering self-confidence. After 2 consecutive offensive failures, the Trailblazers sought an opportunity. Lillard seized a long rebound from Westbrook's missed three-point shot, swiftly stealing 2 fast breaks and narrowing the score. However, Chen immediately stepped forward to reclaim the ball from Westbrook. "Turtle, don't ask me why I have the ball. First reflect on where you went wrong." Chen, leveraging Lillard's favoritism, audaciously disregarded the authority of the team's leader. Seizing the opportunity to orchestrate his teammates' movements, Butler immediately moved up to receive the ball, effortlessly breaking past the Trailblazers forward, Maurice Harkless, that a simple confrontation led to a feigned move, and he easily scored with a mid-range shot. On the sidelines, the Trailblazers head coach, Terry Stotts, felt his heart sink once more. When this Thunder lineup, which boasts exceptional talent and a well-structured roster, not only has a powerful V12 engine, but also possesses a lucid mind capable of hitting the brakes when the engine overheats and controlling the team's pace. Their potential reaches new heights. In contrast, the Trailblazers appear to fall short in terms of both roster depth and player caliber. This stark reality is disheartening for a team under performance pressure. Aiming for the playoffs, as a head coach, the most daunting challenge is facing a team with such overwhelming strength, especially now, with the Trailblazers sitting 6th in the West and the Thunder 3rd. Any slight fluctuation in performance could lead to a first-round collision that, if that indeed occurs, Stotts would find himself at a loss for how to secure a series victory, while the coach's thoughts drifted towards the playoffs. The players on the court refuse to relent. AS is well known. Cousins is renowned for his toughness, and Lillard, undeterred by a 14-point deficit, continued to burn with competitive spirit, bringing the ball up to the front court. He called for a pick and roll, and after taking a step, he launched a shot from 2 steps beyond the three-point line. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, gently nestling into the net. An ultra-long three-pointer from Damian Lillard. The home DJ attempted to stir the team's spirit with fervent shouts. "What is up, buddy?" "Still fighting." Chen once again received the basketball, turned around, and isolated CJ. Without any flashy moves, Chen leveraged his height and wingspan to swiftly break through, gliding past CJ while attracting Noah Vonleh's help defense, then passing to Sabonis. Little Sabonis took a step inward, as the pick immediately pressed up against him, but he lofted the ball high. Bam! A thunderous alley-oop dunk from Westbrook, who had stealthily cut in. It's hard to believe that it was a center passing to a point guard for an alley-oop. Lillard regained possession and continued his role as the lone hero. Once again, the pick and roll, once again from a distance, and it went in. Damian Lillard, the master of Rip City, refuses to concede defeat. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate. And Chen merely found their clamor disruptive. Once more, he held the ball for an isolation play, executing a series of crossovers that shifted the defender's balance. As the latter faltered back, Chen took off for a jump shot. Swish, the three-pointer landed, maintaining the lead at 13 points. Upon seeing the ball swish through the net, Chen celebrated with a bow and arrow gesture, inciting extreme dissatisfaction among the Trailblazers home fans. "It was this brat who was trash-talking with our cousins last time. Let us get him, brothers." The wave of cacophony exhilarated Chen. Don't get me wrong. Chen isn't twisted. Is this the treatment for Trae Young? Should I bow to them after the game? Perhaps even consider a brief stint as Portland's mayor. Chen contemplated his exit strategy with a hint of malice. Lillard sought to respond, but after several long-range attempts, he couldn't maintain his earlier rhythm, with the ball bouncing off the rim. Fortunately, the pick and roll allowed him to leap and grab a crucial offensive rebound. Once more in possession, Lillard drove towards the basket. Being short has its advantages. Speed is often a benefit for smaller guards. After shaking off Westbrook with a pick, he maneuvered past Chen, who had failed to switch in time, barreling into the paint for a layup that successfully evaded Adams' block point. 2 points in. "This is my territory." Lillard roared at the fans along the baseline, expressing his dissatisfaction with Chen earlier antics. Glaring at him on the way back down the court. "What the hell? This was intolerable. Chen was determined to retaliate on the next play. Even Turtle, quite perceptive, passed the ball to him, setting a screen for Chen to face off against Lillard. Instantly, the noise level in the arena surged once more, with a torrent of insults mixed with a few shouts of defense. Facing Lillard, Chen devised his offensive strategy. Left leg through the legs. Behind the back dribble, a floating ball misdirecting as he feigned a right side drive. Then he immediately elevated for a jump shot. Lillard's reaction was a beat too slow. He realized too late he couldn't reach Chen-Chi's wrist. Ultimately, height proved to be a disadvantage. What was even more devastating was that as the ball grazed Chen-Chi's wrist in midair, the referee blew the whistle. Coinciding with the whistle was the sound of the basketball swishing through the net. And one, a three-point play. Lillard hurriedly sought out the referee for an explanation, while she casually took a few steps back, signaling a three-pointer to the fans along the sidelines in an instant. There was a deafening silence in the Trail Blazers arena. Today, I shall briefly cosplay as the away game silencer. Chen-Chi's and one moment doused a Trail Blazers team that was attempting to rally with a bucket of cold water. Consequently, Lillard's shooting touch plummeted, the already substantial lead ballooned to an insurmountable distance. Beep! The final buzzer sounded, with the Thunder triumphing 125-104 over the Trail Blazers. Chen once again exploded, shooting 10 for 17 from the field, 7 for 11 from three-point range, and a perfect 5 for 5 from the free throw line, totaling 32 points. Meanwhile, Westbrook also notched a triple-double with 36 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists. Together, they suppressed the Trail Blazers from tip-off to the final whistle, quelling every wave of counterattack. Butler. So, that evening, the duel between Chen-Chi and Lillard was compiled into a highlight reel and released online. Rookie of the Year battles Lillard. The Thunder's young talent thoroughly dominates the All-Star. With an attention-grabbing headline, it garnered significant interest. Thoroughly dominate. Lillard scored 33 points, grabbed 4 rebounds, and dished out 5 assists. How can one claim domination? If you don't watch the game, it may seem so that it is not domination. How many of Lillard's points came at the expense of the Thunder starters? Have you actually watched the game? This rookie from the Thunder is truly impressive. I am utterly envious. How splendid it would be to have him. He is simply a perfect match with the likes of James Harden. Why go for the Rockets when the Knicks are the real destination? Ha ha ha, the Knicks, ha ha ha. How amusing. What is up with the Knicks? ISNT New York only interested in signing marquee players. Why are they now eyeing rookies? Their standards seem to have dropped. Otherwise, why not come my Lakers? We can afford a trade, sending Russell Westbrook in exchange for you guys. Look, here comes another interested team. The speed at which the comments diverged is always quicker than my college roommate finishing his business. After concluding the game against the Trail Blazers, the Thunder players hurried to the airport as they had a back-to-back matchup against the Suns the following day. Hee, Booker, here comes your old buddy again. Since the first game against the Suns, the conflict between Chen and Booker has persisted. Although it began with mere verbal skirmishes on the court, it escalated to the point where they increasingly disliked each other. Even avoiding communication during the All-Star game in the rematch against the Suns, Chen was naturally unwilling to lose this grudge match. After all, we, the mighty Thunder, are third in the West. Were the Suns compared to us? 15th in the West. I would feel embarrassed to mock them. Who excels at tanking in the West? It must be the Suns. Although the Suns perfectly missed out on potential stars like Mitchell, Fox, OG, Anunoby, and Adebayo in the upcoming draft, they ended up selecting Josh Jackson, who averages a mere 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist in his career. However, it is normal to misjudge in a draft. At least the Suns currently have ample salary cap space and possess next year's first-round pick, without any untradeable $60 million contracts weighing them down. To be precise, it's a 5-year, $251 million deal, with a salary of $57.13 million in the 26-27 season and a no-trade clause. After a brief moment of silent mourning for KD's future, Chen pulled his thoughts back to reality, glancing towards the sidelines in Phoenix, and smirked. The Phoenix cheerleaders are quite impressive. Although this clash is framed as a grudge match, in reality, it is a one-sided thrashing. With the Thunder's trio in peak form, poor Booker was toyed with by Westbrook, Chen, and Butler, who took turns dominating him. He recorded one of the lowest shooting percentages of his career, making only 3 of 15 attempts, barely scraping together 10 points through free throws. Point 1 can only say that the Suns' poor record is well-deserved. Stemming from Booker's immature skills, the coach's failed strategies, and a lack of talent, with no role players capable of adequately supporting their star, the 15th place in the West suffered yet another heavy defeat. Congratulations. Although the Thunder easily secured victory in the back-to-back, they had to continue their journey to the next away game against the Dallas Mavericks. With a lack of usable talent, Carlisle was forced to position the aging Dirk Nowitzki at center, alongside Seth Curry and Wesley Matthews, creating a three-guard lineup. Despite being over 39, the German veteran still managed to post 18 points and 13 rebounds in a single game, demonstrating his exquisite jump shot to the young Kristaps Porzingis he is. However, the Mavericks' perimeter defense was effortlessly breached by the Thunder, as Westbrook racked up 24 points, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds. Chen contributed 25 points, 2 rebounds, and 6 assists, while Butler's 21 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists thoroughly overwhelmed the Mavericks' backcourt. Yet a minor incident occurred during the game when Adams, the Sea King, was inadvertently struck in the ribs during a rebound attempt, leaving him unable to stand. He was ultimately assisted back to the locker room. After the game, the team was informed that Adams would miss at least a month of action. This meant that he would not return to the court until mid-April, with the trade deadline long past. The Thunder's interior defense was left in a state of disarray. The only silver lining was that the Thunder's schedule would not resume until their game against the Nuggets on April 12th, allowing Adams a potential chance to regain his form before the playoffs. This served as a wake-up call for Donovan. With the season nearing its conclusion, the players' workloads were increasing, along with the risk of injuries. Perhaps it was time to give the key players some much-needed rest. After the game, Donovan reviewed the data provided by the coaching staff. Chen averaged 36 minutes of playtime this season, with the last 20 games averaging 39 minutes. Westbrook averaged 39 minutes and Butler 37 minutes. If any of the trio were injured, the playoff prospects would be precarious, especially in the Wild West. After a thorough discussion, Donovan ultimately decided to adopt a strategy of rest. Learning from the Spurs, to preserve the main players' physicality in preparation for the playoffs that on March 9, during the home game against the Spurs, Westbrook was listed as questionable. He did indeed sit out the game. Initially, it seemed that the Thunder, without Westbrook, would be at a disadvantage against the second-best team in the West. However, Donovan discovered that Popovich had boldly chosen to rest Leonard and Aldridge. This man was clearly done with pretense. Although always aware of Popovich's eccentricities, Chen was still taken aback by the Spurs' announcement that Kawhi had a tight hip, while LaMarcus had an aching arm. Impressive, Chen thought, as he re-evaluated his perception of the Spurs. Facing the shameless Spurs, Chen showed no mercy, effortlessly scoring 30 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists, leading his team to victory. After the game, Chen approached the legendary Manu Ginobili, now 40 years old, exchanging hugs and pleasantries. According to historical records, this would be Ginobili's penultimate season. Born in '77, Ginobili was no longer the Pampa Eagle of his youth, nor the 20-minute Jordan. Now he was even older than Dirk, with a marked decline in physical capabilities evident this season. Averaging only 7.5 points and 2.7 assists, it seemed that the time for him to retire was drawing near. Looking at the Spurs, they appeared lethargic. The starting lineup included veterans Parker and Gasol, both of whom had been in the league for over a decade. Only Leonard, who entered the league 11 years ago, could be considered young, but he might not remain a Spur for long. Wait a minute. Who am I feeling sorry for? These old-timers are supposedly the second-best team in the West. What am I doing? Chen suddenly snapped out of his mental whirlwind, realizing how absurd it was to feel sympathy for a super-strong team with the second-best record in the league. On March 11, against the Utah Jazz, with both Westbrook and Butler resting, Chen seized the opportunity, shooting 16 for 27 from the field, including 8 of 15 from three-point range and 6 of 7 from the free throw line, exploding for 46 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists, leading his team to victory. Thanks to this outstanding performance, he raised his weekly averages to 34.4 points, 4.7 rebounds, and 5.5 assists, successfully earning his first-ever Western Conference Player of the Week award amidst LeBron and Harden's slight slump. The system detected that the host had achieved career's first Player of the Week award. The reward has been sent. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 10 free attribute points, and 1 random silver badge. On Monday, after receiving notification from the team, Chen eagerly anticipated the project that finally commenced. Long time no see. System Chan, my data dashboard has been longing for attention. May I use the rewards immediately? Yes, yes, yes. No saving required. First, let us draw for the badge. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the badge. Layup Master Silver. Quite interesting. This will enrich my arsenal. Chen naturally understood how crucial an excellent layup is for a shorter guard. Having struggled with mid-range shooting without significant improvement and relying heavily on three-pointers, now with an additional silver badge for layups, it would greatly assist in developing his offensive repertoire in the future. System, allocate all 10 attribute points to ball handling. The enhancements have been completed, and the host's ball handling attribute has been elevated to 82, originally 70, a result of 2 points of training. How splendid, with the improvement in ball control. Future breakthroughs will undoubtedly be executed with greater ease. Earlier, after the initial enhancement of his ball handling attributes, Chen distinctly sensed the positive impact it had on his ability to penetrate defenses. The more refined control techniques allowed Chen to achieve a superior synergy between himself and the ball, an undeniable symbiosis. Coupled with the acceleration boost from the silver first step master badge, Chen-Chi's breakthrough capabilities are poised to reach unprecedented heights. Regrettably, the points remain insufficient. Otherwise, he could max out all his attributes, thereby effortlessly outmaneuvering the likes of Iverson and Curry. Chen-Chi indulged in fantasies during the post-enhancement period. He found himself dreaming vividly. Time swiftly passed to March 14, when the Thunder faced the Nets on their home turf. After 2 days of practicing his floaters, Chen-Chi was eager to dominate the game, only to be informed mid-flight that he was not on the active roster for the match. What the hell? Am I banned? This is outrageous. Consequently, unable to take the court, Chen-Chi sat on the sidelines, glumly watching Westbrook wreak havoc upon his return. Not if I can't play. So be it. Why not inform me sooner? Honestly, I'm not that keen on playing anyway. Moreover, you really are quite pretentious. While one player racks up a triple-double on the court, another grumbles on the bench. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not connect. After the game, Chen-Chi approached Donovan, and upon learning that he would miss the next 3 matches, he felt a sense of dread. Thankfully, he had secured the Player of the Week award, or he would have been devastated by this rest plan. Fortunately, the contract explicitly states that if a player's absence is due to injury or other reasons sanctioned by the team, their salary typically remains unaffected. Thus, after communicating with the team, Chen-Chi decided to return to Oklahoma City directly, opting not to travel with the team for the upcoming away game against the Raptors. Of course, although he was permitted to skip the game, he could not neglect his training. Returning early to Oklahoma City, Chen-Chi resumed honing his floater technique, preparing to unleash his prowess in the next match. Damn it, just wait and see, I'll score 30 points. On March 22, the Thunder faced the 76ers at home once again. During pre-game warm-ups, Chen-Chi was particularly exhilarated, not merely out of a love for the game, but because he held a radiant sunwheel knife in his hands, making it nearly impossible to resist flaunting it on social media. However, today's opponent seemed somewhat lackluster. Primarily, the big man had once again been sidelined for the season. On March 1, the 76ers officially announced that due to a left knee injury, Embiid would miss the remainder of the season. Ironically, at the beginning of the season, he had aspired for the Rookie of the Year title, yet he managed to play only 31 games, averaging 25.4 minutes with 20.2 points, 7.8 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and 2.5 blocks per game. The statistics were indeed impressive, yet his attendance was dismal. Looking back, Embiid's career attendance has consistently been subpar, a lamentable reality. Moreover, it wasn't just the absence of Embiid. The 76ers were left with only their coach due to injuries, and the Thunder would not show mercy. After suffering consecutive defeats to the Raptors and the Warriors, the Thunder's standing in the Western Conference was precarious. Teetering on the brink of being overtaken by the Rockets, they needed to secure a few victories to stabilize their ranking. Falling to 4th in the West could mean facing the Clippers. Led by Chris Paul in the playoffs, while the 6th-seeded Jazz would undoubtedly be a more manageable opponent. As the game commenced, Sabonis narrowly won the tip-off against Saric. Westbrook received the ball and crossed half-court, immediately driving past T.J. McConnell for a forceful layup. The 76ers responded with a pick and roll that created a three-point opportunity for Covington, but unfortunately, he failed to convert that a long rebound found its way into the hands of little Sabonis, who promptly passed it to Chen. Upon receiving the ball, Chen advanced to the front court, facing the forward-sized Timothy Cabarrot. Without hesitation, he accelerated past the defender. Cabarrot quickly pursued, attempting to apply physical pressure. But Chen sidestepped, using his body to shield himself effectively. Positioned against Cabarrot, with Okafor in the paint not taking the layup, Chen opted for a delicate floater. The basketball arced gracefully before settling into the net. Yes, from now on, whenever 77 enters the league, they have to credit me as their teacher. Chen pumped his fist, thoroughly pleased with his new silver badge. On the sidelines, Donovan's eyes lit up. This method of creating space using his body at mid-range, while reading defensive choices to either shoot or pass, was intriguing. Chen had utilized it once or twice before, having successfully attempted the floater skill in the game. Chen no longer fixated on this one technique, reverting to his usual style of play, seamlessly collaborating with Westbrook to secure an easy victory. After concluding the match against the 76ers, there was a 3-day gap to adjust his form. The next game would see the team in peak condition, with the full trio ready to face the Houston Rockets. In the remaining schedule, only the Rockets and Spurs posed significant challenges, which was crucial for the Thunder to maintain their ranking. The Rockets, on the other hand, faced a series of matches against the Thunder, Warriors, and Clippers, including back-to-back games against the Warriors. Thus, the upcoming match held considerable significance. For the Rockets, defeating the Thunder was essential to secure 2 victories and potentially climb to 3rd place in the West, thereby positioning themselves for a more favorable first-round playoff opponent. Another intriguing event unfolded on March 24, as the league welcomed its youngest 70-point scorer, Devin Booker. He shot 21 of 40 from the field, 4 of 11 from three-point range, and 24 of 26 from the free throw line, finishing the game with 70 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Celtics. How tragic. With 26 free throws, this game must have lasted 3 hours. When Chen learned about this news, it was already the following day. Although he knew Booker's 70 points were scored this season, he couldn't recall that it was against the Celtics. Just a tinge of envy. Weak teams do have their advantages. Without free throws, they still managed 40 attempts. Look at the Celtics, the top team in the East. Brown averages only 5.4 attempts per game, hitting 2.5 shots for 6.6 points. He's practically being ridiculed. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and soon it was the evening of the 2/6 at the Toyota Center in Houston. One of the season's focal matchups was underway, with the venue filled to capacity. An influx of Rockets fans filled the arena, eager to witness the outcome of the night. They understood the significance of this clash for their team's playoff aspirations. Arriving early, Chen sat on the bench, awaiting the opposing starters' introductions. Following the departure of Howard, the team's performance had improved rather than declined, as James Harden showcased a perfect dual-threat guard persona to the public. Averaging 29.1 points, 11.2 assists, and 8.1 rebounds per game, he led the team to 4th place in the West, while Russell Westbrook, averaging 28.4 points, 10.0 rebounds, and 11.8 assists, propelled the Thunder to 3rd place. Together, they emerged as the Western Conference's most formidable backcourt duo. Both hailing from the Thunder, but exhibiting different styles to elevate their respective teams to similar heights. Westbrook's statistics fluctuated slightly due to roster changes, as enhanced teammates reduced his attempts and scoring, while his assists saw a modest increase. The battle for the top 3 in the West also likely doubles as the MVP race as the game began. The king of the court leaped for the tip-off, with Gordon receiving the ball before passing it to Harden to initiate the offense. The arc. Harden faced his former ally Westbrook, lowering his center of gravity in preparation for a one-on-one showdown. The clash of titans was upon us. This game promised to be captivating. In the distant East, commentator Su Lao Ingxiong commenced a sharp analysis of the match, given the implications for the rankings of the 3rd and 4th place teams in the West. The significance of this game was exceedingly high. The live chat was already overflowing with comments from fans, reminiscing about the 16-19 seasons, which were the peak years for the duo of Harden and Westbrook. Harden began his signature series of between-the-legs dribbles, a habitual offensive initiation, controlling the ball while seeking rhythm and simultaneously reading the defense for opportunities to penetrate. Westbrook, equally focused, was determined. With his level of skill and athleticism, he was more than capable of holding his own in one-on-one situations. As the continuous swaying failed to disrupt Westbrook's balance, Harden, no longer hesitating, swiftly accelerated towards the left for a breakthrough. Observing this, Westbrook immediately shifted laterally in an attempt to obstruct Harden's path, but to no avail. In his prime, James Harden's first step was also remarkably quick. Realizing Westbrook had momentarily lost his positioning, he quickly closed the gap, initiating contact from the side. However, Harden remained unfazed. As a fellow heavy guard, he was not at a disadvantage in the physical contest. Rather, leveraging the contact, he took an extra step to create space and effortlessly launched a mid-range jumper. Though a difficult shot, it was not yet impossible. The basket was made. Small Sabonis swiftly caught the descending ball, promptly passing it to Westbrook, who had already assumed a stance to accelerate. Upon receiving the ball, he surged forward, confronting the oncoming Eric Gordon. After briefly slowing down to reset his steps in midair, he accelerated again, shaking off Gordon and soaring for a thunderous dunk. This rhythm of fast, slow, and fast transitions and fast breaks had become Westbrook's signature skill at his peak. No matter how many times one watches, the movements of turtles seem somewhat abstract. I could see this moment. Chen had just crossed half court and immediately began to transition back on defense. Here they come. Netizens humorously dubbed Westbrook's acceleration as gear shifting, noting how the Thunder's fast break offense reached a top-tier level in the league, with Westbrook playing an indispensable role. Kun adjusted his glasses and remarked to his companion, "Fan, indeed, the Thunder's average points in transition this season stands at 17.1, ranking second in the league, with only the Golden State Warriors ahead of them, from the first offensive plays of both teams." It was apparent that both were fiercely vying for victory in this match, as they brought forth their strongest tactics, striving for an emphatic start. Back to the game, Harden once again faced Westbrook. Utilizing the same crossover and feint, this time he opted for a step-back three-pointer. It was good. 5-2. James Harden was on fire. The Thunder regained possession, with Westbrook rapidly advancing to the frontcourt. Faced with the already prepared Rockets defense, he refrained from another reckless charge and instead called for a pick-and-roll from small Sabonis. With a quick dribble, he sliced past the switching Gordon, tearing through the Rockets' formation. Ariza, positioned on the side, quickly collapsed for help defense, but Westbrook, not to be outdone, made a decisive pass to the open Butler, who took the shot. Another three-pointer, 5-5. The Rockets attacked again, with Harden seeking a pick from Capella to penetrate. After the screen, Capella immediately rolled to the basket, outpacing small Sabonis, and leaped high for an alley-oop dunk. Both teams executed their opening offenses flawlessly, perfectly utilizing the intimidation factor of their MVP-level players, showcasing an exceptionally high offensive standard. Just as he finished speaking, the Thunder's fast-break offense surged once more. Westbrook pushed forward, penetrating deep into enemy territory, leaping to pass out of a double team, finding Chen at a 45-degree angle, who caught the ball and shot a wide-open three, just handing out points. Chen remarked, "A thrilling game often captivates attention from the very beginning." The first three offenses of the Thunder and Rockets all resulted in scores. Clearly not due to poor defense. The Rockets' defensive efficiency stood at 106.4, while the Thunder's was at 105.1, placing both among the league's elite. The Thunder's defensive efficiency even closely trailed the Warriors' 104.0, ranking second in the league. The 2017 Warriors were truly exceptional, leading the league in various advanced metrics, historically dominant. Thus, it was simply a matter of both teams exhibiting extraordinary offensive efficiency. The absurd offensive prowess displayed by both teams intensified the game, with the score rising alternately and neither side experiencing even a minute of scoring drought. With 7 minutes and 30 seconds left, the Thunder led by 2 points at 27-29, entering an official timeout. Chen stepped off the court, taking a seat on the bench, slightly breathless. This was undoubtedly one of the most intense games in recent times. The Rockets' offense relied entirely on James Harden, but this did not imply they were weak. The pick-and-roll between Harden and Capella effectively exploited small Sabonis, allowing them to score 10 points in the paint within half a quarter. Meanwhile, both Gordon and Ariza's three-point shooting provided substantial support to Harden. Compounded by Beverly's relentless defense against Chen, She.1 wonders what D'Antoni was thinking, assigning his best perimeter defender to guard Chen, while allowing Westbrook to penetrate freely. Perhaps he believed Westbrook would not be able to dismantle the Rockets. However, it was regrettable. If it were 2 or 3 years later, Turtle might indeed find himself in such a solitary battle. The MVP season of Turtle was truly lethal, with 7.5 minutes remaining. Westbrook had 16 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists, an outrageous performance, surpassing the combined scoring of the rest of the team. The timeout passed swiftly, and the game resumed. The Thunder substituted Butler for Roberson, pairing him with Grant on the forward line, while the Rockets replaced Capella with Nene, with both centers sharing playing time. Chen took control of the offense from Westbrook, advancing to the three-point line, calling for a pick from Small Sabonis, accelerating towards the paint. He skillfully evaded Ariza's swipe for a mid-range floater. The shot was good. Harden continued to orchestrate the play, receiving a screen from Nene before rolling to the basket, only to be met by Small Sabonis. Yet, Harden found space, driving to the basket and finishing amidst contact. Even Westbrook's full defensive effort could not significantly hinder Harden. Donovan furrowed his brow, signaling to Chen, who nodded in understanding. Upon reaching the front court, he once again called for a pick from Small Sabonis, stating, "If you set screens, so will I." The Rockets chose not to switch, but Nene did not follow Small Sabonis outside, opting instead to double-team Chen. Momentarily hesitating, Chen failed to pass immediately, finding himself in a dilemma. Fortunately, he did not halt the ball. Instead, he decisively charged towards Nene, executing a long, powerful Euro step to successfully evade the lone defender and score. The badges of Giant Slayer and Finisher shimmered in view. The Euro step after penetrating the paint left Nene utterly bewildered. Chen technique had become increasingly refined. It was hard to believe that he had once entered the league as a mere three-point shooter with a faux three and D skill set. Indeed, the Euro step, termed Euro step, involves a rhythm and directional change that often leaves interior defenders perplexed. If the initial defensive judgment is incorrect, there is no opportunity for recovery. This skill was mastered by players like Wade and Ginobili. And while it may appear simple, its application, especially at the NBA level, is far from easy. Chen's growth has been the most significant gain for the Thunder this year, prompting them to part with the promising Oladipo to secure a starting position for him. It must be said, the Thunder's management truly possesses an eye for talent. Interestingly, in interviews, both Chen and Oladipo exhibited remarkably amicable attitudes, showing no signs of a competitive rivalry. Although they ultimately parted ways, they remained friends off the court. Is it just a Euro step? What is all the fuss about? The commentators were hyping it up excessively. Chen's skill level has indeed been on the rise. I began watching the Thunder's games at the start of the season, and such brilliant ball-handling displays were quite rare. The commentators upstairs must be out of their minds. Do they think the NBA is like their local pickup games? Just doing some moves? It's just a Euro step, right? As if having hands is all it takes. Gordon's pursuit defense has been lackluster. He consistently gets blocked, becoming a hindrance. Just look at Westbrook's effective screens and pursuit defense. There's no comparison. Harden forever. Chen has begun to seize the ball from the star, allowing Westbrook to stand at the three-point line waiting for a pass, which he does not receive, opting instead to go solo. He'll be traded sooner or later. I truly admire Small Sabonis more with each game. There are indeed many fools. Westbrook willingly relinquished control to Chen, right? How could he be expected to carry the entire game by himself? Anyone who has watched knows at the end of the first quarter and the start of the second is Chen's prime scoring time. The commentary was rife with opinions, as it seems to be a tradition for fans to criticize anyone and everyone. In an era where the world of sports is increasingly influenced by fandom culture, conflict arises between various factions. Team supporters squabble amongst themselves, while individuals rally behind their favorite players, each with an array of bizarre and multifaceted reasons ranging from historical significance to on-court performance, shot distribution, and efficiency metrics. The incessant pursuit of trending topics simultaneously taints the community, as discussions revolve around shooting percentages, attempts, and advanced statistics such as BPM, EPM, and PR, leaving many utterly bewildered. For some, The true grasp of advanced metrics may be the pinnacle of their analytical engagement. Of course, my critique is directed at those who idolize players without understanding the game, not an endorsement of advanced stats, as some data enthusiasts can also be rather insufferable. Take, for instance, the debate over this year's MVP award, which has pitted fans of certain players against each other in fierce animosity, leading to confrontations that it is both tragic and lamentable that those who genuinely watch the games and experience the essence of competition often hold vastly differing opinions from those who merely consume post-game statistics and highlight reels. This polarization is particularly evident in the evaluations of players like Allen Iverson, Damian Lillard, and in the years to come, Russell Westbrook, whose reputations have always sparked intense divisions. However, external commentary does not sway the players on the court. They are merely engaged in their profession, striving for victory. Returning to the offensive strategies of the Rockets, they encountered a distinctive defensive approach. As James Harden crossed half-court, he found himself double-teamed by Chen and Russell Westbrook, who formed a net to restrict his ball handling. Consequently, he swiftly passed to an open Eric Gordon. Yet the ever-prepared Andre Roberson rotated into position, and Gordon, hesitating slightly, was met with a defensive switch from Grant. While Roberson and Chen returned to their assignments, Donovan's new strategy aimed to exploit the Rockets' lack of a secondary playmaker, simultaneously limiting Harden while rotating defenders to ensure that others did not find comfortable shooting opportunities. The occasional chance offered was merely a token gesture. Faced with such a defensive scheme, the Rockets' offense stagnated momentarily, culminating in a missed long-range attempt by Gordon. Westbrook soared for the rebound and surged forward, reaching the arc before executing a quick attack, catching Gordon off guard with his speed. Yet once again, Harden was double-teamed. D'Antoni, standing on the sidelines, felt the pressure of the unexpected Thunder tactic, unable to devise an immediate solution. He watched as Harden distributed the ball, leading to alternating isolation plays by Gordon and Ariza. Thus, the tide of the game began to shift, with the Thunder gradually extending their lead as the first quarter concluded. They held a 6-point advantage of 37-31 after a brief adjustment. Chen led the charge into the second quarter. Upon spotting Harden and Blackbeard seated on the bench, a sense of relief washed over him. It was now his moment to shine. Under the leadership of Lou Williams, the Rockets displayed commendable offensive firepower, yet their defensive efficiency plummeted compared to the starting lineup, even with D'Antoni's efforts to maintain his starters on the floor. Chen immediately targeted Williams, seizing the rare opportunity to exploit a physically weaker opponent. Standing at 196 centimeters with a wingspan of 208 cm, Chen executed a series of rhythmic fakes before stepping back for a jump shot, leaving the 188 centimeters Williams merely watching in vain. Fortunately, Williams' agility also posed an offensive threat, particularly against the Thunder's defenders, McDermott, and the interior presence of Lowell. Recognizing this, Chen swiftly approached McDermott, initiating a switch to face off against the Rockets' second unit leader. Although Chen's defensive capabilities later faltered, his 2 badges and gradually improving physical attributes allowed him to hold his own, effectively limiting Williams' shooting percentage. Thus, the early moments of the second quarter transformed into a personal showcase for Chen, who scored 4 out of 5 attempts against Williams while restricting him to 2 out of 6. Seeing the situation deteriorate, D'Antoni called a timeout, reintroducing Beverly. Meanwhile, the Thunder capitalized on the opportunity to bring in a well-rested Butler. As the second quarter progressed, the matchup morphed into a duel between Williams and Chen. D'Antoni, with no other recourse, turned to the strategy of invoking LeBron in moments of doubt. Poor Harden, since departing from the Thunder, has found himself relentlessly targeted wherever he goes. Upon his reentry, Harden made an immediate impact, scoring on McDermott twice, while Chen's defensive efforts faltered against a shooting-ready Harden, making it difficult to contain his scoring. Fortunately, Butler's offensive prowess allowed him to exploit the Rockets' backup forward, Sam Decker, thereby barely maintaining the score differential. With 6.5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Westbrook replaced Chen, continuing to battle against Harden. The advantage of a multi-core team became apparent, ensuring that 1 or 2 key players remained on the court at all times to sustain high-intensity offensive pressure throughout the game. In contrast, single-core teams must either rely on the performance of role players or exhaust their primary star. The Rockets, particularly, exhibited this dilemma. While the first 7 players demonstrated solid intensity, the remainder were lackluster. Consequently, D'Antoni resorted to a strategy reminiscent of Thibodeau's Farmers basketball. Overworking his starters in this contest against the Thunder, D'Antoni opted for an 8-man rotation, with Harden already logging 20 minutes by halftime. Despite this, the score remained a challenging 62-70, trailing by 8 points. What a riveting game it was, as strong matchups tend to captivate audiences. In Tencent's broadcast room, after concluding a commercial for a well-known sports brand, the commentators resumed their analysis and commentary tasks. Indeed, the score fluctuated consistently, yet the pivotal moments that allowed the Thunder to take the lead transpired during the final minutes of the first quarter, during which they executed their double-team strategy against Harden. With the Thunder's defense forcing Harden to relinquish the ball, Gordon's subsequent indecisiveness resulted in a stagnation of play. This moment allowed the Thunder's defensive rotations to recover, effectively executing their strategy of removing the ball from Harden's hands and challenging the other players to score, an approach that, while difficult, required impeccable defensive discipline and execution. Moreover, we observed that Gordon and Ariza's penetration abilities were insufficient against the Thunder's defense, as their isolated ball handling often concluded with outside shooting. Should those shots fail to fall, the resulting long rebounds could be swiftly seized by the Thunder, leading to a fast break, a favored offensive mode for them. Furthermore, this strategy inadvertently diminished the effectiveness of Capella and Nene, as Gordon's pick-and-roll plays could not match Harden's precision, significantly decreasing the Rockets' interior scoring efficiency. Therefore, it is evident that Coach Donovan's strategy is exceptionally astute. As we anticipate the Rockets' adjustments in the second half against the Thunder, the latter half commenced swiftly. After a lengthy rest during the second quarter, Chen returned to the floor rejuvenated, seizing the 3 minutes without Harden to extend the lead further. Consequently, James Harden was once again compelled to enter the game prematurely. In tandem with this, Westbrook also re-emerged, setting the stage for a head-to-head clash. As the game reached its final minute of the fourth quarter, with the score still hovering around a 10-point differential, D'Antoni ultimately accepted the harsh reality of defeat, substituting out Harden, who had played for 42 minutes, conceding the game. Rather than cling to a faint hope of victory, he chose to focus on the upcoming match against the Spurs. As for the Warriors, they remain a formidable challenge ahead. Only by relying on Harden's explosive performance can victory be possible, it seems. As the game concluded, Harden recorded 22 attempts with 13 successful shots, hitting 6 of 12 from beyond the arc, and converting 8 of 9 free throws, amassing a total of 40 points, 6 rebounds, and 11 assists. Regrettably, he was crowned the empty stats king of the day, with only Gordon's 19 points and Lou Williams' 17 points serving as notable support from his teammates. In contrast, the Thunder flourished with a diversified offensive display. Westbrook achieved a triple-double with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 13 assists, while Butler contributed 19 points, and Chen shot impressively with 29 points, including 10 of 19 from the field and 5 of 10 from three-point range. The new trio of the Thunder triumphed over the Rockets with a decisive score of 130-121, solidifying their ranking. With a relatively easy schedule ahead, barring any unexpected losses, they appeared secure at third in the Western Conference. However, the very next day, in a back-to-back match, they suffered a surprising defeat to the Mavericks. Chen was rested, Westbrook struggled with the shooting, and Matthews along with Beria played as if fueled by adrenaline, overwhelming the Thunder in a chaotic battle. Fortunately, in the subsequent games against the Magic, Spurs, Hornets, Bucks, and Grizzlies, they managed to win all 4, except for the loss to the Spurs due to a resting strategy that left their front line exposed. On April 17th, in a match against the Suns, the team welcomed the return of the formidable Adams, significantly bolstering their interior strength, and a month of experimentation had led Donovan to realize that the backup center, Lwangi, was ultimately of limited utility. Thankfully, with the Thunder's ability to deploy a 3-forward lineup, Adams and the small ball center could adequately cover the entire game, requiring Lwangi to only fill in for 7 or 8 minutes. This backup center is unlikely to feature in next year's team plans that on April 9, 2017, in the Thunder's penultimate game of the season against the Nuggets, Russell Westbrook once again delivered a memorable performance. With Chen and Lwangi resting, he single-handedly led the team, scoring an astounding 50 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists. hitting a long-range three-pointer to seal the game and extinguish the Nuggets' playoff hopes. Although puzzled by the magnitude of the impact he had on the Thunder, Chen accepted the moment with grace. Sitting on the sidelines, he watched as Westbrook executed the game-winning shot, and knowing the outcome, he seized the opportunity to flaunt. The instant Westbrook received the ball, he turned to the fans in the stands, signaling a three-pointer and celebrating prematurely. This moment was captured by photographers and widely circulated online. Damn, I can't take it anymore. This kid is so full of himself. While he is hitting game winners, you're here in a suit, singing and dancing like it's a show. Westbrook, incredible. I feel this photo's iconic status rivals that of the famous LeBron-Wade connection. You can always count on Westbrook for clutch moments. Oh, please, it's just a stat patter. Why flaunt it? That Chinese teammate is even more of a clown, lucky to have one moment of glory. But if luck ran out, he'd just be the second Nick Young or Kemba Walker as so pathetic. So pathetic, haters, chill out that I have a bold guess. The one upstairs is Durant S. burner account that I declare this year's MVP is reserved for Westbrook. Hell no, I wouldn't stoop that low. This is the real KD burner account. I feel he is not as good as Harden. Your stats are inferior to his. How can you feel superior? Are you reverse trolling? Damn. Is that KD himself? Where's my master ball? What good is it? The playoffs, one T go far. The only guard who can defend Durant, digesting his favored son again to flaunt superiority. How hilarious. We VE strengthened our roster through skill. And yet you're barking. No way, no way. Can't keep players due to your own lack of skill and still get triggered. The uproar online did not affect the Thunder's momentum. Having essentially cemented their ranking, they eased up in the final two games. The team began early preparations, analyzing their first-round opponent, the Jazz, that on April 13th, the final game of the NBA 2016 to 2017 regular season concluded, solidifying the records for all teams. Eastern Conference standings: Boston Celtics 53-29, Cleveland Cavaliers 51-31, Toronto Raptors 51-31, Washington Wizards 49-33, Atlanta Hawks 43-39, Milwaukee Bucks 42-40, Indiana Pacers 42-40, Chicago Bulls 41-41. Even after trading Butler midseason, the Bulls valiantly advanced to the playoffs, eliminating the Heat by virtue of a tiebreaker with a 2-1 advantage in their direct encounters, with Wade delivering a thorough thrashing to his former team. Simultaneously, Oladipo's visible improvement month by month brought much delight to the team, making the trade that sent Lwangi away a win-win situation. Western Conference standings: Golden State Warriors 67-15, San Antonio Spurs 61-21, Oklahoma City Thunder 59-23, Houston Rockets 55-27, Los Angeles Clippers 52-30, Utah Jazz 50-32, Memphis Grizzlies 43-39. Portland Trail Blazers 41-41. The Warriors, with their overwhelming dominance, crushed the entire league. Remarkably, the top team in the East had a record that would only place them fifth in the West, marking yet another year of Western superiority. If we were to discuss the biggest loser of the season, the Denver Nuggets might be even more unfortunate than the Heat. The Heat's struggles stemmed merely from the regrettable retirement of Bosh, affecting the overall team dynamics, while the Nuggets faced a series of misfortunes, from selecting Chen with the 56th pick only to lose his draft rights to the Thunder for a pittance, leading to a tremendous windfall, to being eliminated from playoff contention by Westbrook's buzzer beater, falling short of the Trailblazers by a single win. For weaker teams, a prolonged off-season awaits, a time of respite. However, for the stronger teams, new challenges are just beginning. Merely 3 days after the conclusion of the regular season, on the evening of April 16th, the NBA 2016 to 2017 playoffs officially commenced on April 16th, in the first game of the playoff series against the Jazz. Chen stood on familiar ground, taking deep breaths to calm his nerves. Relax, this is our home court. Westbrook approached and squeezed Chen shoulder. According to the coach against the Jazz, they should merely play according to the regular season strategy, as they were the favored team, waiting for the opponent to make their move. Yes, I understand, and I'm just trying to ease my slightly tense body. After all, this is my first playoff game. Chen smiled and nodded, acknowledging that claiming not to be nervous would be untrue. Time swiftly passed as players took their positions, and the game commenced. Gobert leveraged his long arms to secure the ball, with the Jazz initiating the attack. George Hill brought the ball beyond the three-point line, calling for a pick from Hayward, shaking off Butler's defense, and returning the ball to Hayward, who faced off against Westbrook after a triple threat catch. He executed a quick step-back jumper, scoring 2 points. The Thunder remained unfazed, with Westbrook methodically guiding the ball to the frontcourt, orchestrating player movements. Chen returned to his forte, circling from the arc to the baseline, using Adams' screen to arrive at the weak side corner, where Westbrook's pass arrived promptly. With a swift release, he sank a three-pointer effortlessly on the Jazz's next defensive possession, due to Ingles and Dia setting a double screen for Hayward at the free throw line. He attempted a jump shot, but failed to convert. The rebound, bouncing off the rim, was snatched by Westbrook, who swiftly transitioned to offense, completing a long pass to Butler. Lwangi caught the ball, took 3 steps, and executed a layup, overcoming George Hill in midair for another 2 points. With the Thunder's advantage becoming increasingly apparent as the game progressed, their trio-driven starting lineup left the Jazz struggling to find footing until veteran Joe Johnson from the bench provided a much-needed respite. The 36-year-old ISO Joe still had some gas left in the tank. Upon entering, he found his rhythm in mid-range shooting, scoring 2 consecutive baskets over McDermott, forcing Roberson to confront him. Yet, even against a stronger defender, the veteran maintained impressive offensive efficiency. Fortunately, the Thunder's offense was equally formidable, with Chen continuously attacking Hill and Sheldon Mack. Despite claiming to be nervous, he did not miss a single three-pointer in the first quarter, decisively dismantling the Jazz's perimeter defense and forcing them to resort to double-teaming, which in turn allowed McDermott's spacing to thrive, seizing the opportunity presented by an open shot after receiving a pass. The game transitioned into the second quarter. Ignoring the 3-forward lineup of Roberson and Grant, the Thunder executed an infinite switching defense, suffocating the Jazz and inducing a scoring drought that lasted 3 minutes, thereby extending their lead to double digits. Schneider, on the sidelines, hands on hips and gazing skyward, found himself at a loss. As had been the case in several regular season encounters, the stark disparity in raw talent could not be bridged by mere adjustments and tactics. The game had already provided ample surprises, with ISO Joe showcasing his former offensive prowess, yet remained insufficient. The gap between the two teams resembled an insurmountable chasm, quelling any desire to bridge it. The Thunder swiftly triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 110-94, marking a resounding victory to commence their campaign. Westbrook recorded 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 10 assists. Chen contributed 27 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Butler added 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists, collectively embodying the Thunder's status as the third-best team in the West. In stark contrast, the Jazz saw only Hayward and Joe Johnson muster 20 points each. With their efficiency falling considerably short on the same day, the Cavaliers narrowly defeated the Pacers 109-108, with their star trio combining for 72 points to secure the win, while George tallied 29 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. However, he was ensnared in a double team during the critical moments, resulting in a missed game-winning shot that squandered an otherwise stellar performance. The Bucks triumphed over the Raptors 97-83 in a defensive battle, where the young Giannis Antetokounmpo emerged, posting an impressive 28 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists, with a staggering shooting percentage of 72, marred only by 5 of 2 performance at the free throw line. Meanwhile, the promising Brogdon added 16 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists, becoming the second rookie, after Chen to score in double digits during the playoffs. The Spurs delivered a near annihilation of the Grizzlies in Game 1, winning 111-82. Despite his age, Lien still managed to deliver a substantial performance. The young leader and successor, Leonard, showcased his potential as the second-best small forward in the West with a stat line of 32 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists. Following the first day of competition, aside from the Raptors' unexpected loss to the Bucks, the outcomes largely aligned with public expectations. This year's championship undoubtedly belonged to the Warriors, rendering the playoffs seemingly devoid of intrigue. "It's laughable. You said the same last year," came the retort. "How can the Cavaliers win without the referees?" "Oh, when it was the Western Conference Finals, you didn't mention the referees. Now it's convenient for you." Such is the nature of Warriors fans. exhibiting double standards. Here we go again. Are you calling for a broadside against everyone? Are you Lee Yunlong? The Thunder have been a delightful surprise at the season's outset. It was believed reaching the playoffs would be a challenge. The operations of the Thunder's management this year deserve the title of Best Management. Best Management? Handing the Warriors Durant for free qualifies as Best Management? Wasn't Durant the one who chose to leave? How can you retain a free agent? It's not the management's fault if you can't keep a max contract player. Rockets for the championship, but everyone's contending in the West. Did you consult LeBron? If you hadn't come out to speak, everyone could have fought their own battles. Now you're inviting ridicule. LeBron's record would only place him 6th in the West. What is the point of competing? He's merely benefiting from regional advantages. Life isn't going as planned. LeBron is the greatest of all time, dominating the East. Besides, they are merely coasting through the regular season. Just wait until the playoffs, almost eliminated by the Pacers, and still claiming dominance in the East. It's laughable. The Spurs also coasting through the regular season. How then did they achieve 61 wins? Such is the nature of LeBron fans. 73 wins, yet still second best. What superiority do they possess? Although discussions often escalate into quarrels, they at least prove that this year's playoffs attract considerable attention. In the stillness of the night, Chen returned home, sinking into the couch to relish the bliss of rest, with the next game scheduled for the 19th, allowing for 2.5 days of recuperation. Despite the smooth gameplay and the Jazz posing no significant threat to the Thunder, he felt an inexplicable weariness. After all, men have their burdens to bear each month. Reclining on the couch, he gazed at the ceiling, allowing his mind to empty. Nothing to ponder, nothing to do. This was the most comfortable state of being. Since becoming a player, Chen had consistently imposed pressure upon himself. Though he outwardly projected optimism, internally he bore a weighty burden. After all, he had merely been an ordinary citizen in his previous life. At best, a somewhat seasoned fan, he was no extraordinary figure, suddenly transformed into a national hero in another world. Fortunately, the existence of the system endowed him with substantial confidence. Chen believed that after 2 years of grounding, occasionally embracing the role of a national hero in the basketball realm wouldn't be so bad, freely expressing himself and pursuing his desires. After a while, Chen regained his focus, sat up, shook his head, and prepared for his nightly routine, as training awaited him the next day. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was April 23 RD, with the remarkable collaboration of Westbrook, Chen, and Butler, who collectively scored 87 points. The Thunder concluded their first-round clash, sweeping the Jazz 4-0 and becoming the first team in the league to advance to the second round. Regrettably, the Jazz bid farewell to the playoffs, returning home to fish. Despite Schneider's continuous adjustments and strategic changes, it proved futile. Anyone in the Thunder's triumvirate could shift the tide of the game with a mere spark. The surprise player, Joe Johnson, ultimately remained just an aging veteran, averaging 22.5 points over 4 games, surpassing the team's leader, Hayward, but still falling short of Chen's contribution. Chen averaged an astounding 24.2 points. Remarkably, his performance not only maintained its level, but also saw a notable enhancement in the playoffs. Unexpectedly, on the same day, the Spurs fell to the Grizzlies, tying the series 2-2. Failing to exhibit the prowess of a 61-win second seed, the Grizzlies head coach David Fizdali actively altered his strategy, reintroducing veterans Carter and Randolph to the starting lineup, yielding unexpectedly positive results. Meanwhile, the Warriors dominated the Trail Blazers 3-0, winning each game with ease, as the Blazers posed no threat whatsoever. If all went as anticipated, the Warriors would soon become the second team to enter the second round with a 4-0 sweep. The Rockets also held a 2-1 lead over the Clippers, with James Harden displaying remarkable form in the first round, averaging 33.3 points across 3 games, leaving the Clippers' defense utterly helpless. The Eastern Conference first round proceeded methodically. With the Celtics leading the Bulls 3-1, the young Oladipo had finally hit a wall, averaging just 10.8 points with a 3-point shooting percentage of only 24, while the backcourt duo with Rondo revealed significant weaknesses, as both struggled with consistency, making them easy targets in the playoff landscape. With the undermanned Bulls, Wade stepped up to the small forward position. Conversely, the Celtics boasted the peak performance of the fourth quarter king, the strongest 175 on the planet, Isaiah Thomas, averaging 23.3 points with a shooting percentage of 42.5, single-handedly penetrating the Bulls' defense, albeit they were not particularly strong to begin with. The three guard for the Bulls appeared to be defensive stalwarts. However, the poor locker room atmosphere led to a lack of communication, creating numerous gaps on the perimeter. Nonetheless, the Bulls initially aimed for a lackluster season, and reaching the playoffs was already beyond expectations. Alleviating any pressure regarding their performance, the Cavaliers, as the second seed in the East, executed a predictable yet surprising 4-0 sweep of the Pacers, following closely behind the Thunder into the second round. The initial loss seemed to extinguish the Pacers' spirit, as the Cavaliers maintained control over the game's tempo in the subsequent three matches. Paul George may soon find himself losing hope for his team. The Raptors, the third seed in the East, were locked in a 2-2 stalemate with the Bucks, where the young Giannis Antetokounmpo posed significant challenges to the Raptors' interior defense, as Ibaka and Valanciunas struggled to contain him. Simultaneously, the excellent help defense fortified the team's defensive structure, rendering the Raptors' offense laborious, relying solely on DeRozan's isolation plays to stay competitive. The Wizards, occupying the fourth seed in the East, found themselves in a similar predicament. Tied at 2-2 with the Hawks, the specific matchup for the second round would remain uncertain until the conclusion of the first round. Naturally, this was advantageous for the Thunder, regardless of whether they faced the fatigued Spurs or the comparatively weaker Grizzlies. It was a favorable scenario. Who do you believe will ultimately prevail, the Spurs or the Grizzlies? The day following the conclusion of the first round, Butler visited Chunchi's residence, where they sat together on the sofa, engrossed in the pivotal game between the Grizzlies and the Spurs. The Spurs, it seemed, had a slight edge over the Grizzlies, despite the latter's well-executed strategy that had forced Kawhi Leonard into isolated one-on-one situations. However, Popovich would not allow the game to unfold in such a manner indefinitely. I found myself hoping the Grizzlies could replicate the miraculous upset of the 8th seed from years past and bring the Spurs down once more. Are you not concerned about the Spurs, your potential opponents in the second round, being obliterated by Kawhi? A subtle smirk played at the corners of Chun-Chi's mouth as he cast a derisive glance at Butler. You must be joking. Am I afraid of him? I fear no one. All right, I understand. Let us continue watching the game. Chun-Chi's tone resembled that of a parent soothing a child, which only served to infuriate Butler further as he delivered a playful punch to Chen's shoulder. Show a bit of respect for your senior. When it comes to treating me to a meal, I don't recall you ever mentioning being a senior. Chun-Chi feigned pain while nursing his shoulder. Butler, dismissing this insolent individual, redirected his focus back to the match. The intensity of this round was exceptionally high, with the referees displaying remarkable leniency towards the defenders' actions. Following Game 4, the Grizzlies' head coach was fined $30,000 by the league for protesting the officiating. Ultimately, the course of the game did not deviate from Chun-Chi's seasonal expectations. The Spurs asserted control, albeit through a markedly different approach. Patrick Mill from the Spurs bench emerged as a crucial player, scoring 20 points in a single game to aid his team in conquering the pivotal match. And oh surprises here, prepare to deal with Kawhi. Chun-Chi patted Butler's shoulder with a look of faint sympathy, which only served to aggravate Butler further. I stand at 2.01 meters tall, and so does he. Why not ask if Leonard fears me? It's merely 3-2. The Grizzlies are certainly capable of making a comeback. If they cannot, my friend, trust me, you should return and study Leonard's game footage. Are you so certain? The mysterious force from the East, you wouldn't comprehend. Screw you. Do you think I am unaware that you have never set foot in China? So what? I can still tell you that I, as a time traveler, have long known that the Spurs would defeat the Grizzlies 4-2 this year. Chun-Chi rolled his eyes, dismissing Butler as he stood and made his way to the restroom. On May 1 SD, after the Spurs concluded their Game 6 against the Grizzlies, successfully advancing to the second round to meet the Thunder in the Western Conference semifinals, 3 days passed before the first match of their duel finally arrived. The second seed in the West faced off against the third, a matchup that naturally garnered significant attention. In the 3 days leading up to the game, a plethora of media outlets engaged in fervent discussions, offering various predictions while citing an array of arguments to bolster their forecasts. The Spurs would win 4-2. The Thunder would triumph 4-3. The Spurs would achieve a gentleman's sweep at 4-1. The Thunder would sweep the Spurs 4-0. Amidst the tumultuous tide of public opinion, the day of the direct confrontation finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 10-Cent Sports live broadcast. Today we bring you the playoff showdown between the Spurs and the Thunder in the second round. Today's commentary will be provided by Yang, Yi, and Wang Ming, who commenced with pre-game analysis. Yang, what are your thoughts on the direction of this series? Well, it's like this. The Thunder's performance this year has been nothing short of remarkable, with a notable amount of buzz surrounding them. The new trio of Westbrook, Chen, and Butler has achieved commendable success this season, finishing the regular season with an impressive record of 59 wins and 23 losses. This is quite astonishing, considering that last season, Durant was still with the Thunder, and they only managed 55 wins and 27 losses. What does this signify? In Durant's best year with the Thunder, the team achieved a record of 60 wins and 22 losses in 2012. So, does this mean you favor the Thunder? Yes, I have a slight preference for the Thunder. They're not only dominant in the regular season, but they are also one of the only 3 teams to have swept their opponents in the first round of the playoffs, alongside the Warriors and the Cavaliers led by LeBron James. However, the Spurs, while advancing with a 4-2 record, displayed a commanding performance in their last 2 games against the Grizzlies, maintaining steady control of the situation. Could this suggest that they have finally adapted to the intensity of playoff basketball? We all know that the first-round series between the Spurs and the Grizzlies featured an unprecedented level of physicality. The Grizzlies differ from the Thunder. Who do they even have? The Grizzlies' starting forwards include the 40-year-old Vince Carter and JaMychal Green, who averages 8 points and 7 rebounds. What level do the Thunder's forwards operate at? Jimmy Butler, who averaged 21.6 points and 8.1 rebounds in the first round, along with Andre Roberson and Jeremy Grant coming off the bench, effectively covering both offensive and defensive responsibilities across the court. The disparity in forward resources between these two teams is simply not on the same level. Yang began to elaborate on his thoughts. Why did the Grizzlies lose? It was simply due to the mismatch in forward resources. The Black and White Bears and Aldridge traded blows, while Conley and Parker exchanged baskets, only to be ultimately overwhelmed by Leonard. But the Thunder are different. Butler may struggle to contain Leonard, but can't they also trade shots? Indeed, but the Thunder do not have the Black and White Bears either. Let us pause the debate here. The game is about to commence, so let us return our focus to the live action. In San Antonio, at the At-T Center, Chen was casually shooting some hoops during warm-ups, lacking the usual fervor. Beside him, the ever-energetic beast was bursting with enthusiasm. From the moment they arrived at the arena, Chen could feel the palpable energy radiating from him, leaving Chen to wonder how this individual could possibly tire. Meanwhile, Westbrook executed a series of emphatic dunks, showcasing his prowess. Before long, the game officially began. As Adams and Aldridge leapt for the tip-off, the King of Atlantis secured possession, and Westbrook drove the ball forward. Upon reaching the front court, Westbrook, spotting Parker before him, wasted not a moment, initiating a crossover to bypass Parker. Standing at just 1.88 meters and over 35 years of age, Parker struggled to keep pace, helplessly watching as Westbrook glided past him. Fortunately, Leonard's timely help defense perfectly positioned him to obstruct Westbrook's path while subtly concealing Butler's presence. The wisdom of 2-time Defensive Players of the Year in action. Westbrook instinctively sought to pass the ball, but the best option, Butler, was momentarily obstructed by Kawhi. He sought to pass again. David Lee had already rotated into position. And with Parker closing in for a double team, Westbrook had no choice but to fling the ball outward. Chen leaped to receive the pass, landing to face Danny Green, signaling his teammates to spread out for a one-on-one against Green. Your Majesty, allow me to clarify, I am no longer the player I was at the start of the season. With the ball in triple threat position, he leaped and executed a pull-up three-pointer, the emblem of the three-point specialist gleaming with metallic brilliance in his line of sight. Release. 3-0. On the sidelines, Popovich's expression darkened. He knew there was little he could do about such isolation plays, as the team lacked sufficient defensive resources to focus on Chen on the Spurs' offensive possession. Parker initiated a pick-and-roll with David Lee, driving into the lane, but met by a wall of defense from LaMarcus Aldridge. He promptly passed to Lee on the perimeter, who then swiftly dished the ball to Leonard on the weak side. Kawhi, facing Butler, drove to the mid-range and released a jumper, scoring 2 points. Butler clenched his jaw, feeling a twinge of frustration. His defense had been sound, he lost his position, and his shot prediction was accurate. Yet he fell victim to a shorter reach. Not a significant issue. He would simply retaliate. Chen dashed past Butler, giving his backside a playful pat, while offering a few words of encouragement before sprinting back to the front court. "I'm not that fragile." Butler felt somewhat exasperated, as if Chen was implying he was overly sensitive that on the Thunder's offensive end. Chen set a screen for Westbrook, then popped out to draw Parker's attention. Westbrook, navigating through Danny Green's defense, charged towards the basket, contorting his body in midair to evade Aldridge's lengthy reach, that he managed to flick the ball from beneath an opponent's arm, allowing Adams to catch it and score with a gentle layup. Popovich furrowed his brow, calling for Pau Gasol to prepare to substitute in for David Lee during the next dead ball. The Spurs needed to enhance their interior height and defensive coverage. Gasol would anchor the center position, freeing Aldridge while providing a longer reach to better contest Westbrook's attempts at the rim. Once again, Parker orchestrated the offense, seeking another screen from David Lee. However, this time the Thunder did not switch their defensive assignments. Westbrook relentlessly pursued Parker all the way to the basket, poised to deliver a thunderous block. The seasoned Parker, of course, was not one to recklessly attempt a shot. Instead, he opted to pass the ball to Aldridge stationed on the flank. Aldridge received the ball and, with his back to the basket, initiated a one-on-one against Adams. He leaned back to gauge his position, then pivoted right before swiftly spinning back to the left for a turnaround jumper. Alas, it seemed his shooting touch was not quite there, as his attempt clanged off the front of the rim. Young Sabonis secured position against David Lee, while Westbrook snatched the rebound and swiftly advanced the ball. In a one-man fast break, he surged into the front court, taking 3 quick steps to power through Parker for a layup, all within a mere 4 seconds. Adams had yet to even cross the three-point line. Beep! Realizing the precarious situation after being shoved aside, Parker attempted to foul Westbrook to halt his momentum, but failed to do so. Westbrook converted the layup and earned an additional free throw, and won. Popovich immediately called for a timeout, exhibiting zero tolerance for such easy fast break opportunities. He was particularly displeased with Parker's handling of the situation and felt it necessary to summon his protege for a stern reprimand, reminding him of the urgency he should feel even at this early stage of the game, just 1 minute and 40 seconds in. The timeout concluded swiftly, with Gasol substituting in for David Lee. While the Thunder maintained their lineup, Westbrook stepped up to the free throw line, took a moment to steady his breathing, and confidently sank his shot. Parker brought the ball up, orchestrating play from the top of the arc, feeding it to Kawhi, who was positioned with his back to the basket. The contrasting visual experience of a forward posting up versus an interior player was palpable. The smaller forward's back-to-basket play appeared notably more agile. Kawhi executed 2 swift dribbles to gain ground on Butler, pushing him back a step before spinning into a fadeaway jumper. Swish! The score now stood at 6-4 following his basket. The entire team quickly transitioned to defense, having received an emphatic reminder from their coach about maintaining defensive discipline. Westbrook, noticing a lack of promising opportunities, decelerated and returned to his set position, but he called for a pick from Sabonis and then passed out to the perimeter where Sabonis attempted a long 2-pointer. Clang! Another miss. Both teams were struggling with their shooting touch in the paint today. Gasol, with his long arms, swatted the ball to secure the defensive rebound, passing it back to Parker. Kawhi, returning to offense, was finally thwarted after a series of attempts, as Butler provided a higher level of physicality that unsettled Kawhi, as anticipated. The game became intensely competitive, with both teams exchanging baskets and the score fluctuating. This back and forth continued until the 9-minute mark, when Sabonis, Westbrook, and Kawhi were substituted out, allowing both teams to rotate their benches and the dynamics of the game to shift. Replacing Kawhi was Kyle Anderson, boasting 1/8 Chinese heritage. The Thunder brought in Grant and Roberson, deploying a 3-forward lineup that excelled in defensive rotations, capable of executing seamless switches on the strong side. However, this strategy compromised their height and diminished the intensity of their interior defense, potentially jeopardizing their rebounding efforts. Chen, handling the ball against Parker, executed a swift drive followed by a sudden halt, creating a sliver of space. He lifted his left hand to perform a deceptive Buddha move, successfully baiting Parker into jumping for a block. He then dropped the ball and, moving closer to the basket, released a delicate floater point 2-point scored. The flamboyant yet graceful maneuver elicited gasps from the audience watching the broadcast. Wow, how impressive. Coach, I want to learn that. The coach, however, would not oblige, suggesting he seek out someone else. Wake up. The effectiveness of the Buddha move hinges on the thread of your shooting ability. This could easily make today's highlight reel, generally speaking. It pales in comparison to Kawhi's fadeaway, the robotic frame-by-frame execution of his shot. What's appealing about that? Such spectacular offense significantly boosted morale, and the Thunder capitalized on Kawhi's absence to unleash an 8-2 run against the Spurs, prompting Popovich to call another timeout. The fervor of the battle may have waned, and it was time to rein in his players and restore their focus. When play resumed, Chen was surprised to find himself facing Ginobili. Locking eyes with the veteran, he smiled before initiating his move, transitioning into a behind-the-back dribble followed by a floating change of direction. Yet the crafty old guard was unfazed by the feint, compelling Chen to pivot and push left. Attempting to leverage his speed to his astonishment, the aging maestro seemed to have regained a second wind in the playoffs, keeping pace with him. Chen accelerated once more, driving towards the basket, gathering for a three-step layup without a footwork exchange. Launching off his left foot for a left-handed finish, the unusual rhythm caught Ginobili off guard, misjudging the timing for interference, and Chen successfully scored. This moment reflected Chen's previous studies of the Thunder's emerging star. SJ, whose skill set revealed a level of complexity hidden beneath his impressive finishing efficiency. Wow. First Danny Green, then Tony Parker, and now Ginobili. Who could stop him? This rookie, in his first playoff run, is slicing through the Spurs' perimeter defense. After Ginobili landed, he looked at the rolling Chen and chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging the emergence of new talent. Butler rushed over, helping Chen to his feet, and then playfully bumping chests. Just as Chen stood upright, he was unintentionally knocked off balance again, casting an incredulous glance at Butler. Unfazed, Butler grinned and hastily retreated on defense. That rascal did it on purpose. Chen gritted his teeth and chased after him. Although the initial defensive effort fell short, Popovich could clearly see that Ginobili's defense posed a greater challenge for Chen, consuming more of his energy, a trade-off he could accept as the Spurs resumed their offense. Ginobili received a pass from the backup guard Mills and faced off against Chen. With a rapid burst of speed, he elbowed Chen aside, then confronting Adams, executed his signature Euro step for a layup. That served as a response. Chen rubbed his chest, grimacing at the impact. The aging veteran's physicality was still formidable, but on the next offensive possession, Chen did not rush to retaliate, as only 20 seconds remained in the first quarter. Standing at midcourt, he let the clock wind down as the countdown hit 10 seconds. He finally made his move. Slowly dribbling toward the three-point line, he executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, then performed a wide crossover. Driving left. Noticing he couldn't shake off Ginobili's defense, he immediately pulled back, replicating the Buddha move. However, Ginobili remained composed, refraining from jumping and instead raising his hand for maximum disruption. Though the Buddha move did not yield results, it at least elevated Ginobili's defensive stance. Chen quickly lowered the ball and took 2 quick steps forward, deliberately slowing down. Once Ginobili closed in, he exploded with a jump stop, raising the ball high over Ginobili's somewhat sparse hairline. Upon landing, he smoothly transitioned into a layup, scoring 2 points. Glancing at the clock, he noted there were 1.8 seconds left. The Spurs swiftly inbound the ball, with Ginobili catching it and stepping forward before launching a half-court shot. Unfortunately, it did not find its target, soaring through the air in a long arc before slamming against the backboard and bouncing back onto the court. The first quarter concluded with the Thunder leading 31-23. An 8-point advantage that left Popovich looking grave. Though he had anticipated this, the Thunder's offensive intensity exceeded his expectations. To end the first quarter, Chen and Westbrook had been on fire, combining for 18 of the team's 31 points. Nearly matching the Spurs' total score, the intermission flew by, and the second quarter commenced. The start of the period, Chen continued to lead the team, but without Butler, the lineup shifted to Chen, McDermott, Roberson, Grant, and Sabonis. The Spurs countered with Ginobili, Mills, David Lee, Dedmon, and DeJounte Murray. The Spurs, short on personnel, even deployed this year's rookie Murray, as Popovich had no other options given the evident limitations of the remaining players, with Murray directing the offense and Ginobili stepping into the small forward role. The Spurs' height slightly diminished. As the Spurs executed their offense, Murray brought the ball to the top of the arc, while the ever-crafty Ginobili utilized Dedmon's screen to create space, receiving the ball back from Murray to facilitate the play. Murray then engaged in a fake pick-and-roll with Dedmon, maintaining control as he advanced toward the basket. Meanwhile, at the free throw line, Mills glided to the strong side corner, while Manu utilized David Lee's screen to reach the weak side corner. Murray executed a driving kick to Mills in the strong side corner, who received the pass and completed a three-point shot. This was a quintessential hammer play, emblematic of the Spurs' signature style, although the tactics varied significantly. The conclusion typically stemmed from off-ball screens leading to three-point shots from the wings by the shooting guard or small forward. Chen brought the ball past half-court, positioned himself in front of Murray, and called for McDermott's pick, specifically targeting Mills. Standing at a mere 183 cm, Mills found himself at a disadvantage against Chen, who approached him without a feint, launching a straightforward jumper. The three-pointer found its mark, prompting Popovich to vociferously chastise from the sidelines, questioning whether his earlier emphasis on physicality had been forgotten. Contest. Give him some contest. It was commendable that, despite his age, he still shouted hoarsely from the sidelines, ensuring Chen could hear him. Brother, your coach is urging you to contest. The demeanor of a petty victor was thoroughly displayed. Mills remained unfazed, continuing to actively position himself offensively, adhering to the team's strategy. Seeing no fruitful provocation, Chen ceased his chatter and focused intently on defense. As time gradually elapsed, the Spurs' strategy began to yield some results. The heightened intensity of physicality indeed impacted Chen's shooting efficiency. However, the cost was 2 fouls incurred by Mills. Soon after, Westbrook and Butler replaced Chen and Roberson, marking yet another challenging moment for the Spurs. Butler immediately capitalized on mismatches, scoring twice against Murray, forcing Popovich to summon Kawhi Leonard once more. As Chen exited the court, he was met with the cacophony of the ATT Center's crowd, yet he remained unfazed, cheerfully high-fiving his teammates by halftime. The Thunder led 60-54. With Leonard's mid-range shooting being astonishingly accurate, single-handedly bringing the score back in their favor. During the halftime analysis, it became evident that even Popovich struggled to contain the Thunder's offense. The Spurs' perimeter defense had scarcely succeeded in thwarting any shots. Were it not for Leonard consistently covering for them, the Spurs would have collapsed long ago. Yanni noted that balancing both offense and defense would impose a significant toll on Kawhi's stamina, raising concerns about his efficiency in the second half. Furthermore, even if they managed to rely on Kawhi to hold them up in this game, could he endure an entire series? It was generally agreed among several commentators that this round would conservatively require 6 games. Indeed, the Thunder currently held a considerable advantage, showcasing the benefits of their 3-core lineup through high-efficiency offense that compelled the Spurs to maintain defensive focus while maximizing core player minutes. Popovich had already utilized several timeouts to help his players regain their form, leaving him with few remaining for the second half. Simultaneously, defensive strategies have been tried and tested: 23 zone defense, 2-12 zone defense, double-teaming Westbrook, and leaving Roberson unguarded at non-spatial points. However, the results were merely mediocre. Ultimately, the Thunder had too many offensive outlets. Not only Butler and Chen, but even Sabonis was performing admirably, having notably improved his low-post techniques this season. David Lee struggled to contain him, forcing the Spurs to frequently switch Gasol to guard small Sabonis. It appeared that both commentators were increasingly leaning toward supporting the Thunder as the first half concluded, but a nearby female host interjected, reminding them that it was time for a commercial break. As the second half commenced, the Thunder reverted to their starting lineup, facing the Spurs head-on. With a good rhythm, the Spurs found themselves struggling to cope, had it not been for the sudden explosion of Ginobili, who scored 14 points in the quarter. The game would have lost its suspense by the third period. However, the consequence of this was that in the fourth quarter, one could hardly expect an exceptional performance from the aging Ginobili, whose stamina had always been a weak point. The Spurs' despair deepened as the time ticked into the fourth quarter. Even against the early substitutes, they failed to close the gap. Kawhi's stamina faltered, leading to a significant decline in shooting efficiency. Sustaining high-intensity personal offense for extended periods against the opponent's strong points, while also needing to cover for teammates on defense, required an extraordinary effort, almost as if one needed to summon a LeBron James. Even as Aldridge took on offensive responsibilities, scoring consistently against small Sabonis, he could not reverse the downward trend. In the end, the Spurs succumbed to a 110-118 defeat in their first matchup. As one of the league's premier defensive teams, allowing an opponent to score 118 points in a single game was undoubtedly a failure, especially considering that the Grizzlies averaged only 97.5 points in the first round, an obvious disparity. Westbrook recorded a triple-double with 26 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists, once again showcasing his exaggerated ability to achieve triple-doubles as effortlessly as drinking water. Chen contributed 28 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. Emerging as the team's leading scorer, without an exceptional perimeter defender, his outside play proved advantageous. Kawhi's help defense could not compensate, and Chen only found himself matched up with him during sporadic transition mismatches, at which point he judiciously passed the ball to Butler. Butler finished with 21 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 assists, while the Thunder's core trio combined for 75 points, along with small Sabonis' 15 points. Rendering the Spurs incapable of securing a victory, Kawhi tallied 37 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists, exhausted and drenched in sweat, yet he could only watch as victory slipped away. Aldridge managed 17 points and Parker 11. Had it not been for Manu's 20 points, the Spurs might have suffered an even more resounding defeat. Post-game, Popovich wore a grave expression. He needed to swiftly devise a strategy to turn the tide, lest this series become devoid of suspense. With the conclusion of the Spurs-Thunder Game 1, the neighboring matchup between the Raptors and Cavaliers also came to an end. The Raptors, having triumphed 4-2 over the Bucks, faced a jarring blow in the second round, falling prey to the Cavaliers trio. The Cavaliers secured a decisive 116-105 victory over the Raptors, with LeBron and Kyrie combining for 59 points, more than the Raptors' top 3 scores combined, leaving poor Aizen to endure another year of domination. The Wizards overcame the Hawks 4-2, while the Celtics dispatched the Bulls 4-1, setting the stage for a second-round clash on May 2. Additionally, the Golden State Warriors were set to face the Houston Rockets. Potentially the most captivating series in the West. The reigning league's top shooting guard, James Harden, leading a single-core Rockets team, would confront the star-studded Warriors. Although the outcome was likely predetermined, the journey promised to be exceedingly exhilarating. On May 4, the Spurs hosted the Thunder once more, determined to reclaim victory on their home turf. The team, united in purpose, spurred by a sense of shame, resolved to secure a win in the second game. The Spurs commenced the match with fervor, displaying considerable intensity. Kawhi immediately began to exploit mismatches against Butler, calling for Chun-Chi's screen and targeting small Sabonis. In essence, they attacked relentlessly, as if entering a zone mode, taking on anyone who approached. Fortunately, the Thunder were not to be underestimated, entering the second quarter trailing by 12 points. Chun-Chi led the charge, decisively attacking Mills while small Sabonis aggressively challenged Dedmon. Within 3 minutes, the duo had clawed back 6 points, forcing Popovich to summon Manu and Leonard once again. Subsequently, as Chun-Chi exited, Westbrook entered the fray. The Thunder's tempo shifted dramatically, accelerating the pace and initiating a fast break defense. Although their efficiency was not stellar, the high-frequency, fast-paced exchanges significantly depleted the opponent's stamina. Donovan's strategy was to relentlessly push the pace, exploiting the Spurs' physical crisis. To this end, even if the positional state is suboptimal. Losing a game is inconsequential, for this is but a round in a series. The youthful Thunder players have ample time to engage in a leisurely contest with the Spurs. Clearly, Popovich has recognized the issue. With 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter, he called for a timeout and substituted in Gasol and Parker, aiming to control the tempo and slow the game down, striving to avoid being dictated by the Thunder's pace. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the court. The Thunder's offense, from initiation to conclusion, typically unfolded within a brisk 8 to 14 seconds, evoking memories of the former Phoenix Suns, while the Spurs' offensive strategy was to consume as much time as necessary during each possession, refusing to take a shot unless absolutely certain, often concluding their attempts just before the 24-second buzzer. Defensively, the Spurs exhibited an entirely different approach. Their collective retreat was impeccably disciplined, working tirelessly to match the Thunder's offensive speed and prevent fast break opportunities. While the Thunder, in stark contrast, ambled back, unhurried, allowing the Spurs to set up their defense with ease at halftime. The Spurs led the Thunder by 7 points, 51-44, as the second half commenced, during a sequence led by Chen. Popovich finally revealed his tactical teeth. The Spurs began to execute double-team strategies decisively. The moment Chen received the ball, he was immediately swarmed, while others rotated defensively, covering the perimeter shooter McDermott and leaving the non-threatening Roberson unguarded. If Westbrook could not contain him, how could Chen? With this mindset, Ginobili and Mills intensified their defensive pressure on Chen. As Chen received the ball near midcourt, he instantly spotted Ginobili's imposing figure. With Mills rapidly approaching from the side, without hesitation, he swiftly passed to the open Roberson nearby. However, much to his dismay, Roberson's shot clanged off the rim. David Lee grabbed the rebound and launched a long pass to the speeding Mills, who, upon receiving the ball, took 3 rapid strides forward, closely pursued by Chen, who attempted to provide interference. Yet, after taking 2 steps, Mills deftly flicked the ball behind him, where Ginobili caught it effortlessly for an easy layup. Chen, caught in a 2-on-1 situation, could only shake his head in resignation. The 2 defenders had trapped him at midcourt, and the ensuing fast break was too swift for his teammates to recover. After a reset, Chen received the ball back from McDermott just as he crossed midcourt, only to be greeted once more by the 2 defenders. This moment, Chen finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Damn, isn't this our tactic for double-teaming Harden? With little time to ponder, he accelerated, darting left to outmaneuver Ginobili, but a more disheartening occurrence transpired. The defender Kyle Lee, who was supposed to guard Grant, abandoned his assignment and rushed over to double-team Chen. Chen immediately passed to Grant, but a turnover ensued as Lee's large hand snatched the ball, executing a steal, followed by a long outlet pass to Ginobili, who again capitalized on the fast break for another easy 2 points. Beep! Donovan could no longer sit idly by and called for a timeout. My goodness, Popovich, how could I be caught on the receiving end of a defensive counterattack? This is outrageous. Chen felt a surge of frustration. Popovich's strategy proved remarkably effective, exploiting Chen insufficient passing skills, catching the Thunder off guard during a critical transition phase in the 10-cent live broadcast. Commentator Sue Kuhn shared his insights. It's no wonder that domestic fans affectionately refer to him as Zhuge Wei Qi. His strategy is astutely designed, targeting the Thunder's transition phase, which predominantly relies on Chen ball handling. This has been the Thunder's approach in the latter half of the season, aiming to develop Chen playmaking abilities. While his improvement is evident, it remains clear that he is not yet capable of shouldering the full responsibility. Indeed, Chen passing ability pales in comparison to Westbrook's. At this juncture, the decisive double-teaming results in Chen making errors, allowing the Spurs to quickly transition into fast breaks, since they are applying pressure at the top of the key. The Thunder players are left with insufficient time to recover defensively. Additionally, a crucial factor is Roberson, whose offensive skills are so lacking that the Spurs can freely leave him unguarded while maintaining their defensive rotations. Thus, even if Chen manages to make a pass, the Thunder's offense still struggles to ignite. It remains uncertain whether Coach Donovan will devise a solution during this timeout, as there are still 4 minutes left until Westbrook's usual rotation. And navigating this period presents a conundrum for the Thunder, especially given their current 11-point deficit. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Donovan's response was to make a substitution, decisively replacing Roberson with Payne, assigning him ball-handling duties while allowing Chen to focus on scoring, with McDermott stepping in as small forward. Although Payne, in his second year, is slight of build, he possesses remarkable speed and adequate passing skills, qualifying him as a potential prospect. By placing him in a primary playmaking role and allowing Chen to serve as the finishing option, while eliminating Roberson, the team aims to maintain spacing. This is Donovan's strategic solution. This season, Payne has had limited opportunities due to Chen-Shi's emergence, yet he now finds himself thrust into a playoff environment, presenting a crucial opportunity that he must seize. The Spurs, however, did not alter their defensive strategy. They still executed double teams on Payne, becoming even more aggressive. Once again, it was Ginobili and Mills applying pressure, this time Mills arriving more swiftly and with greater resolve. Observing this, Payne quickly leaped to pass the ball to McDermott, who, upon receiving it, found Lee rotating into position, forcing him to dish it back to Grant. Yet David Lee advanced to defend, while the two Spurs defenders returned to their positions, with Lee rotating to cover Sabonis. Seeing no promising options, Grant passed the ball back to Chen-Shi, who, noticing Mills once again charging at him, acted without hesitation. Exploding off the dribble, he took a step to evade Ginobili and immediately launched a mid-range jumper. Unfortunately, it did not find the mark. Chen-Shi's shooting consistency from mid-range remains a concern. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "Had I known, I would have added a few more jump shots," in the face of double-teaming upon driving inside. A quick stop and pop from mid-range is undoubtedly a viable solution, which is one reason Westbrook can evade such traps. He simply drives past you and then stops for a jump shot, leaving both the perimeter and interior defenders scrambling to catch up as he releases the shot. Regrettably, Chen-Shi lacks this capability, and a second issue soon arose. During the Spurs' offensive possession, Ginobili held the ball and called for a pick from Payne, easily outmatching the shorter defender with his height. With finesse, Ginobili effortlessly navigated the pick and roll, culminating in a soft floater that was executed with alarming ease. It was evident that Payne had become a defensive liability for the team. On the offensive end, Popovich signaled a change in strategy from the sidelines. Upon seeing the signal, Ginobili ceased his double-team efforts, knowing that Mills could handle Payne in isolation. Popovich remained steadfast in his support of a relatively conservative approach. Unable to penetrate past Mills, Payne resorted to setting a screen and passing the ball back to Chen-Shi. Yet, as soon as Chen-Shi received the ball, he was again met with a double team, forcing him to pass back to Payne, who subsequently took a jump shot. Splendid! The resounding clang of the hammer echoed in Donovan's heart, casting a shadow of heaviness over his spirits. It was evident that he had made a grave miscalculation. Hastily calling for another timeout, Donovan recognized the urgent need to rectify his blunder. Payne, visibly dejected, exited the court, clearly aware that he had squandered an opportunity, leaving his future shrouded in uncertainty. He was left pondering where he would find himself after this summer. Upon re-entering the fray, the Thunder's lineup transformed into Westbrook, Chen-Shi, McDermott, Grant, and Sabonis. It was not too late to salvage the situation. Donovan reinstated Westbrook into the game. With his backup options failing, he had no choice but to extend Westbrook's playing time. Westbrook's impact was immediate, as the Spurs quickly opted not to double-team him. However, even during this brief period, the deficit had already swelled to 13 points, prompting Popovich to reintroduce Aldridge to bolster the defense. With a clear objective, to maintain their advantage until the final whistle. They indeed succeeded, as the Thunder's attempts to accelerate the pace failed to disrupt the Spurs' rhythm. They remained steadfast, cool as a breeze sweeping over the mountains. Unyielding like the moon illuminating the vast river, I maintained my own tempo, with Aldridge orchestrating the offense, as long as I could evade their defensive clutches and prevent them from being overly efficient. That would suffice. Point one had to admit that Popovich's strategy was causing the Thunder considerable discomfort. Even as the subsequent trio of stars pressed on with a series of audacious shots, they were unable to reverse the tide. Ultimately, the Spurs narrowly triumphed at home with a score of 106-102, leveling the series at 1-1. The Thunder team flew back to Oklahoma City that night, and to their astonishment, a throng of fans awaited them outside the airport in the dead of night. A truly moving sight. Chen-Shi approached with a smile, greeting and signing autographs for each fan. "Chris, keep it up. Let us crush them. OKC will prevail. Russell, you are the MVP. You can definitely win. The Spurs are merely last year's defeated foes. Jimmy, take down Leonard." The cheers from the fans grew louder, their fervor escalating to an almost ludicrous degree. As the cacophony of expletives intensified, Chen-Shi hastily intervened. "Everyone, please disperse. It's late." Although the fans were somewhat reluctant to comply. After their outburst, Chen-Shi gradually distanced himself, knowing they would eventually scatter on their own. Once home, Chen flopped on his bed. This feels a bit frustrating. It's as if the loss rests squarely on my shoulders. My passing was abysmal. No, wait. Ultimately, it's the system's fault. If that wretched system had allocated a few more attribute points for individual defense, I wouldn't have been so easily contained. It's all that wretched system's fault. In any case, it's certainly not my issue. After a round of self-soothing, Chen closed his eyes. There was no use in fretting. He resolved to practice his passing the next day. After all, sharpening one's skills at the last moment, though not ideal, would suffice to in the late-night office. The lights remained on as Donovan sat before his computer, repeatedly reviewing the game footage. Players merely needed to shoot while on the court. For a coach, the considerations were manifold. This coach, who began his career as an NCAA assistant, had been in the profession for nearly 30 years. He was no prodigy. Throughout his playing and coaching tenure, he had always been a supporting character. Yet now, he was determined to step out of the shadows. Donovan sensed that he might be encountering the greatest opportunity of his life, a chance to ascend. He was resolute in seizing it, unwilling to watch yet another opportunity slip away, in the face of Popovich's tactics. Donovan knew he had to swiftly devise a strategy to break through. Otherwise, his team's cohesion would disintegrate. In today's match, just a few plays into the third quarter, significant issues became apparent. After extensive video analysis, the increasingly balding Donovan fixed his gaze on the player clad in the blue jersey number 21. It was time. He believed he could execute his plan. The date was May 16th in Oklahoma City, at the Chesapeake Energy Arena. The third game of the Western Conference semifinals between the Spurs and the Thunder commenced. Back on their home turf, the Thunder players emerged one by one, accompanied by the DJ's announcements. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers, a sea of blue stretching as far as the eye could see. Fans donned OKC t-shirts, fervently rallying behind their team. Westbrook bounded onto the court, energized by the music, exchanging high-fives with his teammates before sprinting towards the stands, unleashing his battle cry. This was Westbrook's unique pre-game ritual. Subsequently, he approached the scorer's table, sharing a knowing smile with Chen and Butler. The trio then performed a kung fu gesture together, clasping their hands in prayer before bowing slightly. This was his idea, inspired by Harden and Lin's signature move. With Chen present, they embraced the moment. This display sparked considerable discussion domestically. Whoa, it's the pre-game ritual of the beard. To be precise, it was the pre-game ritual of Harden. Lin and Parsons. My youth is back. The last time I saw this was in 2014. Fantastic, the Chinese elements are fully infused. Some dismissed it as mere attention-seeking, speculating about Chen-Chi's intentions to capitalize on the Chinese market. The fact that he wasn't even Chinese was noted. Interestingly, Chen-Chi had expressed in an interview his willingness to reclaim his Chinese nationality. He was of Chinese descent. His grandfather hailed from China. Growing up in America was not his fault, and his command of Chinese was far superior to that of Lin. This is terribly frustrating. Extreme fans grumbled, noting the close camaraderie between Westbrook, Chen-Chi, and Harden. They shouldn't be so petty. Back in the arena, without further delay, the game swiftly commenced. Both teams were on high alert, fully focused. The whistle blew, signaling the start of the match. Reinstated to the starting lineup. Gasol used his long arms to secure the basketball, while Parker advanced with it. They executed the classic hammer play, with Danny Green positioned in the weak side corner to finish the play. The three-pointer found its mark, and the Spurs struck first. The Thunder responded, with Chen and Adams simultaneously pushing up to trap Parker, allowing Westbrook to exploit a screen, drawing Green's defense before passing back. Following the pick and pop, Chen received Adams' screen, shedding the switch defense of Parker, catching the ball at a 45-degree angle, and launching a three-pointer. Swish, an answer ball returned to the Spurs. The Spurs attacked again. They directed the ball to Leonard. Receiving the pass, he turned to face Butler. Having faced each other multiple times, they were now old adversaries. Butler struggled to contain Leonard, yet the disruption he provided was something the Thunder's other players could not replicate. Therefore, Donovan never considered experimenting with another defender. After a series of unsuccessful fakes, Leonard launched a pull-up shot just beyond the three-point line. The three-pointer was good, 6-3. Westbrook brought the ball to the left side of the arc, with Adams setting a screen as Chen began to run right from the corner. Westbrook navigated around the screen to the top of the arc, facing the defensive help from Aldridge, and flicked the ball towards the right corner, where Chen, having just circled around Adams' screen, caught the ball and shot. Another three-pointer, 6-6. Both teams displayed commendable shooting touch at the outset, and the starting lineups maintained a competitive edge. In the next possession, Leonard utilized the screen to score a two-pointer over Chen, while Westbrook accelerated past Parker for a mid-range jumper, resulting in a lively exchange of scores. The Spurs appeared unhurried to implement their previous strategy. After all, double-teaming the Thunder's starting lineup would be tantamount to inviting disaster. The Thunder aimed to establish dominance during the starting phase and suppress the opponent's scoring. Finally, at the 8.5-minute mark, the Thunder substituted in their bench unit. However, to Popovich's surprise, the Thunder's transition offense was no longer led by Chen, but rather by Butler. After replacing Chen, Westbrook, and Adams, they brought in Grant, McDermott, and Morrow, two sharpshooting guards now on the floor. Evidently, a tactical shift has occurred, substituting the connecting segment with a lineup primarily orchestrated by Butler. This is the response provided by Donovan, as Butler is indeed an exceptionally skilled playmaking forward, capable of assuming the role of a point guard to direct the offense. Complemented by a trio of sharpshooters, adeptly countering the Spurs' double-team strategy. In fact, the results have been quite promising. During the initial two possessions, Mills attempted to apply pressure, only to be swiftly and accurately dismantled by Butler's precise passing. Effortlessly penetrating the defense, McDermott scored 6 consecutive points, prompting Popovich to shout frantically from the sidelines, urging Mills to cease his actions. While it is feasible to allow Butler to control the ball, it is impractical to have him orchestrate every segment of play. Nevertheless, Popovich is not one to concede easily, patiently awaiting an opportunity, yet it never materialized. Donovan has meticulously arranged the playing time of Butler and Westbrook, ensuring both lead their respective units, while Chen is poised to seamlessly integrate into either lineup. With a proficient facilitator on the court, the Spurs not only hesitate to double-team Chen, but they are also compelled to contend with his mismatches, rendering them helpless. Under such circumstances, Chen transforms into a significant positive force on the court, with his impact becoming increasingly evident. Returning to his roots, Chen resumed his role of finishing plays off the ball, utilizing tactics and movement to ensure that he either receives the ball in space or against a mismatch. Subsequently, he executed indiscriminate isolation plays, three-point shots and layups, flourishing in a manner reminiscent of an unchallenged environment. Currently, Chen role remains that of scoring guard primarily focused on finishing off the ball, with a modicum of defense and playmaking barely sufficient. As the intensity increases, his limitations become apparent. During the regular season, he can confidently be entrusted with ample playing time and development opportunities. Even in the first round of the playoffs, he can serve as a valuable learning experience. After all, he is still young, with abundant potential for growth, and the Thunder are sufficiently strong to mitigate concerns of failure. However, the second round presents a different scenario, particularly against the Spurs. The team cannot afford to grant him the luxury of gradual development. No one can guarantee that he will improve rapidly or break through on his own. Thus, prudence dictates a strategic shift, returning him to his original position and pairing his playing time with a high-caliber facilitator to maximize his finishing ability. This represents the optimal solution within the playoff context. Opportunities for development abound in the coming years, so there is no need for haste. What? Letting Chen go? What a ludicrous notion. If that were to happen, Presti would surely face the wrath of enraged Thunder fans. As the first half concluded, the Thunder led the Spurs by 9 points, 60-51. San Antonio found itself in yet another precarious situation, with the score either stagnating or trailing. This is exceedingly dangerous for the Spurs, given that their starting lineup boasts 3 clutch players. Should the game reach a critical juncture, it is a scenario Popovich would prefer to avoid at the start of the third quarter. Chen took the floor alongside Westbrook, both leading the bench unit. Witnessing this, Popovich's spirits sank. It seemed he would have to devise an alternative strategy. Donovan opted to extend player minutes to ensure the team could maintain coverage for the full 48 minutes, always having a core facilitator on the court. With Chen paired with an adept playmaker, the benefits were maximized, especially when combined with the imposing physicality of Adams and Sabonis, executing screens with precision. Although Leonard and Aldridge were performing reasonably well, their efficiency failed to close the gap, and the previous momentum seemed to have flipped. The Spurs found themselves unable to mount a comeback. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Spurs' recurring issue resurfaced. When no one could alleviate the burden on Leonard, his all-around capabilities easily devolved into an ineffective approach, leading to a depletion of energy in the crucial final stages. Consequently, they resorted to the familiar strategy of having Aldridge take the critical shots, resulting in an inevitable decline in offensive efficiency, with Butler's assertive layup in the final minute and a half. The suspense of the match completely evaporated, prompting Popovich to substitute his starters and concede defeat. Ultimately, the Thunder secured their first home victory in the second-round series, triumphing 114-107. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. This was a night belonging to the Thunder, a night of uninhibited revelry. Within 3 days, Spurs fans found themselves silenced on social media. The following day, after completing his routine practice session at the arena, Chen stepped outside as dusk deepened. After a quick rinse, he slung his bag over his shoulder, preparing to descend to the parking garage. "Hey, Chris," a familiar voice reached his ears. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a long-lost friend. "Victor, what brings you here?" Chen exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Oladipo. "The Bulls were eliminated in the first round, so I'm on vacation. I bought a ticket to see your game tomorrow," Oladipo replied with a self-deprecating smile. Bumping fists with Chen, "I see. So, how is it facing the top-seeded Celtics? They're indeed formidable. Their defense gave me a tough time, and I felt a bit lost in the early games." Oladipo's expression darkened, clearly indicating an unpleasant experience in the first round. "But next year, I will definitely make a comeback." A fleeting moment of disappointment in his eyes was quickly replaced by a glimmer of determination. "Excellent. That's the spirit. I believe in you." Chen responded with a grin, delivering another fist bump to Oladipo's chest. "Come on, let's chat while walking. You're coming over to my place. I'll whip up some Chinese cuisine for you to try." "Sounds good. I've been eager to taste that so-called authentic Chinese food you mentioned last time." To be on the safe side, Chen initially prepared an Americanized version of Chinese cuisine for Oladipo. However, the feedback was rather lukewarm, and he never got the chance to serve him an authentic dish before Oladipo was traded. "Haha, I've got a secret sauce aboard from my grandfather, along with a ton of chili peppers. Just wait, I promise you'll be amazed." After downing 4 cans of yogurt, Oladipo, with red-rimmed eyes, sank into the couch at Chen home. "Damn, Chen, I swear I want to eat that again," he exclaimed. "This is spicier than the chicken wings I had at Alondra." Although he said this, Oladipo surprisingly managed to accept the Chinese food quite well. Chen had prepared for the possibility that he wouldn't be able to handle it and had planned to make him something else. "Haha, this is just the introductory level of Sichuan cuisine. You can't handle it, Victor. Next time I'll prepare a specialty dish from Suzhou, Zhejiang, spicy duck heads for you to try." "Duck heads? Are you kidding me? Is that even edible?" Oladipo responded with a look reminiscent of Nick Young's meme. "Yes, duck heads. Don't be so quick to reject it. It's truly delicious. My grandfather taught me how to make it, and it's incredibly fragrant." Chen insisted earnestly, promoting his culinary passion. "Isn't about time. We should probably watch the game." He awkwardly shifted the topic. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, it was time for the highly anticipated Game 3 between the Warriors and the Rockets. Despite the Rockets suffering significant defeats in the first 2 games, they still had a loyal following of hardened fans supporting them, with the venue now at the Toyota Center in Houston. Fans were eager to see the Rockets, back on their home court, overcome the Warriors, and alter the series score to 1-2. Watching the screen, displaying Rockets legends Barkley and Kenny Smith engaging in their classic banter before the game. Chen stood up. "I'm going to grab some fruit and drinks." Okay. The matchup between the Warriors and Rockets was still a one-sided affair. Stephen Curry's extraordinary spatial manipulation underpinned the Warriors' entire offensive system, complemented by KD's unanswerable isolation plays. This 2017 Warriors team was indeed despairingly dominant. Chen and Oladipo exchanged sighs as they watched, empathizing with Harden's plight, despite another impressive 40-plus point double-double performance. He remained a lone warrior against overwhelming odds. What can the Rockets do against this J8 Warriors team? "This feels rigged," Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration, with the Rockets out of the running. The Warriors' next opponent would either be them or the Spurs, of course. "It will be us." Chen steadied himself and said earnestly, "The Spurs cannot defeat us." "Well, I look forward to your series against the Warriors," he continued. Upon hearing this, Chen expression soured once more. Despite his understanding of just how formidable this year's Warriors were, he found it hard to see a glimmer of hope. If only we could replace Gue with MJ and bring in Shaq to take over for Aquaman. Chen found himself lost in a daydream. Having grown accustomed to Chen-Chi's unpredictable antics, his companions chose to ignore him, quietly pulling out their phones to clandestinely record everything from Chen-Chi's blind spot. Surely, posting it online would garner significant views. On the evening of May 18th, during Game 4 between the Spurs and Thunder, with the series score at 1-2, the Spurs found themselves teetering on the edge of precipice. Another loss would leave them at 1-3, making any hopes of a comeback virtually impossible. Although the Thunder had previously been overturned last season, no one was willing to gamble on such a minuscule possibility. Losing to the Thunder for 2 consecutive years was something the Spurs found hard to accept. The game commenced, and the Spurs once again secured possession first. Following a screen, Parker passed the ball to Kawhi Leonard. As the Spurs focused their offensive efforts on their strongest point, Kawhi received the ball, charged right, and executed a turnaround jumper after crossing the midline, but unfortunately, it did not find the mark, with a sharp clang of iron. Westbrook seized the rebound and swiftly advanced. Within mere seconds, he barreled down to the basket, completely disregarding Danny Green's defense, taking 2 steps before launching into the air. Bang! Russell Westbrook, an emphatic dunk over his defender. Amidst the DJ's breathless exclamations, Westbrook struck a classic celebration pose. Opening with such a spectacular dunk undoubtedly provided a tremendous boost to the team's morale. As the Spurs mounted another attack, they once again fed the ball to Kawhi in the low post. Following a series of dribble confrontations and a shoulder fake, he turned and shot a fadeaway. Even though Butler did not bite on the fake, Kawhi's impressive shoulder width allowed him to create ample space for his shot. Alas, it appeared today that Leonard's shooting touch was not quite right. His first 2 attempts fell short, which could prove fatal for Spurs. Butler secured the rebound and tossed it to Westbrook, who charged into the Spurs half. This time, Kawhi's fast retreat successfully cut him off at the free throw line. Seeing this, Westbrook passed the ball back to Chen before relocating to the perimeter to receive the ball and restart the offense. After calling for a screen from Chen, he drove and dished, with Chen receiving the ball, faking and drawing Parker's defense, then attacking the lane, from a distance of about 1.5 meters from the hoop. He released a high-arching shot. 2 points scored. The Thunder's momentum surged, and the blue-clad crowd on the sidelines began to sway with excitement. With the Spurs in possession, Parker opted not to have Kawhi reposition, but instead directed his teammates to execute a cutoff play. Aldridge moved up to the free throw line, setting a screen for Kawhi, who circled around to receive the ball and attack the rim, releasing it amidst Adams' defense. Although it did not go in, the referee blew the whistle, awarding him free throws. Even when his shooting touch waned, Leonard could still create opportunities to draw fouls, alleviating some pressure on his team, while seeking to regain his rhythm at the charity stripe. Popovich nodded approvingly, recognizing his prodigy's growing maturity. When one's shooting is off, it is something everyone faces. The key is whether one can maintain composure and seek a solution. Leonard's first free throw clanged off the front of the rim, bouncing 3 times before finally falling through. Clearly, his touch was not up to par, perhaps due to an overachievement in the previous 3 games. This world is like a vast 2K simulation. Fortunately, after adjusting his breathing, he made the second shot with confidence. The Thunder's offense continued to revolve around the familiar pick and roll with Chen. Thanks to Chen-Chi's increasing finishing ability, this play was rapidly becoming the Thunder's signature opening move. The Spurs' defensive strategy was to switch actively, denying Chen any shooting opportunities while Kawhi guarded Westbrook in the mid-range, and JaVale locked down the paint. Based on the previous 3 games, this strategy had been relatively effective. But today was different. In stark contrast to Leonard's struggles, Westbrook was on fire. After a drive, due to the switch, Westbrook found himself matched up against Danny Green and confidently released a long 2-pointer right in front of him. The ball swished through the net, barely grazing the rim, a perfect nothing-but-net shot. 6-2, the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the Thunder as Westbrook's stellar shooting propelled them to a 34-20 lead over the Spurs by the end of the first quarter, marking the first time in the series that they enjoyed such a smooth start. The Thunder players could not help but beam with joy, engaging with fans along the sidelines. Some remarks made Chen feel uneasy. "Please, guys, it's too early for champagne celebrations." Thankfully, Donovan maintained his composure, offering a few words to temper the exuberance of the players and emphasizing the importance of the second quarter. "Stay calm. Remain humble. We haven't even reached halftime yet. Put away your arrogance." Indeed, in the second quarter, the Thunder faced a furious counteroffensive from the Spurs. Perhaps influenced by Popovich's motivational speech, Parker rediscovered the extraordinary level of play that once earned him the Finals MVP title, repeatedly penetrating and slicing through the Thunder's perimeter defense, including Chen, delivering signature turnaround jumpers to keep the Spurs' hopes alive. Consequently, Butler volunteered to guard Parker one-on-one while McDermott took on Jonathan Simmons. It must be said, credit to Thibodeau's coaching, the defensive prowess of the frontline players was evident. Butler's tenacious one-on-one defense immediately doused the flames of Parker's offensive surge. Chen then executed a series of mismatched attacks against Mills, prompting Popovich to call a timeout. Having both Parker and Mills on the court was undeniably a grave error by Popovich. For the Thunder, this was an opportunity gifted to them, as both were 188-meter guards, creating a pitiful perimeter defense, especially in the absence of Leonard to cover for them. Time and again, they unleashed waves of offensive assaults, only to have them extinguished, causing the Spurs' morale to gradually plummet, their fighting spirit waning. Despite Popovich's relentless emphasis on discipline, defense, and the notion that the Thunder were not that formidable, the players' desire for victory failed to rekindle. Popovich's spirit sank as he contemplated some unorthodox strategies. Yet, whether it was due to age or a desire to preserve a semblance of dignity in his twilight years, or perhaps the lack of a clumsy defensive enforcer like Bowen or Horry, the Spurs ultimately played a standard game. As the clock struck 10:28 p.m., the Thunder triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 130-112, bringing the series score to 3-1, effectively declaring the Thunder as the Western Conference finalists. With a touch of arrogance, Chen could claim he was already contemplating his next opponent. However, he refrained from making such a bold declaration, as Chen was inherently cautious and grounded, possessing an exceedingly high level of decorum. Anyone who inquired would know that Chen was renowned in Oklahoma for being remarkably civil and not one to engage in trash talk. After the game, the Thunder's home court erupted in a joyous celebration, with fans reveling in the sweet taste of victory. Reflecting on the season's beginning, who could have anticipated that the Thunder's once-esteemed quartet had been reduced to only Westbrook over the years? Such a catastrophic start had transformed into a remarkable resurgence, propelling the team to the Western Conference semifinals and decisively defeating the Spurs at 3-1. It was nothing short of a thrilling narrative. The team generously treated every fan in attendance to a complimentary Doritos taco, often referred to as the LeBron Trap. The following day, the Golden State Warriors swiftly eliminated the Rockets with a 4-0 sweep, becoming the first team to advance to the Western Conference Finals. While James Harden's despondent expressions during his consecutive 4 games of futile efforts were captured by media outlets and circulated online, who could stand in the way of the Golden State Warriors? Thus far in the playoffs, they had swept through both rounds of the series. In the Eastern Conference, the Cleveland Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, effortlessly swept the Toronto Raptors, once again securing their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals. Meanwhile, their hypothetical adversaries, the Boston Celtics, found themselves unexpectedly tied at 2-2 with the Washington Wizards, preparing for their pivotal Game 5 on May 10th. The Cavaliers could afford to rest and await the outcome between the two teams, enjoying a substantial break in the interim as the playoffs progressed. The situation became increasingly clear, with the media fervently promoting the anticipated clash between the Cavaliers and the Warriors, completely disregarding the potential of the Celtics and the Thunder. The Wizards responded with indifference. So, on May 10th, the Thunder returned to San Antonio, facing a formidable resistance. The Spurs players fought valiantly, unleashing an extraordinary surge of energy. At the outset, Under Tony Parker's orchestration, Kawhi Leonard and Danny Green executed a series of screens, targeting Chen. Confronted with Leonard's offense, Chen found himself at a disadvantage. His opponent stood at 2.01 meters with a wingspan of 2.21 meters, proving nearly impossible to defend against. With exceptional physicality and a pair of enormous hands, Leonard's mid-range jumpers were akin to picking fruit from a tree, rendering him indefensible when in form. After being scored on twice, the Thunder adjusted their strategy, opting not to switch defenses, with Butler guarding the paint while Chen pursued Leonard. However, this allowed Leonard to distribute the ball effectively, granting Danny Green ample offensive space, while Adams also displayed commendable shooting touch, going 4 for 6 in the first quarter, leaving the Thunder's defense stretched thin, even when the second quarter saw a decline in shooting efficiency. LaMarcus Aldridge erupted, dominating Grant in the low post, specifically targeting the Thunder's vulnerable interior during transitional phases. As halftime approached, the Thunder trailed the Spurs by 9 points, 46-55 during the halftime break in the Thunder's locker room. Donovan urged, "We must enhance our focus, elevate our efficiency, and adjust our mindset. We're just one game away from the Western Conference Finals. Do you truly wish to prolong this struggle in such a venue? The Golden State Warriors await us." Donovan began his motivational speech. "Russell, showcase your leadership. Assume your responsibilities. This is your team. Of course, coach, I will not let victory slip away." Westbrook wholeheartedly embraced Donovan's encouragement, galvanizing the team's spirit. "Let's eliminate the Spurs and advance to the Western Conference Finals today. I refuse to play another game." Chen echoed with determination. The team huddled, fists raised together. "Let's go, OKC." Shortly thereafter, the second half commenced. A transformed Thunder emerged in front of the audience. The bench unit, led by Butler and Chen, delivered a stunning blow to the Spurs right from the start. Chen received a pass from Butler, signaling his teammates to spread out, and initiated a one-on-one against Ginobili. After a series of feints, he drove right, leveraging his swift first step to create separation from Manu, twisting his body to evade Lee Kyer's long reach. As he rose to challenge Gasol, he was knocked to the ground. The referee blew the whistle. Chen, assisted his feet by Butler, approached the free throw line, confidently sinking both shots to end the subsequent defensive possession. McDermott fouled Mills, who was poised to score, pulling him down with a firm grip. The Thunder's defense immediately escalated in intensity. Mills, seemingly rattled, converted only one of his 2 free throws. The Thunder seized the opportunity, with Butler regaining control of the ball and passing to Grant, who aggressively attacked Lee Kyer. Amidst the contact, he dished to Sabonis, who turned and laid it in. The ball circled the rim twice before obediently settling into the net. Popovich furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the shift in momentum. The sudden emergence of role players instilled a sense of impending danger. Without hesitation, he summoned Leonard, signaling for him to prepare to enter the game after the next stoppage. In a do-or-die situation, there was no time for concerns about substitutions or fatigue management. Winning this game was paramount, as there would be ample time for rest during the offseason on the court. The Spurs' offense once again faltered, concluding with a missed three-pointer by Mills. Chen secured the rebound amid his teammates' positioning, passing to Butler, who promptly initiated a fast break, receiving a long pass beyond the three-point line. Chen surged forward, bypassing Mills with 2 swift steps. With a Sam Gold maneuver, he twisted his body to shake off Lee Kyer, taking off for a 3-step drive toward the basket. David Lee, noticing the impending play, leaped into action, his hand rising to block. In midair, Chen adjusted, gathering the ball, extending his arm for a reverse layup that eluded Lee's attempt at a block. The 2 points counted. However, as Lee landed, he collided with Chen, sending him sprawling out of bounds. Chen rolled upon landing, dissipating the force of the impact, then sat up, unleashing a roar towards the stands. "You can't stop me." Butler approached, supporting Chen from behind and helping him to his feet, patting him on the back in encouragement that he successfully converted the free throw within a mere 2.5 minutes. The Thunder had clawed back to a 4-point deficit, with Chen contributing 5 points single-handedly. Leonard returned to the court, adhering to the coach's directives, actively positioning himself and utilizing off-ball screens to draw Chen toward him. Initially, he held the ball in one hand, feigned an attack, then exploded right, forcing Chen to yield as he halted for a mid-range jumper. Butler's timely intervention disrupted his shot, the ball ricocheting off the rim and soaring into the air. Chen claimed the rebound, pivoting to deliver a long pass to Grant, who had already crossed midcourt. Grant leaped to catch the ball mid-air, immediately charging into the unguarded paint, taking 3 steps from the free throw line. Bang! A thunderous, one-handed slam. The Thunder closed the gap to 2 points. Beep! The Spurs called for a timeout. The Thunder's 8-1 run in the third quarter halted the Spurs in merely 3 minutes. During the break, Chen sat on the bench, catching his breath while observing Popovich berating his team. Hey, it's fortunate our coach has a good temperament. While such intense emotional feedback can sometimes yield better results on the court, nobody enjoys being berated. In contrast, Donovan was not as rigid as Larry Brown or Jerry Sloan. His coaching style was considerably more gentle. Donovan's strength lay in his thorough preparations before games, anticipating various scenarios. However, his weakness was a slower response to in-game adjustments, which may not always be accurate. Fortunately, he maintained a decent awareness of substitutions. After all, no one is perfect, and this alone positioned him above the vast majority of coaches in the league. As the timeout concluded, both the Thunder and Spurs seamlessly reintroduced their starters, with Westbrook and Aldridge returning to the fray. The intensity heightened as both teams prepared for a fierce showdown. Upon re-entering, Westbrook, having enjoyed sufficient rest, took up the offensive mantle from Chen, relentlessly attacking the Spurs perimeter. Although his mid-range shooting was subpar, he aggressively drove to the basket, forcing Gasol into foul trouble with 4 infractions, necessitating his exit from the game. For the Spurs, Aldridge, in a stellar performance, orchestrated the offense, consistently sinking long 2-point shots, his height of 2.01 meters rendering Grant's defense futile in the playoff environment, with Lovenge being DNP. Only Sabonis and Adams remained to bolster the interior, making it impossible to endure the entire game unscathed. At this juncture, Grant, Butler, and others were compelled to assume the position of power forward for a considerable duration. Consequently, the Thunder found themselves at a disadvantage in the power forward matchup, which also contributed to Aldridge's slightly enhanced efficiency after his increased playing time in the last 2 games. However, the departure of Gasol effectively altered the dynamics, leaving Aldridge, now filling in at center, unable to exert his will against the Thunder. In contrast, the Thunder's trio exhibited remarkable synergy. Westbrook's ability to create opportunities, Butler's defensive prowess and playmaking, and Chen's adeptness in both on-ball and off-ball situations rendered the Spurs' defense vulnerable. As the third quarter concluded, the score shifted to 77-72, with the Thunder regaining the lead. During the timeout, Popovich summoned Kawhi Leonard to his side. "Son, the team is in crisis. This is a do-or-die game for us." The silver-haired elder gazed at his prized prodigy, his most fulfilling creation since Duncan's retirement. "I need you to step up, showcase your utmost capabilities, and help the team, help yourself, to secure this victory." "Understood, Coach." Kawhi, typically reticent, offered no further words. Yet his serious demeanor assured Popovich that the message had been received. As the game resumed, the Spurs possessed the ball. Leonard received Parker's pass just beyond the 3-point line, glanced at Butler, and elevated for a jump shot. The three-pointer found its mark. In transition, Kawhi looked up at the score. Just 2 points behind, he thought. For the team, for himself, he resolved to take action and alter the course of the game. The Thunder initiated their offense, with Westbrook and Chen executing a pick and roll. Chen, receiving the ball after a pick, was surprised to find Leonard in front of him. Nevertheless, Chen did not flinch in the face of one of the league's premier defenders. A 2-time Defensive Player of the Year to that moment, he felt nothing but determination. Life often presents numerous formidable obstacles. Choosing to circumvent difficulties would only distance him from his ultimate goal, rejecting his teammate's screen. Chen took on Kawhi one-on-one, employing a triple threat stance. Kawhi remained unfazed, maintaining his position. Changing his rhythm, Chen lowered his center of gravity and executed a decisive drive. Kawhi closely shadowed Chen, ensuring he could provide constant pressure. Coming to a sudden stop, he executed a crossover, then a between-the-legs dribble, and from the right side of the free throw line, he again dribbled through his legs, spinning left towards the corner. After a step, he sprang into a jump shot. Astonishingly, even after a sequence of high-difficulty maneuvers, Kawhi remained closely contesting the shot. In midair, Chen flicked the ball. The basketball sailed over Kawhi's outstretched fingers and toward the hoop. The crisp swish of the net echoed Chen-Chi's relentless efforts. The badge of a sharpshooter gleamed before him as he successfully outmaneuvered Leonard. While this may have been merely a minor moment in the game, for Chen-Chi, it represented a significant stride on his path to stardom. With no time to dwell on his success, Kawhi immediately retrieved the ball in the backcourt, dribbling it up the floor. Signaling his intent to take control of the game. At the top of the arc, he faced Butler, initiating a crossover, then drawing back, executing a hand switch to break through, and seamlessly transitioning into a spin move. The fluidity of his actions left Butler scrambling, unable to recover in time. 2 points scored. Westbrook, from a 45-degree angle, held the ball outside the three-point line, glancing at Parker, who stood 2 steps away, then launching a jumper off the glass. "You are the league's top small forward, and I am the reigning best point guard." The score continued to escalate, with both teams showcasing their peak performances, intensifying the competition as the fourth quarter approached its final 4 minutes. The clash between the Thunder and Spurs had entered a knife-edge phase. I could scarcely believe my eyes. Since the third quarter, neither team had returned to their bench. Such a high-stakes contest rendered substitutes an afterthought. The Spurs starting 5, with the exception of Manu replacing Danny Green, had nearly played the entirety of the second half. Likewise, aside from some fatigue issues with Adams, the Thunder starters had played extensively. Fortunately, in contrast to the Spurs, the Thunder boasted 2 physical marvels among their starting lineup. Chen-Chi, panting and leaning on his knees, glanced at the 2 seemingly tireless athletes. "Damn, these guys are unreal. Their innate stamina is simply absurd." However, the same fatigue issues soon emerged for the Spurs. The escalating intensity of the game made offense increasingly challenging. Even with mental preparation, Kawhi found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Glancing at the score, he noted a 6-point deficit at 109-115, a gap that was not insurmountable, especially as the Thunder's offensive efficiency waned. The game had transformed from an offensive showcase in the early third quarter to a defensive battle in the fourth. Following the timeout, the game resumed with the Spurs in possession. Parker called for Aldridge to set a screen, penetrating to the free throw line. Facing Adams' defensive help, he released a floater, scoring 2 points. Adams quickly inbound, and Westbrook advanced, calling for Butler to set a screen. After distributing the ball to Butler, who faced Kawhi with no immediate action, Chen stepped up to set another screen, drawing Manu into the fray. This allowed Westbrook to explode towards the basket, finishing with an acrobatic layup amidst the contact. The score remained competitive on the next possession. The ball found its way to Aldridge, who backed down Sabonis. Faking a shot to shift Adams' weight before executing a clean jumper, as the game approached its critical juncture, it became clear that the Stars would determine the outcome. Under the relentless pressure of high-intensity defense, only players of superior caliber could maintain a normal shooting rhythm. Chen received Westbrook's pass at the top of the arc, facing off against Manu. Taking a moment to regulate his breathing, he recognized that he had likely spent more time matched up against Ginobili than against Danny Green throughout this series. Fully aware of Chen-Chi's tendencies, Manu advanced to closely guard him, conceding the drive but denying the shot, fully cognizant that Chen-Chi's most significant threat remained his three-point shooting, which had maintained a remarkable 40.7 accuracy in these high-pressure playoffs. Recognizing the situation, Chen-Chi did not hesitate. He drove hard into the lane, anticipating Kawhi's approach, and collected the ball to prevent a steal, then executed a Euro step toward Gasol. However, seeing Gasol's unwavering presence, Chen-Chi gritted his teeth and leaped, curling into a ball in Gasol's embrace, then deftly dislodging the ball from under his arm. Sabonis, positioned nearby, launched a close-range floater. Alas, it clanged off the rim. Yet, out of nowhere emerged Russell Westbrook, snatching the crucial rebound for a second-chance opportunity. Sensing Ginobili reaching in, Westbrook quickly gathered himself and flung the ball to the perimeter. Butler caught it mid-air without hesitation, swiftly passing it to Chen-Chi, who had repositioned himself at the left 45-degree angle. Catching, leaping, extending his arm, and flicking the ball with precision, he executed a shooting motion practiced countless times. The three-pointer was good. Chen-Chi erupted in celebration, releasing pin-up emotions. with just 1 minute and 48 seconds remaining. The Spurs trailed by 7, and the scales of victory began to tilt as the Spurs initiated their next offense. Kawhi received the ball, with Gasol setting a high screen. After a dribble, he launched a three-pointer. With Butler effectively blocked by Gasol's imposing frame in a mere 6 seconds of offense, the Spurs clawed back 3 points. Kawhi's expression stoic as he jogged back on defense. Chen inbound the ball, with Westbrook bringing it across half court, then halting at the logo to run down the clock. Even as Parker attempted to pressure him, Westbrook shielded the ball with his body, with only 12 seconds left on the shot clock. Westbrook pivoted to face the basket. Chen had already moved up to set screen, allowing Westbrook to drive towards the rim. With astonishing acceleration, he shook off Manu, facing Aldridge's looming presence, undeterred. With 2 powerful steps, he leaped towards the basket. Bong! Westbrook, with Aldridge in front of him, was poised to slam the ball towards the hoop. However, Aldridge, standing an imposing height of 2.11 meters, proved to be a formidable obstacle. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, propelled by a tremendous recoil that sent it soaring toward the ceiling. The referee's whistle pierced through the tension at the right moment, as Aldridge had moved in from the side to engage in physical contact with Westbrook. It was deemed a defensive foul, prompting the referee to signal for free throws. Westbrook approached the free throw line and calmly converted both attempts. More than 2.5 minutes had elapsed. Yet the point differential remained at 6. Popovich's heart sank to the depths of despair, illuminating his reluctance for the game to reach its climax. The contest had devolved into the age-old debate of star power. What defines a star, if not the clutch performance capabilities of a team's elite players? In critical moments, the Thunder's offensive options outnumbered and outmatched those of the Spurs on the next offensive possession. Leonard, facing Butler's defense, attempted a layup that failed but earned him a trip to the free throw line. As he stood there, Leonard momentarily felt disoriented, gazing at the familiar arena that now felt somewhat uninspiring. Every muscle in his body seemed to protest, fatigue from intense exertion crashing over him like a wave. Regaining his composure, he lifted his hand and released the basketball. Even in such a state of exhaustion, muscle memory remained steadfast, guiding him to make both free throws. He was no longer the rookie of 2013 who had faltered at crucial moments. For years had slipped away unnoticed. After sinking both free throws, the score narrowed to a 4-point margin. The Thunder continued to manage the clock, with a 2-possession lead allowing them to take their time on offense. Westbrook maintained control of the ball, rendering Parker powerless to intercept, leaving him with no choice but to foul. Tactical free throws were in play. With just 38 seconds left, this was the most prudent choice. Westbrook, after a deep breath, stepped to the line and executed 2 flawless free throws, restoring the 6-point gap. The Spurs rushed their offense, quickly advancing the ball. Leonard received the pass, drove in, stepped back, and launched a 3-pointer. It was good. The crowd erupted, and Spurs fans were already composing narratives of a miraculous comeback against the Thunder. The Thunder inbound the ball, and under the relentless pressure of the Spurs defense, Westbrook passed to the nearby Chen in response. The closest Manu immediately fouled him. Standing at the free throw line, Chen faced the same scrutiny Westbrook had encountered moments earlier. Met with a chorus of boos and a barrage of distractions from behind the basket. The mascot's bizarre antics, the cheerleaders' outrageous displays, and a multitude of insults enveloped him. Closing his eyes and striving to ignore the chaos, he took a deep breath and confidently sank both free throws. It was time to conclude this series on their next offensive. The Spurs could not replicate their earlier magic, as Leonard's contested 3-pointer against Butler sailed wide. The Spurs had lost their final glimmer of hope. Let us congratulate the Oklahoma City Thunder. They triumphed over the Spurs 4-1, advancing to the Western Conference Finals. The match concluded with the Thunder narrowly defeating the Spurs 124-118. Westbrook finished the game with a remarkable 36 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists, achieving yet another playoff triple-double. Chen scored 31 points, with 10 of 19 shooting, 4 of 9 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 7 for 7 from the free throw line, along with 3 rebounds and 5 assists. Butler contributed 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, with the trio combining for an astounding 94 points. Their extraordinary scoring output even eclipsed that of the famed Splash Brothers. The Spurs, however, had little to say in their defense. Leonard amassed 44 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists. Aldridge added 24 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 assists. Parker contributed 17 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists, pouring their all into the game, yet still faced the bitter reality of a gentlemanly sweep. The Thunder, having re-entered the Western Conference Finals, erupted in celebration within the Spurs locker room. The atmosphere was electric, with teammates dousing the 3 core players with ice water, the joy of victory washing away all else. The revelry would last 3 to 4 days, until the commencement of the Western Conference Finals against the Warriors, marking a period of bliss for the fans of Oklahoma City. Naturally, some more zealous supporters had already begun trading barbs with Warriors fans. It is well known that before a series begins, all are treated equally, but once the series commences, the victor claims the right to boast for 2 days, while the opponent must remain silent. Such is the unwritten rule of the realm. Violators will face the collective wrath. After a raucous celebration, the Thunder players prepared for their journey back to Oklahoma City. Upon landing, another wave of jubilation awaited them. The airport was teeming with fans, the numbers having doubled since their last return. With chants of MVP and championship echoing through the night, the exhilarating journey had made the fans of Oklahoma City among the happiest in the league this year. Chen, observing the throng of ecstatic supporters, felt a surge of emotion wash over him. That's why we play. After concluding his interactions with the fans, he drove home, the clock nearing 2 in the morning. Chen hastily completed his evening routine and sank into bed, eager to fall asleep as he had matters to attend to the following day. Time slipped by unnoticed, and May arrived. The contract for the modest apartment he had rented was set for 6 months, meaning it would expire at the end of November. Chen had promptly informed his agent, Moon, to assist him in locating a suitable property. Over the course of a year, Chen had accumulated a modest $2 to $3 million after taxes, allowing him to consider purchasing a relatively decent property. However, he could not overlook the fact that Gue had gifted him a Ferrari, a gesture that was hard to compete with, even though the long-desired F-12 was still 8 months away from delivery. Gue's Porsche Cayenne felt like it was his to enjoy. The desire for a car and a home was deeply ingrained in Chen, while he possessed little desire for other luxuries. Nika's family was well off. Her father was a doctor and her mother a traffic officer, and she herself, being a high achiever, worked as a nurse in a clinic in Oklahoma City, representing a quintessential middle-class family. Basketball permeated every aspect of Chen life, and even when he occasionally visited high-end venues, he often found himself treated, resulting in minimal expenses. The next day, accompanied by Moon, Chen toured several properties before arriving at a luxurious house on the outskirts of the city. This one fits your recent descriptions perfectly. Moon began to detail the features. Spanning 4,500 square feet, approximately 418 square meters, it was conveniently located near the arena, boasting 7 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, an outdoor pool, and a basketball court, alongside a garage accommodating 5 vehicles, a home theater, and a quaint garden. As Chen strolled through the villa alongside Moon, he exclaimed, "My goodness! President, can you handle this?" The price, pre-tax, was just over $500,000. Nearing $60,000. Once I handle the tax evasion paperwork, it should settle around $60,000, he added. Properties in Oklahoma are relatively affordable, unlike those in places like Los Angeles or San Francisco. This isn't a sprawling mansion befitting a superstar. In America, property taxes are applicable, and if it's an investment, one must also pay personal income tax on rental profits. If reselling yields a profit, capital gains tax on the appreciated value is also required. The myriad of taxes can be overwhelming, underscoring the importance of having an exceptional agent. They can employ professional strategies to legally minimize tax burdens, saving substantial amounts. Of course, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, let me know that we can discuss it with the agency or explore other properties. This one is quite satisfactory and meets most of my current requirements. I'll take this one. But is there anything wrong with it? Have you done your due diligence? I don't want to deal with a bunch of unexpected issues after I decide against purchasing. Absolutely. Rest assured and trust my expertise. All right, then this one it is. I'm tired of running around. I've spent the entire morning on this. This is my top choice. Okay, I'll contact them and draft the contract. MU and let out a sigh of relief. Content with the outcome, Chen current market value had soared, validating his initial foresight. Naturally, he was inclined to take good care of his lucrative asset. It was foreseeable that the contracts Chen would sign in the future would yield enough commissions to ensure his later years were free of worry. After casually settling the matter of real estate, Chen and Mu In enjoyed a modest meal together before returning to his apartment at just a few more days until the move. Having lived here for half a year, it was indeed a bit hard to part with the place, mostly due to the laziness associated with moving, that if it became too much, he could always ask Mu In to find someone to assist with the relocation. Just a little expenditure for a lifetime of basketball. Chen pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating the future. Once everything was transferred, he would invite Gui and the others over under the pretense of a gathering, enlisting their help to tidy up the new abode. Damn, I'm truly a genius. If brothers are not meant to be taken advantage of, then what purpose do they serve? Yoshi, it's settled. Subsequently, Chen took out his phone and dialed Nika. Darling, I'm off today, he said in a terrible falsetto, successfully annoying the beauty on the other end, who took a moment to recover. All right, I got it. I'll head straight to your place after work. Make sure to wait for me at home. Then I'll go buy some ingredients. What do you feel like eating tonight? Anything is fine. It's up to you. Chen replied. How about pasta? Curry chicken with potatoes? Or lemon-flavored tuna? I don't fancy that. Then how about Chinese food? Tomato beef brisket? We've had Chinese too many times. Let us switch it up occasionally. Never ask a woman what she wants for dinner. A lesson learned through blood and tears in the midst of leisurely daily life. Time flew by, and the Eastern Conference battles finally reached a conclusion. The Celtics narrowly triumphed over the Wizards with a score of 4-3. Thanks to the stellar performances of Isaiah Thomas and Kelly Olynyk in the decisive Game 7, John Wall scored 18 points with 11 assists, while Bradley Beal netted 38 points, leaving the dynamic duo of the Wizards regrettably empty-handed as they missed out on the Eastern Conference Finals. The Cavaliers, well-rested, awaited the challenge from their old rivals, the Celtics. Although this Celtics team was far from its former glory, they still held the top seed in the East. One wondered if Coach Zhang would reminisce about his own illustrious days. The fierce clash between the two teams would commence the day after the Thunder Warriors Game 1 concluded. As the clock struck May 14th, the Western Conference Finals officially began, with the Golden State Warriors hosting the Oklahoma City Thunder. The matchup was highly anticipated, generating endless discussions online. The duel between Curry and Westbrook, the clash of the new generation shooting guards between Chen and Klay, the long-standing rivalry between KD and the Thunder, along with the Warriors' desperate need to maintain their dominance, all added to the excitement. Teacher Young, what are your thoughts on this series? In the 10-cent live broadcast room, today as commentators commence their classic pregame predictions. I believe the Warriors will win decisively. You are that confident in the Warriors? The Thunder are no slouches either. They swept the first round and advanced to the Western Conference Finals with a 4-1 record. The Thunder are indeed formidable. This season has been smooth sailing for them, with rookie Chen showing great promise and Butler, acquired through trade, fitting seamlessly into the team. However, who is today as opponent? The Golden State Warriors. And what about the Warriors? They aren't exactly outnumbered. True, they may not have more hands or feet, but they do have an MVP. What caliber of player is Durant? He is one of the league's elite. Alongside LeBron James, Durant is the second-best player in the league, complemented by the nearly unchanged 73-win Warriors roster. What level of team are we talking about? A historically great one. I think the Thunder are not to be underestimated. Based on their regular season encounters with the Warriors, they lost 3-1. The sole victory was due to Westbrook's steal and Chen's buzzer beater, a moment difficult to replicate. Overall, the Warriors are simply too strong. So, according to you, the Warriors are destined to be this year's champions? I would say it's almost certain. The commentators sparked debate, and the barrage of comments was chaotic. Warriors for the championship. The Warriors are truly relying on their star-studded lineup. How can anyone compete? Why not just call the police? Damn it, Durant left, which is disgusting. If the Thunder would undoubtedly be champions this year. Laughable. Even after he left, they still won the championship, right under your Thunder's noses. Isn't that infuriating? Cavaliers for the championship. Curry and Durant, just fallen champions. LeBron may be late, but he'll arrive. Cavaliers for the championship. Enjoy winning through referee bias for a year, dreaming of a back-to-back. Wake up. The 73-win runner-up seems quite unsatisfied. Huh. What can be done about it? The championship trophy still resides in Cleveland. It's infuriating. The first person to band together, and yet here they are, acting superior. Laughable, Warriors fans criticize others for teaming up. How can the Warriors not be called out? Curry, Clay, and Green, who Isn't homegrown. Isn't Durant, a free agent who joined on his own. So, no one cares about the feelings of the other fans? At the Oracle Arena in San Francisco, the Thunder players were on their side of the court, warming up and awaiting the start of the game. The atmosphere was far from gloomy. Thanks to Chen-Chi's antics, the players were sharing laughter. Chen-Chi took a moment to scan the sidelines once more. The Oracle Arena was packed to capacity, with fans predominantly wearing the T-shirts distributed by the venue, rallying behind their home team, creating a golden sea as far as the eye could see. What are they flaunting? We have our own. Chen-Chi muttered, feeling a little envious. Damn it. Why is it that a good team ends up third in the division, only to have home court advantage in the first round? It's infuriating. Soon after, the game commenced. Adams and Zaza jumped for the ball. The Thunder gained possession, initiating their first attack. Westbrook advanced the ball slowly, matching up against Curry, and went for a straightforward isolation play at a simple crossover. A burst of speed, he forced his way past Curry into the paint. Green made a timely rotation, blocking Westbrook's path, prompting him to quickly dish the ball to Sabonis. Sabonis caught the ball at mid-range and shot, but unfortunately, it clanked off the rim. The Warriors countered as Curry brought the ball to the three-point line, passing it to Green, who moved to set a pick. Durant came up from the other side, received the ball, and promptly scored a mid-range jumper point 2-0 on the next possession. Westbrook and Chen-Chi executed a pick and roll. Chen-Chi received the ball outside, faced a switched-up Curry, and after a probing dribble, he swiftly drove to the basket. Unable to shake off his defender, he quickly executed a crossover and stepped back for a three-point shot. Clang! The three-pointer missed, but Adams muscled his way past Zaza to grab the offensive rebound, tossing it out to Westbrook, who then took a three-point shot. Clang! Still no good. The Thunder's opening shooting touch was lacking. Green secured the rebound and passed to Curry, who called for a pick and roll, targeting Chen-Chi. After a series of deceptive moves, he suddenly burst into motion, using Green's screen to take a step back and launch a three-pointer that found the mark. Once again, the Thunder ran the pick and roll, with Chen-Chi receiving the ball outside. After drawing Sabonis a screen, he stepped to the side and took a jumper. Swish! The three-pointer went in, stabilizing the situation. The Warriors seemed unfazed, continuing their methodical offensive rhythm. Curry initiated another pick and roll, with Green rolling to the basket, and then he passed to Clay, who launched a contested three-pointer over Butler. And it went in. 3 for 3 on their opening shots. The Warriors showcased their extravagant offensive prowess. The Splash Brothers might on full display right from the start. The Thunder, on the other hand, resorted to their old tactics, attempting to wear down Curry with their so-called song request strategy to sap his energy. Curry's defense was not lacking, being above average, yet within the Warriors lineup, he was undeniably the weakest link. The essence of calling out players lies in identifying the mismatches and defensive weaknesses, naturally, whether it be the Thunder or the Cavaliers. Both teams relish the opportunity to target Curry. As Westbrook brings the ball up to the three-point line, he uses his bulk to push against Curry, subsequently creating space for a mid-range shot after fending him off. The two-pointer finds its mark. The score now stands at 8-5, with the Thunder trailing slightly. The Thunder's offensive power is not weak by any means. However, the primary issue lies in their inability to contain the Warriors' relentless offense. The Warriors' exceptional ball movement, coupled with the extraordinary shooting prowess of their perimeter trio, exposes the flaws in the Thunder's defensive rotations, leading to a breakdown in their coverage. After a pick and roll with Curry, Green slips down to the basket while Pachulia sets a solid screen for Thompson or Durant, forcing the defense to account for Curry's outside shooting as well. The Thunder, known for their top-tier defensive efficiency, surprisingly find themselves struggling to maintain their once stalwart perimeter defense during the regular season. Despite countless reminders, one cannot help but marvel at the Warriors' terrifying capabilities as the first quarter approaches the 8.5-minute mark. Both teams begin to rotate players, transitioning into a competitive phase. The Thunder substitute Grant and McDermott for Westbrook and Adams, reshaping their lineup to include Chen-Chi, McDermott, Heba, Grant, and Sabonis. Meanwhile, The Warriors replaced Durant, Pachulia, and Thompson with Livingston, Curry, Green, Iguodala, and McGee. Just look at this dazzling transition lineup. The starting quintets of most teams pale in comparison. Chen brings the ball to the three-point line, calling for McDermott to set screen. Utilizing the pick, he swiftly drives past a slightly delayed Curry, reaching the mid-range and unleashing a high-arcing shot over McGee. The two-pointer finds its way through the net, narrowing the gap to 9 points. The Warriors respond with Curry executing a high lob pass to Livingston, who receives the ball in the low post and backs down McDermott. After a simple feint, he turned for a jump shot that effortlessly swishes through the net. Sabonis quickly initiates the inbound, with Chen launching a long pass to Heba. After receiving the ball, Butler waits for his teammates to position themselves, then drives and dishes out to Grant, who attempts a jump shot that clangs off the rim. McGee easily secures the rebound and passes it to Curry, who leisurely brings the ball up the court, waiting for McGee to set up. After a step back from the pick, Curry drains another three-pointer. Damn, that pick and roll is infuriating. Faced with McGee's imposing frame, Chen is utterly powerless to disrupt Curry lurking behind him. In this substitution phase, the Warriors are proving to be even more troublesome. The starting Thunder squad could find excuses for their struggles, attributing the deficit to poor shooting. However, during this bench phase, it is evident that they're simply outmatched. McDermott, intended to create space, becomes the focal point for the Warriors to exploit as Curry and Livingston repeatedly target him, forcing Butler to help out on defense. Yet this results in Green's easy cuts going unchallenged. The first quarter concludes with the Thunder trailing 24-38, a daunting 14-point gap. Donovan, observing from the sidelines, finds himself in a quandary, glancing at the bench filled with players who have been DNP'd, further compounding his frustration that it is not a lack of talent, but rather players like Roberson, Morrow, Payne, and Lowe each carry their own deficiencies, making them too easy to target in the playoff environment. Even the relatively well-rounded McDermott has become a tactical endpoint for the opposition. If these players take the floor, the Thunder might find themselves in even greater peril. All hope rests on the starters, leaving Donovan in a state of resignation. As the second quarter commences, Westbrook and Chen lead the charge, initiating a fierce exchange with the Warriors. The first possession features the familiar Westbrook-Chen pick and roll, with Westbrook driving past McCaw and storming into the paint for a thunderous dunk, leaving David West unable to return in time. Nice. Chen high-fives him in celebration during the transition. When the team is down by a significant margin, it is imperative for the leader to step up. The Warriors launch their offense once more, with Durant taking the ball and isolating against Grant. A subtle shot fake easily shifts Grant's weight, allowing Durant to penetrate the lane and exploiting Adams' inability to step out. He pulls up for a mid-range jumper. Smack. A spectacular block from Westbrook. The delayed but glorious rejection, aimed at the former teammate. Chen shakes his head, lamenting the tragedy of it all. Grant, in pursuit, catches the loose ball and swiftly sends a long pass to the fast-breaking Westbrook, who barrels into the paint for a ferocious tomahawk dunk that reverberates through the rim. Durant, stationed at midcourt, watches the familiar sight of Westbrook's ferocity, a wry smile creeping onto his face, knowing this time the points 1T be added to his own tally. The Warriors reset their offense yet again. Durant isolates once more, probing before launching a clean three-pointer that finds its target with ease. Grant is at a loss. This is Durant's unanswerable nature. Attempting to guard him is a futile endeavor. Especially with Butler absent, the Thunder have resorted to a three-guard lineup, leaving others lacking in height. One cannot expect Adams to defend, lest he be exploited relentlessly. Adams quickly inbounds the ball, with Westbrook charging forward, pushing the pace to increase possessions, a necessary strategy. When chasing points, he swiftly reaches the front court, engaging in a one-on-two scenario, first executing a seamless hesitation move to blow past Thompson, then swiftly spinning against McGee for a low-handed scoop that finds its way through the net. The scoring exhibition by Westbrook has officially commenced. Although the scoreboard reflects a sizable gap for neutral fans, the spectacle remains captivating, with the starters' duel in the first quarter and the scoring flurry from Durant and Westbrook in the second generating ample intrigue. At the 4-minute mark of the second quarter, Butler substitutes in for Chen to bolster the team's height. However, Chen has somewhat faded into the background, choosing not to force plays against Thompson's defense and relinquishing ball-handling duties entirely to Westbrook. Riding high on momentum, Westbrook's relentless scoring shrinks the deficit to just 6 points. Yet, one cannot deny Durant's unwavering consistency, as he methodically chips away at the score with mid-range shots as the half concludes. The Thunder find themselves trailing 59-69, a 10-point gap. Westbrook exits, drenched in sweat, accepting a towel from a teammate to dry off and recuperate. Today promises to be another grueling 40-minute affair. Regrettably, the conditions in the second half do not significantly improve. The Warriors' offensive firepower remains formidable, while Westbrook's performance takes a dip, further distancing the Thunder from victory. Even with Butler and Chen, she's synchronized plays barely containing the Splash Brothers. They find it increasingly arduous to close the gap. When the final buzzer sounds, the Thunder succumb decisively to the Warriors, 110-124, concluding Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Postgame, as Chen makes his way back to the hotel. He can palpably sense the unusual atmosphere. His teammates have finally grasped the magnitude of the Warriors' prowess. If it were merely a matter of the starting lineup strength, it would be bearable. The issue lies in the overwhelming intensity of the Warriors' bench. Imagine on the Nuggets bench in 23, you could still find De'Aaron Fox and Bam Adebayo. What caliber of players are we talking about? Fortunately, this series is not a single elimination format, allowing the Thunder 3 opportunities for error. Unfortunately, at present, it is exceedingly challenging for the Thunder to devise a strategy to overcome the Warriors. Losing on the Warriors' home court is somewhat acceptable. However, returning to their own arena and suffering 2 consecutive losses would be utterly humiliating. Chen lies in his hotel room, gazing at the ceiling that if they were to be swept, how would they face the Thunder's fans? Perhaps they could only muster the courage to endure it. Chuckling at the absurdity that a series of knocks at the door interrupts his thoughts, Chen rises to answer, already anticipating the visitor's identity. Upon opening the door, he finds none other than Westbrook standing there. "Chen, come join me for a drink. You seem to be holding up well. How's your mood?" Chen just, of course, it's just one game that my career has seen far more losses than I can count. Westbrook shrugs. "If I were to fall apart every time I lost, I would have retired long ago." True, only those with a resilient heart can claim the MVP title. Although the officials have yet to formally announce the MVP recipient, it is clear that this year's award is virtually a foregone conclusion. After all, it is a season of averaging triple-doubles. Westbrook has shattered the BPM records, relying on a few stellar performances towards the end of the season. Westbrook elevated his statistics to an impressive average of 30.1 points, 10.5 rebounds, and 11.2 assists per game. Coupled with the team's commendable third place standing in the Western Conference, the MVP award seems virtually secured. In the 2016-2017 season, Westbrook's 6th-place finish in the West largely influenced perceptions, making it seem reasonable for Harden to also claim the MVP. Setting that aside, I just called Jimmy and the others. They should be arriving shortly. "Wait, you all made plans and then came to my room?" Chen inquired, puzzled. "It's all the same, all the same." "All right then, should I call room service and have some food sent up?" "That works." As the conversation unfolded, Butler and the others knocked on the door, and the Thunder players commenced a small gathering in Chen's room. "Chris, do you think we will fall short in the Western Conference Finals?" After a few rounds of drinks, Grant posed a question that lingered in everyone's minds. The Thunder, having journeyed smoothly thus far, had finally encountered an imposing opponent, starkly contrasting with their previous ease, which affected the collective morale. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Both. The lie would be, to hell with the Golden State Warriors. They're nothing. I could single-handedly dismantle them. Chen popped a piece of cookie into his mouth. And the truth? The truth is, as much as I hate to admit it, the gap in our raw strength is perhaps even greater than that between us and the Spurs. The Warriors' system greatly expands the court, and their multi-core lineup ensures that the team remains unaffected by any individual's shortcomings, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a victory. Ugh, that's harsh to hear. The truth always stings more than a lie. Doesn't it? Chen shrugged. However, we are not without our chances. I believe in you all and in our teammates. Besides, didn't T. Russell just say, it's merely one loss. It's not the end of the world. Right, the day after tomorrow, we will obliterate them. Though it may seem somewhat disheartening to say now, trust me, Next year's Warriors will be weaker than they are now, and I will undoubtedly be significantly stronger. Chen took a swig and earnestly locked eyes with a few of them. Of course, you're the fastest improving player I've ever seen. Westbrook nodded in agreement. The next day, the Cavaliers' big three erupted for 81 points at the Celtics' home. And an unexpected hero emerged, Tristan Thompson, contributing 20 points and 9 rebounds, overpowering the Celtics' interior defense. The team triumphed with a score of 117-104 against the Eastern Conference leaders, despite being the top seed in the East. Few believed the Celtics could reach the finals. On the evening of the 16th, the Thunder faced off against the Warriors once more in the same Oracle Arena, against the same adversary, yet a different self. Chen, brimming with determination, warmed up on the court, ready to challenge his Achilles heel. As the game commenced, Adams won the jump ball, and Westbrook brought the ball up, calling for a pick from Sabonis. Utilizing the screen, he surged towards the basket at high speed. The familiar sensation enveloped him. This V12 engine of immense horsepower was unstoppable once it revved up, driving straight into the paint, ready to take flight against Pachulia, who reached out to grab him. However, Westbrook astutely released the ball before contact. Beep! The whistle blew, and he earned a chance at a free throw. Right from the start, Westbrook displayed aggression, signaling his resolve to both opponents and teammates alike. The Warriors' offense unfolded with Curry's off-ball movement, while Durant executed a one-on-one against Butler, breaking through for a mid-range turnaround jumper. Team missed, clanging off the rim. Chen seized the opportunity to launch a fast break. As expected, upon Westbrook snagging the rebound, a long pass was immediately deployed. Chen received the ball beyond the three-point line, took a step back, executed a between-the-legs dribble, and followed with a step back, leaving Clay unable to recover in time, allowing Chen to effortlessly launch a three-pointer. 6-0. The Thunder's start was significantly more comfortable than the previous game. On their next defensive play, the Warriors fed Pachulia, who turned for a layup, only to be thwarted by Adams. It was irrational to rely on Pachulia to finish when the team boasted 3 superstars. Yet Green's recent assist was not entirely devoid of logic. This was a trap deliberately set for the Warriors. Through defensive maneuvers, they created a wide-open opportunity in front of Pachulia. Green, recognizing this, would not let it slip, delivering the pass instantly. Adams, well prepared, quickly rotated over and, with a fortunate stroke of luck, successfully defended the shot. After retrieving the rebound, the Sea King passed it to Westbrook, who surged from the backcourt to the front without losing momentum. He barreled past 3 defenders, solely relying on speed, slowed down at the three-point line to draw Green's attention, then executed a bounce pass to Butler, who finished with a 2-pointer. Unbelievable. The Thunder opened with an 8-0 run. It seemed Coach Donovan had a plan in place before the game. The commentators in the broadcast room marveled at the unfolding score. Although the Warriors were formidable, pre-game sentiments had largely dismissed the Thunder's chances. However, one must not forget that the Thunder had indeed triumphed over the Warriors earlier this season, winning in a nail-biting finish. An 8-0 start, while somewhat daunting, did not shatter Kerr's composure. He remained calm on the sidelines, awaiting his players' self-adjustment. In truth, with players of Curry and Green's caliber, there was little need for urgent timeouts. In their next offensive possession, they swiftly adapted. As long as there wasn't a completely open basket in front of Pachulia, they would not consider that 5th option on offense. Curry's off-ball movement was exceptional, creating significant space that drew the Thunder's defense, distracting them just enough for Clay to receive the ball and easily sink a three-pointer. After bringing the ball up the court, Chen called for a pick from Adams. Maneuvering around the screen to find Pachulia retreating, he launched a long-range 3-step approach, finishing with a floater. Since the beginning, the Thunder had shifted their strategy to avoid direct matchups with Curry, instead targeting the Warriors' interior, exploiting mismatches. The Warriors' offense remained sharp. Their early misses did not affect their confidence. Durant once again faced Butler in a one-on-one, executing a drastic change of direction for an easy 2-pointer. The Thunder continued their strategy, with Westbrook utilizing a pick from the Sea King, executing a stop-and-pop jumper that found its mark once more. This was the inevitable cost of Pachulia's retreat. Betting on the Thunder's mid-range shooting with a gamble Donovan had astutely identified and exploited, successfully achieving a 12-5 lead in the opening minutes. Both teams steadfastly executed their strategies. trading baskets as the score climbed, while Kerr remained unflappable, confident that he need not rush to alter his game plan. The Thunder would inevitably collapse during the transition phase. With 8 minutes and a half remaining in the first quarter, both teams began to rotate players during a dead ball. Surprisingly, Donovan brought Roberson back onto the court. The Thunder's lineup shifted to Sabonis, Grant, Roberson, Chen, and Butler, as Donovan opted for a 4-forward arrangement to counter the Warriors' bench. The Warriors maintained their standard rotation with Livingston, Curry, Green, Iguodala, and McGee on offense. Chen took control of the ball, calling for a pick from Sabonis, and after breaking through, he hesitated to attack the basket. McGee, unlike Pachulia, possessed exceptional mobility and rim protection, making it unnecessary to recklessly challenge him, especially considering Chen's mid-range shooting was not yet reliable. Merely relying on a close-range shot may not inflict significant damage upon him. Chen opted to bounce the ball to the perimeter, delivering it to Sabonis, who, while enduring Livingston's interference, executed a 2-point shot. The basket found its mark, propelling the Thunder to a lead of 32-24. An 8-point advantage. Beneath the brilliance of Chen, many overlooked the progress of Sabonis. The newly added member of the training squad, Sabonis, has shown remarkable improvement, having successfully expanded his shooting range and enhanced his mid-range accuracy through extensive specialized training. Consequently, the Thunder frequently adopted the Timberwolves strategy of a 15 pick-and-roll, utilizing the center's perimeter finishing to increase Sabonis' utilization. Curry regained possession, advancing to the three-point line, where he lobbed the ball to Livingston. The latter, backing down against Roberson, showcased Roberson's defensive prowess, successfully disrupting the relatively slender Livingston. The shot ricocheted off the rim. Butler secured the rebound and initiated the fast break to prevent a repeat of the previous encounter against the Spurs. Butler assumed the role of the ball handler, with Sabonis positioned as a reliable outlet, effectively eliminating concerns of double teaming. Upon reaching the front court, he executed a handoff to Chen, while simultaneously blocking Livingston's pursuit. As Chen received the ball and initiated his move, he noticed Curry closing in and instinctively stepped back, feigning a three-point attempt to successfully deceive Curry. He then drove towards the basket, evading Iguodala's help defense, leaping to finish at the rim. With a deft maneuver, he circumvented McGee's block, laying the ball in. The Thunder now held a 10-point lead, a margin they had never before attained. The Warriors' bench failed to narrow the gap. Kerr frowned. Chunchi's extraordinary play had astonished him, yet he remained more concerned about the team's earlier offensive struggles. The 4-forward lineup had elevated the Thunder's defense to a new level, and greater challenges awaited. As the Warriors began executing their strategy, Curry's off-ball movement was unexpectedly thwarted. Green promptly retrieved a nearly misdirected pass. Roberson's timely help defense effectively contained Curry, while Butler occupied a strategic position, capable of addressing both Livingston and Green, whose lackluster three-point shooting became a limiting factor for the Warriors' offense. Butler adeptly positioned himself to defend both, successfully managing to cover two players in a localized manner. The Warriors' offense stagnated, leading Green to reluctantly attempt a three-pointer, which clanged off the rim under Butler's interference. Chen seized a rebound, pushing the fast break forward as Roberson sprinted down the court. Chen launched a long pass, allowing Roberson to catch and finish with a powerful dunk. The Thunder now led by 12 points, as the game shifted into their favored rhythm, an emblematic display of defense turning into offense once more. Glancing at the clock, still with just over a minute remaining, Kerr opted to forego a timeout, instead shouting motivational phrases from the sidelines to invigorate his players. As the Warriors resumed their offense with Curry handling the ball, Butler took over the defensive assignment. Despite numerous attempts, Curry couldn't shake Butler at the top of the arc and opted instead to work with Green, who set a pick, allowing Curry to navigate the defense and penetrate the paint. Grant provided timely help, creating sufficient disruption. Curry chose to pass to McGee, with his back to the basket, attempted a hook shot over Sabonis. Alas, the Oracle Arena seemed unkind to the home team as the ball ricocheted off the backboard and into Sabonis' hands, who quickly passed it to Chen. Upon receiving the ball, Chen rapidly initiated the fast break, driving past Livingston to reach the three-point line. Faced with an unexpected surge in defensive pressure from Mo Wei, Chen deftly retreated, creating space for a prayer-like shot, successfully shaking Livingston off-balanced. He then drove to the basket, executing a mid-air switch with a jelly layup. Just before landing, he observed Livingston's outstretched arm striking the backboard. But he had anticipated the block, narrowly evading it. Chen exhaled in relief, relying on his badge to ensure his first step was swift enough. However, his stamina waned, leaving him vulnerable to being blocked, a concern he had secretly trained to address. Kyrie Irving, my superhero. Anyone who disparages my prowess shall face my wrath. With just 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Livingston brought the ball to the front court, managing the clock while awaiting his teammates' movements. Iguodala set a screen for Curry and quickly cut to the basket, receiving a pass for an easy layup, finally breaking the Warriors' scoring drought. In the final 11 seconds, the Thunder prepared for their last offensive play. Butler held the ball, calling for Grant to set a pick, driving towards the basket. Faced with help defense, he dished it out to Sabonis, who prepared for a mid-range shot, only to be thwarted by Iguodala's quick hands, causing the ball to bounce out of bounds. Thunder ball, 3 seconds remaining. Sabonis inbound from the baseline, with Chen swiftly retreating to the midline, catching Sabonis' lob pass. Without hesitation, he drove forward, only to find Curry in his path. Upon reaching the three-point line, he executed a sidestep, launching a shot from the right side, mere inches from the baseline. The ball traced a familiar arc, making Curry's heart sink. Swish! The buzzer-beater three-pointer was successful. The Thunder led the first quarter 41-26, a 15-point advantage. The Oracle Arena erupted with cheers, now echoing from faraway Oklahoma. Wow! Chen's buzzer-beater three. Unbelievable. You truly are the league's three-point king, aren't you? This is exhilarating. I must rush downstairs for a set of jaw exercises. The Thunder seemed electrified today. What ferocity! I'm playing with elite intensity. Fans across various streaming platforms were swept into a frenzy. Wow, a 15-point lead over the Warriors in a single quarter. Who else can boast such a feat? Is this even real? That spot looks increasingly familiar. Wow. Last year's finals, Kyrie's near-game winner. The same position, the same opponent. The same defender. What on earth? Is Curry suffering from a debuff? The more I watch, the more it seems so ridiculous. What is Curry doing? Why has he made substitutions? One-way stand at the three-point line. With 2 meters of space, has the Thunder become too brazen with their defense? McGee, Green, Livingston. One can even spot 2.5 non-spacing players in the Warriors lineup, Green being the half. Absurd. What is Kerr up to? Oh, he's just posturing. After making a shot, Chen engaged in a vigorous exchange with his rushing teammates, then embraced the customary celebrations of his teammates. A baptism of sorts. I must not end up like Ginobili. Heaven help me. Chen smirked, recalling the man who transformed from a pampas eagle into a vulture, suddenly feeling that if he continued to play like this, his hairline might not withstand the pressure. Forcing a smile, the intermission was brief, and the game resumed shortly. The lineup remained unchanged, and the strategy persisted. However, the Warriors substituted Livingston for Clay, enhancing their offensive efficiency. This adjustment widened the offensive spacing, yet also compelled the Warriors to extend their starters' minutes. The second quarter ignited another wave of fast breaks, with the Splash Brothers maintaining their scoring efficiency while the defense targeted Roberson's lack of spacing, leading to aggressive double-teaming of the ball handler. Fortunately, the Thunder withstood this onslaught, bolstered by Butler's individual performance in the second quarter, with Durant absent. Butler faced both Iguodala and Damian Jones, scoring consistently through isolation plays, stabilizing the situation and forcing Kerr to reinsert Green into the lineup. Simultaneously, Westbrook re-entered the fray, unleashing his full fury against the substitutes. As the half concluded, the Thunder led 70-59, maintaining an 11-point advantage. With astonishing scoring and remarkable efficiency, the Oklahoma City Thunder delivered an unbelievable first-half performance. Predictions favoring the Warriors to effortlessly secure Game 2 were swiftly proven wrong, as none anticipated the Thunder's counterattack to be so fierce. Stay focused, stay energized, maintain the lead. We can win. In the Thunder's locker room, Butler fervently rallied his teammates, insisting that their momentum must not wane and must be sustained until the very end, thereby solidifying their advantage permanently. As the second half commenced, the Warriors indeed mounted a more ferocious counterattack. with Curry and Durant jointly raising the banner of retaliation. Durant relentlessly executed one-on-one plays, overpowering the Thunder's frontcourt, while Curry, rarely resorting to isolation, strategically targeted the Thunder's two big men through pick-and-rolls. Although the Thunder lacked effective solutions to counter this onslaught, they were fortunate that Westbrook's mid-range game remained reliable, stabilizing the situation with a series of 15 pick-and-rolls culminating in precise pull-up jumpers. While my interior presence may not be formidable, yours is equally unimpressive. Neither side boasted a superlative big man capable of exceptional help defense to sweep the area, allowing Durant and Westbrook to see their scoring soar. The third quarter devolved into a showcase for the two, as they displayed the former glory of the Thunder to the world in Golden State's home arena. At the end of the third quarter, the Thunder led the Warriors by 7 points, 99-92, as they entered the final period at this juncture. Westbrook had amassed 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 7 assists, while Durant countered with 40 points, 7 rebounds, and 1 assist. The exaggerated performances and outrageous rivalry between the two intensified the tension. Finally, a verbal altercation erupted during an early fourth-quarter jump ball. Once comrades, Durant and Westbrook now exchanged harsh words, their heads locked in a stubborn standoff. Teammates swiftly intervened to separate them, preventing the situation from escalating. This disheartening scene surely cast a pall over many longtime Thunder fans. Chen stealthily approached, attempting to decipher their exchange, but was swiftly thwarted by the vigilant referees, just as the innate urge to eavesdrop stirred within him. It was cruelly quelled by the officials. Chen cast a resentful glance at the referees. So, 2 of the 3 officials are here to separate them, while the last one is merely watching me. Come on. Damn it, come on. As Calm returned to the arena, the game resumed. Westbrook and Chen once again initiated their pick-and-roll strategy. Chen received the ball and engaged Curry in isolation, beyond the three-point arc. After a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he timed his crossover perfectly, exploiting his explosive first step to create space as Curry quickly pursued. This was a deceptive floating ball move from Chen, who then transitioned to a behind-the-back dribble while subtly nudging Curry's waistline with his hip. Curry, unable to halt his momentum, surged forward, while Chen took the shot from the spot, landing a three-pointer. Damn, what was that move? Chris Chen, he just made Curry look foolish. The violin shift, a signature move from the future star, Darius Garland. But from this moment forward, it shall be known as Chen's signature move. Forgive me, Garland, this is the last time. After all, you don't have any other extraordinary techniques to learn from, perhaps just how to outsmart the ball king meets eye. Chen innovative maneuver ignited a flurry of discussions online. Was that a travel? It seems like it. No, he held the floating ball a tad too long. It was definitely a travel, utterly disgusting. Learn from James. Are you out of your mind? What does James have to do with this? Hilarious, he makes Curry look foolish, and they immediately call it a travel. Such loyalty. Clearly, that was a superb play. Chen's ball handling skills surpassed my expectations. I had never seen such a move before. Was it self-created? Amidst the ongoing debate, the large screen above the arena replayed the recent basket. In the moment he feigned a breakthrough, Chen allowed the basketball to hover momentarily in his hand before it descended, only to be deftly whisked behind his back, connecting with a behind-the-back dribble to evade Curry's defense. That shouldn't be a violation, right? Great play. There's no double dribble. You could even take a space step during your dribble. That was not a travel. Nonsense, are you all right? Your hand was always on the side of the ball. Claim he traveled. His hand would need to be beneath the ball, right? How about this? His pinky is under the ball. So that counts as traveling? The online contention lacked a definitive conclusion, yet the game continued unabated. The referees had not blown the whistle, which indicated it was a good play. Chen helped his team add 3 points. With 9 minutes remaining in the game, the Thunder led by 11 points. Kerr called a timeout, preparing for substitutions. As the saying goes, when in doubt, turn to the veteran. The Warriors replaced Pachulia with Green, deploying their signature small ball lineup to engage in a tactical duel with the Thunder. Donovan, however, was not in a rush to alter his strategy, opting to keep all 5 starters on the court. The Warriors initiated their offense, with Curry executing a pick-and-roll, followed by Durant's off-ball screen, leading to a quick cut and catch. Green passed the ball to Durant, who faced the basket for a one-on-one. After a deceptive fake, he launched a jumper that gracefully swished through the net. The Thunder inbound, with Westbrook advancing the ball deliberately as the dynamics of the game appeared to shift. The Thunder now found themselves in a half-court setting. While the Warriors sought to push the pace, the Thunder's lineup had a distinct height advantage, with Adams and the young Sabonis bearing significant responsibilities. Donovan's strategy was clear. Rather than lowering their height to engage in a shooting contest, they would play patiently, leveraging their height to maintain the score. Everyone knew the Warriors practiced small ball during the regular season. Why should I engage in your strengths? Westbrook controlled the ball at the top of the arc, while Adams set a high screen. After a decisive step, he delivered a bounce pass to Adams, who, facing Green's defense, executed a close-range floater, unfazed by Green's interference due to his height. 2 points scored, maintaining the lead. The Warriors quickly transitioned, with Green receiving a free throw rebound and directly passing to Curry near midcourt. Curry received the ball, driving past Westbrook, and after a quick stop beyond the three-point line, he swung the ball to the left corner where Klay Thompson was already positioned. The Buddha, upon receiving the pass, took a shot with minimal chance of missing from such an open position, sinking the three-pointer. This offensive possession took merely 4 to 5 seconds. On the Thunder's subsequent possession, they opted to manage the clock. Westbrook strolled through their half of the court, waiting for the ball to roll into position. Chen stood at the arc, hands on his hips, looking on, candidly slacking off at work. JPG, finally picking up the ball, they reverted to their familiar pick and roll. Adams descended to receive the ball, but this time Green anticipated the move, positioning himself to prevent Adams from moving closer to the paint to avoid a turnover. Adams secured the ball early. Sensing the opportunity was dwindling, he prudently returned the ball to the perimeter. Chen received the pass and faced Thompson in isolation. After a series of probing steps, noticing Thompson's inactivity, Chen smoothly navigated around Sabonis' screen, stepping into mid-range to release the ball. The shot ricocheted off the rim. Unfortunately, it didn't go in, hitting the iron. However, Adams had established advantageous positioning, successfully securing the offensive rebound and quickly finishing with a putback layup. This exemplified the advantage of having two towering players. Without a center, the Warriors could still contend for offensive boards. However, in terms of protecting defensive rebounds, there was a noticeable decline. Both teams traded attacks, managing to maintain a tenuous stalemate in the score. Interestingly, a similar scenario had previously occurred during the Western Conference semifinals between the Thunder and the Spurs. Although on that occasion, it was the Thunder who dictated the pace. With just 3 minutes left on the game clock, the score stood at 121-116 to the Warriors, relying on the rapid counterattacks of their death lineup and the precise shooting of Curry. Durant and Thompson managed to cut the deficit down to 5 points. This was undoubtedly a precarious margin for the Thunder. Having maintained the lead throughout the game, losing it in the final moments could shatter their morale completely. Chen brought the ball to the top of the arc, passing it to Butler on the left side, then swiftly moving toward the baseline. Simultaneously, Butler called for a pick and roll, exchanging positions with Westbrook. The ball was handed off to Gobert, who quickly drove to the basket. Faced with Green's defensive help, he executed a Euro step to sprint toward the left side, but the seasoned defender Green did not fall for the feint, quickly sliding to position himself in front of Westbrook. Seeing this, Westbrook promptly passed the ball to Chen on the perimeter. The latter, through an off-ball movement, reached the right corner, caught the ball, feigned a shot to get past Curry's closeout, then stepped back to launch a three-pointer. Swish! The crucial three-pointer found its mark, successfully bringing the score back to an 8-point deficit in just 3 possessions. Yes, Chen clenched his fist and drew his elbow back. That shot was of great significance. Of course, every subsequent possession was equally crucial. Durant received the ball in the backcourt, dribbled across midcourt, and positioned himself at the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Without even glancing at Butler, he rose for a 3-pointer. It went in. The Grim Reaper has arrived. In critical moments, Durant remained trustworthy. With a nonchalant pull-up, he effectively negated Chen's recent efforts. Damn, Chen couldn't hold back an expletive. Feeling somewhat rattled. This player, this kind of offense, what difference is there from cheating? Damn. Regaining his composure, he initiated the next offensive play. Westbrook brought the ball up, setting a screen before rolling to receive the pass. He executed a mid-range jump shot, scoring 2 points. The Warriors quickly pushed the tempo. Green made a long pass, and upon receiving it, Curry swiftly dished it out to Klay Thompson, who, from just outside the three-point line, launched a trailing three-pointer. It went in. The roar of the crowd surged instantly, with the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. With 2 minutes remaining, the Warriors trailed by 4 points. They were steadily clawing back the deficit with their three-point shooting. Once again, the Thunder attempted to manage the clock, allowing time to elapse. Westbrook's control over the ball remained dependable. After burning off another 10 seconds, he picked up the basketball, directing his teammates' movements. Small forward Adams set a screen for Chen, who then received the ball at the top of the arc, quickly driving to the basket before transferring it to the rolling Adams. Sabonis established position against Iguodala in the low post. When an opportunity to exploit the mismatch presented itself, he seized it. With a series of strong moves, he pushed Iguodala toward the basket, and upon spotting Green's help defense, he immediately passed the ball to Adams, who finished with a thunderous dunk. If the improvement in shooting was modest, then in the latter half of the season, small Adams' playmaking had seen a significant leap. Returning to the Warriors, their offense now featured a cross-screen play between Curry and Klay. Green orchestrated the play, feeding Klay for a three-point attempt that it missed last. The Warriors' offensive momentum faltered at this critical juncture. Adams secured the rebound, with a 6-point deficit and just over a minute remaining. The Warriors chose not to foul immediately, opting instead to gamble on their defensive stand. Westbrook, feeling the Warriors' intense defense as he brought the ball up, was undeterred at a burst of acceleration after a collision allowed him to shake off Klay. Driving straight to the basket, he faked out Green and, while airborne, delivered a pass to Adams, who executed a perfect alley-oop finish. Once again, the Thunder's Twin Towers delivered a punishing blow to the death lineup at a crucial moment. With the margin extending to 8 points, the Warriors needed to regroup quickly to close the gap. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor them today, as Durant's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. The game was effectively sealed. No one anticipated that the Thunder could indeed seize a victory on the Warriors' home turf. Ultimately, the Oklahoma City Thunder triumphed over the Golden State Warriors with a score of 134-126. Conquering the Oracle Arena in San Francisco, fans in Oklahoma City erupted in euphoria. After enduring a deluge of online criticism over the past couple of days, they could now retaliate openly. The Thunder secured a significant victory over the Warriors, leveling the series at 1-1. Is the mighty Warriors' reign about to crumble? With a dismal shooting performance, Curry and Klay combined for just 14 successful shots out of 35 attempts. Even worse, Pachulia's abysmal -19 plus-minus rating on the court was exploited to the fullest by the Thunder. This marked the Warriors' first playoff defeat. The Thunder's trio accounted for a staggering 91 points. An avalanche of media coverage began to shift, as fans who had been ruled over by the Warriors all season long started to gleefully revel in the Thunder's triumph. On the flight back to Oklahoma City, Chen reviewed the statistics. Although the Warriors' shooting could hardly be described as good today, Durant's impressive 13-4-19 performance, boasting an extraordinary 68% shooting percentage, significantly bolstered the team's overall efficiency. Meanwhile, the Thunder had exploded onto the scene. Chen shot 11-4-18 with 7-4-9 from three-point range and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, amassing 33 points for rebounds and 7 assists. Westbrook achieved 40 points, 10 rebounds, and 13 assists, shooting 14-4, 24-3-4-7 from beyond the arc, while his mid-range jumpers were a blistering 7-4-10, torching the Warriors' defense. Butler also contributed with nearly a triple-double, tallying 18 points, 8 rebounds, and 9 assists. Furthermore, Small Adams and the Aquaman combined to shoot 11-4-15, playing a pivotal role in the final showdown against the death lineup. Such an absurdly high shooting percentage across the board instilled a sense of unease in Chen. Ugh, I must curb my tendency to speak without thinking. Such ill-fated words should not slip from my lips. The next game must see us maintain this level of precision as they return to Oklahoma City overnight.